Chapter 1. Oh, I implore you, do not spray in my mouth, it is foul and fishy. Please no. A piercing female shriek jolted Li Ming, who had been dozing on a bench, awake. With great effort, Li Ming opened his weary eyes. Squeak, squeak. A chubby child of about 7 wielded a water gun, aiming it directly at Li Ming's face. Instinctively, Li Ming licked the corner of his mouth. Water? What a delightful source of refreshment. It is neither fishy nor malodorous. The chubby child gazed in astonishment as Li Ming repeatedly splashed the water from his face into his mouth. Mom, this brother has gone mad. He is drinking the water I sprayed at him. The woman who had just screamed hurriedly seized the water gun from the plump child. Oh dear, I told you not to spray it everywhere. What if you hit a lunatic? Having said that, she cast a disdainful glance at Li Ming and quickly ushered the child away. Now fully awake, Li Ming surveyed his surroundings. On a summer evening, wisps of white clouds floated across the sky, and the sun cast a mottled glow upon the earth. The crowd around him strolled leisurely through the park, the ebb and flow of people creating an atmosphere of tranquility and ease, with smiles of happiness adorning their faces. Blue skies, white clouds, the setting sun, passers-by. Li Ming pulled out his phone to check the date. It was July 8th, 2034. There were precisely 10 days remaining until the dreadful blood rain. Li Ming covered his forehead and erupted into laughter, utterly unconcerned by the disdainful glances from those around him. I have actually been reborn before the apocalypse. I have returned from a world teeming with zombies. Ding! A playful voice echoed in Li Ming's mind. System, host. I'm back. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the Doomsday Matriarch Core Creation Infinite Resource Doubling System once again. Doomsday Matriarch Core Doubling System. Invite eligible beauties to voluntarily join the Matriarch Core. For every new member, the host's physical attributes will double, along with space and resources, and random rewards will be granted. Beauty evaluation includes age, appearance, figure, combat prowess. Host's initial personal space. 1,000 cubic units time stands still within this space, and it cannot accommodate living organisms. Host's initial attributes. Constitution, 5. Strength, 8. Speed, 7. Agility, 6. Spirit, 6. Alas, how did this mediocre system follow me into my rebirth? In my previous life, after struggling for a month in the apocalypse, I finally awakened to this lackluster system. However, what use is it? Top-tier beauties? You want me to find beauties that meet the system's criteria in the midst of the apocalypse? What a joke. When that blood rain fell, it not only polluted all water sources on Blue Star, but also turned over 50% of humanity into zombies overnight. As if that weren't enough, the temperature across Blue Star plummeted drastically, dropping from a sweltering 30 degrees Celsius to a bone-chilling minus 50 degrees. In a single night, the temperature fell by a staggering 80 degrees. Under this double blow, within just a month, the surviving population on Blue Star dwindled to fewer than 10, possibly even less. In such dire circumstances, where am I supposed to find top-tier beauties with a composite score above 80? Even if they existed at that time, I had no resources or influence. Why would any beauty choose to accompany me? But now that this system has followed me into my rebirth, the situation has changed. I have ample time to stockpile sufficient resources before the apocalypse descends. When the apocalypse arrives, won't top-tier beauties be as easy to acquire as pie? In the apocalypse, a bottle of mineral water or a pack of instant noodles could easily trade for a life. A mere top-tier beauty? Surely, I can manage that with ease. Ding. Detected that the host previously recruited members with their consent. Target, Luo Zijuan. Age, currently 24. Appearance, 80 points. Figure, 80 points. Combat prowess, 5. Composite score, 80 points. Upon system verification, barely meets the criteria, the host's physical attributes will double, as will space capacity and resources. Due to barely passing, no random rewards will be provided. The host's physical attributes have now doubled, space capacity has doubled, and space resources have doubled. Host's personal space, 2,000 cubic units. The original space contains no resources. Space resources, 0. Constitution, 10. Strength, 16. Speed, 14. Agility, 12. Spirit, 12. Here it comes. In my previous life, I was able to double my physical attributes because the system detected that I had once taken in my ex-girlfriend, Luo Zijuan. With my physical attributes doubled, Li Ming's speed and strength are significantly superior to those of ordinary individuals. That is how I managed to survive in the world overrun by zombies and even gain a modicum of fame. Regrettably, in the end, I was deceived by my ex-girlfriend, Luo Zijuan, who led me to her residence and drugged me. Ultimately, I met a tragic end at the hands of Luo Zijuan and her boyfriend, Guanfeng, devouring flesh and drinking blood. Upon recalling this, Li Ming clenched his jaw. This deceitful couple. I will make sure you pay for this. The most pressing matter now is to quickly stockpile resources. Ding. A system notification? No. Li Ming's phone in his pocket began to ring. Shangfa Bank. Dear Mr. Li Ming, your credit card ending in has been overdue for 12 months. Please promptly repay the principal of 1 million yuan, along with interest of 268,747.26 yuan and a late fee of 1,225,420 yuan. This is a reminder. Should you continue to delay payment, the relevant creditors will report your overdue payment information to credit agencies and initiate legal proceedings against you. If you have any questions, please call. Hiss. Li Ming took a deep breath. Damn it, 12 months overdue, and the late fees and interest have already surpassed the principal. To hell with it. Ding. Jingfa Bank. Ding. Bank of China. Ding. Upon glancing at the missed calls, there were over 100 of them. Li Ming knew, without looking, that they were all ridiculous collection calls. Indeed, Li Ming was merely a debtor whose credit was so tarnished that he would find it nearly impossible to recover in this lifetime. After being swindled out of 10,000 yuan by unscrupulous overdue law firms, Li Ming still retained the functionality of his WeChat wallet, allowing him to observe these debt collection messages. Upon checking his balance, he found it to be 0.32 yuan. Hiss. Li Ming closed his eyes, took another deep breath, and tilted his head in resignation, exclaiming, "Truly, this world deserves to be destroyed." Ringing, ringing. Li Ming's other phone chimed. To avoid disrupting his work, he had intentionally registered a phone number under a friend's name. "Hello, are you a courier from Nado Tong Express Company?" A melodious female voice echoed from the other end. At that moment, Li Ming remembered his other identity as a courier for Nado Tong Express. In order to endure these trying times, Li Ming had to participate in one of the triathlons of life, delivering packages. "I am. How may I assist you? I have a package at your company. Could you bring it to me? I have an urgent matter that requires me to leave Tianhai City today. I would appreciate it." Li Ming recalled having received this very call in his previous life. Memories of the past began to resurface in his mind. On this day, his unscrupulous manager had once again deducted his wages under various unfounded pretenses. In a fit of rage, Li Ming stormed out and found himself sitting in this park to calm down. When he had received that call in his past life, his anger had been at its peak, and he had replied to the customer with, "I'll deliver it to you." Damn it. Naturally, the customer had complained to the company, leading Li Ming's manager to find even more reasons to withhold his entire salary. Due to this incident, Li Ming had ended up in a physical altercation with his manager, Wang Tao, and subsequently lost his job as a courier, leaving him destitute and without provisions in his rental apartment before the apocalypse arrived. Having endured the ravages and trials of the apocalypse, Li Ming now felt little anger. However, the wages that rightfully belonged to him were something he intended to reclaim in full. Even the smallest morsel is worth having, especially in times of peace when every penny counts. Li Ming replied over the phone, "Please hold on, I will deliver it to you right away." He then made his way back to the Nado Tong Storage Center, locating the package meant for the resident of Binjiang Yihao. Good heavens, it was a sizable box weighing a full 50 kilograms. Had it been the previous Li Ming, he would have undoubtedly toiled exhaustively. However, with his physical attributes having doubled, Li Ming effortlessly lifted the hefty 50-pound box with a single hand. The other couriers, who were typically quick on the uptake, couldn't help but exclaim, "Li Ming, have you taken something today? If you have, take it easy, don't wear yourself out before the evening's tasks." Exhausted? I could work for 3 days and nights without a pause. With that, Li Ming set off towards Binjiang number 1, the enormous box held aloft. Upon arriving at room 2202 in Building 7, as indicated on the delivery slip, Li Ming rang the doorbell. Before long, a stunning woman clad in a casual tank dress opened the door. Upon seeing this enchanting beauty, Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, a rush of blood surging to his face, nearly causing him to lose his composure. With an angelic visage, fair yet flushed skin, and a statuesque figure, her alluring curves were accentuated beneath her flowing dress. Her long, wavy hair cascaded down her shoulders, exuding an irresistible charm. Suddenly, a blue system interface appeared above Huo Feiyan's head. Name: Huo Feiyan. Occupation: flight attendant. Appearance: 95 points. Age: 24. Figure: 95 points. Combat power: 6. Overall score: 95 points. Wow, a breathtaking beauty rated at 95 points. Li Ming couldn't help but steal a few more glances. In his previous life, during 2 months of awakening his system, Li Ming had yet to encounter a single exceptional beauty. Little did he expect, upon his rebirth, to discover such a rare specimen. However, approaching her boldly with, "Excuse me, would you consider going out with me?" would likely result in her delivering a swift slap and promptly calling the authorities. Such a level of beauty, retaining her allure at this age, was indeed a rarity. Yet, at that moment, Li Ming dared not entertain such thoughts as a mere delivery man burdened with debt. He presumed she wouldn't even spare him a glance. Nonetheless, it was a delightful sight to behold. The beauty was evidently engaged in a phone conversation. Upon opening the door, she gestured for Li Ming to assist her in moving the heavy box inside. Understanding her intention, Li Ming promptly carried the large box into the room. Upon placing the box in the living room, a large Siberian husky bounded out, staring at Li Ming with wide eyes, lacking any of the imposing demeanor typically associated with large pets, instead appearing somewhat silly. Li Ming quickly produced the delivery slip for her to sign. However, the beauty remained absorbed in her phone call, while the seemingly goofy husky closely followed her every move. "Xiao Mei, could you do me a favor? Our little Ha is very well behaved. You only need to feed him on schedule." "Oh dear, I truly have no choice. I don't wish to trouble you. The airline requires me to be in the air for half a month, and I probably won't be able to return home during that time. The aunt who usually looks after little Ha has something to attend to and can't help out these days." "Yes, just half a month. I sincerely appreciate it, Xiao Mei. You are the best. All right, I will bring little Ha and his belongings to your home shortly." Half a month without being home, with only 10 days left until the impending doom. This meant that the beauty before him would not return to this house anytime soon. What a pity. Thus, would this house become unclaimed property? With this thought, a spark of inspiration ignited within Li Ming. He cast a glance around, noting that this residence was approximately 140 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The interior design was both modern and stylish. Most importantly, all essential living facilities were readily available. Particularly striking was the fireplace nestled against the wall, seemingly designed to combat the biting cold. Yet he pondered, in the southern regions of China, winter temperatures rarely plummeted below -10 degrees Celsius. Why would this enchanting beauty have such a fireplace installed in her home? Perhaps it was merely for decorative purposes. Binjiang number 1 is one of the few upscale properties in Tianhai City. The layouts predominantly range from 140 to 300 square meters, with Huo Feiyan's 140 square meter unit being the smallest in the complex. Given the larger unit sizes, the population density here was significantly lower than in those budget-friendly neighborhoods. Those who have endured the apocalypse understand that areas with lower population densities typically experience fewer zombies. Furthermore, there was an even more compelling reason. Guan Feng and Luo Zijuan currently resided in this very community. As long as he could live here, he would be able to keep a watchful eye on them. The more Li Ming observed this residence, the more he fell in love with it, inwardly exclaiming, "This place was indeed my dream home. Since it was vacant, it would be better if it were mine at a bargain." The keys were carelessly tossed by Huo Feiyan atop the pristine white tempered glass coffee table, seizing the moment while Huo Feiyan was engrossed in a phone conversation with her friend. Xiao Mei, Li Ming feigned filling out a delivery receipt on the table. In an instant, he discreetly tucked the keyring, adorned with a small plush toy, into his own space. Once Huo Feiyan concluded her call, she turned her attention to Li Ming, only to notice his gaze wandering greedily and furtively around the house, instantly raising her suspicions. "What are you looking at?" she inquired, startled back to reality by her voice. Li Ming raised the receipt in his hand, responding, "What? Beautiful lady, I'm merely waiting for your signature. Hurry up, don't waste my time." Huo Feiyan promptly took the receipt from him and signed her name. "You may leave now," Ming replied. Sure. Who would want to linger here?" Just as he was about to turn away, Huo Feiyan scanned the coffee table and exclaimed, "Wait, where are my keys?" Feigning ignorance, Li Ming replied, "How would I know where you left your keys?" Huo Feiyan pointed at the tempered glass table, insisting, "I distinctly placed them right here when I returned. You are the only one who has been here. I have every right to suspect you." Ming spread his arms and turned around in front of her. It was the sweltering month of July, and he was dressed quite casually in a t-shirt emblazoned with the logo of his courier service and black trousers. With only 2 pockets to conceal anything, grinning, he said, "Gorgeous lady, I have so little on me. I wouldn't mind you searching me. Of course, only you." Huo Feiyan's cheeks flushed crimson. She contemplated reaching into his pockets, but hesitated, puffing her cheeks in indignation as she pointed at his pockets, saying, "I want to see your pockets." Ming teasingly replied, "Shall I take them off for you to search?" Huo Feiyan, incensed by his lewd suggestion, retorted with a raised voice, "Don't take them off, just show me what's inside." Complying with her request, Li Ming revealed that his pockets contained only 2 mobile phones and the delivery receipt. Assuage her doubts. He even shook his pant legs and jumped a few times. Huo Feiyan's keys were a bunch strung together, and any movement like Li Ming's would surely produce sound. Moreover, the plush toy attached to the keys would make it impossible for him to hide them. Embarrassed, Huo Feiyan finally admitted, "I'm sorry. I must have remembered incorrectly." As Li Ming departed from Binjiao No. 1, twilight had settled in. Reflecting on his meager WeChat balance of a mere 0.32 yuan, he inhaled sharply. He needed to confront the miserly department manager to reclaim his salary. The e-commerce industry in China was exceedingly developed, with daily delivery volumes reaching near capacity. Despite the encroaching darkness, the courier service where Li Ming worked remained bustling, with employees moving swiftly about. Bang! Li Ming forcefully kicked open the door to the office of his department manager, Wang Tao. Startled, Wang Tao, who was involved in a cozy rendezvous with the accountant, Hong, quickly dubbed beneath his desk, fearing it was Hong's husband come to catch them in the act. Ming, with hands tucked in his pockets, declared, "Stop hiding. It's me. Look at you, so cowardly, still daring to fool around with others." Wang Tao cautiously peeked out from beneath the desk, confirming it was indeed Li Ming before emerging to Hong. Equally startled, hastily adjusted her attire, shot a glare at Wang Tao, and exited the office. Wang Tao, enraged, slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, "You damn fool! You startled me. Li Ming, do you wish to resign?" His booming voice attracted the attention of all personnel at the courier point, halting their tasks to gather at the office door. Eager to witness the unfolding drama, I just saw Hong leave Wang Tao's office. Was she caught in the act? Murmured one that if so, that would be quite the spectacle. I wonder what has possessed Li Ming today. Confronting manager Wang like this, I heard he had 1,000 yuan deducted from his salary this morning. Is he here to reclaim his dignity? Young people are so impulsive. He's just walked right into Wang Tao's trap. How could he possibly outmaneuver that old fox? Wang Tao smirked. "Since you, Li Ming, have walked right in my line of fire, I shall make an example of you today. Let all the couriers outside witness the consequences of crossing Wang Tao." 2 of Wang Tao's lackeys, Lai Fu and Wang Kai, rushed into the office, flanking Li Ming on either side. Both were towering figures, broad and intimidating, and typically no one dared to provoke them. Now, armed with wrenches, they stood menacingly beside Li Ming. Unperturbed, Li Ming sat down in the chair opposite Wang Tao. "I'm quitting, and today you must settle all my wages," with Lai Fu and Wang Kai present. Wang Tao's demeanor turned arrogant. Lighting a cigarette, he took a leisurely drag and glanced at the door he had just damaged. "Your meager wages won't even cover the cost of my door." He scoffed. Li Ming replied calmly, I'm not here to negotiate. I'm informing you that my salary must be paid in full today. The three exchanged glances, as if Li Ming had just uttered the most absurd joke. Wang Tao exhaled smoke in Li Ming's direction, laughing. Listen to what he says. Do you intend to make me die laughing? You dare come here to show off? Lai Fu placed a hand on Li Ming's shoulder, threateningly saying, Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd best. Before Lai Fu could finish, Li Ming sprang to his feet and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. With twice the strength of an average person and weighing nearly 200 pounds. Lai Fu was sent sprawling nearly a meter away. Writhing in pain, he clutched his stomach, tears and saliva streaming down his face. Li Ming glared menacingly at Lai Fu on the ground. What are you? How dare you touch my shoulder? Wang Tao had never anticipated that Li Ming would dare to strike first. Instantly, he turned to Wang Kai, who stood beside Li Ming, signaling him to swiftly subdue Li Ming. Wang Kai promptly raised a wrench in his hand and swung it fiercely at Li Ming. However, Li Ming's reflexes were extraordinarily swift. With a quick turn, he evaded Wang Kai's assault and positioned himself behind him, delivering a powerful kick to Wang Kai's backside. Wang Kai immediately lost his balance, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Both Lai Fu and Wang Kai found themselves unexpectedly toppled by Li Ming. Suddenly feeling utterly humiliated, gritting their teeth against the pain, they forced themselves to rise, intent on launching their massive bodies at Li Ming. Yet Li Ming swiftly seized Wang Kai's right hand, executing a deft shoulder throw that sent the nearly 200-pound Wang Kai crashing onto Lai Fu, leaving both men unconscious. Having navigated the perils of a post-apocalyptic world for 3 months, where he had dispatched numerous zombies and engaged in fierce contests for resources, Li Ming had honed his physical prowess. Coupled with the enhanced abilities granted by the system, subduing Lai Fu and Wang Kai was hardly a daunting task. The multiplication of one's strength is not merely a matter of simple addition. Often, it is far greater than the sum of its parts. The employees gathered outside, witnessing the spectacle, were rendered speechless, their hearts swelling with exhilaration. These two lackeys had long exploited their connection to Wang Tao, bullying them relentlessly. They engaged in the least strenuous tasks while reaping the highest rewards, often taking advantage of others. They had yearned to teach these two a lesson, yet felt powerless against them. A voice in the crowd exclaimed, Is that truly the Li Ming we know? Did you secretly undergo some hellish training? How impressive! Wang Kai, weighing nearly 190 pounds, had been effortlessly thrown over Li Ming's shoulder. Is such a feat even humanly possible? Cried one of the female employees. He is incredibly handsome, but alas, burdened by debts. Otherwise, even if he were destitute, I would still be willing to be with him. Another chimed in, Why not just be friends with benefits instead of marrying him? This remark seemed to awaken the thoughts of many women and a few men present. Indeed, being friends with benefits doesn't sound too bad. Meanwhile, Wang Tao feigned composure, though internally he was in a state of panic. Li Ming, violence is against the law. If you have grievances, you can report me or take me to court. The couriers outside rolled their eyes at Wang Tao's blatant hypocrisy. He often led Lai Fu and Wang Kai in harassing other couriers, and now, facing consequences, he suddenly cared about the law. Moreover, threatening to sue was a zero-cost endeavor for Wang Tao. Even if he lost, he would merely return the wages that were rightfully the employees, incurring no loss himself. It was a perfect scheme, having deceived countless ignorant couriers. Li Ming paid no heed to Wang Tao's words as he slowly approached him. As Li Ming drew nearer, Wang Tao began to tremble. Yet he was still concerned about his pride. In front of so many witnesses, he did not wish to appear weak. Grabbing an ashtray from the desk, he hurled it at Li Ming. However, such a clumsy attack was easily dodged. Li Ming seized Wang Tao by the neck, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. The 165 centimeters tall Wang Tao found himself suspended off the ground by the towering Li Ming, who stood at 180 centimeters desperately. Wang Tao clawed at Li Ming's hand, attempting to break free, but against Li Ming's formidable strength, his efforts were futile. With one hand still constricting Wang Tao's neck, Li Ming delivered a resounding slap across Wang Tao's face. Is this a crime? Before Wang Tao could respond, a second slap followed. Should I report you? Li Ming continued this punishment, landing 10 slaps before finally releasing Wang Tao. gasping and clutching his swollen neck. Wang Tao sat on the ground, his face flushed. He looked up at Li Ming's fierce gaze, akin to a predator fixating on its prey. Wang Tao's heart raced. The Li Ming he knew was not a figure of such ferocity. Otherwise, he would not have dared to toy with him. Li Ming, with his penchant for targeting the meek, was indeed an ideal victim. Always responsible and fearful of losing his job, he would only vent his frustrations but never genuinely resist. Earlier in the day, when contemplating deducting Li Ming's wages, Li Ming hadn't uttered a word of protest. How could he have transformed so drastically in just a few hours? The murderous aura emanating from Li Ming instilled a primal fear in Wang Tao, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. It seemed as though Li Ming might truly end his life. Having navigated the harsh realities of life for many years, Wang Tao could discern such lethal intent. Unbeknownst to Li Ming, he exuded this menacing presence. Yet, it was true he had taken lives. In a desperate struggle for survival in his past life, he had resorted to extreme measures to endure the apocalypse. Once, over a bottle of water and a packet of biscuits, he had gruesomely dismembered 2 men stronger than himself. In such dire circumstances, one couldn't survive without a modicum of skill. In a low voice, Li Ming asserted, "Now, can I receive my wages, including all the amounts you have unjustly withheld from me?" Terrified, Wang Tao trembled as he rose unsteadily, covering his bruised face. Yes, I will have Hong calculate your wages immediately." He stammered. Ming resumed his seat, crossing his legs, and lit a cigarette with Wang Tao's lighter. "Make sure you don't miscalculate. Every cent that belongs to me must be accounted for. I won't accept a penny more." Wang Tao nodded vigorously, assuring him he wouldn't make a mistake. Ming added, "Tell that woman not to report this. I have nothing to lose, but if I end up in jail, at least I'll have food and shelter." Wang Tao understood Li Ming's implication. Indeed, someone with nothing to lose was the most dangerous. He hastily dialed Hong's extension, urging her to promptly calculate Li Ming's wages. The female colleagues outside, witnessing the scene, were utterly astonished. When did Li Ming become so handsome? "I absolutely adore him. Though he may be poor, he exudes such dominance. Poverty is not terrifying. I am from a wealthy family and could easily support him if he wished." Li Ming's acute hearing captured the hushed whispers, and upon hearing that someone might support him, he turned to the girl who spoke. "Ding! Target does not meet the system's minimum requirements." Before him stood a girl, 150 centimeters tall, weighing 150 pounds, her face marred by acne, gazing at Li Ming with starry eyes. Ming quickly averted his gaze, avoiding any engagement with her. Sure enough, what comes unsolicited is rarely of value. Before long, Hong entered, trembling as she presented a stack of red bills to Li Ming. "Li Ming, please count. There's 23,500, and I've included the wages that the manager had previously deducted, as well as the 1,000 he withheld this morning." Li Ming did not immediately take the money, instead fixing Hong with a sidelong glance. "Where's the pay stub?" feeling the weight of his gaze. Hong's spine chilled, and she nervously replied, "I've checked it 3 times. This amount is accurate. It will only be more. Nevertheless, that we wouldn't dare to cheat you." Li Ming swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to Hong's face. As she lost her balance and fell to the ground, her previously fair complexion swelled immediately, and the cash she held scattered across the floor. Li Ming crouched before her, grasping her hair tightly. "Do you still dare to claim that you haven't wronged me? I could easily take the cash from here, and if you report me for robbery, well, the minimum sentence is 5 years." Hong's face turned pale with terror. Having followed Wang Tao for many years, she could naturally guess his current thoughts. Thus, she reluctantly handed over the cash to Li Ming. Li Ming then cast a glance at Wang Tao, who stood silently, too intimidated to speak. Wang Tao's heart raced, and he nervously exclaimed, "It's not my fault. It was all this woman's idea." Li Ming rose and delivered a punch to Wang Tao's abdomen, causing him to collapse in pain. "I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already eager to throw her under the bus? What a coward!" Hong, clutching her swollen face, fearing another blow from Li Ming, hurriedly scrambled to her feet. "I'll prepare your payslips right away. Everything will be processed according to the proper procedures, and I assure you there will be no misunderstandings." Seizing the opportunity, while Hong prepared the payslips, Li Ming sent a video to Wang Tao's phone. In his previous life, Li Ming had long contemplated forwarding this video to the company headquarters to bring Wang Tao down. However, he had hesitated, and now a blood-red storm had quietly arrived, and no one would care about Wang Tao as petty matters anymore. Presenting it now was merely a precaution against Wang Tao potentially reporting him. As for whether Wang Tao would fall from grace, it had become irrelevant to him. With only 10 days until the apocalypse, his survival remained uncertain. Although he was merely reclaiming his rightful wages, the act of assault alone was sufficient to warrant a 15-day administrative detention. He had no desire to relive a life where, at the onset of the apocalypse, he found himself imprisoned. Ming lightly nudged Wang Tao, who was huddled on the ground. "Open your phone and take a look. I guarantee you'll be surprised." Wang Tao, fearing to defy Li Ming, quickly picked up his phone to check. Upon opening the video sent by Li Ming, his face turned ashen with dread. This was the footage of him and Hong at the hotel. How could Li Ming possess this? If this video were to leak, it would undoubtedly ruin him for life. Wang Tao's expression changed rapidly, and he began to ingratiate himself with Li Ming. "Brother Ming, please, I beg you, spare us." Li Ming pushed the revoltingly obsequious Wang Tao away. "I'm not interested in your affairs, nor do they concern me, but if you dare provoke me again..." Before Li Ming could finish, Wang Tao scrambled to his feet and pleaded, "I wouldn't dare, absolutely not." "Thank you for the opportunity, Brother Ming." The notification chimed. WeChat payment received, 23,500 yuan. The money had finally arrived, while it wasn't a substantial amount. It would cover his basic expenses for the next 10 days. Without funds, even the most capable individual would find it nearly impossible to advance. Hong promptly brought the payslip, and both she and Wang Tao signed to confirm the payment. As Li Ming looked at the payslip, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he remarked to Wang Tao, "I didn't expect you two to be of such age and yet so frivolous in your pursuits." With that, Li Ming navigated through the crowd and exited the delivery point. After Li Ming's departure, those present speculated about what he had sent to Wang Tao's phone. Even after Li Ming had left, the vengeful Wang Tao remained silent, instructing everyone not to report to the authorities, threatening dismissal for anyone who did. This only heightened the curiosity of the onlookers, after discovering that his physical attributes had doubled. Li Ming found his appetite had also nearly doubled. He managed to consume 2 servings of pig trotter rice before feeling slightly satiated, gazing at his meager balance of merely 23,500.32 yuan. No, it was now 23,460.32 yuan after spending 40 yuan on the meals. He realized that with 2,000 cubic meters of space, this amount was hardly sufficient. His only avenue was zero-cost procurement. Having eaten his fill, Li Ming returned to his dim and damp rental room of just over 10 square meters located in a city village. He took out pen and paper, planning his forthcoming zero-cost procurement strategy. In the apocalypse, the most scarce resource was pure water, even more so than food. Following the cataclysm, nearly all surface water on Blue Star was contaminated by the zombie virus, making a bottle of pure water alarmingly expensive. Some factions even resorted to violence over small quantities of water. A single cup of pure water could compel a beautiful woman to serve you for an entire night, that a mere 500 milliliters bottle of pure water could cost someone their life. Thus, in the context of the apocalypse, water resources became exceedingly precious commodities. Li Ming intended to reserve 800 cubic meters of his 2,000 cubic meters of space for water storage, that a typical household used around 20 cubic meters of water monthly. With 800 cubic meters, he could sustain himself for nearly 40 years. If he were to acquire a top-tier beauty that met the system's requirements, that amount would double, yielding 1,600 cubic meters of water. Securing another exceptional beauty would provide him with 3,200 cubic meters of water. He fantasized about telling the nation's leaders that if they granted him 100 top-tier beauties, he could save the planet. The exponential growth from 2 raised to the power of 100 was unfathomable. If given 1,000 top-tier beauties, he could save the entire galaxy. Purchasing 800 cubic meters of water was evidently impossible. As he lacked the funds, he recalled a natural reservoir called Farmer Sanquan located at the southernmost end of Tianhai City. Farmer Sanquan is a bit sweet. We never produce water. We merely transport it for nature. The reservoir boasted drinkable, pure spring water of exceptional quality. He could simply access the reservoir and absorb water directly into his space. This reservoir was said to hold over 10 billion cubic meters of water. Removing 800 cubic meters would go unnoticed. Not only was this reservoir a renowned natural scenic spot, but entry was only 30 yuan per person. The plan for the water resources was thus solidified. Next came the procurement of food and daily necessities. Since he now possessed a system in space, he was determined not to endure the same hardships he faced in his previous life during the apocalypse. His current goal was merely to accumulate various types of supplies. Over time, as he collected more blood, his resources would inevitably flourish. With the doubling of his storage capacity, the abundance of supplies would also increase. The protagonist of the flow was the steadfast Walmart. In terms of the most comprehensive range of goods, nothing can surpass the transfer warehouse of Walmart in the South China region. The past few years of living amidst the surge of express deliveries have also introduced him to several individuals with remarkably pleasant voices. Among them is one named Zhang Ergu, who currently works as a warehouse manager at Walmart's transfer warehouse in South China. With his connections, he could easily gain access to Walmart's warehouse and execute a zero-cost purchase. However, when it comes to procuring meat, weapons, medication, and energy resources, those plans must be deferred for the time being. Resolute in his decision, Li Ming opened his phone and booked a ticket to a reservoir scenic area online. The following morning, he took a taxi to the reservoir. As it was a weekday and not a weekend or holiday, the number of visitors to the reservoir was remarkably low, surrounded by verdant mountains and crystal-clear waters. With the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms, the scenery was delightful, and Li Ming reveled in the experience. After all, such beauty would be a rarity in a post-apocalyptic world, replaced instead by desolate wastelands filled with the undead and frigid landscapes strewn with corpses. After a brief exploration, Li Ming sought out a spot that appeared to have the clearest water. He took a few sips of the water he scooped up and found it refreshingly sweet. If such mineral water were available during the apocalypse, it would surely entice countless beauties to offer their devotion. Seeing no one around, he submerged his hands in the water. With a thought, water from the reservoir began to flow incessantly into his spatial realm. The suction within the space was immense and rapid, filling up 800 cubic units of water in less than a minute. Ensure the water was indeed stored within his space. Li Ming extended his right hand and tested it several times. He confirmed that with just a thought, water would continuously pour forth from the system's space. Witnessing this result, Li Ming wore a satisfied smile. Finally, he no longer had to worry about sourcing water in the apocalypse. Next on his agenda were food and essential supplies. After securing the water, Li Ming took a taxi back to the city to gain entry into Walmart's transfer warehouse. He needed to curry favor with Zhang Ergu, the warehouse manager. Zhang Ergu was known for his boastful nature, lecherous tendencies, and extreme fondness for alcohol. To persuade him to take Li Ming into the Walmart warehouse, it would suffice to cater to his whims. Having spent several years in the delivery business, Li Ming was well acquainted with the local establishments dealing in counterfeit cigarettes and liquor, including their quality. That he arrived at Xuanfa Tobacco and Liquor, renowned for the highest quality fake products at reasonable prices. Upon entering, he called out to a female proprietor, "Boss, how much for your Mao Dai?" The proprietor appraised Li Ming, noting his handsome features, though his attire revealed a distinctly lower-class vibe. Rather than dismissing him, she preferred such customers, as many were eager to show off and would often squander their winnings from card games without a second thought. It was a common occurrence for them to treat others to meals. These individuals were particularly prone to showing off, making them easy to deceive, and the proprietor had sold plenty of counterfeit goods to them, knowing they lacked discernment. With a cheerful smile, she responded, "Did you win big at cards? Young man, you seem to have good luck." Li Ming chuckled. "No need to pry. Just tell me the price of the liquor." The proprietor took a bottle of Mao Tai from the shelf, saying, "Originally priced at 3,000. I can sell it to you for 28.80. This is a fine liquor that has been stored for 10 years. However, upon inspection, Li Ming recognized it as a counterfeit. During his entrepreneurial days, he had frequently purchased Mao Tai to attract clients and had mingled with high-end venues. He had learned a thing or two about discerning genuine from fake, and he had no intention of exposing her. He was merely there to buy liquor, but he set the counterfeit Moutai down, saying, "It's good liquor, but the price is too steep." The proprietor flattered, "Oh, it's not expensive at all. If you went elsewhere, you wouldn't get it for less than 3,500. With a sly grin, Li Ming retorted, "It really is overpriced. I'm only looking for the 100 yuan bottles of Moutai." The proprietor was taken aback, knowing the usual protocol. Most people wouldn't readily sell counterfeit liquor unless they were familiar. Hence, she was likely to refuse him. Undeterred, Li Ming continued, "I'm a colleague of Li Dasan. He mentioned that the beautiful proprietor here is fair in business, truly a kind-hearted person, that he specifically sent me here to make a purchase." She recognized Li Dasan, who frequently came to sell various counterfeit liquors, often boasting like a big shot. However, she could tell that the compliments Li Ming had made were embellished. Flattered by Li Ming's exaggerated praise, the proprietor beamed. "You certainly know how to flatter. Since you're a friend of Dasan, I can sell it to you. But the 100 yuan bottles are quite subpar. Anyone would see through them." Li Ming smiled mischievously. "No worries. As long as it doesn't kill me, it's fine." The proprietor responded with a nonchalant expression. Li Ming pointed to the cigarette cabinet, saying, "Give me a pack of Huazi as well." The proprietor shot him a glare. "Fake Huazi isn't cheap, you know." Li Ming feigned a wealthy demeanor. "Who told you to give me fakes? I want the real Huazi." The proprietor was left speechless, with one hand holding a pack of genuine Huazi and the other carrying 3 bottles of Moutai. Li Ming exited Xuanfa tobacco and liquor. The Huazi cost him 450, and with the 3 bottles of Moutai, his total expenditure reached 550 yuan. He still had to treat Zhang Ergu to a lavish meal, which would entail another considerable sum. Ming understood the principle of the take. One must first give persuade Zhang Ergu to escort him into Walmart's warehouse. He needed to provide ample benefits first. By now, it was already evening. According to Li Ming's knowledge, Zhang Ergu was supposed to start work at 10 p.m. and continue until 9 a.m. the following day. Thus, he pulled out his old fruit-themed phone and dialed Zhang Ergu's number. Although they were acquainted, they were not particularly close friends. When Zhang Ergu received Li Ming's call, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Fully aware of Li Ming's substantial debts, he feared that Li Ming might ask him for a loan. Determined, he resolved to deflect any request for money with various excuses. Upon answering, he said, "Ming, what brings you to call me today?" Li Ming feigned, "I just realized it's been a while since I've seen my brother. I miss you." Zhang Ergu sensed Li Ming's insincerity and decided to take the initiative, not wanting Li Ming to ask for money. "Brother, I'm having a rough time lately. I've been losing at cards and can barely afford food. How about you treat me to a meal?" Li Ming laughed heartily. "Is it just a meal? I'll treat you to something nice today. Now let's go to Yaoqi Club. They have a buffet, and afterward, we can indulge in something extra special." The 998 package. "What do you say?" Zhang Ergu exclaimed in surprise. "The 998 package at Yaoqi Club? Ming, you've struck it rich." "Haha, just a little windfall. I just wanted to spend some time with my brother tonight." Zhang Ergu contemplated. "Then I'll take the night off and join you for some fun." Li Ming was taken aback, inwardly cursing, "You idiot, if you take the night off, who will take me into Walmart's warehouse?" Li Ming responded, feigning casualness, "No need to take the night off. It's a last-minute request, and it would be hard to find someone to cover your shift. Let us head out now. We'll be done by 10. And this shouldn't affect your work." Zhang Ergu was instantly touched and felt immense shame for his earlier suspicion of Li Ming's intentions. "Ming, you are truly kind. I'll be there shortly." "Great, I'll be waiting for you at Yaoqi Club." Soon, the two met at Yaoqi Club. After a quick wash in the bathing area, they proceeded to the buffet section. Most high-end clubs in Tianhai City offered quality buffet options. And before long, both were stuffed. Satisfied, Zhang Ergu asked, "Ming, what did you strike it rich? Any chance you could bring me along?" Li Ming waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing like that. I merely collected what was due to me." Li Ming recounted to Zhang Ergu the incident of him thoroughly thrashing Wang Tao. Zhang Ergu lamented, "Only you, Ming, possess such a good heart, merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to you. If it were me, I would have demanded at least triple the compensation from that wretched manager." The affection surged with the clock's chime, and when it ceased, the heart remained unsettled. The hours of merriment flew by with astonishing rapidity. After their revelries, Li Ming and Zhang Ergu supported each other as they exited the Yaoqi Club. Zhang Ergu reminisced, Ming, the skills of my technician number 88 are truly remarkable. You must give them a try next time. One word. Exquisite. Ming sighed. Next time for certain. It's just that our time together was far too brief, leaving me unsatisfied. Zhang Ergu echoed the sentiment. There's nothing we can do. At this hour, requesting leave is out of the question. In a few days, once I receive my salary, I shall treat you to another round. Ming replied. Let us not wait a few days. I happen to have procured 3 bottles of Matai from elsewhere. We shall consume them all today. More Matai. Zhang Ergu hesitated, but Li Ming wrapped an arm around Zhang Ergu's shoulders. No more hesitations. Let us drink at your workplace that you're on night shift, so you're just idling anyway. Observing Zhang Ergu still wavering, Li Ming decided to stoke the flames further. Feigning anger, Li Ming exclaimed, Ergu, can you not be so timid? Look at me. I knocked that despicable manager flat, and he didn't dare utter a word. You're merely having a drink at work? What's there to fear? If you're truly apprehensive, I'll find someone else. It's quite disheartening. Li Ming knew Zhang Ergu was particularly concerned about his image. And with such provocation, Zhang Ergu's voice rose in defiance. Fear? I, Zhang Ergu, have never been afraid. Fine, tonight we shall drink to our heart's content at my workplace. What's the worst that could happen? I've never tasted Matai. I'm curious about its flavor. Li Ming smirked slightly. Indeed, the tactic of provocation proved effective. Zhang Ergu escorted Li Ming to the largest Walmart distribution center in South China. The warehouse housed goods from hundreds of Walmart supermarkets across the region, encompassing an extensive range of products: food, grains, condiments, home textiles, electronics, tobacco, alcohol, beverages, cleaning supplies, and everyday items, among others. The vastness of the warehouse was staggering, standing at the entrance. Li Ming could not see the as Zhang Ergu led Li Ming deeper into the warehouse. A sense of trepidation lingered within him. However, considering that Li Ming was alone, even if he were to rummage through the place, it would amount to much. Thus, he felt somewhat reassured. In the changing room, Zhang Ergu handed Li Ming a set of work clothes. Minggu, put this on. It won't draw too much attention. There are so many people in the warehouse. No one will notice you. Ming donned the work uniform, transforming into a figure indistinguishable from a regular warehouse manager, standing at 6 feet tall with handsome features. He appeared even more like an official employee than Zhang Ergu. After Zhang Ergu conducted a thorough inspection of the warehouse without encountering any anomalies, he ushered Li Ming into the office and summoned 6 colleagues who were also on the night shift. Li Ming, well-versed in social niceties, immediately distributed a pack of cigarettes to each person present. Initially, Zhang Ergu's colleagues had harbored discontent regarding his bringing an outsider into the office. Their gazes towards Li Ming were filled with suspicion. However, upon receiving the cigarettes, their attitudes shifted dramatically, transforming into warm hospitality towards Li Ming. Sometimes, matters among men are as simple as a pack of cigarettes. If 1 pack isn't sufficient, 2 will suffice. At 45 yuan per pack, these workers could still occasionally afford them. Those with a bit of experience could easily discern that the cigarettes Li Ming distributed were genuine. With this trust established, they naturally believed that the Matai he brought was authentic as well. Even if it turned out to be counterfeit, it would surely be Li Ming who had been deceived by a seller. Zhang exclaimed, Come, this is the Feiyan Matai that my brother Ming specially procured for everyone. It's a bargain costing 3,500 yuan a bottle. He promptly opened a bottle of Feiyan Matai and brought it to his nose. Inhaling deeply, how fragrant, truly worthy of its name. Just the scent makes my mouth water. The counterfeit spirits from Shunfa liquor store were rather convincing. The aroma alone was quite impressive. Zhang Ergu's colleagues craned their necks to catch a glimpse of Zhang Ergu, seemingly eager to partake. They had merely heard of Feiyan Matai. With their salaries, even a month's pay wouldn't suffice to buy 2 bottles. It was utterly beyond their means. Li Ming quickly seized another bottle of Feiyan Matai, opening it without hesitation. Zhang Ergu attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Oh no, don't waste it, brother. This is Matai, very precious. Once we finish 1 bottle, we can open a second, but we can't let any go to waste. Li Ming thought to himself, Waste? You're joking. If you all don't finish these 3 bottles of counterfeit liquor, what am I to do? Ignoring Zhang Ergu's protests, Li Ming raised the Matai in his hand and addressed Zhang Ergu's colleagues. We are all friends here. Do not be shy. If we do not finish these 3 bottles of Matai today, it would mean you all look down upon me, Li. Everyone's spirits soared as they eagerly extended their cups to receive the 100 bottles of counterfeit liquor. After several rounds of drinking, the 3 bottles of Matai were completely consumed by the 7 individuals, including Li Ming. With the atmosphere lively, Zhang Ergu immediately retrieved 3 cases of beer he had hidden in the office. Zhang Ergu and his colleagues worked alternating day and night shifts. Day shifts were busier, with managers present, prompting them to work diligently. The night shift, however, was relatively relaxed. They simply had to patrol the warehouse, ensuring there were no fire hazards or other emergencies. Any spare time was spent in the office playing games. Zhang Ergu typically stocked the office refrigerator with beer, enjoying a few drinks during idle moments. After downing the 3 cases of beer, all 6 employees, including Zhang Ergu, were thoroughly intoxicated and drowsy. Li Ming had hardly drunk much. He merely sipped a couple of times to give off a slight scent of alcohol. Discreetly pouring the rest into his space, and as the clock approached 2 a.m., Zhang Ergu stumbled to his feet, draping an arm over Li Ming's shoulder. Mingge, you keep drinking. It's my turn to patrol now. I'll catch up with you later. Li Ming quickly rose to support Zhang Ergu. Ergu, you can hardly stand. How will you patrol? Zhang Ergu staggered a few steps. There's no choice. If I don't patrol on time, my salary will be docked, and I might even lose my job. Li Ming urged. You don't have to patrol. No one will know. What is there to fear? Zhang Ergu shook his identification badge. This company has countless rules. I must carry this badge to clock in at every point in the warehouse. Otherwise, the managers will notice that I didn't patrol tomorrow. Li Ming's eyes lit up with excitement as he focused on the badge in Zhang Ergu's hand. Ergu, look at our builds. They're quite similar. I'm wearing your work uniform now. How about I put on a mask and patrol in your stead? After all, I'm in better shape than you at the moment. And I do like to stretch my legs and sober up. Zhang Ergu hesitated, glancing at Li Ming. Do you know where to clock in? Just tell me, and if I miss a couple of points, I'll tell your manager I forgot to clock them. Missing 1 or 2 points shouldn't raise any eyebrows, so you won't be punished. After considering, Zhang Ergu found Li Ming's reasoning sound. And he indeed had drunk too much. Every few steps made him feel nauseous, which was quite uncomfortable. If he were to vomit while patrolling, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Ergu gently shoved Li Ming. Are you really up for it? You've drunk just as much as I've. Li Ming shrugged and spun around. You little coward. How can you compare to me? My tolerance for alcohol far surpasses yours. I am known in the realm as one who remains sober after 1,000 cups. Zhang Ergu handed his badge to Li Ming. You love to boast 1,000 cups without getting drunk. When you return, we'll continue drinking. Yoshi, Zhang Ergu's employee badge has finally arrived. According to Li Ming's knowledge, Zhang Ergu's badge can also be used as an access card, allowing entry to many restricted areas. Holding Zhang Ergu's badge, Li Ming effortlessly unlocked the warehouse's grand entrance and stepped into the expansive South China Regional Distribution Center of Walmart. Inside the warehouse, he beheld neatly arranged shelves rising 5 tiers high, approximately 5 meters in total height, each laden with an abundance of goods. The variety of products was dazzling, encompassing a vast array of items. Li Ming felt akin to a mouse entering a grain store, and he wasted no time indulging in a bounty. His first stop was the grain and oil section, which primarily housed rice, flour, noodles, peanut oil, corn oil, soybean oil, and the like. In the post-apocalyptic world, these items have become premium staples, nearly unattainable even for those with wealth. Li Ming, however, was not greedy. He took 2 tons each of high-quality rice and flour, with each bag of rice weighing 50 jin, resulting in 80 bags of both rice and flour. For the remaining items, including noodles and peanut oil, he collected 1 ton each. In such a vast warehouse, with hundreds of tons of rice and flour, the absence of 2 tons would go unnoticed. By the time anyone realized it, the world would already be in chaos, and Li Ming felt no apprehension. Next, he moved to the instant noodle section. Although instant noodles occupied more space than grains and oils, they were considered hard currency in the apocalypse due to their liquidity. Individually packaged, they were easy to measure and trade in terms of consumption, Instant noodles were not only convenient to prepare, but also filling. And crucially, their seasoning contained ample salt and oil necessary for the human body. With instant noodles, there was no need to seek additional condiments. Furthermore, in a water-scarce environment, they could even be consumed raw, albeit with some difficulty. There were over 10 brands of instant noodles, each offering more than 10 flavors. Ming selected his favorite brand, taking 100 boxes of each flavor, totaling a remarkable 1,000 boxes, occupying nearly 100 cubic meters of space. After amassing the instant noodles, Ming proceeded to the beverage section. The most alluring aspect for him was undoubtedly the bottled mineral water, in a world ravaged by scarcity. This water had become a rare commodity, more valuable than gold, in a resource-depleted apocalypse. Every bottle of mineral water was precious, nearly irreplaceable. A single bottle could be exchanged for a life. The pure water sources in his space were sourced outdoors, somewhat lacking in cleanliness and inconvenient for trade. Thus, Ming decided to allocate an additional 200 cubic meters of space to stockpile these bottled waters. He spared no variety, collecting 300 ml, 500 ml, and 1.5L bottles indiscriminately, prioritizing drinkability over brand. He also gathered various carbonated drinks, dairy products, and beer, each category amounting to at least 1 ton. With these acquisitions, the capacity of his space had far exceeded his initial estimate of 200 cubic meters. He shrugged off the excess, reasoning that more supplies would come in the future, allowing him to reduce the quantity of water stored. Ming then arrived at the grain section once more. Life in the apocalypse was exceedingly monotonous and arduous, and a few snacks were essential for passing the time. He gathered an array of snacks: chips, sunflower seeds, spicy strips, pastries, spicy chicken feet, chicken wings, chicken legs, ice cream, and more. He designated 10 cubic meters of space to hoard these snacks. The plethora of options resulted in a significant amount of time spent deciding, even more so than with the grains and beverages. Eventually, growing impatient, he selected a bit of each variety to ensure a comprehensive assortment. Time was of the essence. Zhang Erge's patrol only allowed about an hour for this endeavor. Ming quickened his pace, taking 5 cubic meters of various seasonings and sauces. Paper products, being daily necessities, were especially crucial for future encounters with exquisite beauties. He allocated 100 cubic meters to stockpile an assortment of paper goods. For personal hygiene, he collected hundreds of items across all categories, including shampoo, body wash, facial cleanser, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and towels. Finally, he reached the section of spirits and cigarettes that had long occupied his thoughts. Here lay an impressive array of authentic products, a far cry from the cheap offerings he had once procured. Among the high-end spirits were exquisite flying Matai, 6-grain liquor, and various imported wines like Martell XO and Hennessy. He even spotted a wine priced at $29.99, leaving him astounded at how even flying Matai seemed modest in comparison. Regardless of his understanding, he took 10 to 8 boxes of the expensive ones. After securing the liquor, he turned to cigarettes. An indispensable staple for any man, he swept up 100 packs of Huazi and various other premium brands, collecting 100 packs of each into his space. With over 3,000 premium packs amassed, Ming was thoroughly pleased. Completing his collection of spirits and cigarettes, he ventured into the clothing section. Following the blood-red storm, temperatures would plummet to -50 degrees. Warm clothing was essential. Although it was summer, he still discovered a stockpile of thermal undergarments and extreme cold weather gear within the Walmart warehouse. Without hesitation, he gathered various styles and sizes of clothing into his space, continuing his exploration of the warehouse. He also gathered electric heaters, electric blankets, heating fans, coal, and a myriad of supplies, ensuring that every type of resource was at least partially collected into his space. As he meandered through, he did not forget to check in for Zhang Erge. Although the significance of assisting him had diminished, the discovery of the missing supplies in the warehouse might delay police investigations, buying time until the moment of the apocalypse when everything would be irrevocably settled. Arriving at the final check-in point designated by Zhang Erge, Ming was momentarily taken aback. It was an enormous cold storage room. Without needing to think, he could surmise the contents within: imported meat, which necessitated such a massive cold storage facility. Taking out Zhang Erge's work card, he swiped it at the access panel. With a resounding ding, The cold storage door swung open as he stepped inside. Li Ming intentionally scanned the area for a switch that would allow him to exit should he need to retrieve meat, lest he find himself trapped in a frigid environment of -20 degrees. Indeed, he discovered a button on the right side of the entrance. A simple press within would automatically open the door. Reassured, he ventured inside. The cold storage maintained a temperature of -20 degrees, specifically designed for frozen meat, and Li Ming instantly felt a shiver run through him. He quickly donned a Canada Goose-down jacket he had just acquired. The biting cold within the storage evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the post-apocalyptic world. Casting his gaze around the cold storage, he was astonished by the array of premium beef. Exquisite steaks, marbled beef, and an assortment of beef products. The selection of seafood was equally impressive, featuring Australian lobsters, salmon, whole bluefin tuna, abalone, shark fins, and more. There were also butchered pork cuts, ribs, belly, trotters, and various poultry meats such as chicken, duck, and goose. Walmart truly lived up to its reputation, offering an astonishing variety of meats. Although all were imported frozen products, they were ultimately free of charge. He spared himself the trouble of searching for meat elsewhere. Ming collected a certain quantity of each type of meat into his storage space, which now occupied nearly 200 cubic meters. Currently, out of the 2,000 cubic meters of space, only 400 cubic meters remained. Next, he needed to gather fruits, vegetables, and gasoline, which he estimated would be unattainable at the Walmart warehouse. The frigid temperature of -20 degrees Celsius made Li Ming shiver. After finishing with the meat, he hurried out of the cold storage. Having completed all the material collection, Li Ming returned to his office with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Zhang Ergu and his few colleagues were sound asleep. Impervious to Li Ming's attempts to rouse them, it seemed the fake liquor, priced at 100 yuan for 3 bottles, had indeed taken its toll. He had initially intended to advise Zhang Ergu to take a leave of absence and return home for a while. As there was little to do in the coming days, Li Ming cast a detached glance at the slumbering Zhang Ergu. He could not utter a word about the impending apocalypse. After rolling through the end times for 3 months, Li Ming's greatest realization was to never expect foolish or overly compassionate individuals to foresee disaster. For such people were disasters in their own right. Zhang Ergu's future was a matter of his own fortune. Placing Zhang Ergu's work card into his hand, Li Ming turned and headed toward the changing room. On his way, as he passed an empty room next to the office, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a high-powered generator lying idle that was likely prepared for preventing power outages throughout the warehouse. The power supply in Tianhai City had been remarkably stable, with no outages for several years, which explained why the generator had remained unused. However, after a month of the apocalypse, the entire power grid of Tianhai City would collapse and cease to provide electricity. The generator was one of the essential items Li Ming needed to stockpile. With a swift motion, he stored the SUV-sized generator into his space. Li Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, zero-cost procurement was the most exhilarating experience. After changing into his own clothes in the changing room, Li Ming departed from the Walmart Longnan transit warehouse. Upon returning to his rented room, he was utterly exhausted. He had spent the entire morning working at the Reservoir Scenic area, followed by a long day at the Walmart warehouse with Zhang Ergu. He even indulged in a 998 yuan premium package at the Yaoqi Club, utterly drained, arriving home without the time to shower. He collapsed onto his bed, teetering on the brink of sleep. Nonetheless, the day's haul was substantial. He had successfully completed 80 of his material stockpiling. Water and food were secured, various daily necessities acquired, meat collected, and tobacco and alcohol obtained. What remained to be gathered were fresh fruits and vegetables, gasoline to operate the generator, and weapons to confront foes and zombies. Gasoline was a problematic issue. It had to be procured at no cost. Damn it, nearly 9 dragon coins per liter for gasoline. He couldn't afford to buy it, even if he wanted to. As Li Ming pondered, he drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, he awoke to find it was already past 3 p.m. Damn, the after effects of that fake liquor were indeed potent. After merely sipping a few times, he awoke with a splitting headache. Habitually, Li Ming opened his phone. Ding, ding, ding. Dozens of text messages flooded in, the vast majority being payment reminders from a bank. He instinctively ignored them all and opened WeChat. Zhang Ergu, 10:32 Ming. Do you think that liquor last night was fake? All of us are suffering from terrible headaches today. Zhang Ergu, 1124 Mingo. I mean, no offense, I'm just worried you might have been scammed. Zhang Ergu, 1227 Mingo. I've had someone verify the bottles from last night. They're indeed fakes. Where did you buy them? Today, let's go dismantle their shop. Damn it. How dare they scam our Mingo? Li Ming. Better not reply. Just play dead. Exiting the chat with Zhang Ergu, Li Ming noticed a message from Luo Zijuan. Luo Zijuan. Li Ming, I heard you hit your manager the other day and quit your job. Why are you so impulsive? After all these years, you haven't matured at all. Now that you're unemployed, what will you do? Become a beggar. If you encounter any difficulties, reach out to me and Guan Feng. We will help you. Ming scoffed quietly. If it weren't for an event from a past life, he might have believed Luo Zijuan genuinely cared about him. But now he saw through her true intentions. She wanted to witness how far Li Ming would fall, how miserable he could become. Then she would find ways to mock him, aiming to extinguish his passion for life, allowing him to drift through his golden years in a haze. They also believed that with Li Ming's prideful nature, he would never accept help from Luo Zijuan or Guan Feng. Thus, they could offer their assistance with a veneer of nobility. Li Ming smirked and replied, "Yes, I am indeed quite miserable. Can you lend me 500 yuan for a meal?" Ding! Luo Zijuan's WeChat chimed, upon seeing Li Ming's request for a loan. Her face turned pale. How humiliating for a grown man like Li Ming to ask a girl for money for a meal. Then, her anger transformed into delight. Seeing Li Ming embarrassed was precisely what she wished for. Moreover, the fact that Li Ming had the audacity to ask her for 500 yuan, and not 5,000 or even 50,000, but a mere 500 yuan, didn't that perfectly illustrate his current dire circumstances? The thought made Luo Zijuan burst into laughter. Guan Feng slowly approached Luo Zijuan and embraced her. "Darling, what are you laughing at? You seem so happy." Luo Zijuan handed her phone to Guan Feng. "Li Ming actually asked me to lend him money for a meal, and it's just 500 yuan. Guan Feng glanced at the conversation between Luo Zijuan and Li Ming, the joy on his face barely concealed. Coming from an affluent family with parents who were high-ranking officials in the city, Guan Feng had always been the star in everyone's eyes. He relished that adoration. However, in college, he encountered Li Ming, who outshone him in every aspect: appearance, athleticism, eloquence, and academic performance, causing him to fade into the background. The school belle, Luo Zijuan, ended up with Li Ming, even losing her virginity to him, which drove Guan Feng to drink heavily and vow to reclaim Luo Zijuan from Li Ming. Even if she was a second-hand item, Guan Feng was also a ruthless individual. Throughout college, he never displayed jealousy towards Li Ming. Instead, he became Li Ming's closest friend, always surrounding himself with Li Ming. In his past life, when Li Ming fell into Guan Feng's hands, he realized that Guan Feng had been biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to ensure Li Ming would never rise again. In the realm of accolades and honors from school, nothing could compare to one kind of ability in society. That was the ability to wield money. After graduation, Li Ming's poverty became glaringly apparent. While Guan Feng exploited his financial power to take Luo Zijuan out every night, leading her into a life of indulgence and vice. Soon, Luo Zijuan's materialistic and vain nature came to light, and she ended up with Guan Feng. Under Guan Feng's coercion of buying a car, a house, and a hefty bride price, they pressured Li Ming to resign from his civil service position and venture into entrepreneurship. During that time, Luo Zijuan and Guan Feng schemed to trap Li Ming, resulting in his bankruptcy and debts. After his entrepreneurial failure, Li Ming's credit became tarnished, leaving him unemployable. Left with no choice, he could only resort to delivering packages to make ends meet. In his past life, Li Ming always believed he had failed in business because Luo Zijuan didn't want to drag him down, which is why she chose to leave. Thus, upon learning of her relationship with Guan Feng, Li Ming genuinely wished them well in the future. He complied with Luo Zijuan's requests, believing he owed her that much. After the apocalypse struck, Li Ming relied on his fierce methods, continuously battling zombies and seizing resources from enemies. The provisions in hand have gradually increased. Before long, a small reputation was established in this area. Upon learning of Li Ming's resurgence, Guan Feng and Luo Zijuan were filled with a simmering rage. Even in this apocalyptic world, they could not tolerate the thought of Li Ming thriving more brilliantly than they. Jealousy could distort one's very essence. Once again, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng exploited Li Ming's trust. Luring him to their abode, in a moment of vulnerability, they dealt him a fatal blow. As Li Ming lay on the brink of death, they laid bare their misdeeds over the years, confronted with the truth. Li Ming could only wallow in regret, casting a venomous gaze at Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan as they feasted upon his demise. Guanfeng's heart brimmed with jealousy and animosity towards Li Ming. The more destitute Li Ming became, the more delight Guanfeng found in it. After a breakup, a woman fears nothing more than seeing her ex flourish beyond her. Luo Zijuan needed to witness Li Ming's downfall firsthand to validate her decision to abandon him for Guanfeng. With a coy demeanor, Luo Zijuan nestled against Guanfeng, suggesting, "Darling, how about we lend him 500 yuan? We could humiliate him once more." Guanfeng's smile faded. "Lend? Not a chance. He is nothing." Picking up Luo Zijuan's phone, she spat. "Li Ming, it's not that we are unwilling to lend you 500 yuan, but that a grown man like you is reduced to begging for such a sum. Don't you feel ashamed?" Luo Zijuan continued. "After all these years, you have made no progress. Sometimes you should reflect on yourself. Have you worked diligently? Has your salary increased? Seeing you like this truly pains me." She added, "I will not lend you any money because I am frustrated with your stagnation. If you are truly destitute, Guanfeng can introduce you to a job." She elaborated, "Guanfeng's cousin is a leader in Municipal Sanitation Bureau, and there is currently an opening for a sewage worker. If you sincerely plead with Guanfeng, he will surely assist you. Just focus on your new job and stop overthinking." After sending the series of messages, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng burst into laughter. Guanfeng wiped away tears of mirth. "He can't even handle deliveries now. He will be begging me for that sewage job soon enough." Luo Zijuan teased Guanfeng. "You are wicked, forcing our once great Li Ming to take up such a degrading job. What were you thinking?" "Haha, but I love it." Upon receiving Luo Zijuan's barrage of messages, Li Ming did not succumb to anger. No one would be enraged by a few idle words from two people on the brink of death. These messages merely served to reaffirm the character of Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng. 30 years of fortune can easily turn to misfortune. Do not belittle the young and impoverished. Moreover, there is no need to wait 30 years. In 8 days, the apocalypse will arrive, and Li Ming will ensure they pay for their transgressions. Li Ming replied to Luo Zijuan with a cryptic smiley face and chose to ignore her thereafter. Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan felt a gnawing dissatisfaction upon receiving Li Ming's response. It felt like striking a punch in a cotton. There was no reciprocation. Guanfeng, with a tinge of anger, remarked, "What does Li Ming mean by just sending an emoji?" Luo Zijuan replied with a chuckle. Li Ming was once a prominent figure. Asking him to take up a sewage job would surely bruise his pride. Once he finds himself unable to afford a meal, he will naturally come begging to you. After pondering, Guanfeng once again seized Luo Zijuan's phone to message Li Ming. Luo Zijuan typed, "Li Ming, Guanfeng's cousin, is urgently in need of workers. Guanfeng pleaded with him for a long time to grant you a 3-day consideration period. This is a rare opportunity. I hope you seize it and stop your decline." After a simple wash, it was nearly 4 p.m., too late to head to the fruit and vegetable wholesale market. Typically, these markets open at 3 in the morning and close by noon. With that in mind, Li Ming decided to first resolve the matter of weapons and see if there were any suitable opportunities to procure gasoline. During his previous 3 months in the apocalypse, Li Ming had gained valuable experience fighting both zombies and enemies. Guns are effective against enemies, while cold weapons work best against zombies. Zombies lack pain sensitivity and fear, exhibiting an incredibly tenacious vitality. Even a bullet wound to the head does not impede their movement. The only surefire method to eliminate them is to completely sever their heads, a task best accomplished with cold weapons. Li Ming had collected several kitchen knives from a Walmart warehouse, but these were too short and lacked durability, making them prone to breakage when used against zombies. In his past life, he had once swung a kitchen knife at a zombie's head, only for the short handle to become lodged in the skull, rendering it unusable. When he forcefully pulled, the knife broke, nearly costing him his life. For dispatching zombies, the most effective tools are sickles, machetes, and axes typically used in rural labor. These implements are not only sharp and durable, but also possess high resilience, making them less likely to snap. When welded with long steel handles, their lethality nearly doubles, rendering them formidable instruments for slaying zombies. However, such agricultural tool shops are unlikely to be found in downtown Tianhai City. Ming checked the map and discovered that the nearest iron tool shop was nearly 20 kilometers away in the outskirts of Tianhai City. To save time, he decided to call the shop first to confirm if they were still in operation, that if they were, he would request that they prepare the weapons he needed in advance to avoid wasting time on multiple trips. Ming dialed the number listed on the map. "Hello, this is Xinguang Agricultural Tool Shop." Ming promptly inquired, "Hello, do you sell sickles, machetes, and axes?" The response came, "We have those in stock. Sickles are 30 yuan. Machetes and axes are both 50 yuan each. When do you need them?" "I need 10 sickles, 10 machetes, and 10 axes. However, I have a special request. I do not want wooden handles. I want them welded with the heaviest steel pipes." In his previous life, Ming had used a wooden-handled machete, which, while lightweight, posed a constant risk of the handle breaking. Only steel pipe handles are truly practical, as they significantly increase the weapon's weight. The greater the weight, the more inertia it possesses, making it easier to dispatch zombies. The only downside is that it requires considerable physical exertion. An ordinary person might be panting after swinging it 10 times. Currently, Ming possessed double the physical stamina, and as his stamina continued to multiply, wielding such a weapon would feel as light as a toy. The voice on the other end expressed surprise. "You want a total of 30 tools, all with welded steel pipes. What do you plan to do with them?" Purchasing 30 tools, all requiring steel pipe handles, raised the shopkeeper's suspicions regarding potential illegal intentions. After all, it was common for farmers to buy only 3 to 5 tools at a time. Ming had already prepared a plausible excuse. "We operate a timber farm, and our tools have become severely worn. We plan to replace all the equipment soon." Believing Ming's claim of running a timber farm, the shopkeeper was convinced, as there are indeed many large timber farms in the vicinity of Tianhai City. Considering the usage rate in such farms, 30 tools were not excessive. The shopkeeper replied, "Welding steel pipes will incur an additional 30 yuan material and labor fee." "When do you need them?" "As soon as possible, preferably today. If you want them today, you will need to pay an expedited fee of 200 yuan. Ming calculated that an additional fee of 30 yuan for materials and labor would be charged for each item. Thus, the price of a single sickle amounted to 60 yuan, totaling 600 yuan for 10. The prices for the firewood axe and the hatchet stood at 80 yuan each, and for 10 of each. The total came to 1,600 yuan. With an added rush fee of 200 yuan, the grand total reached 2,400 yuan. In a post-apocalyptic world, such a weapon could be exchanged for 10 bottles of mineral water, equating to 10 lives. A remarkable deal indeed. Ming promptly consented. The proprietor continued, "Your tools are made from welded steel pipes and cannot be resold. Thus, a deposit of 1,400 yuan is required." Without hesitation, Ming added the owner on WeChat and transferred the deposit. After completing the payment, he cautiously inquired, "Boss, our forest farm has been plagued by wild boars lately. Do you have any bows or crossbows in stock?" The owner fell silent for a moment, then replied, "Let us discuss this further when you come to the store." A conversation at the store indicated potential prospects. Bows and crossbows are tightly regulated, and many shopkeepers are exceedingly cautious, refraining from discussing such matters over the phone or WeChat. The iron shop owner stated, "I will have your batch of tools ready by 10 a.m. You can come to collect them around that time. If you arrive after 11, we will be closed and you'll have to wait until tomorrow." After hanging up, Ming checked his WeChat balance and found only 19,000 yuan remaining. After accounting for the 1,000 yuan final payment, he would be left with merely 18,000 yuan. Truly, a wealthy man can be bold, while a man without means struggles greatly. Fortunately, he had managed to reclaim the 23,500 yuan from Wang Tao. Otherwise, he would have found himself in dire straits. With 5 hours remaining until 10 a.m., Ming was determined not to squander this time. Especially as the days of impending doom drew closer, he needed to expedite the accumulation of supplies to feel secure. His next target was energy, specifically gasoline, whether diesel, 92 gasoline, 95 gasoline, or 98 gasoline, that he must stockpile a quantity of each, particularly the 92 gasoline, as he had studied the generator in his space, which consumed precisely that type. Attempting to procure gasoline from a refinery or gas station was utterly impractical, as these locations were monitored by surveillance cameras from all angles. The only feasible way to acquire gasoline for free would be to devise a plan during its transportation. With 2 years of delivery experience, Li Ming knew of a place where he could undoubtedly procure gasoline, albeit randomly sourced. This was a restaurant named Lian Oil, located near the South China Refinery in the outskirts of Tianhai City. It was said that the establishment was run by the brother-in-law of a high-ranking official at the refinery. The South China Refinery had an unwritten rule. Any tanker truck delivering refined oil to the refinery must stop at that restaurant to dine. A clear indication of the benefits exchanged therein. Li Ming's objective was, of course, those tanker trucks brimming with gasoline. After all, the drivers, while dining, would not constantly monitor the state of their trucks, and one would suspect that someone might take advantage of the tanker trucks parked in the restaurant's lot. Without hesitation, Li Ming hailed a taxi and made his way to the oil restaurant in the suburbs of Tianhai City. Situated in the northern part of the city, the restaurant was approximately 20 kilometers from Li Ming's urban village residence. After finishing his meal, he arrived at the restaurant at 7:30 p.m., just in time for the tanker trucks to complete their loading at the refinery and for the drivers to come in for dinner. Typically, these drivers would rest and play cards for a while after their meal. By 10 p.m., when the truck restrictions in central Tianhai City were lifted, they would load the refined oil and head to various gas stations within the city to replenish their supplies. To facilitate parking for the drivers, the restaurant had rented a vast expanse of land in front of its entrance, which could accommodate over 100 oil tankers simultaneously. The management of this large parking lot was not overly stringent, with only a few security guards in their 50s present. After all, the oil restaurant was a business open to all, and various individuals had the right to enter. The security guard's duties primarily involved coordinating the parking of trucks and basic gatekeeping. This was the most leisurely time for the guards, as most vehicles had already parked, and it was still too early for them to leave. They would become busy only after 9 p.m., when patrons began to depart, allowing the guards a brief respite. Approaching a friendly-looking security guard, who appeared to be around 50, Li Ming pulled out some leftover cigarettes from the previous night and offered two to the man. "Brother, would you care for one?" he asked, handing one of the cigarettes to the guard. The guard looked at Li Ming with curiosity and then at the cigarette in his hand. "Oh, a cigarette. Quite nice," he replied, accepting Li Ming, understanding, took out a lighter to ignite the guard's cigarette before lighting his own. The two then began to share smoke, illustrating the simplicity of camaraderie among men. The guard's vigilance towards Li Ming diminished significantly in response to his respectful gestures. After exchanging a few puffs, Li Ming took the initiative to speak. "I came here with friends for a meal. The atmosphere inside is quite stifling, so I thought I'd step out for a breath of fresh air." The guard nodded in understanding, well aware that patrons at the restaurant were either truck drivers or associates of the South China Refinery. Once Li Ming expressed his intentions, the guard relaxed his guard further, even developing a sense of camaraderie. Individuals in the lower echelons of society often desire nothing more than simple respect. Observing the guard's gradually easing demeanor, Li Ming inquired, "How long have you been working here?" "Brother," the guard flicked the ashes off his cigarette. 10 years. I've been here since the restaurant opened. My age. No one else wants to hire me. Li Ming feigned surprise. 10 years. The business here must be thriving if it has lasted a decade. The guard confidently replied, "How could not? We are riding on the coattails of the South China Refinery. If it were up to me, business would be far better than it is now." A certain sage once remarked, "The less experienced individuals tend to speak with the utmost certainty." Li Ming, uninterested in such musings, pressed on, "Aside from the oil tanker drivers and refinery associates, do many ordinary people dine here?" The guard scoffed. "Only a fool would choose to eat here. The prices are more than double those at other restaurants. The drivers have no choice, as they must endure the high prices to load their cargo. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to pick up their loads. The refinery executives dine here without paying a dime. The refinery covers the expenses amounting to millions each month. How could it be cheap?" At this point, the guard's demeanor shifted slightly, growing more anxious, as if he feared he had divulged too much. Noticing the subtle change in the guard's expression, Li Ming reassured him, "No need to be nervous. I am neither a journalist nor an official, just someone looking to chat after a meal." Upon hearing this, the guard relaxed once more. With a smile, Li Ming remarked, The previous topic was a bit sensitive. Let us steer clear of that. By the way, brother, having worked here for so many years, do you know what type of oil these tanker trucks carry? Recognizing the previous topic sensitivity, the guard was keen to avoid trouble. But with Li Ming shifting the conversation, he regained his confidence. That's simple. I can tell at a glance what type of oil each tanker carries as they pass by. Li Ming and his companions were indeed awaiting this moment. Within this vicinity, there were over 100 oil tankers. It was inconceivable that he would indiscriminately collect them like a game of chance. If he had ample space, he would not need to complicate matters so. However, he possessed only around 300 cubic meters of space, sufficient to accommodate merely 6 oil tankers. Upon encountering the security personnel, Li Ming's first instinct was to believe that they surely knew how to discern the various types of oil contained within the tankers. Noticing Li Ming's skeptical gaze, one of the guards promptly pointed to a nearby tanker, saying, "This one contains 98-octane gasoline, while this one is diesel, and this one holds 92-octane gasoline." The guard continued to identify 10 tankers for Li Ming. Demonstrating his expertise, Li Ming expressed admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, how do you distinguish between them? Please, enlighten me. It would be unwise to remove the 10 tankers right under the guard's nose." The guard chuckled in amusement. Li Ming immediately understood the implication and took out a cigarette. Lighting it for the guard, as the guard exhaled a cloud of smoke, he smugly remarked, "It's quite simple. Really, with just a little knowledge, anyone can easily tell the type of oil in the tankers." Li Ming responded, "Is it truly that remarkable?" The guard then pointed to one of the tankers, saying, "Do you see the oil outlet at the bottom of that tanker?" Li Ming nodded. The guard continued, "That outlet is wrapped in a circle of green tape, indicating that this truck carries diesel." Li Ming looked closer and indeed saw the green tape to prevent confusion among the gas station staff. Refineries typically wrap the oil outlet in corresponding colored tape during loading. Green for diesel, yellow for 92-octane gasoline, orange for 95-octane gasoline, and red for 98-octane gasoline. It's as simple as that. Li Ming gazed at the over 100 tankers in the parking lot and exclaimed, "So that's how it is." At that moment, a brand new Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of Li Ming and the guard. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a young man with a round face and prominent ears. "Oh, if at ISNT class leader Li Ming, didn't Guan say you were off to do some sewage work? How come you have time to chat with the security here? Oh, I get it. You really looking for a security job, aren't you?" Haha. Li Ming instantly recognized this man as Zheng Yang, his former classmate and Guan Feng's top lackey. The Guan he mentioned undoubtedly referred to Guan Feng. Upon seeing Zheng Yang's car, the guard's demeanor soured. Wishing to avoid trouble, he promptly walked away. Li Ming did not immediately respond to Zheng Yang's taunts, but instead took a contemplative drag from his cigarette and exhaled. His silence only fueled Zheng Yang's arrogance, who interpreted it as Li Ming's defeat in the face of his success. Zheng Yang quickly rolled down the other windows of the Mercedes and pointed at Li Ming, introducing him to the gaudily dressed women inside. "Allow me to present our class leader, the legendary figure of our university, Li Ming. His current occupation? He works at the Sanitation Bureau, dealing with sewage." The garishly dressed women wrinkled their noses in disdain at Li Ming. Li Ming cast a glance at the 3 women in Zheng Yang's car. "Beep. Target does not meet minimum requirements. Reason: unhealthy. Beep. Target does not meet minimum requirements. Reason: overly flashy and brash. Beep. System: caution, Adam's apple." Li Ming suddenly realized this was a quintessential Thai product. He mockingly gave Zheng Yang a thumbs up, saying, "Zheng Yang, you've really outdone yourself. You've gathered quite the trio of beauties." Zheng Yang, oblivious to the underlying sarcasm, assumed Li Ming was merely trying to curry favor due to his security job. The 3 women, rather 2 women and 1 man, thought Li Ming was leering at them and rolled their eyes disdainfully. Zheng Yang boasted, "Thanks to Guan's father's connections, I've partnered with Guan in a fleet that has aligned itself with the South China refinery. Look at this brand new Mercedes. I just picked it up yesterday. And it cost over 50. He grinned. "Aren't you envious?" ISNT it infuriating. Ha ha ha. Li Ming paid little heed to the Mercedes before him. In a few days, it would merely be a heap of scrap metal, unworthy even of a bottle of mineral water. However, the term fleet piqued his interest. "So, you're part of Guan Feng's fleet? Does he have shares in it?" Zheng Yang replied disdainfully, "Of course, it's all Guan's business. I am just riding on his coattails." Ming feigned surprise, asking, "How many vehicles does your fleet have?" Zheng Yang, reveling in Li Ming's astonishment, chuckled, "I love seeing that look of disbelief on your face." He pointed to a tanker in the parking lot. "See those with Yang written on them? They're all mine. Dozens of them. Guan's father is incredible. With just one word, I've latched onto the South China refinery. With you, how dare you challenge Guan? You don't even qualify to carry his shoes. You can forget about being a guard here. The manager is my brother. You might as well beg Guan to keep that sewage job for you. At least you one T starve at Ming remained silent, wearing a knowing smile. Zheng Yang. This smile was merely a sign of a lower-tier individual attempting to flatter someone above him. The woman in the passenger seat, clearly impatient, urged, "Zheng Yang, let us get going. Zhang is waiting for us to have dinner. Why waste time with this guy who reeks of sewage?" Zheng Yang rolled up the window and retorted, "Li Ming, you're just a nuisance." He then started the vehicle and drove into the parking lot. Ming watched the departing Mercedes with a sly smile, muttering, "You're quite the good Samaritan. Since this belongs to Guanfeng, I shall not hold back." With that, he made his way into the parking lot. The parking area was expansive, and although there were several cameras, numerous blind spots existed. Ming deliberately selected a few tankers, each prominently displaying the character Yang, parked within the blind spots. Although the apocalypse was imminent, he decided to grant himself a little surprise. With that thought, he collected 8 tankers, each filled with gasoline, from the blind spots. The previously remaining 400 cubic meters of space was nearly filled to capacity with these 8 tankers. Among them were 3 carrying 92-octane gasoline, 2 with diesel, 2 with 95-octane gasoline, and 1 with 98-octane gasoline. A fully loaded tanker contains 50 tons of finished oil, meaning he now possessed 150 tons of 92-octane gasoline, 100 tons of 95-octane gasoline, 100 tons of diesel, and 50 tons of 98-octane gasoline. How delightful! Just as Ming was preparing to leave, he spotted Zheng Yang's brand-new Mercedes E300 parked not far away. He glanced around. The Mercedes was perfectly situated within a blind spot. Just picked it up yesterday. Cost over 50, did it? Li Ming approached the Mercedes, and with a mere thought, the pristine vehicle vanished from sight. After completing this task, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and exited the parking lot. The earlier guard shot him a disdainful look and shouted, "A sewage worker like you has no right to act so superior. You should know your place. People are often like this. They uplift themselves by stepping on others." This guard, having rarely encountered someone worse off than himself, naturally felt inclined to belittle Li Ming. Ming chose not to engage, hailing a taxi to head to the southern outskirts of the city to collect the weapons he had ordered. Meanwhile, Zheng Yang was drinking heavily with the refinery executives. Suddenly, a driver burst into the room, exclaiming, Zheng, this is bad. A major incident has occurred." Zheng Yang, flushed and irate, snapped, "Can't you see I'm busy drinking with the executives? What kind of major incident could happen here?" The driver trembled as he pointed towards the parking lot. "It's unbelievable. Several of our oil tankers have vanished. Disappeared." Zheng Yang, with a look of utter astonishment, rose from his seat and pounded the table, exclaiming, "Explain it to me clearly. What do you mean by gone? What do you mean by disappeared?" The driver stammered, It's just not there anymore." Zheng Yang's legs weakened at the thought. Their convoy had a contract with the refinery that if the goods were lost after leaving the refinery and before reaching the gas station, they would bear full responsibility. This so-called refinery hotel was clearly neither at the refinery nor at the gas station. 8 tankers filled with oil were worth nearly $5 million, not to mention the cost of the tank trucks themselves. Selling them would hardly cover the loss. But how could such a large oil tanker simply vanish in a thin air? Moreover, there were 8 of them. There had to be something sinister at play. Zheng Yang seized the driver by the collar, demanding, "Have you thoroughly searched? Don't jest with me." The driver's lips trembled as he replied, "We've searched the entire parking lot several times, yet we still haven't found anything that we've reviewed the surveillance footage multiple times as well, but there's no record of the vehicles leaving the lot." The driver paused, nervously adding, "There's one more thing." Zheng Yang bellowed, "What is it? Speak quickly." "Your newly purchased Mercedes is also missing." In an instant, Zheng Yang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. This was all a dream. It had to be a dream that he had acquired that Mercedes with zero down payment over 60 installments. To make matters worse, it was a brand new vehicle that had just been delivered yesterday, and the insurance had yet to take effect. Zheng Yang, what kind of joke are you playing on me? 8 fully loaded tankers just vanish without a trace. Hurry and find them, if you can't. Don't even think of seeing me again. Upon hearing the news of the tanker's disappearance, Guanfeng erupted in a fit of rage. The loss amounted to 5 million in refined oil, alongside the 8 tankers. Even Guanfeng could not afford such a hefty compensation at that moment. Zheng Yang lay sprawled on the sofa in the office of the refinery hotel. Learning that his installment purchase Mercedes had gone missing sent him into a fit of blood pressure-induced fainting spells. With no other option, the hotel owner allowed him to rest in the office. Zheng Yang cautiously surveyed the room, ensuring no one was around, before whispering, "Guan, do you think the owner of the refinery hotel could be behind this? How could such a large tanker simply vanish on his territory?" Guanfeng replied coldly, "Don't make baseless accusations without evidence that we can't afford to offend them. Their hotel rakes in millions in profit each month. They have no need to resort to such underhanded tactics." Zheng Yang pondered for a moment, then suggested, "Could it be Li Ming?" Guanfeng paused. "What does Li Ming have to do with this?" Zheng Yang recounted the encounter he had arranged with Li Ming at the hotel entrance. After a moment of thought, Guanfeng scoffed. If Li Ming had the means to do this, he wouldn't be in such a predicament today. Don't overthink it. He is likely unrelated. Meanwhile, Li Ming had arrived at the prosperous agricultural tool shop located nearly 40 kilometers south of the refinery hotel. Approaching the shop, he spotted sickles, hatchets, and axes with welded steel pipe handles neatly stacked at the entrance. Entering the store, Li Ming greeted the owner. "Hello. Those agricultural tools outside are what I ordered." The owner scrutinized Li Ming from head to toe. Though he appeared fit and muscular, he lacked the demeanor of someone accustomed to laboring in a forest. The owner cautiously asked, "Are you really going to use these tools in the forest? You're not planning on engaging in any illegal activities, are you?" After all, he bore some responsibility for any misdeeds stemming from his sales. Moreover, Li Ming had previously inquired about crossbows over the phone, heightening the owner's suspicions. Li Ming chuckled. "Are you implying that I look too refined to be a lumberjack?" The owner pointed to a pine tree outside, saying, "If you can make a cut in that pine, I'll judge your strength and technique." Li Ming glanced at the pine tree, which had a diameter of over 30 centimeters, and noticed numerous cuts of varying sizes, evidence of farmers testing their tools before purchase. Observing the old scars on the thick pine, the deepest only about 5 centimeters, Li Ming found it fortuitous. He wanted to test whether this batch of tools was as sturdy and sharp as he envisioned. Li Ming spat into his hands, rubbed them together, and picked up a hatchet with a welded steel pipe handle. "Watch closely, owner." He raised the hatchet and, at a 45-degree angle, struck the thick pine with a resounding thud. The hatchet sank nearly 20 centimeters into the wood. Though slanted, it far exceeded the depth of previous cuts. Li Ming, experienced from his past encounters with zombies, knew that chopping wood was conceptually similar to dispatching the undead. A 45-degree angle provided the best leverage and maximum lethality. The owner, witnessing Li Ming's powerful strike, was left astounded. Even the most robust laborers could only manage cuts of 3 to 5 centimeters in that thick pine. Yet Li Ming's strike penetrated nearly 20 centimeters, demonstrating both skill and strength. The owner dismissed any notion that Li Ming intended to use the tools for illicit activities. After all, with such experience and power, one could easily wield a simple kitchen knife more effectively than most. Li Ming noted that the owner had largely quelled his suspicions. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ming inquired, "Owner, about that previous discussion regarding the wild boar problem at our lumberyard and the crossbow." He cast a knowing glance at the owner. The owner promptly locked the shop's door and cautiously asked, "Are you really planning to use the crossbow for hunting wild boars?" Li Ming replied calmly, "Of course, what else would I use it for? To hunt people." The owner lowered his voice. "We do have crossbows, but in China, hunting wild boars is also illegal. That if you get caught, don't mention that the crossbow came from us. Selling crossbows is against the law here." Ming produced 2 cigarettes, offering one to the owner. "Rest assured, I understand the situation. I will only hunt in the forest where no one will report us." The owner accepted the cigarette, and Li Ming thoughtfully lit it for him. The owner then retrieved a rusty old crossbow from the meat room, stating, "This is the crossbow I got back 2 days ago. Don't be fooled by its rust. It's fully functional and just as lethal as newer models. The best part is this one can fire 3 shots in quick succession with a lethal range of 20 meters. Comparable to a bullet." Ming's eyes gleamed as he accepted the crossbow from the owner. A 20-meter range and 3-shot capability would be enough to intimidate most adversaries, while the crossbow would be ineffective against zombies, who could withstand 20 shots without losing any mobility. It would surely instill fear in humans. Ming eagerly asked, "How much for this?" The owner, with a sly grin, replied, 10,000, including 20 arrows. Ming inhaled sharply. While the crossbow was impressive, it was exorbitantly priced. A whole set of knives outside only cost over 2,000. He gingerly set the crossbow down, declaring, "That's too expensive. It exceeds my budget." The owner, with a cunning smirk, countered, "Is it too pricey? Or shall I sell it to you for the sake of your cigarette?" Ming hesitated, recalling a wise saying about haggling. Always cut the price in half without hesitation. Thus he steeled himself and said, 5,000. Take it or leave it. The owner readily agreed. "Deal." Ming thought to himself, "Damn it, I feel cheated. I still think it's overpriced." Mustering his courage, he clarified, "What I meant was 5,000 total, including the remaining balance for those tools. Boss, sell." Ming. The crossbow was purchased by the boss for 200 yuan from a farmer. In this transaction, the boss tearfully profited 3,800 yuan from Ming. Ming had already discovered that there was a large agricultural product trading market nearby. After retrieving the weapon and enjoying a late-night snack, he took a taxi to the agricultural market, which was nearing 3 o'clock in the morning. Before arriving at the market, Ming intentionally stopped at an abandoned grassy area 3 kilometers away. He extracted 8 fuel tankers collected from the oil refining restaurant and removed the gasoline loaded in them. As for the 8 tankers, he left them to be abandoned in that desolate grassy field. Agricultural trading markets typically commence operations around 3 in the morning, aiming to transport various fresh fruits and vegetables to different markets and supermarkets before dawn, ensuring that citizens can consume the freshest produce. After being duped by the owner of the agricultural tool shop, Ming had initially hoped to profit from the agricultural market's zero-cost purchases to mend his emotional wounds. However, upon arrival at the market, he realized he simply could not bring himself to act. This was not due to the strict security or the difficulty in taking action, but on the contrary, the mountains of fruits and vegetables were piled high, seemingly free for the taking. Some vehicles were even left unattended. The reason he hesitated was that the prices were simply too low. He found it hard to take advantage of the fruits of farmers' labor. Potatoes were 0.5 yuan per jean, meaning 1,000 jeans cost only 500 yuan. Carrots were 0.3 yuan per jean, totaling 300 yuan for 1,000 jeans. Cabbage was 0.4 yuan per jean, costing 400 yuan for 1,000 jeans. Chilean watermelons were 0.8 yuan per jean, amounting to 800 yuan for 1,000 jeans. Peaches were also 0.8 yuan per jean, totaling 800 yuan for 1,000 jeans. With such prices, how could Ming bring himself to exploit the zero-cost purchases? To do so would feel utterly inhumane. Here, the only option was to buy. As if everything were free, he decided to purchase 1,000 jeans each of potatoes, carrots, and cabbage. Additionally, he acquired 500 jeans each of various fresh vegetables. Fruits such as watermelons, peaches, pears, apples, lychees, longans, plums, grapes, and raisins were each purchased at 500 jeans. The sale of imported fruits like durians and cherries was not conducted by ordinary farmers, but by the wealthiest of the wealthy. Ming quietly acquired several boxes of durians, cherries, mangosteens, and other imported fruit from a specialty store, stashing them away in his space. As he targeted the affluent for zero-cost purchases, Ming felt no psychological burden. He wandered from 3 in the morning until 5, buying over 10,000 jeans of fruits and vegetables for a total expenditure of merely 10,000 yuan. It was astonishingly cheap, far too cheap. In Tianhai City, current housing prices, even around the agricultural market, had soared to 30,000 yuan per square meter. Ming found it deeply ironic that a mere 10,000 jeans of essential food could not even purchase a single square meter of concrete box. Farmers toil their entire lives to feed countless people. Yet they cannot afford a home in the city that in just 7 days, this twisted value system would be utterly obliterated. After the apocalypse, houses and cars would become worthless. And at that time, a house might not even be able to be exchanged for a single potato. After storing the supplies purchased from the market, the sky began to lighten, and Li Ming's plan to hoard supplies was nearly complete. His WeChat balance dwindled to just 4,000 yuan. Knock, knock, knock. Li Ming, who had returned to his rented room to sleep at dawn, was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks. Who is it? So early in the morning. Li Ming shouted angrily at the person outside the door, then dragged his weary body to open it. Standing outside were a man and a woman in police uniforms. Ming inhaled sharply. His first reaction being that his misdeeds had been exposed, for he had a guilty conscience. He quickly donned a harmless smile. Did you two uncles come to the wrong place? Li Ming glanced at their badges. The man was named Zhang Vida, and the woman was named Nangong Ling. A blue system interface appeared above Nangong Ling's head. Name, Nangong Ling. Profession, police officer. Appearance, 90 points. Age, 22. Build, 90 points. Combat power, 10 overall score, 90 points. Surprised by the system's notification, Li Ming stared at Nangong Ling. It was rare to see a woman with a combat power of 10. Luo Zijuan only had a score of 5. In his initial nervousness upon seeing the police, he had failed to notice that Nangong Ling was indeed an extraordinary beauty. Her face was particularly exquisite, her hair elegantly styled, and her uniform accentuated her alluring figure, exuding a unique charm. Sensing Li Ming's fervent gaze, Nangong Ling immediately retorted with distaste. Uncle. Do I look like an uncle to you? Li Ming chuckled. It's just a general term, right? What brings you two to me? The pair did not immediately respond to Li Ming's question, but instead entered his rented room to survey the surroundings. Li Ming's room was barely 10 square meters, making everything easily visible. A simple wooden bed measuring 1.5 meters, a desk laden with numerous books, and a fabric wardrobe revealed a stark emptiness. However, despite the small space, it was kept quite clean. Nangong Ling pointed at the zipped fabric wardrobe. What's inside? Some personal clothing. Open it. Nangong Ling's voice rose an octave. I said open it. The moment the zipper of the fabric wardrobe was pulled down, a pile of underwear fell onto Nangong Ling's face. Li Ming quickly bent down to tidy up. I apologize, I haven't had the chance to clean up yet. What exactly are you looking for? Just as the male officer was about to speak, Nangong Ling swiftly interjected. Did you go to the Walmart warehouse in Longnan 2 nights ago? Li Ming's heart skipped a beat. Had he been exposed so quickly? No, if he had truly been exposed. It wouldn't be these two officers at his door, Li Ming replied. Yes. What for? To drink. Who were you drinking with? My friend, Zhang Ergu, and his colleagues. Drinking isn't illegal, is it? Nangong Ling shot Li Ming a glare. Answer the questions directly. No need to beat around the bush. Besides drinking, what else did you do? Li Ming pondered for a moment. I went to the bathroom. Nangong Ling pushed Li Ming against the wall, pressing one hand firmly on his chest. Answer my questions properly. Li Ming raised his hands innocently. I just drank and went to the bathroom. Zhang Vida then asked, what about last night? Where did you go? To the oil refining restaurant and the Tianhai agricultural market. The two places were nearly 40 kilometers apart. What were you doing there? Looking for a job. What kind of job? Security. Nangong Ling released her hand from Li Ming's chest and said sternly, you were at Walmart the night before last, and they reported a loss. Last night, you were at the oil refining restaurant, and they too reported a loss. I have reason to suspect that these two cases are connected to you. Li Ming merely chuckled. What kind of reasoning was that? He began to understand the intentions behind Nangong Ling and Zhang Vida's visit. They were not even criminal investigators from this area. They might simply be trainee officers. These trainees tended to be overly enthusiastic when encountering cases, as if each one were Sherlock Holmes. After finding evidence of Li Ming's presence at both the Walmart warehouse and the oil refining restaurant, combined with their subjective judgment, they concluded that he was the perpetrator. In other words, they had no concrete evidence. If they had any, it certainly wouldn't be these two who showed up. Li Ming calmly responded. What does their loss have to do with me? Nangong Ling replied. You were present at both crime scenes. How can you prove that this matter is unrelated to you? Li Ming crossed his arms. Where's the evidence? who advocates that the burden of proof lies with the accuser. Do you not understand? When Li Ming retorted sharply at Nangong Ling, a surge of anger flushed across her face. She swiftly retrieved a silver bracelet from behind her. Evidence? You shall accompany me back to assist in the investigation. It will become apparent whether you are the perpetrator upon inquiry. Li Ming replied, Officer, if you can provide a search warrant or an arrest order, I shall naturally accompany you to assist in the investigation. Nangong Ling pouted. Once it is clarified that you are not involved, I shall apologize to you. However, you must come with me today. Li Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated such recklessness from this young lady, who seemed entirely unconcerned with rules and regulations. Upon arriving at the police station, numerous uncertainties loomed, and he might find himself ensnared within its confines. Faced with Nangong Ling's impetuosity, Li Ming had braced himself for an escape at any moment. His rented room was on the second floor, and evading both Nangong Ling and Zhang Vaida would not prove overly challenging. Just as Nangong Ling prepared to confront Li Ming, Zhang Vaida interjected, pulling her outside. Sister Nangong, we have not obtained approval from our superiors. Conducting an inquiry here without due process is a breach of discipline. To apprehend someone without evidence could provoke our leader's ire. Nangong Ling shot a glare at Zhang Vaida. Is it not merely facing reprimand? What is there to fear? Zhang Vaida retorted. You are the young mistress of the Nangong family. Naturally, you only face reprimands. My breach of discipline could lead to a serious mark against my record, condemning me to a lifetime as a lowly officer. Rest assured, I will accompany you back, should we gather sufficient evidence. We can return to apprehend him. Nangong Ling stomped her foot. By then, he might have fled. Zhang Vaida glanced at Li Ming. As long as he is indeed the culprit, why fear his escape? Our Tianyin system is not merely for show. Were it not for Nangong Ling's status as the young mistress of the Nangong family, with her striking appearance, Zhang Vaida would never have indulged her whims based solely on her intuition. Should they indeed drag someone back to the police station only to face a blunder and be reported, it would be he, a mere nobody, who would bear the brunt of the consequences, while she would emerge unscathed. Li Ming overheard every word of Nangong Ling and Zhang Vaida's conversation, revealing her to be merely a headstrong young lady exercising a fleeting sense of power. A false alarm, indeed. Nangong Ling stowed her silver bracelet and approached Li Ming once more. During this period, you had best not leave Tianhai City, for I may return to find you at any moment. Li Ming cast a flirtatious glance at her. I would be more than delighted to have you visit me alone. Nangong Ling retorted, You. Fearing that Nangong Ling might act impulsively, Zhang Vaida quickly intervened, addressing Li Ming with seriousness. Enough of your banter. We are here to investigate. Your cooperation is imperative. With that, he led Nangong Ling away. Before departing, she left him with a harsh warning, Young man, do not let me discover that you are truly the one responsible. For if I do, you shall be in dire straits. Li Ming closed the door to his rented room. Although the police currently lack direct evidence linking him to these events, the mere suspicion from someone as inexperienced as Nangong Ling indicated that more seasoned detectives would surely be capable of deducing the same. Perhaps they were deliberately proceeding with caution to avoid alarming their quarry, carefully investigating the matter. Fortunately, Nangong Ling's reckless disregard for protocol served as a timely reminder for Li Ming. Although the theft of millions worth of goods from Walmart, alongside the hijacking of 8 fuel-laden tankers, appeared illogical, his actions had not been executed with absolute precision. It was plausible that he had inadvertently left behind traces, which, in the year 2034, the advancements in detection technology would soon uncover. This rented room was no longer safe. He needed to find a refuge where, even if they confirmed his culpability, they could not locate him swiftly if he could endure just 6 more days. He would become untouchable. Li Ming recalled Huo Feiyan's residence. Yes, he had never had any social interactions with Huo Feiyan, and no matter how clever they might be, they would never suspect him of hiding in her home. Moreover, he had resolved to await the impending doom within the confines of Huo Feiyan's abode. With a few days left before the apocalypse, he could take the opportunity to rearrange the apartment for greater comfort. He still had 4,000 yuan left unspent. Though not a fortune, it was hard-earned money, and he was determined not to waste a single cent glancing around his bare rented room, having lived there for 3 years. The only possessions worth taking were a few books. The urban village where his rental was located housed over 300,000 individuals from the lower strata of society and freshly graduated students. The population density in the urban village was exceedingly high, and after the apocalypse, it would become a veritable haven for zombies. Ming had endured great hardships in such an environment. Reflecting on the struggles of his previous life, he was resolute in his determination to live better than anyone else this time around. The night market in the urban village buzzed with activity. Shops lined the streets, and the vibrant signage created a delightful chaos, with the air thick with the aromas of street food and barbecues. Though Li Ming's life had been frugal, he rarely indulged in street food. Yet, in the face of the apocalypse, memories of such delicacies made his mouth water. If he did not purchase them now, he might never have the chance again. Strolling through the streets, he could not resist ordering his favorite Long Keyi pig trotter rice. 20 portions to go. 10 portions of changsha, stinky tofu. 10 hand-grabbed pancakes with meat and eggs. 10 servings of lemon boneless chicken feet. 10 fried milk desserts. 10 assorted grain egg pancakes. 10 bowls of chongqing noodles. 10 roasted pig trotters. 10 pounds of various flavored crayfish. 100 skewers of lamb. 10 dozen grilled oysters, and 10 portions each of assorted barbecued delicacies. In total, this feast cost him 2,000 yuan. Do not underestimate each item, with the potential for double portions when accompanied by exquisite beauties. 10 portions could multiply into 20, 40, 80, leading to an endless supply. Regarding junk food, McDonald's and KFC are indispensable. That a bucket of chicken must come in 10, and 10 buckets of chicken wings are also required. Additionally, various combo meals must total 10 portions. Money is spent carelessly, for 1,000 yuan vanishes after a mere stroll through the night market in this urban village. Not a single cent remains, not even enough for a taxi fare. After transporting all these street snacks into his space, Li Ming could only walk to the Binjiang No. 1 community. He retrieved the key he had acquired from Huo Feiyan from his space. With the key in hand, the access control at the community's entrance and the main door of the house became as insubstantial as air, and Li Ming soon found himself within Huo Feiyan's abode. Binjiang No. 1 is a high-end residential complex in Tianhai City, consisting of 15 buildings, each 40 stories tall, with 2 elevators serving 4 households, predominantly featuring spacious floor plans that, in total, there are over 2,300 residences within these 15 buildings. The Binjiang No. 1 community is remarkably well established, boasting an occupancy rate exceeding 90. Aside from a few families away, Li Ming estimates that nearly 2,000 households will still be present when the apocalypse strikes. He considers this population density to be ideal. Had it been an economical housing complex, the number of units would have been significantly higher. That a denser population implies a greater concentration of zombies post-apocalypse, consequently increasing the likelihood of encountering danger while venturing outdoors. Conversely, villa districts have a much lower population density, resulting in fewer zombies after the end of the world. However, Li Ming's objective is to pursue exquisite beauties, and a larger population signifies a scarcity of such treasures. Thus, the demographic situation of Binjiang No. 1 aligns perfectly with Li Ming's standards. Huo Feiyan's residence embodies a light luxury, creamy aesthetic, exuding a distinctly feminine charm. Although it appears quite inviting, Li Ming does not favor this style. Considering that he would be residing in this house for an extended period, he resolved to invest some time in its transformation. After all, his space contained tools and materials pilfered from a Walmart warehouse. What he termed a renovation was, in reality, a simple rearrangement of the house's decor and purpose to suit his personal preferences. Particularly, he aimed to convert the decorative fireplace into a functional, smokeless one. With the impending apocalypse, temperatures would plummet to between -4 to 50 degrees Celsius, and even with the auxiliary heating set to maximum, a standard air conditioner would barely maintain an indoor temperature around freezing. Such temperatures, while one might not freeze to death, discomfort would reign, and frostbite could easily occur. With this fireplace, maintaining a cozy 30 degrees indoors would be a trivial matter. After several days, Huo Feiyan's home had undergone a dramatic transformation, entirely shedding its former creamy aesthetic. The beige furniture in the living room had been entirely removed by Li Ming. He had converted the entire living area into an entertainment and gaming room. The remnants of Huo Feiyan's fragrant bedding were replaced with darker, more masculine linens as for the bedside table. It still bore a photograph of Huo Feiyan in her stunning uniform. Each time Ming gazed upon that photo, he pondered how wonderful it would be if this woman could return before the apocalypse struck. Upon entering Huo Feiyan's house, Ming immediately cracked her Wi-Fi password. This was a relatively easy task. A simple Wi-Fi hacker would suffice. After breaching the password, he tirelessly downloaded various videos from numerous websites, ensuring he had ample entertainment for the post-apocalyptic era. Notably, he sought to download adult films from Japan. For once they were gone, they would be lost forever. Ming extracted 10 3 TB external hard drives from his space, specifically for storing these films. By the time he completed this endeavor, the date had reached July 16th, leaving only 2 days until the impending snowstorm and the dramatic temperature drop. Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng had been eagerly waiting for Ming to approach them regarding his request for a job in sewage disposal. Especially Guanfeng, who had suffered a direct loss of several million due to the disappearance of 8 tanker trucks from his oil refinery, felt increasingly anxious. Although he had initially taken advantage of Ming in that transaction, the substantial loss weighed heavily on his mind. In apartment 3803 of Building 7 in Binjiang No. 1 community, Guanfeng had been contemplating the 3 million yuan compensation over the past few days. Regardless of the circumstances, he intended to hold Ming accountable for this debt. He was determined to devise a way to recoup his losses from Ming. Guanfeng cast an annoyed glance at Luo Zijuan. Has that kid Ming not replied to you yet? Luo Zijuan, meticulously admiring her freshly manicured nails, responded, No, he hasn't contacted me lately. He must be looking for a job. Perhaps he's upset about me not lending him money and asking him to do sewage work. Guanfeng paced back and forth. The oil refinery incident cost me nearly 3 million as well, and I'm considering ways to recover some of that from Ming. Luo Zijuan scoffed. Ming can barely afford to eat. How much do you think you can extract from him? Guanfeng grinned maliciously. I have a friend who mentioned that referring someone to work in northern Myanmar could yield a bounty of 1 million. Luo Zijuan looked at Guanfeng in shock. Are you planning to sell Ming? Guanfeng replied, Of course. I lost nearly 3 million this time. I need to find a way to earn it back from Ming. Besides, he can't even afford to eat. We would merely be offering him a high-paying job. Luo Zijuan hesitated. Could we negotiate the fee to 1.5 million? He was my first man. I deserve a higher price. Perhaps we may never see him again. Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Luo Zijuan immediately picked up her phone to send a message to Ming. Luo Zijuan, Ming, we apologize for not considering the sewage job thoroughly. However, our intentions were ultimately for your well-being. Please understand. Luo Zijuan, you are the best friend of both Guanfeng and me. It pains us to see you struggling to afford a meal. We have inquired and discovered a job that could enable you to repay your debts within a year. That we hope you seize this opportunity and do not continue to sink further. Meanwhile, Ming, enjoying a fine Australian steak paired with a bottle of 1982 Lafite, read Luo Zijuan's message. His debts totaled several million. Could he truly clear them in a year? Perhaps he should observe what these two schemers were plotting. Ming, what kind of job? Luo Zijuan. Guanfeng's friend is opening an information company in northern Myanmar and is recruiting talents like you for management roles. Guanfeng put in a good word for you. So you must cherish this opportunity. Luo Zijuan. This is Guanfeng's friend's company. It is completely safe. You can rest assured. You know both Guanfeng, and I would never deceive you. Ming grimaced as he read the messages. These two conniving individuals, having drained their own resources, now sought to sell off the remainder of his being. Ming. Do you really think I'm a fool? If it's such a wonderful job, why not send Guanfeng instead? Luo Zijuan. How can you say that? Haven't we worried about you enough over the years? Could you not show some ambition? If you had, perhaps our children would be running errands by now. Ming recognized this tactic all too well. Whenever they aimed to persuade him into something undesirable, they would invoke his sense of guilt from a past life. To this point, Ming was unwilling to extend any courtesy. Ming, children, are you referring to the child of Wu Jing or Zhang Changfeng? Oh, right. I almost forgot about your past with that chubby Zhengyang. Did I ask that whose child you mean? Ming, my apologies. I had forgotten that Guanfeng seems to believe he was your only man before me. He probably has no idea about your reputation as the Yumian bus. Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan eagerly awaited Li Ming's response. Upon reading it, Guanfeng's face darkened as if smeared with ink. Luo Zijuan. Li Ming, considering you can barely afford to eat, I am kindly trying to help you, and you dare to slander me. Li Ming, who told you I can't afford to eat? Image, steak paired with red wine. Li Mingjin yearned to witness the flustered expressions of Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan at that moment. The sound of the front door lock being turned echoed in Li Ming's ears, accompanied by a series of clicks. Huo Feiyan, dragging her suitcase and clad in a flight attendant's uniform, spoke cheerfully. Dear, a sudden Category 5 hurricane has swept through the United States, resulting in the cancellation of our flights and a change in our work schedule. Consequently, we will have a 5-day holiday. Yes, I can go retrieve little Ha tomorrow. Thank you for taking care of him these past few days. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. Upon arriving at her doorstep, she decided to first go home, take a refreshing shower, and indulge in a good night's sleep. Please take care of little Ha for one more day. All right, goodbye. Huo Feiyan's spirits soared as her originally planned 2-week flight itinerary was abruptly canceled. She longed to collapse on her soft, comfortable bed at home for a day of relaxation. It was only upon noticing the spare key in her hand that she remembered discovering her original key was missing just before she left last week. In her haste, she hadn't addressed the issue at the time, and she pondered the inconvenience of having to change the lock if she couldn't find it, considering the potential dangers of living alone as a woman. Click! The door swung open. Upon witnessing the unfamiliar scene within her home, Huo Feiyan hurriedly retreated. Bowing slightly, she muttered, I'm sorry, I must have the wrong door. Exiting the house, Huo Feiyan surveyed her surroundings, which seemed all too familiar. It was indeed her home. Checking the door number, 7-2202, she confirmed it was her residence. Yet the interior decor was entirely alien to her, the competitive gaming chair in the living room, the massive 100-inch LCD television on the wall, and all the furniture were not her own. Cautiously, Huo Feiyan opened the door once more, peering inside to scan her surroundings, though the furnishings had been replaced. The wall decor remained unmistakably hers. The dining table, still the one she had meticulously chosen, bore a half-eaten steak and an open bottle of red wine. Realizing this was indeed her house, Huo Feiyan instinctively retrieved a golf club from the foyer, a precaution she had taken against intruders. That moment, she was further convinced that this was her home. Who could have transformed her house in such a manner? A burglar? Yet, would a thief leave behind a gaming chair worth over 100,000 yuan in her living room? And what about the 100-inch television, which must have cost a fortune? Suddenly, Huo Feiyan felt the cold metal of an object pressing against the bare skin of her neck before she could turn around to identify the source. A jolt of electricity surged through the metal. In an instant, Huo Feiyan collapsed, losing consciousness. Li Ming, wielding a stun baton, looked down with satisfaction at the fallen Huo Feiyan. Ha! She actually returned just before the apocalypse, so she has no one to blame but herself. He quickly retrieved some rope, binding Huo Feiyan tightly. Robbery was not an option. According to the system's requirements, the victim must willingly offer themselves to comply. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, persuading Huo Feiyan to willingly submit would be a matter of strategy. Moreover, in this new world, a beauty like Huo Feiyan would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention from other men. Potentially becoming a slave traded among them, captured by him might, perhaps, be her best outcome. Gradually regaining consciousness, Huo Feiyan attempted to rub her eyes, only to realize she was bound and gagged. Panic surged as she recalled the last moments before being electrocuted. Her body went cold, and fear filled her gaze. She had been kidnapped. Unsure whether her captor sought ransom or something more sinister, she glanced up. The 100-inch LCD television was screening the horror film Train to Busan. Amplifying her terror, on the sofa sat a man, clearly her captor. Huo Feiyan's mouth was tightly gagged, rendering her attempts at communication a mere mumble. The muffled sounds reached Li Ming's ears, and he recognized that she had awakened. He promptly turned off the television and stood, slowly approaching her. Miss Huo Feiyan, you are finally awake. Upon seeing him draw nearer, Huo Feiyan squirmed in terror, her expression frantic. Li Ming crouched before her. Shoo, don't be so agitated. Let us take a moment to calm down. Huo Feiyan gazed at him in fear, her mind consumed by panic, unable to comprehend his words as tears streamed down her cheeks. Ming sighed and stood up. I can't communicate with you like this. Once you regain your composure, we can talk properly. He returned to the sofa, opening a can of beer and taking a sip. Despite her gag, Huo Feiyan's sobs were audible. Nevertheless, Ming remained indifferent. In this dystopian world, countless women experienced far worse despair than her, and he had long since become immune to such displays of emotion. After 3 minutes of futile struggle, Huo Feiyan finally succumbed, her body limp but still trembling with quiet sobs. Ming approached her again, kneeling to remove the gag from her mouth. Now we can communicate effectively. Huo Feiyan nodded weakly. Ming donned a disarmingly benign smile. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ming, and I will soon be your partner. He continued, 2 things you must know. First, this house now belongs to me. Second, I am your master, and you must unconditionally obey my commands. Huo Feiyan gradually regained her composure, regarding Ming with bewilderment, perceiving him as a deranged lunatic that he is demanding my house. Who robs a house? Doesn't he realize it requires a transfer of ownership? Can he simply claim it as his own and to demand my obedience? He must be insane. I've never obeyed anyone's orders. Not even my parents. Who does he think he is? Moreover, she found him oddly familiar. Where had she seen it before? Suddenly, it dawned on her. You were the delivery person from last week, right? I advise you to back off. Now that I know where you work, you can't escape that. If you release me now, I'll pretend this never happened. I won't call the police or tell anyone that you're still young. Don't think about killing me. If I die, your crime will become far more serious. Turn back now, and you still have a chance. Ming responded with calm confidence. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have taken the risk of capturing you. Rest assured, I won't harm you. As long as you comply with my demands, I might even grant you your freedom. Huo Feiyan sobbed, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, please don't do this. I can give you money. I have over 100,000 in my account, and the password is 021021 to take whatever you need. I promise I won't report you that my father owned a shoe factory. And I can arrange a job for you if you need one that you don't seem like a bad person. Aside from wanting my body, I can offer you anything else. Ming's patience began to wear thin. I've made myself perfectly clear that I will release you when you come to your senses. Besides, in a way, I'm saving you. One day, you will thank me for what I'm doing today. Upon uttering these words, Ming forcefully shoved the fabric back into Huo Feiyan's mouth as she struggled against him. Reflecting on the previous lifetime, one cannot help but recall the multitude of women who, after enduring fear and despair in the apocalypse, willingly bartered their bodies or even actively used their allure to ensnare their targets, ruthlessly killing and seizing their resources that, in extreme circumstances, women often exhibit a level of selfishness and ruthlessness that surpasses that of men. Having witnessed a plethora of venomous women, Ming had long ceased to comprehend the notion of cherishing delicate fragility. As long as he achieved his goals, he was capable of even more cruelty. After having her mouth gagged once more by Ming, Huo Feiyan wept like a wronged little wife. The apocalypse had yet to officially descend, and it was inconceivable for Huo Feiyan, who had not been through the depths of despair, to easily acquiesce to Ming's demands. However, Ming was in no rush. Having experienced the end times himself, he understood that few could withstand the torment of hunger and thirst. Most would capitulate after enduring hunger for 3 to 5 days. In the early morning, Ming was roused from his slumber by the persistent ringing of his phone. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed it was a call from Zhang Ergu. With a languid demeanor, Ming answered, Ergu, why are you calling me so early? Zhang Ergu, serious in tone, inquired, Ming, tell me, is our Walmart warehouse being robbed related to you? Ming neither denied nor confirmed, simply replying, yes. Zhang Ergu, filled with fury, retorted, I guess your grandfather. I'm about to be done for because of you. The police have already found me today. Ming, taken aback, exclaimed, you've been caught. Zhang Ergu replied, I caught wind of it early on and left in advance. They're still searching for me now. Ming advised, then heed my words, disregard everything else and hurry back to your hometown before 3 this afternoon. Perhaps you might survive. Zhang Ergu shouted, Ming, I curse your grandfather. It really is you. I assent it. I don't care. Even if I jump into the Yellow River, I can't clear my name now that I want half of what you stole. Li Ming chuckled. Best of luck to you. Before Zhang Ergu could respond, Li Ming had already hung up. And no sooner had he ended the call with Zhang Ergu than his phone rang again. This time from Luo Zijuan. Upon answering, Luo Zijuan launched into a tirade. Li Ming, I and Guanfeng have genuinely tried to help you, doing everything possible to pull you out of the mire. And yet you repay us like this. Just yesterday, you slandered me on WeChat, and now you've conspired with others to steal our fuel tankers. You'd better confess how you disposed of those fuel trucks and where the money went. I warn you, don't hold on to any delusions. The police are already searching for you. I advise you to turn yourself in early to seek leniency. Li Ming scoffed. Of course I know how heartfelt your intentions are. Not only do you want to dig into my heart, but you also wish to extract my kidney, liver, and eyes. Fuel tankers? Aren't you all so impressive? Go find them yourselves. Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng were well aware of Li Ming's insinuations regarding their deceitful scheme to lure him to northern Myanmar. Guanfeng, infuriated, snatched Luo Zijuan's phone, exclaiming, Li Ming, whether you go to northern Myanmar for work is entirely up to your volition. We have never forced you. You need to return my fuel tankers immediately. And I might let this slide, that don't think about escaping. The police have already come to your rented accommodation looking for you. It's only a matter of time before they find you. Li Ming replied with a smile, though I'm uncertain about what you're talking about. As a longtime good friend, I advise you to stay at home today. Don't go anywhere if you are still outside by 3 this afternoon when the blood rain falls. You might end up as a zombie, or worse, zombie fodder. It would be far too easy for them to die. So simply, Li Ming hung up on Luo Zijuan, and almost immediately, the phone rang again. Another call from Luo Zijuan. He opted to turn off his phone, firstly to avoid being endlessly pursued by Guanfeng and Luo Zijuan, and secondly to evade the police scrutiny, although he was currently in Huo Feiyan's residence. The authorities could still track his phone using technological means to avoid complications. It was best to power down. Even though the police had begun to suspect him, Li Ming remained unperturbed. Suspicion alone did not equate to concrete evidence. Otherwise, they would have already classified him as a major fugitive rather than merely inquiring about his whereabouts. As long as he could hold out until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the impending blood rain would render such trivial matters irrelevant. On July 28, 2034, at 3 p.m., in room 2202 of Binjiang 1 community, Li Ming moved the tightly bound Huo Feiyan to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing together at the scene unfolding on the street below. Drip, drip, drip. The crimson rain arrived as scheduled, each drop saturating the outer layer of the glass. Li Ming tore the fabric from Huo Feiyan's mouth. Weakly, she pleaded, it's been nearly 2 days. Can you at least provide me with some food and water? If I starve to death, you will be a murderer. Li Ming lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke, and replied, look at the world outside. It is about to come to an end. Huo Feiyan, entirely bewildered, could not comprehend Li Ming's words. She only perceived him as a madman, a lunatic. Outside the community, a large crowd had gathered, captivated by a young lady who was wildly gyrating while filming a short video. The blood rain splattered on her face, and instinctively, she wiped it away, frowning as she remarked, oh dear, is it raining? No, why is the water red? It looks like blood. The young man filming also felt the rain on his face and agreed. Wiping it off, indeed, it is red. He tasted the crimson rainwater, exclaiming, it's even a bit sweet. The young lady, in disgust, chided, oh, why do you put everything in your mouth? The young man, grinning, retorted, what is there to fear? Big germs eat small germs. Your stuff stinks. I can eat it just the same. The young lady, playfully blushing, responded, how annoying. Oh dear, the red rain is getting heavier. Let us seek refuge in them all. With that, she hastily opened an umbrella to shield herself from the blood rain. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and gather the knives. We're going to hide from the rain. Hey, are you deaf? Did you hear what I said? The young lady, noticing the young man standing frozen in place, angrily approached and tugged at him. Wow. The young man suddenly turned his head, letting out a wild scream. At that moment, his face was marred with visible streaks of blood. His eyes turned a ghastly gray-white, and his teeth had morphed into sharp, menacing points, no longer resembling human teeth. Luo Xiang, what are you doing? You startled me. The young lady cried out in terror. Before she could react, Luo Xiang, with a jerky motion, bit down hard on her neck. No, it's me. In the next instant, blood vessels erupted across her face. Her complexion drained of color, and her eyes gradually transformed into the same murky gray as Luo Xiang's. Hey, can you drive or not? Stopping suddenly in the middle of the road, two cars collided, and the man from the rear vehicle got out, angrily slapping the hood of the front car. There is a pregnant woman in our car. If you hurt my wife or child because of your sudden stop, I swear I'll kill you. The driver of the front car retorted. Are you blind? Didn't you see the old lady lying on the ground? If I hadn't stopped, would I have run over her? The man from the rear vehicle replied. Did you hit her? The front driver defended. Don't wrongfully accuse me. I have a dash cam that I was at least 3 meters away when she fell. The pregnant woman from the rear vehicle, holding an umbrella, stepped out. Stop arguing. Let us check if that elderly lady is injured. Do we need to get her to the hospital? The driver of the front car scoffed. It's not my problem. I didn't hit her, so why should I take her? Besides, you rear-ended me. You should compensate. The pregnant woman from the rear vehicle disdainfully shot back. What kind of person are you? Thinking about compensation before saving someone. You're simply insane, cold-blooded, and utterly lacking in compassion. The man in the front car yelled in fury. If you wish to save them, then do so. I've already stated that it is none of my concern. That old woman is most likely a scam artist. The man in the rear vehicle similarly raised his voice. What are you shouting about? If you frighten my wife, can you compensate for it? The pregnant woman tugged at her husband's arm. Don't waste your breath on such people. I have never encountered anyone like this. If he won't help, we shall. You go and assist that elderly lady. Very well. We are on our way to the hospital for a checkup anyway. We might as well help the old lady. Suddenly, the man in the back screamed in terror. His neck was viciously bitten by none other than the elderly woman he intended to assist. At that moment, the old woman opened her murky eyes and clung tightly to his neck, refusing to release her grip. Vivid crimson blood poured forth from the wound on his neck. Husband! The pregnant woman grabbed her handbag and struck the elderly woman on the head, exclaiming, What are you doing? Let go of my husband. The man in the front car chuckled mockingly. Trying to play the saint, and now bitten back. How delightful. In the next instant, the elderly woman released her hold on the man's neck, sprang to her feet, and lunged at the man in the front vehicle. He instinctively kicked her, bending her leg with force. Yet her limbs twisted and contorted in ways beyond human comprehension as she continued to assault him. The old woman successfully tackled the man in front, sinking her teeth into his carotid artery. He screamed in agony. Seeing the elderly woman release her husband, the woman rushed forward to help him up. Husband, are you all right? Why are there so many lunatics in this world? After a few complaints, she glanced at her husband's face, which had turned ashen, devoid of any color. His eyes were clouded, and his mouth gaped wide, revealing sharp, jagged teeth. He resembled the zombies from the horror film she regularly watched. Clutching her belly, a sense of dread enveloped her. Husband, it's me, and our baby. Her husband lunged at her like a rabid dog, tearing open her abdomen and greedily gnawing at the life within her. All of this unfolded before the eyes of Ming and Huo Feiyan, who stood observing from a distance. Huo Feiyan gaped in horror, attempting to wipe away her tears, but her hands and feet remained tightly bound by Ming. Ming scoffed. Kindness? Compassion? Such concepts belong to paradise. I apologize, but this place is about to become hell. On the streets, a blood rain continued to pour, and more individuals were infected, transforming into zombies, frantically pursuing those who remained uninfected. The uninfected populace could only flee in a frenzy, with screams, cries for help, and anguished wails echoing around them. The crowd on the streets had descended into utter chaos. The ground was awash in red, indistinguishable as to whether it was rain or the blood of those who had been torn apart. The entire city of Tianhai was rife with accidents, and traffic had come to a standstill as people scurried about like ants in a desperate bid for survival. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, plunging human society into utter disorder and madness. Ming was acutely aware that after today, over 60% of the population on Blue Star would be infected by the zombie virus. And this was merely the beginning. From midnight onward, the temperature across Blue Star would plummet dramatically. Tianhai's temperature would drop to -40 degrees overnight. Currently, The temperature hovered around 30 degrees, indicating an astonishing drop of 80 degrees in just one night. This was still considered the southern region of China. It was said that in the north, temperatures had plunged to minus 80 degrees, a chilling decline of over 100 degrees, were it not for this catastrophic cold wave. Zombies might quickly decompose in the sweltering heat, losing their vitality. However, this drastic drop in temperature would maintain conditions below freezing year-round, allowing the undead to persist without decay in the frigid climate. This was akin to the zombie meat purchased in peacetime. Perhaps the zombie flesh you acquired had been stored in a freezer for over a decade. When it graced your dining table, you would still find it tender, juicy, and delectable. In the confluence of zombies, extreme cold, and the malice of certain individuals, it was estimated that after a month, fewer than 10 would survive, that a month later, official institutions would be in a state of paralysis. And even those 10 were merely Li Ming's rough estimate. Huo Feiyan stared in disbelief at the chaotic, bloody, and violent world outside, fearfully exclaiming, "What on earth has happened to this world?" Li Ming took a drag from his cigarette. "This is just the beginning. There will be more surprises to come." Huo Feiyan looked at Li Ming with confusion, sensing that he seemed to have anticipated this situation all along. Before leaving the glass enclosure, Li Ming, having witnessed far too much in the world of zombies, felt no curiosity about what would transpire next. He had more pressing matters to attend to. He reopened his phone and accessed the group chat for the Binjiang No. 1 community. During Huo Feiyan's unconsciousness, Li Ming had already used her phone to join several owner groups of Binjiang No. 1. The owner groups were filled with lamentations, with over 500 unread messages. Building 5. I love Yin. My heavens. Are those monsters outside zombies? I saw them bite and kill many people. Building 8. Wujing. My dad has turned into a zombie. What should I do? Is there anyone who can save him? He is in the underground garage below us, dreaming of youth. Everyone, don't go to the underground garage. There are already over 20 zombies there. Thankfully, I ran fast, or I DB done for 2. Building 7, poetry and distance. I was lucky too. My awareness was sharp, and I ran quickly. Otherwise, I would have been bitten by those zombies. Thinking back, it's truly terrifying. Family and prosperity. Can someone help me find my child? My child went downstairs to play and hasn't returned yet. What should I do? The driving old pervert. What else with that blood-red rain outside? Was it some laboratory accident that turned these people into zombies? Healthy and happy. Does anyone know what is happening over by the financial center? My daughter's phone has been unreachable. Li Ming swiftly scrolled through his phone, crafting a message. All meals provided. Recruiting a female army. Full meals, ample water, transportation included. But if interested, please send a barefaced photo in private. Limited to 5. All meals provided. Recruiting a female army. Full meals, ample water, transportation included. If interested, please send a barefaced photo in private. Limited to 5. Why limited to 5? Li Ming thought of hunger marketing when recruiting beautiful women. If he told them that there were unlimited spots, they would feel no urgency. After all, he would need them at any time. However, by capping the spots at 5, their hearts would race with anxiety, fearing they might miss their chance. Li Ming sent the same message across 10 different owner groups in rapid succession, causing an uproar within the chat. Building 12. Grandpa who loves fitness. Kid, are you insane? Can't you see everyone is worried about the situation outside, and you're thinking about this? Clouds and breezes. How can there be such a pervert? Such a deviant deserves physical castration. Good neighbors of China. No, dude, if you want to attract beautiful women, you need to invest a bit. Offering free meals and drinks is hardly enticing. Poor loser Shun Ti embarrass themselves here. Poison Dragon Drill. Bro, can this actually work? I'm willing to pay double. I can offer a lot of money. As long as they're beautiful. Private message me if interested. At the age of 90, this individual, despite being unwell, remains vigilant at the tower. Who is this person? And what is their room number? While everyone outside trembles at the sight of the zombies, they continue to create chaos here. Building 7, Community Office, Chengguei Fong. All meals and drinks provided. I now suspect you may pose a threat to the community. Please report to our office promptly. Li Ming disregards the comments from a group, for they have yet to realize that the world has irrevocably changed, and the era of peace is a distant memory. The golden opportunity to recruit beautiful women lasts only 1 month, As time progresses, the number of exceptional women meeting the system's criteria will dwindle, potentially approaching 0 by the time everyone comprehends that this catastrophe is not a fleeting event. The pillars of law, morality, and order will collapse in rapid succession. That point, the majority of women may become mere playthings for the marauders, particularly striking beauties like Huo Feiyan, who lack the means to escape the clutches of these fiends. During this month, many exquisite women might resort to selling their bodies in exchange for food and shelter due to shortages. Even those unwilling to barter their physical selves may find themselves coerced into submission. Ultimately, those who manage to endure will be exceedingly few. Thus, Ming must act swiftly, disseminating advertisements at the earliest opportunity to embed himself in the public consciousness, when truly exceptional women are driven to exchange their bodies for survival supplies. Ming will be the first name that comes to mind. After sending messages to various groups, he opens a short video app Indeed. The platform is inundated with clips of zombies attacking. Shockingly, over half of the residents of Modu have inexplicably transformed into zombies. The entire city has succumbed to chaos. Flee for your lives. The deep city is besieged by a horde of zombies. Citizens are urged to seek refuge in enclosed spaces. Disturbing reports of zombies abound across various locales in Jingjing. Scenes of devastation and carnage prevail, prompting citizens to hasten to safety. In Texas, USA. In Tokyo, Japan, in the Italian capital, Ming observes the alarming news of zombies surrounding urban centers globally, quickly sipping a cherished bottle of Maotai to calm his nerves. Moments later, an urgent notification pops up on the app Emergency Notification. Following investigations by relevant authorities, it has been discovered that the red rain falling across Blue Star today contains a high concentration of zombie virus. Currently, the surface waters of rivers and lakes have been contaminated by the virus and are no longer safe for consumption. All cities nationwide will immediately suspend tap water supply until the authorities devise a definitive solution to eradicate the zombie virus. Should you encounter anyone who has ingested water contaminated with the zombie virus, do not hesitate. For your own safety, please eliminate them. Killing zombies will not incur charges of homicide. Simultaneously, all citizens must adhere to the law and refrain from harming the innocent during this crisis. In times of disaster, we must stand united and face these challenges together. The authorities will promptly mobilize efforts for rescue. Please remain in safe locations and wait patiently. Ming finds this amusing. Since killing zombies is now legal, who would still adhere to laws that have become mere formalities? Who can definitively ascertain whether someone has been infected with the zombie virus? If I suspect you, I can eliminate you on the spot. As this news breaks, various owner groups erupt in outrage. What is happening? Are there zombies not just in Tianhai City, but in every corner of the globe? Good heavens! Is the apocalypse upon us? My beautiful life has just begun. How long will this blood rain continue? If this persists, our world may indeed come to an end. Whether zombies exist or not has become inconsequential. I believe the true danger lies within humanity itself. The official announcement permits the indiscriminate killing of those infected with the zombie virus. But how do we determine if someone is infected? What if someone falsely claims that I am infected? Can they simply take my life? Your words ring true. Does this not imply that some may kill at will without facing any repercussions? This is far more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Let it all be destroyed. Ha! No more mortgage payments, no more credit card debts. Let those bloodsuckers all turn into zombies. Is this truly the end of the world? I still have so much money left to spend. The most agonizing aspect of life is being alive while the money in my hands has lost all value. Ha! Thankfully, I am in debt. Ming perceives these individuals as utterly ridiculous, unable to grasp the crux of the situation. The presence of zombies and the fear of others exploiting the chaos are beyond human control. The real issue is the impending water shortage. Even if the authorities promptly shut down the water plants, the pipelines and reservoirs atop the buildings will still contain some potable water, if gathered in time. This quantity remains substantial in his previous life. Upon receiving news of the water shutdown, Ming swiftly utilized all available storage devices to stockpile the last of the tap water, enabling him to survive the initial phase of the apocalypse. Those with foresight have likely begun storing water already, rather than lamenting online. Many households, particularly those in communities, have installed water purifiers, with few relying on bottled water. Once the tap water supply ceases, these purifiers will merely serve as decoration. In terms of food, most families possess some reserves, with staples like rice and noodles typically stored for at least half a month. However, without a water source, these provisions will be difficult to swallow. Even if consumed, the digestion process will result in dehydration. Thus, in no time, the entire world will descend into utter chaos due to the lack of water. Fraud, humiliation, and murder will unleash humanity's darkest tendencies. At that point, the world will transform into a veritable hell on earth. Bound to a chair, Huo Feiyan now pleads with Li Ming. Please, may I make a call to my parents? I am truly worried about them. I beg you. I will not report you. Li Ming retrieves a fruit knife and slowly approaches Huo Feiyan. She gazes at the glimmering blade in terror, shaking her head repeatedly. Do not kill me. I implore you. With a swift motion, Li Ming severs the ropes binding Huo Feiyan. You are free now, that if you wish to call, to report, to seek help, or even to escape, you are welcome to do so. Huo Feiyan, astonished, gazes at Li Ming's face in disbelief, fearing he may retract his words at any moment. Li Ming sheathes the fruit knife and returns to the sofa. I said you are free. Will you not leave? Huo Feiyan maintains a skeptical demeanor, cautiously extending her hand to retrieve her phone from the table. Only upon touching the device does she summon the courage to pick it up and dial her parents' number. After several attempts, no one answers. Desperation wells up within her. Daddy, please, pick up the phone. After repeated failed attempts to reach her family, the emotional toll of the past 2 days overwhelms her, and she collapses to the ground. Sobbing uncontrollably for 10 minutes, Li Ming, engrossed in his reading, grows weary of her cries and prepares to put on headphones to listen to music. With a pitiful expression, Huo Feiyan weakly addresses Li Ming. Could you spare me some food? You have kept me locked up for 2 days without a drop to drink. I am hungry and thirsty. Li Ming promptly fetches a plate of pre-prepared steak and freshly squeezed juice from the kitchen. Do you want to eat? Do you want to drink? Huo Feiyan eagerly nods like a well-trained puppy. Li Ming smirks. You know my rules. If you agree, these are all yours. Huo Feiyan understands he refers to her body. Though she longs for the steak and juice, her sense of honor and dignity prevents her from acquiescing. She pleads, can I offer you something else in exchange? Money or jewelry. Anything valuable will do. Li Ming approached the window, flung it open, and cast the steak and juice he held, along with the plate and cup, out into the abyss below. Huo Feiyan attempted to intervene, but was no match for Li Ming's swiftness. She could only press her face against the glass, her gaze fixed on the steak plummeting to the ground. The resounding crash of the shattered plate instantly captured the attention of the nearby zombies, 3 of whom quickly gathered around. Upon seeing the undead, Huo Feiyan recoiled in terror, as if fearing discovery by the very creatures that now approached. Li Ming returned to the sofa, picked up a book, and remarked, it seems you are not hungry enough yet. We shall discuss this again tomorrow. Huo Feiyan found herself inexplicably irate at Li Ming's demeanor and mustered her courage to respond. This house belongs to me. You are seeking refuge here. Should you not at least pay me rent or provide me with some food? Li Ming chuckled. I acquired this house through my own merit. Why should I owe you rent? Huo Feiyan considered retorting, but found his reasoning somewhat valid. Thus, she shifted her approach. If you persist in this manner, I may have no choice but to call the authorities. I already told you. You can call them. I will not hinder you, Li Ming retorted. Huo Feiyan raised her phone, probing Li Ming's reaction while subtly attempting to intimidate him. I really will report you. Observing his utter lack of concern, she dialed the emergency number. However, after more than 10 attempts, no one answered. Blushing, she turned to Li Ming. You are quite certain the police are too busy to respond, which is why you feel so emboldened. Aren't you? Li Ming regarded her with interest. You are rather astute. Huo Feiyan, incensed, stood up. You said I could move freely. I have hands and feet, and I refuse to believe I cannot find something to eat. Though much of the furniture in the living area had been replaced by Li Ming, the kitchen still bore Huo Feiyan's original arrangement. She knew precisely where her food was hidden. After a thorough search, she exclaimed, hey, my chips and instant noodles were right here. And where's my chocolate? It's all gone. Upon opening the refrigerator, she found it utterly barren. Enduring the gnawing hunger that plagued her, Huo Feiyan scoured the house. yet found not a single grain of rice. Despicable. You even hid the pack of cookies I stashed in my old clothes that I swear I will not let you succeed. Li Ming's indulgence only served to embolden her further. Nonetheless, she still found nothing to satiate her hunger. With tears brimming in her eyes, Huo Feiyan, weak and desperate, pleaded with Li Ming, "Please, I beg you, give me something to eat. I am truly at my limit." "If you are that desperate," he replied, "I have a girlfriend who is particularly fond of handsome men, especially someone like you. She is utterly immune to such charms that I could introduce you to her. Would that be agreeable?" Li Ming closed his book. "Can she compare to you?" Huo Feiyan shook her head in disbelief. She probably lost that allure back when she turned 18. Li Ming scoffed. "Not interested." Suddenly recalling her friend, Huo Feiyan thought, yes, her friend lived in building 3 of this complex. She could certainly seek refuge there. It seems hunger truly does impair one's intellect. With her stomach gnawing against her spine, Huo Feiyan sprang up from her chair, invigorated by the prospect of finding food. "If I can't find anything here, I refuse to believe there isn't someone in the entire complex willing to share a morsel." Li Ming, engrossed in a short video on his phone, did not even glance her way, merely stating, "Go ahead." Realizing Li Ming truly had no intention of stopping her, she hurriedly approached the door and swung it open. If she could reach Building 3, all her troubles would vanish. Yet the moment she opened the door, regret washed over her. The once unremarkable corridor now loomed ominously, steeped in shadows that hinted at lurking dangers. The hall echoed with the chilling howls of zombies. Terrified, Huo Feiyan quickly shut the door. Given the situation, not only would she fail to reach Building 3, but she would likely be overwhelmed and devoured by the horror before she even reached the ground floor. Retreating slowly back into the house, she locked the door firmly behind her. Li Ming cast her a disdainful glance. "Did you not say you were leaving? What brings you back?" Huo Feiyan collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed, and began to weep. After a while, she sniffled, biting her lip. "Why do you treat me this way? I have done nothing to offend you." Li Ming chuckled. "I made my demands clear from the outset. Comply, and you too may enjoy an abundance of supplies." Summoning her final reserves of strength, Huo Feiyan retorted, "You must be dreaming." Those were possessions she had guarded for over 20 years. Countless wealthy suitors and pilots had pursued her, all of whom she had rejected. Today, how could she possibly sell herself for a mere bite to eat? Her principles would not allow such a betrayal. As night fell, the blood rain outside gradually ceased. Yet the calamity was far from over. To her astonishment, the sky began to shower with dense, pink snowflakes, which only intensified in their descent. These pink flakes were still rife with the virulent zombie virus. In less than 10 minutes, the delicate snow transformed from a mere speck to a flurry of goose-feather-like flakes. Li Ming, who had fallen into a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by the biting cold. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the arrival of the chill still sparked a flicker of anxiety within him. He wondered whether Huo Feiyan's residence could withstand the impending drop in temperature. Rising from his slumber, he glanced at the thermometer he had placed outside, noting that the temperature had plummeted to 0 degrees in the afternoon, when the blood rain fell and the zombies descended. The temperature had soared to nearly 40 degrees in a mere half day. It had plummeted over 40 degrees, now dipping below freezing. Li Ming recognized this as merely the onset of the cold. By dawn, temperatures were expected to plummet to between -40 and 50 degrees. This was the true test. He quickly activated the auxiliary heating functions of all the air conditioners in the house, setting the maximum temperature to 30 degrees. Still, that would hardly suffice. If the temperature indeed fell below -40, the heating from the air conditioners would be inadequate to maintain a comfortable indoor climate. After turning on the air conditioning, Li Ming promptly retrieved charcoal and placed it in the modified fireplace, igniting a fire. In this frozen apocalypse, such primitive methods of warmth proved to be the most effective. Under the dual heating of the air conditioning and fireplace, the temperature in the house swiftly rose to 30 degrees. It was hot. Truly hot. Li Ming quickly adjusted the air conditioning to a lower setting and reduced the charcoal in the fireplace. Before long, the indoor temperature stabilized at a comfortable 24 degrees. In another room, Huo Feiyan, suffering from hunger and cold, was similarly roused by the sudden drop in temperature. As she entered the living area, She was bewildered by Li Ming's activities, watching as the house's temperature transformed into a haven of comfort. Thankfully, compared to the gnawing hunger, at least she no longer had to endure the cold. However, the discomfort of hunger remained. Observing Li Ming as he busied himself, she felt an unfamiliar emotion stir within her. Having completed his tasks, Li Ming found himself wide awake, needing to remain vigilant to ensure the house could withstand the upcoming cold snap. Should any issues arise, he would need to escape at a moment's notice. Within an hour, the streets were blanketed in a thick layer of snow, and the temperature had dropped from around 0 to -10 degrees. Li Ming added more firewood to the fireplace, causing the temperature inside to rise once again. As he waited through the interminable hours, he decided to check the news on his phone. The various platforms were inundated with reports of zombies and the drastic temperature drop. What is happening? Why has it suddenly become so cold? The zombies were already terrifying enough, and now this frigid weather. Is there no respite? The temperature continued to plummet. Something felt amiss. Just moments ago, the air conditioning had emitted a hint of warmth. Yet now the breeze that emerged was frigid. Does anyone have spare blankets? We just moved to this complex and haven't even brought our winter bedding. I am willing to pay a high price for it. I have observed closely that these snowflakes are pink. Could they, like that crimson rain, harbor the zombie virus? My household is running low on water. Does anyone have any to spare? I am prepared to pay handsomely. Offering 200 per bottle of mineral water. Given the extremely low temperatures, do you think it might freeze all those zombies outside? If that were the case, it wouldn't be so bad. At least I wouldn't have to worry about being bitten by them. Only Li Ming knows that these zombies are exceptionally cold resistant and cannot be frozen to death in low temperatures. When they do not detect prey, they remain motionless, lurking in every corner. However, upon spotting their target, they will writhe their grotesque bodies and pounce with clawed limbs. This heavy snowfall has significantly increased the dangers of venturing outside, as it conceals the bodies of zombies beneath the snow. When one walks upon the snow, they might scan their surroundings vigilantly, but they would not anticipate a sudden emergence of 10 or 8 zombies from beneath the snow, dragging them down to feast. Li Ming's greatest concern is whether the enormous floor-to-ceiling glass in the living room can withstand the frigid temperature of -40 degrees. 3 hours later, the outdoor temperature has indeed plummeted to -40 degrees. Yet the massive glass remains intact, allowing Li Ming to finally relax. Inside, the temperature is still comfortably maintained at 24 degrees. Gradually, Li Ming begins to feel drowsy, stretches, yawns, and decides to retire to his room for a good sleep. Upon waking the next day, it is already midday, and Li Ming discovers that Huo Feiyan has made a makeshift bed in front of the warm fireplace. Although other parts of the house are not too cold, the naturally cold-averse Huo Feiyan prefers the warmest spot. Checking the outdoor thermometer, Li Ming sees that the external temperature has now dropped to -50 degrees. Through the immense glass, he gazes outside, where the streets are blanketed in a thick layer of snow, with 2/3 of the storefronts covered. Were it not for the extreme cold and the zombies, the outside world, draped in silver, would indeed present a picturesque scene. After a quick wash, Li Ming begins his work for the day, posting an enticing advertisement for exquisite beauties. All meals and drinks included, shelter for beautiful women, full meals, ample water, and transportation provided, if interested. Please attach a no-makeup full-body photo and message me privately. Only 5 spots available. Li Ming continues to flood various groups with 10 more posts. Today, the atmosphere in the group has lost the tense urgency of yesterday. By now, even a fool can see that this is indeed a catastrophic disaster, with no clear end in sight, and its duration will undoubtedly be prolonged. Some members have already begun to experience a shortage of water. Upon posting his advertisement, Li Ming is immediately tagged by someone. Brother, have you stored a lot of water? Can you sell some to me? I can pay a high price. Dude, I'm the manager of the Ma Group. Can you sell me some water? How does $500 for 550 milliliters sound? So what if you're the manager of the Ma Group? We're in Apocalypse. Who cares about your title? I'll give you 1,000 for a bottle of mineral water. I want as much as you have. What do you say? I'll offer 2,000 a bottle. You can have as many as you can spare. Hey, don't drive up the prices. We're just getting started, and the days are still long. I've got money. Can you stop me? Neighbors, 550 ml of Zahaha mineral water for 3,000 a bottle. Message me privately. There's not much left. Li Ming chuckles. realizing that there are indeed people willing to sell their mineral water, though they will soon regret in a few days. Even 100,000 won't buy a single bottle of water. No matter how much money one has, it will merely be worthless paper. Esli Ming waits earnestly for messages from beautiful women. A loud knock echoes from the front door. T8 in the morning. At the property management office of Building 7, the property manager Chen Shanshan and security guard Zhang San huddle together, wrapped in curtains, shivering from the cold. Yesterday, while on duty, a horde of zombies suddenly invaded the community. Before the property and security personnel could react, most had already been bitten or devoured by the zombies. Chen Shanshan and Zhang San, however, demonstrated resilience. When surrounded by zombies, they not only avoided becoming their prey, but, through calmness and ruthlessness, managed to kill 2 zombies before retreating to the office. While there are several barrels of bottled water in the office, food could only be scavenged from the desks of female colleagues. Where they found a few leftover packs of biscuits. Since yesterday, Chen Shanshan and Zhang San have subsisted on merely a few biscuits, and they now find themselves starving in the cold. Zhang San, with a glum expression, asks Manager Chen, "What shall we do? The outside is teeming with zombies, and soon we will starve to death in here." Chen Shanshan responds with a sinister smile. His encounter with the zombies yesterday seems to have awakened a bloodlust within him. "Did you see the official announcement yesterday?" Zhang San nods. After retreating to the office, he has been scrolling through his phone, trying to glean information on what has transpired outside and how so many zombies suddenly appeared. Thus, he is aware of the official announcement. Chen Shanshan states, "One point in the announcement indicated that killing those who have consumed the blood rain and the zombies will not be treated as a homicide." Zhang San, puzzled, asks, "So what? Are you suggesting we go out and kill zombies? What does that have to do with our need for food?" Chen Shanshan, with a malevolent grin, replies, "You fool. That means we can declare anyone who has consumed the blood rain as such. We can kill anyone we want. With so many residents in Building 7, surely we can find something to eat." Zhang San suddenly comprehends, "Right, as long as we eliminate them, there will be no witnesses. There are a few female residents I've been observing for quite some time. They live alone, and we can start with them." Chen Shanshan pulls out a list from the files. "You don't need to mention it. I've already thought it through. Huo Feiyan from 2202 and Long Keyi, the internet celebrity from 2803, are both top-tier beauties. We can subdue them first. I've been keeping an eye on them for a long time. In the past, they wouldn't even glance at us. Now, this is the perfect opportunity that if they resist, we can just kill them and claim they drank the blood rain, that if they submit to us. It will be delightful that if we encounter any tough opponents later, we can use them to barter for more food." Zhang Sin wipes the drool from the corner of his mouth. "I know those 2 beauties. Every time they walk past me, I can hardly contain myself. Haha. But how do we get into Building 7? The outside is crawling with zombies." Chen Shanshan points to the wall behind them. "That wall leads directly to Building 7. Zhang San exclaims, Are we going to break through the wall?" Chen Shanshan retrieves 2 fire axes from the fire safety cabinet. These are hollow bricks. They will crumble with a single strike. "Hurry up. If we stay here, we'll freeze to death even if we don't starve." After much effort, the 2 manage to break through a hole at the back of the office, allowing them to enter Building 7. Chen Shanshan takes a moment to rest. "Let us head to 2202, Huo Feiyan's place." A series of knocks shatter the quiet in 2202. Ming and Huo Feiyan simultaneously look towards the door, wondering who would come knocking at such a time. The knocking continues. "Hello, we are from the property management. Considering the recent disaster, we have arranged some supplies for the residents, hoping everyone can safely weather this calamity. Is anyone there? Although the supplies are limited, it is a gesture from us." Hearing that the property is delivering supplies, the nearly irrationally hungry Huo Feiyan instantly perks up, eager to respond to those outside. Yet fearful of Li Ming, Huo Feiyan quietly pleads, "It's the property management bringing supplies. Can I open the door? These supplies are meant for me. I will only open the door to collect the supplies." "I won't betray you." Ming nonchalantly replies, "If you believe they are trustworthy, you can open the door. I won't stop you." Ming was incredulous that anyone would be foolish enough to voluntarily deliver supplies to others at such a time, especially when bottled water was being sold for as much as 3,000 yuan each. He would sooner believe himself to be Jesus than accept that people outside would willingly offer aid. The two individuals outside harbored no ulterior motives, a notion he could not entertain. However, to Li Ming, their arrival was fortuitous. It was time for Huo Feiyan to witness the treachery of human nature and ultimately shatter her psychological defenses. Noticing Li Ming's lack of opposition, Huo Feiyan strode briskly to the door. Though she was ravenously hungry, it did not mean she had lost her capacity for discernment. She dared not fully trust the delivery of supplies. Cautiously, she peered through the peephole, assessing the situation outside. Chen Shanshan sensed someone scrutinizing them and instinctively took a step back, allowing Huo Feiyan a clearer view of his face. "Look, I am Chen Shanshan, the steward of Building 7, and this is security guard Zhang San. Given your long stay, you should be familiar with us." Upon glancing through the peephole, Huo Feiyan recognized Chen Shanshan, the steward she had often contacted. Zhang San, the security guard, had even helped her carry items upstairs on several occasions, leaving a profound impression on her inner mind. Both men were benevolent, good Samaritans. Seeing these familiar faces, her guard immediately lowered. With a click, the door swung open, revealing Chen Shanshan and Zhang San with sinister grins, exchanging knowing glances. They had successfully deceived her. "Thank you for your supplies. You truly are good people, and our property management is commendable. The exorbitant fees we pay are not in vain," Huo Feiyan exclaimed excitedly. In the next moment, her heart plummeted into an abyss of dread as a cold fire axe was pressed against her neck. "What a main! As long as you obediently comply with our requests, we would never dream of harming you." Huo Feiyan observed the greedy, lascivious glint in Chen Shanshan's eyes, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. This gaze was starkly different from Li Ming's. She was convinced these men would indeed commit unspeakable acts against her. Zhang San stepped into Huo Feiyan's home, his face betraying excitement and astonishment. "Steward Chen, come and see, it's so warm in here, not a hint of chill at all." With the fire axe still pressed to Huo Feiyan, Chen Shanshan entered her abode. The warmth enveloped them, providing a deceptive comfort. Chen Shanshan leered appreciatively at Huo Feiyan. "Indeed, what a man knows how to indulge. You've even installed a fireplace at home. This is splendid. It won't feel cold while we conduct our business here." Huo Feiyan, trembling in terror, stammered, "What business do you intend to conduct?" Chen Shanshan tightened his grip around her neck. "What do you think?" "Ah!" Huo Feiyan cried out, pushing against Chen Shanshan's oppressive hand. A resounding slap from him sent her crashing to the ground as he coldly warned. "I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, you'll be feeding the zombies, and we won't be breaking any laws by killing you." After being knocked down, Huo Feiyan glanced toward Li Ming's direction. "Where is Li Ming?" "He was just here reading." Realizing he must have hidden in fear upon seeing the two men wielding the fire axe, she felt a wave of absurdity wash over her. Absurdly wishing for Li Ming to rescue her from Chen Shanshan's clutches, with a twisted sense of thrill, Chen Shanshan seized Huo Feiyan by the hair, dragging her like a lifeless animal to the sofa in the living room. "Zhang San, hurry and close the door, and check our kitchen for any food that it's so warm and comfortable here. We could take care of it right here, splendidly." Zhang San, slightly dissatisfied, retorted, "Steward Chen, you go first this time. I want to be first with the next one in 2803, Long Keyi. I don't want to always settle for your leftovers." Furious, Chen Shanshan shouted, "Can't you aspire to something more? We'll work together. We can have whatever we desire. Listen to me and quickly find food and water." With that, he pinned Huo Feiyan down, tearing open her outer garment. Huo Feiyan, weeping pitifully, clutched her clothes tightly, pleading, "Steward Chen, please don't do this. Have mercy." Slap, slap. Chen Shanshan dealt 3 vicious blows to her face, his expression twisted with malice. "If you dare resist again, I'll toss you out to feed the zombies." The once kind and courteous steward had transformed into a monstrous figure more terrifying than the undead. Overwhelmed by hunger and desperation, Huo Feiyan had lost the strength to resist, tears of despair streaming down her face as she resigned herself to her fate. "Who would have thought I'd live to see the day I could have you?" Before Chen Shanshan could finish his sentence, someone from behind yanked his hair, lifting his head from Huo Feiyan's chest. Instinctively, he turned to see who it was, only to find a cold dagger pressed against his throat. Slicing into the flesh like a knife through butter, with a sickening splatter, blood gushed forth, splattering Huo Feiyan, staining her face with Chen Shanshan's blood. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck in terror as he stared at Li Ming. who wielded the dagger, struggling in vain. Just moments ago, he had appeared before Huo Feiyan as a hunter. Now, less than 2 minutes later, he had become prey, slaughtered without mercy. Ming sat beside Huo Feiyan. Speaking calmly, do you know that when a person's carotid artery is severed, they do not immediately lose consciousness or die? Instead, it is during this moment that they are most alert, feeling as though time stretches infinitely. They watch helplessly as their blood drains away, feeling their body grow cold from loss, ultimately succumbing to fear, despair, and rage. Huo Feiyan watched as Chen Shanshan struggled on the ground, blood pouring from his neck. With each passing moment, as the blood flowed more freely, his body began to convulse, his pupils dilating, becoming vacant. This was Huo Feiyan's first glimpse into the process of death, and she trembled uncontrollably, chilled to the bone. Only when Chen Shanshan lay completely lifeless did Ming rise from the sofa, casting a glance at Huo Feiyan. Why are you still dawdling? Come help me dispose of their bodies. Do you wish to live with these corpses? Ming was not without the strength to remove the two men's bodies alone. Why having Huo Feiyan assist, he sought to provide her with a more visceral sense of involvement, further dismantling her psychological defenses. After witnessing the earlier scene, Huo Feiyan felt utterly numb, her mind blank. Like an automaton, she assisted Ming in lifting Chen Shanshan's corpse and throwing it out the window. With a thud, the body fell from the 22nd floor, producing a tremendous sound. The noise, coupled with the scent of blood, quickly attracted nearby zombies. In less than 2 minutes, Chen Shanshan's body was reduced to mere bones. The two then proceeded to the kitchen, disposing of Zhang San's corpse, similarly drained of life by Ming's blade. In under 2 minutes, Zhang San's remains too were devoured to the bone. This harrowing spectacle shattered Huo Feiyan's last vestiges of psychological defense. Once the bodies were cleared, Huo Feiyan, akin to a helpless child, huddled in a corner, sobbing uncontrollably. For a fleeting moment, she had truly contemplated leaping from the window to end her own life. Yet, upon witnessing the fate of Chen Shanshan and Zhang San, fear engulfed her. She was terrified, devoid of even the courage to embrace death. Ming simply tidied up the blood splattered around, unfazed by the gruesome scene, an occurrence he had grown accustomed to, devoid of fear or disgust. Had it been his previous life, he would have gone to great lengths to collect every drop of blood. Due to this blood, it is also a source of high-quality water and one of the foods. In this lifetime, he lacks neither food nor water, so let us set such matters aside. What once seemed delectable in a previous life now consistently evokes a sense of repulsion and nausea. After cleansing all traces of blood, Ming felt a pang of hunger and decided to retrieve some beef, lamb, and fresh vegetables from his spatial storage, along with a package of Heideleo spicy hot pot seasoning. In such frigid conditions, indulging in a mouthful of fragrant and spicy hot pot is nothing short of a divine delight. Huo Feiyan was baffled as to where Ming concealed these supplies. She had searched the entire house no less than 10 times, yet found not a single grain of rice. Meanwhile, Ming effortlessly produced an array of food items. Reflecting on the moment Ming took over her residence, it seemed he had anticipated this disaster all along, that he knew the zombies would come, which is why he claimed her house. Aware of the impending cold, he transformed the decorative fireplace into a genuine heating apparatus. He had even hidden a substantial cache of food and water in undisclosed locations. Perhaps her only chance of survival lay in relying on Ming, the sturdy tree in this storm. After the ordeal with Chen Shanshan, she could no longer afford to trust anyone else, in the face of such calamity. Any semblance of kindness, trust, or morality had become a luxury. Instead, humanity's malevolence was laid bare in all its grotesque glory. With a moment of relinquishment, Huo Feiyan felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. It was as though the invisible shackles that had weighed upon her were finally cast aside, leaving her spirit remarkably unburdened. With a determined yet fragile demeanor, she crawled toward Ming. Ming, I consent to your request. I shall willingly offer my body to you. Though she had come to terms with her situation, uttering those words brought a blush to her cheeks. Ming curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Very well. Since you have reached this understanding, perhaps you should take a bath first. Huo Feiyan's gaze remained fixated on the hot pot on the table. Could I have something to eat before I bathe? I haven't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days and nights. Ming replied coldly. I do not enjoy dining with disheveled women. Huo Feiyan nestled under the covers, feeling bashful like a timid bride. So much had transpired in recent days. The most cherished things had been seized by Ming. Yet, she felt no sorrow, only a hint of excitement. Ming reclined on the bed, lighting a cigarette. Inhale, exhale. This was the sensation a man craved. He quickly checked the system. Ding! Task completed, achieving a second doubling. Spatial volume doubled too, for 1,000 cubic meters. All stored resources within the space doubled as well. Post-doubling body attributes. Constitution, 20, strength, 32, speed, 28, agility, 24, spirit, 24. Upon completing the task, he received a special system reward. Loyal Servant Pills X3. Ming was elated as he inspected the space. The original 2,000 cubic meters had transformed into 4,000. The reserves of water had increased from 800 cubic meters to 1,600. The 80 packets of rice had become 160, and the 1,000 boxes of instant noodles had doubled to 2,000. Even the tools, sickles, axes, and machetes had increased from 10 each to 20. Remarkably, even the half-eaten watermelon he had discarded had reverted to a whole fruit. Ming confirmed that all resources had indeed doubled. What intrigued him most was the special reward, the Loyal Servant Pills. He inquired of the system, "What are these Loyal Servant Pills?" The system replied, as the name suggests, anyone who consumes a Loyal Servant Pill will become your slave, bound to be 100 loyal to you for life. Free from deceit, concealment, or betrayal, the attributes of the consumer will be enhanced tenfold. Ming gasped in astonishment. This was an extraordinary boon. In this apocalyptic world, loyalty and integrity had become worthless, easily bought with a packet of instant noodles or a biscuit. Likewise, those around him might be tempted by greed, threats to their families, or various other motives to betray him. Such occurrences were inevitable, regardless of who faced them. Just like Huo Feiyan, who might appear to comply with him for survival, yet would be difficult to trust entirely in the face of greater temptation. Now, possessing these Loyal Servant Pills would decisively resolve this dilemma. To the very least, those close to him, especially someone like Huo Feiyan, must exhibit unwavering loyalty. With a thought, he summoned a pill resembling a chocolate candy and offered it to Huo Feiyan. Take this. Huo Feiyan, blushing, shyly asked, What is this? Ming smiled and replied, A nourishing supplement. It will be beneficial for you. Huo Feiyan, believing this to be a gesture of his affection, sweetly responded, I am still young and do not require such potent nourishment. You, however, have worked so hard. Keep it for yourself. Noticing that Huo Feiyan seemed to misunderstand, Ming, growing impatient, commanded, Take it and stop with the unnecessary chatter. Huo Feiyan pouted and accepted the Loyal Servant Pill, swallowing it in one gulp. Ming eagerly inquired, How do you feel? It tastes quite pleasant. Who cares about the taste? I want to know how your body feels after consuming it. Huo Feiyan, puzzled, examined her body, and suddenly she felt a surge of vitality. Her back no longer ached, and her legs felt as if they could conquer the world. I feel invigorated, full of energy, she said, casting a shy glance at Ming, her eyes ablaze with intensity at Ming pressed. Any other sensations? Huo Feiyan gazed at Ming's face, her complexion deepening in hue. I find you exceptionally handsome, truly embodying my aesthetic ideals. I have never encountered someone so striking. Your presence is utterly captivating, and every command you give seems absolutely right. I cannot resist. Your every action enchants me. And I feel I would gladly die for you. Ming, taken aback, attempted to push Huo Feiyan away from his embrace, yet discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge her an inch. With a wry smile, he pondered, has she truly become tenfold stronger without realizing it? His own attributes had merely quadrupled, yet Huo Feiyan had experienced a tenfold increase, although her base attributes might be slightly inferior to his. This enhancement easily allowed her to overpower him. Fortunately, she was now utterly loyal to him. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences today. With his own attributes enhanced, Ming felt an overwhelming surge of energy that demanded an outlet. Huo Feiyan continued to gaze at him, seemingly unsatisfied. As dawn broke, neither of them had succumbed to slumber. Huo Feiyan remained spirited and vigorous, Li Ming lit another cigarette to invigorate himself while checking his phone for messages. Today marked the third day since the apocalypse began. Under normal circumstances, approximately 70% of the population should be experiencing water shortages by now. Thus, he believed that a number of women, unable to withstand the torment of hunger and thirst, would soon be seeking his assistance. To his surprise, he discovered over 10 requests to add him as a friend. Li Ming's excitement surged. If he could acquire another exceptional beauty, he would gain access to 8,000 cubic meters of space, along with a corresponding increase in resources, all brimming with supplies. Brother, which building and room number are you in? You have stockpiled a considerable amount of food and water, haven't you? I am willing to pay for it. Please name your price. A man added you on WeChat to purchase it. I find your beliefs quite dubious. Why must I disclose my apartment number to buy your supplies? Your intentions are as transparent as day. Moreover, what uses money at this juncture? Merely a pair of digits, utterly useless even for the most basic of needs. Greetings in these apocalyptic times, our community ought to look out for one another. Many elderly and children in our neighborhood are struggling to find food, that I hope you can set aside your selfishness and embody the spirit of mutual aid and compassion, sharing a portion of your stockpile provisions with everyone. We would be immensely grateful. Li Ming could not help but exclaim, "What the hell? Even in the face of apocalypse, you still cling to moral coercion. Have you lost your mind? I reiterate, as long as I am devoid of morals, no one shall impose moral obligations upon me. They are not my elderly or children. Why should I care? Young man, I am Chen Shanshan, the director of the neighborhood committee. I am here to officially requisition the supplies you possess. Rest assured, we will allow you to retain sufficient personal necessities that I hope you will cooperate with our efforts. Otherwise, following this calamity, the organization will hold you accountable." This neighborhood committee director, Chen Shanshan, known colloquially as Aunt Cheng, was etched in Li Ming's memory that he hadn't anticipated that she resided here as well. That Li Ming's rented accommodation fell under her jurisdiction when he initially sought to obtain a residence permit. Aunt Cheng had made the process exceedingly cumbersome for him, but a simple residence permit had required 10 trips to secure. She epitomized the type of small-minded individual who wields her limited authority to make life difficult for others. Even in the apocalypse, Aunt Cheng brandished her meager title to intimidate, which was quintessentially her. Li Ming disregarded her completely and moved on to the next. He meticulously selected all the requests for assistance from attractive women and accepted them all. He then sent a unified message. If you seek food or drink, please provide your personal information and an unadorned photograph. Responses began to flood in. Chen Xiaoman, do you truly have enough supplies? Do you possess French Alpine spring water? I cannot tolerate other brands of bottled water. They make me nauseous. If you have this spring water, I might consider being agreeable, but you can have only me as a woman. Li Ming was taken aback. Even amidst the apocalypse, such a peculiar little fairy existed. He promptly replied, "Goodbye. Chen Xiaoman, how can you speak to a lady in such a manner? Is that not impolite?" After sending her message, she discovered she had been blocked by Li Ming. The little fairy erupted in anger. "How dare you block me? Many wealthy heirs would not dare treat me this way. Who do you think you are?" She then sent a message in the group. "That collecting exquisite beauties is a fraud, a pervert, a scoundrel that I hope my fellow sisters do not fall for his tricks." Ding! The second individual messaged. Su Mengxian. "Hello, my parents and younger brother have discussed it, and only you can provide our family with 10 bags of rice and 100 bottles of water. Then they will agree to my association with you. However, you must provide each of them with 3 bottles of water and 2 pounds of rice daily." How does that sound? Ding! The system detected that this did not meet the minimum requirements. Su Mengxian had a pleasant appearance, yet her figure was less than appealing. Additionally, she was overly attached to her parents and rather demanding. Dealing with such a woman was more troublesome than the previous fairy. Li Ming curtly replied, "You do not meet my criteria." Su Mengxian immediately responded, "My parents said they could first evaluate you. You must provide 1 bag of rice and 10 bottles of water as a trial. If you perform well, they may consider relaxing their demands. Ha! How amusing, still wanting to conduct evaluations. Even in the apocalypse, they were fixated on exorbitant bride prices. Perhaps they were truly desperate to sell their daughter." Li Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them, and promptly blocked her. The group erupted with a few more individuals cursing at Li Ming, their language quite unsavory. Li Ming continued to the next. Liang Yin, hello, until the disaster concludes, I agree to accompany you. However, you must treat my son well, ensuring his daily needs are met, and my son is inherently kind, and I believe he will grow to treat you as a biological father. You will gain such a wonderful son for free, which is quite advantageous. What on earth? Did they not comprehend what exquisite meant? Her son was already of considerable age. There was no need for system detection to know this did not meet the requirements. It was a waste of time. Moreover, issues that even Dorgan could not resolve were being thrown at me. What nonsense! He decisively blocked her. Li Ming proceeded to the next. Long Keyi. Hello, I am Long Keyi. Do you only trade your stockpiled food for such matters? Can you sell it? You may set any price. Wow. This was a stunning beauty, and she looked vaguely familiar. Ding. A blue system interface appeared next to Long Keyi's photo. Name, Long Keyi. Occupation, Internet celebrity. Appearance, 90 points. Age, 22. Figure, 95 points. Combat value, 6. Overall score, 90 points. Indeed, she had utilized beauty enhancement. Previously, the system had rated Huo Feiyan with an overall score of 95. While Long Keyi was only 90, however, a beauty rated at 90 could easily outshine 99 of girls. An internet celebrity, Li Ming suddenly recalled her identity. She was a super internet celebrity with millions of followers. The tearful dragon baby that he remembered that both Chen Shanshan and Zhang San had mentioned Long Keyi. She apparently resided directly above in Unit 2803. Feasible. Must secure her, Li Ming replied. Not for sale. Only for exchange. If you are willing, you may stay with me, with no worries for food or drink. After a while, Long Keyi responded, Words are cheap. How can I trust you? At that moment, Huo Feiyan had prepared a lavish seafood breakfast. A 10-pound lobster, an emperor crab, salmon, abalone, and much more. Who could afford to eat such delicacies so early in the morning? What extravagance! Huo Feiyan, beaming with happiness, said, Ming, I have worked hard to prepare this for you. To replenish your strength. Li Ming. Li Ming snapped several photos of the seafood feast and sent them to Long Keyi. Tea that moment. Long Keyi, bundled in blankets and curled up in bed, shivering from hunger and cold, could not help but salivate at the sight of the lobster. Unable to restrain herself, she swallowed hard and wiped her mouth. Though she longed to indulge, she remained rational. For she understood that if she fell victim to deception, she would lose not only her virtue, but perhaps even her life. In the worst-case scenario, she could end up as a mere plaything for men. After all, in these times, murder could be committed openly without consequence. Thus, she had to exercise utmost caution. Long Keyi. How do I know that photo is not old or downloaded from the internet? If you cannot prove that you currently possess this food, I cannot trust you, Li Ming thought to himself. This Long Keyi is indeed cautious. Had she been another woman, she would likely have been unable to control herself at the sight of such food. Li Ming replied, I will not explain myself to you further. Please refer to the property owner's group. Immediately, Li Ming posted several pictures of Huo Feiyan holding the 10-pound lobster and the abundant seafood breakfast on the group chat. All meals included, unlimited food and water, transportation provided, limited to beauties, private message, only 5 spots available. All meals included. 1 beauty already secured, only 4 spots remaining. Interested beauties, act quickly. Spots are limited and offered on a first-come, first-served basis. Upon posting these images in the group, it erupted in chaos. What the hell? ISNT that our neighborhood flight attendant Huo Feiyan. Has she really succumbed to this collecting exquisite beauties guy? No, my goddess. You are not that kind of person. I was planning to confess to you in a few days. How could you possibly be someone who easily submits? All meals included, a rivalry over a wife. In this life, we shall not coexist. That weren't their claims that this person was a fraud just moments ago. Step outside for a moment. What are his conditions? We can barely afford a meal, and they are indulging in a lavish seafood feast for breakfast. It is indeed excessive. Please, I beg you to take me in. I am willing to serve you like a laborer. Just provide me with shrimp shells to eat. Aunt Chung from the neighborhood committee. You seem to lack any sense of community. In times of disaster, we should support one another. How can there be individuals like you? Everyone is suffering, yet you are still fixated on your own matters. As the head of a neighborhood committee, I command you to immediately hand over the food you have hoarded to me for distribution, so we can ensure that everyone can weather this calamity together. Li Ming chuckled. I won't provoke you, yet you dare to provoke me? He sent a message in the group. Aunt Sheng, you are absolutely correct. Since this is for the benefit of all, as the head of the neighborhood committee, you should be the first to distribute the supplies in your possession. If you take the lead, I will certainly follow suit and share my resources with everyone. Other residents also found this reasoning compelling and began to express their satisfaction. Indeed, as a leader of a neighborhood committee, you should set an example and be the first to share your supplies with us. It has been stated that once you distribute your resources, others will follow. Aunt Sheng, hurry and distribute your supplies. Only then will others share their resources with us, and do not delay our chance for a better life. I believe this Aunt Sheng simply cannot stand others prospering and is using her position to embezzle others' resources, shamelessly suggesting they be entrusted to her for equitable distribution. She merely wishes to hoard them for herself. You old hag, get lost. Seeing the collective ire of the group directed at her, Aunt Sheng promptly chose to go silent. However, the grudge Li Ming held against her was duly noted. Long Keyi was oblivious to the unfolding drama in the group. Her attention was fixated on an image of Huo Feiyan devouring a large lobster. She too yearned for a taste of that exquisite lobster. Should she trust this person? Long Keyi felt an intense inner conflict. She was aware that among the residents of Building 7, only the stunning flight attendant Huo Feiyan could rival her beauty. Furthermore, she knew Huo Feiyan hailed from a prestigious background and was quite proud. If even someone as haughty as Huo Feiyan had yielded to that man, he must not be a fraud. Yet if she were to pursue a relationship with that man, would she not be serving the same master as Huo Feiyan? This notion was difficult for her to accept. Ming's announcement indicated there were only 5 spots available, and with Huo Feiyan already occupying one, only 4 remained. If she did not seize this opportunity quickly, she risked losing out to other women. Long Keyi once again took out her phone to send a message to Li Ming. Long Keyi, don't you already have the beautiful Huo Feiyan? Will there still be a place for me? Upon receiving Long Keyi's message, Li Ming showed his phone to Huo Feiyan. Huo Feiyan smiled and replied, How could I possibly mind? As long as you're happy, I deem it worthwhile. Moreover, a person as exceptional as you could never be content with just one woman. I would prefer for you to have a harem of 3,000 to pass on your splendid genes. Li Ming laughed heartily. In that case, you should reply to her. Your response will carry more weight than 100 of my words. Huo Feiyan took Li Ming's phone, pressed the voice message button, and said, Hello, I am Huo Feiyan. May I call you Keyi's sister? Li Ming is a remarkable person, and I sincerely hope you can come and join me in serving him. Trust me, this will be your greatest honor. And I certainly won't mind if you can come. We will be good sisters, and I believe we will get along splendidly. Hearing Huo Feiyan's voice message left Long Keyi utterly stunned. Is everyone playing such games now? From the sound of her voice, it was undeniably Huo Feiyan. Yet, the Huo Feiyan in her memory was an aloof, reserved, and precious goddess. She never expected her to be so open-minded. Could it be that Li Ming truly possessed extraordinary abilities? Although she was aware that Huo Feiyan was indeed by Li Ming's side, the credibility of his claims regarding the abundance of supplies exceeded 90. Still, Long Keyi hesitated, her resolve wavering. Bang! Was that a firecracker? No, it sounded more like gunfire. The streets were devoid of any movement, the world enveloped in an eerie stillness. That gunshot shattered the tranquility of Binjiang No. 1 community, obliterating the hopes of many residents waiting for rescue. Everyone understood that true plunder and slaughter had officially begun with that gunshot. The echoes of gunfire reverberated throughout the community. The weak trembled in fear while the strong began to succumb to madness. Huo Feiyan furrowed her brow. Ming, that was definitely gunfire, wasn't it? Li Ming grinned. What must come eventually arrives. The era of chaos has officially commenced. Wrapped in her blanket, shivering from hunger and cold, Long Keyi too recognized the sound as gunfire. Terrified, she realized that individuals capable of violence had begun to seize and kill a single woman with decent looks and figure. She would undoubtedly be among the first to be targeted for robbery. She knew she could not fight back, and that time was not on her side. Finally, she resolved to send a message to Li Ming. Long Keyi, was that sound gunfire? There's zombies downstairs. And I am terrified. Can you come and get me? My room number is 7-2803. Had she resided in another building, it would have posed a significant challenge. The underground garage and the surface were now teeming with zombies. And reaching another building would mean engaging in a bloody battle with the undead. Although Li Ming was experienced and confident in his abilities, he was not fond of taking risks. Fortunately, the second exquisite beauty who sought refuge with him also lived in the same Building 7. Yes, the second exquisite beauty secured Li Ming was indeed grateful for that gunshot, which had saved him considerable trouble. Just as Long Keyi sent her message, images of gruesome violence began to circulate in the Building 7 residence group. In the images, a tattooed thug wielded a handgun, while the bloody bodies of 3 individuals lay on the ground. Clearly a family of 3. The second photo depicted a group of 7 thugs armed with knives, axes, and steel pipes. These images were evidently intended to send a clear warning to all residents of Building 7. Listen up. People of Building 7, my name is Zheng Haonan. From now on, Building 7 is under my control. These individuals, driven by hunger, have been shot dead for disregarding the official warnings about the blood rain. To ensure the safety of Building 7, I have decided to take on the role of its security manager, while also overseeing the management of its supplies. Today, our people will go door to door. You are to open your doors and surrender your supplies immediately. Otherwise, you will be considered one of those who have consumed the blood rain. I'm aware of your supplies, especially you, exquisite beauty. I know you possess a significant amount of resources within Building 7 that I hope you will voluntarily hand them over. Do not force us to take action against you. In room 1503 of Building 7, Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng were huddled under the covers. Trembling, it was not the smallness of their room that unsettled them, but rather the unbearable conditions of their master bedroom. Despite setting the air conditioning to 30 degrees, the temperature inside remained below freezing. They could only retreat to this cramped room, where turning the air conditioning to the maximum barely brought the temperature above zero. The earlier gunfire had frightened them into silence, fearing that others would discover their hiding place. They were not oblivious to the situation outside. They understood that if they fell into the hands of Zheng Haonan and his gang, they would be reduced to mere playthings for those men. Additionally, they had not consumed a drop of water in over a day. Luo Zijuan, who typically relied on takeout and dining out, had not stocked up on food at home, leaving only instant noodles and similar provisions in the eyes of Luo Zijuan. It was the most despicable of foods, utterly unworthy of her nobility, when she glimpsed the sumptuous seafood feast posted by Li Ming in the group chat. She instinctively swallowed hard, her throat parched tea that moment. She was unable to even produce saliva. A seasoned gold digger. Luo Zijuan immediately recognized that the dish being savored by Huo Feiyan and her companions was none other than the finest Australian imported lobster. With all the seafood on the table being of superior quality, fixated on the image of the lavish spread, jealousy surged within her like a tidal wave. She was acutely aware that Huo Feiyan resided in the same building as them. Intensifying her sense of injustice, it was baffling how, despite living in the same community, the disparity was so stark. Like 2 worlds apart, that moment, she was truly famished. She stealthily tapped on the profile of collecting exceptional beauties with the intention of sending her alluring photographs in hopes of striking luck. Although her virginity had long been taken by Li Ming, she had diligently pursued beauty treatments and fitness over the years. Perhaps that individual would genuinely take an interest in her. Then, she could effortlessly cast Guanfeng aside and indulge in a seafood feast with that person. Luo Zijuan clicked into collecting exceptional beauties that, to her astonishment, they were already friends. In the next instant, her eyes widened with delight. She hurriedly shook Guanfeng beside her. Guanfeng, exasperated, retorted, "What now? Stop fidgeting, conserve your energy, or you'll be even hungrier later." "Darling, look!" Luo Zijuan exclaimed excitedly, thrusting her phone towards Guanfeng. The one who has been posting about providing food and drinks in the group chat these past few days is actually Li Ming. Hearing this, Guanfeng swiftly snatched the phone from Luo Zijuan. A surprised grin spread across his face. "Haha, it really is that little rascal. This bastard hoarded so many supplies without even giving us a heads up." Luo Zijuan sprang up on the bed, brimming with excitement. Given Li Ming's nature, as long as I ask him for something, he'll deliver it without us having to fetch it ourselves. Finally, no more hunger. My seafood feast awaits. Luo Zijuan eagerly dialed Li Ming's number. When Li Ming saw the call from Luo Zijuan, he couldn't help but think how slow they were to realize it. To help them guess who he was, he had even retained his original WeChat avatar, that a normal person should have been able to figure it out with just a little attention. This indicated just how much these two had been ignoring him. Not only did they neglect to label his WeChat, but they didn't even bother to follow his avatar. When Li Ming answered the call, Luo Zijuan's excited voice came through. Li Ming, you are the one behind providing food and drinks in the homeowners group, aren't you? Li Ming responded curtly. So what if I am? Luo Zijuan was momentarily taken aback by his cold tone. Li Ming had never spoken to her like this before. However, this was not the time for such concerns. She continued, Li Ming, that day you told us to stay home and not wander about. You knew this disaster was coming, didn't you? So you stockpiled a large amount of supplies, right? You're amazing. Luo Zijuan's words could not conceal her inner excitement. Li Ming could almost feel her elation soaring. Hearing this, Li Ming couldn't help but smirk with a hint of sarcasm. This green tea BTCH was sticking to her old tactics, sweetening him up first with praise before delivering a sharp blow. Li Ming lazily replied, if you have something to say it quickly. If not, I'll hang up tea. That moment, Huo Feiyan had just finished washing a bunch of grapes and was gently nestled beside Li Ming. She plucked one and fed it to him. Saying, so sweet. On the other end of the line, Luo Zijuan felt a twinge of anger at Li Ming's icy demeanor, but quickly regained her composure. Over the years, Guanfeng and I have done so much for you. You've seen it all that a few days ago, you colluded with others to steal Guanfeng's fuel truck, and we didn't hold it against you. After all, you're the most important and cherished person in my life. Now that disaster had struck, we could divide the supplies among the three of us. How does that sound? You alone can enjoy 1/3, which is quite generous. That, if you agree, please send the supplies over now. I haven't had the chance to tell you our room number is 7-1503, right beneath Huo Feiyan's apartment. Li Ming was taken aback. How audacious could she be, demanding 2/3 right off the bat? And to ask him to deliver it personally? Surely, he must have misheard. But he decided to give her a glimmer of hope. Li Ming replied, but we are also two people now. Luo Zijuan feigned disappointment. Li Ming, you're still immature. That Huo Feiyan is clearly not a good person. Before the disaster, she wouldn't even have looked your way. Her willingness to be with you is solely because of the supplies you have. Can't you see that? A woman as shameless as her should be kicked out of your home. What kind of person is she? Li Ming scoffed. So, you insist on taking 2/3. Luo Zijuan asserted. Of course, it would be best if you entrusted us with your share as well. Otherwise, who knows when some woman will come to you, batting her eyelashes, and you'll fall for her tricks again. Li Ming realized he had vastly underestimated Luo Zijuan's audacity. She wasn't even willing to relinquish the final third. Her reasoning was as absurdly grandiose as ever. Li Ming felt a mix of anger and amusement. Fine. Just you wait. With that, he hung up the phone. Although he knew Luo Zijuan lived in Building 7, he was unaware of their specific room number .1503, so now he understood where they were hiding. Meanwhile, Huo Feiyan snuggled against Li Ming's chest, feeding him another grape. Who was that? Li Ming asked, wrapping an arm around Huo Feiyan. Just a couple of lunatics. Luo Zijuan hung up the phone and jumped up in glee. Fantastic. It's done. Li Ming agreed to deliver the supplies personally. I told you as long as I ask, Li Ming will comply. Guanfeng embraced Luo Zijuan with a sense of pride. Wife, you truly are the best. Luo Zijuan scoffed disdainfully. That jerk Li Ming knew about the impending disaster and didn't bother to give us a heads up. Otherwise, with our capabilities, we could have stockpiled even more supplies. Guanfeng seethed. Exactly. After the zombies descended, he didn't come looking for us right away, yet he dared to use our supplies to pursue some exceptional beauties. Guanfeng was furious. Had those supplies fallen into his hands sooner, Huo Feiyan would be lying in his embrace now. The first time he laid eyes on Huo Feiyan in Binjiang Yihao community, he was utterly captivated by her beauty. He had been trying to strike up a conversation with her. But the haughty Huo Feiyan never gave him the opportunity. He had thought her to be aloof. only to discover that a mere meal was enough for Li Ming to win her over. The bitterness in Guanfeng's heart was palpable. He silently vowed that once he seized Li Ming's supplies, he would ensure Huo Feiyan was thoroughly humiliated beneath him. Guanfeng's words kindled Luo Zijuan's anger further. She cursed, "You're right. That poor bastard Li Ming dares to use my supplies to support other women while we are here freezing and starving, living in fear. Once we get our hands on his supplies, I'll toss him out to feed the zombies. Ah, help! Please, I have so little water and food left. Leave us some, at least for the child. I beg you, child. That child has already ingested the blood rain. By official decree, we must eliminate him immediately. No, he hasn't ingested the blood rain. He absolutely hasn't. We haven't stepped outside these past few days. The water we've been drinking is from the leftover bottled water. Not blood rain. What I say is blood rain is blood rain. Take the food and water. Please spare my child. I beg you. Daddy, save me, Daddy. You beasts, you want to even spare a 5-year-old child. I'll fight you all. Please, don't come any closer. Help! Someone, save me. No? Those who understand, understand. How satisfying. This is the fate of those who dare to resist us. The speaker deliberately raised his voice to the highest level, attempting to ensure that everyone in the building could hear him. Zheng Haonan and his cohorts commenced their actions, mercilessly eliminating anyone who dared to resist. The fate of the women they targeted was even more tragic. Within this silent community, any loud utterance could be distinctly heard. At this moment, the residents of Building 7 cowered in their homes, trembling in fear that Zheng Haonan and his gang might violently intrude. Long Keyi, hiding in her room, could clearly discern the events transpiring outside. Although she was unaware of the floor or apartment number Zheng Haonan and his gang occupied, judging by the sounds, they were likely quite close. She hastily sent a message to Li Ming. "Brother, have you arrived? It seems Zheng Haonan's group is getting closer to me. If they capture me, I would rather die." Suddenly, a loud knock echoed on Long Keyi's door, causing her to tremble in terror. Her phone slipping from her grasp and crashing to the floor. She pressed her hand tightly over her mouth, terrified that even the slightest sound would betray her to the intruders outside. Ding! A message chimed on Long Keyi's phone. "It's me. Open the door." Upon reading the message, the weight on her heart lifted. However, she remained cautious, quietly approaching the door to peer through the peephole. There stood a tall, handsome man clad in a long down jacket. Beside him was Huo Feiyan. Huo Feiyan was adorned in a striking red long down coat, wielding a machete in each hand, exuding an aura of valiant elegance. Seeing that no one had opened the door for a considerable time, Li Ming knocked impatiently again, urging, "If you don't open up soon, we will leave." Long Keyi quickly called out, "Wait, please don't go. I am opening the door." Before opening, she took a moment to tidy herself up, having not washed her hair or face for 3 days, fearing that Li Ming would be put off by her current disheveled appearance. Click! The lock clicked open. Long Keyi appeared before Li Ming, who appraised the internet celebrity with millions of followers. Although her appearance bore little resemblance to her on-screen persona, her bare face radiated an endearing, girl next door awkwardness, her features remarkably delicate. Unlike Huo Feiyan's classic beauty, Long Keyi leaned more toward the fresh face charm. Despite her oily hair and unkempt state, the system's assessment of her as a 90-point beauty could not be wrong. Li Ming succinctly stated, "Let us go." Long Keyi cautiously inquired, "Where are we heading?" Huo Feiyan stepped closer, smiling. "Don't worry, Keyi. We're just going to my place for now, to ITS on the 22nd floor." Long Keyi gasped. "The 22nd floor? Zheng Haonan and his gang are rampaging, breaking and entering, and even killing. Is it truly safe for us to be on the 22nd floor?" Huo Feiyan confidently twirled her machete, replying, "Zheng Haonan and his cohorts are of no concern to us. Just follow us without worry." Long Keyi pondered, realizing that if Li Ming could amass such a vast stockpile of supplies, he must have plenty of weapons as well. Their residence had been fortified, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic novel. With this thought, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that she had managed to survive thus far, although she was unaware of Li Ming's peculiar preference for extraordinary beauties. It was certainly preferable to falling into the hands of Zheng Haonan and his gang. Noticing that Li Ming had already moved ahead, Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi hurriedly followed. Zombies typically roamed the lower floors, rarely ascending to such heights as the 20th floor. Throughout the journey to retrieve Long Keyi, Li Ming encountered no zombies. Long Keyi followed Li Ming and Huo Feiyan into apartment 2202. She was astonished by everything in the house. It was simply too comfortable. She never expected to find such warmth in this world. Outside, the temperature had stabilized at a chilling -50 degrees, yet within this abode, even with the air conditioning cranked to maximum, the temperature struggled to remain above freezing to her astonishment. The room maintained a pleasant 24 degrees Celsius, the most comfortable temperature for the human body. Particularly enticing were the fruits and snacks casually laid out on the coffee table, causing Long Keyi, who had been famished for days, to swallow hard in anticipation. Life here was far too comfortable, almost indistinguishable from the days before disaster struck. Long Keyi felt immensely grateful for having chosen to trust Li Ming. Li Ming, looking at Long Keyi with disdain, remarked, "Stop daydreaming and go wash up. You smell terrible." Long Keyi felt a flush of embarrassment. Was Li Ming truly such a blunt, unsympathetic man? Could he not speak with a touch more gentleness? Rather than making her feel humiliated, in the past, had someone dared to address her so, Li Ming would have found himself on her blacklist. Wait, wash. Water was a precious commodity these days. The price of bottled water had skyrocketed to 10,000 per bottle in the group chat, and even at that price, there were no sellers willing to part with their supply. Here, however, Li Ming had a clean water source for bathing. Long Keyi shyly glanced at Li Ming, her eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. She had indeed made the right gamble. Huo Feiyan approached with a set of pajamas in hand, saying, "Keyi, you and I have similar figures. You can wear my clothes." Long Keyi accepted the pajamas, her cheeks instantly flushed. Ding! The system announced the completion of a task, triggering a third doubling post-doubling space. 8,000 cubic meters. All stored supplies within the space doubled post-doubling body attributes. Constitution, 40 strength, 64 speed, 56 agility, 48 spirit. 48 The increase in team members granted a special system reward. Awakened spatial ability, teleportation. Li Ming's mouth dropped open in astonishment. While he was ecstatic about the doubling of space and supplies, the awakening of the teleportation skill thrilled him even more. He immediately examined the teleportation usage instructions. System: by connecting the host's intent, the host can instantly move to a designated position in front. Currently, the maximum teleportation distance for the host is 100 meters and can be upgraded. The number of uses depends on the host's physical condition. Teleporting 100 meters was nothing short of miraculous. In battle, it allowed for unparalleled mobility. The distance between the buildings in Binjiang No. 1 community was approximately 60 meters, meaning he could traverse the entire complex without fear of encountering a zombie ambush. After familiarizing himself with the awakened teleportation skill, Li Ming continued to check on the state of space and supplies at this moment. The water supply had doubled from 1,600 cubic meters to 3,200 cubic meters. The 160 bags of rice had increased to 320 bags. The 2,000 boxes of instant noodles had now doubled to 4,000 boxes. Li Ming did not examine the other supplies individually, as the doubling was a given. What delighted Li Ming the most was that the special reward from the system received for Huo Feiyan had also doubled. Previously, he had given her one of the 3 remaining loyalty pills. And now, those 2 remaining pills in his space had also doubled to 4. Li Ming had not anticipated that even the system's special rewards could be doubled. This meant that as he gathered more extraordinary beauties, the number of loyalty pills in his possession would also increase. He could effectively cultivate an army utterly loyal to him. Moreover, those who consumed the loyalty pill would see their physical attributes increase tenfold, making such an army nearly invincible. Li Ming promptly extracted a loyalty pill from his space and handed it to the exhausted Long Keyi. "Take this tea." That moment, Long Keyi felt utterly drained. She was exhausted, in pain. She was beginning to understand why Huo Feiyan had been so eager to recruit her. It was all a trap, a massive one at that. Long Keyi feebly accepted the object from Li Ming's hand, which appeared to be chocolate. She dared to defy Li Ming's words. Even if it were poison, she could only swallow it down. After consuming the Zhongnu pill, Long Keyi suddenly found herself captivated by every smile and frown of Li Ming. Never having encountered such a strikingly handsome man before, she gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. Ming was all too familiar with such looks. They reminded him of Huo Feiyan when she had taken the same pill. Although both Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi were stunning beauties, he was not a man who thought only with his lower half. He evaded Long Keyi's burning gaze and called Huo Feiyan, who was waiting outside the hall. Upon hearing Li Ming's summons, Huo Feiyan, dressed in a lace camisole nightgown, swiftly entered the room, brimming with energy. "Ming, do you want me and Keyi to serve you together?" "I am ready." Long Keyi responded with a heart emoji, while Li Ming coughed to him. "You both shouldn't think about that all day. I am not that kind of person. You should be able to sense that after consuming my pill. Your bodies have become remarkably enhanced. To be honest, anyone who takes this pill will experience a tenfold boost in their physical attributes. In other words, your strength, speed, and agility are now 10 times greater than before." Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi stared at Li Ming in astonishment. Being young adults, they were well aware of the concept of a tenfold enhancement in physical attributes, especially as avid gamers. They were astonished that Li Ming had given them such a powerful pill. Consequently, Li Ming's image in their minds grew even more radiant and grand. Long Keyi was so moved that tears streamed down her face as she nestled against Li Ming's chest, exclaiming, "Ming, you truly are the best for us. I apologize for ever doubting you. Punish me as you wish. Use your most formidable technique to strike me." Li Ming waved his hand and said, "As long as you know I'm good, I didn't call you here for that. The apocalypse has already lasted 4 days, and as time passes, this world will descend further into chaos. Zheng Haonan from our building has already begun to act against others, and it's only a matter of time before they turn on us. Although you have gained a tenfold attribute enhancement, your combat experience is still 0. When you encounter them, winning is not guaranteed, especially since they may possess firearms. Therefore, I have decided to conduct special training for you." Huo Feiyan nodded earnestly, replying, "Indeed, if we do not grow stronger, we want to be able to protect you. Ming, we are willing to accept this special training." Long Keyi similarly replied with sincerity, "What Sister Feiyan said is true. We cannot allow anyone to harm you. Ming, even if it means rigorous training, we must accept it." Li Ming could not help but twitch his mouth. Was the power of the Zhongnu pill truly this overwhelming? "All right, you don't need to be so fervent. It is late, and while others are asleep, we shall commence tonight." Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi promptly stood at attention, chests out, declaring, "We obey Ming Ji's command." At that moment, both were clad only in lace camisole nightgowns, a sight that was somewhat discomforting. But never mind. The matter at hand was pressing. There would be ample time ahead and numerous exquisite beauties to encounter, so he needed to tread carefully. Li Ming retrieved 2 sets of extreme cold weather gear. Along with raincoats, hats, masks, and protective goggles, he outfitted Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi from head to toe. Huo Feiyan inquired, "Ming, where are we heading?" Li Ming replied calmly, "To hunt zombies." Long Keyi and Huo Feiyan exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Li Ming's intentions. Zombies, after all, were once human, resembling ordinary people. However, they moved sluggishly and lacked strength, making them an ideal choice for practicing combat and gaining experience. Li Ming led the fully equipped Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi down the stairs, eventually discovering 2 zombies on the 3rd floor landing. Although Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi had consumed the Zhongnu pill, ensuring their absolute obedience to Li Ming's commands, they were still ordinary girls. Upon seeing the grotesque, snarling zombies, they felt a surge of fear. Noticing their trembling forms, Li Ming asked, "What is the matter? Are you scared?" Huo Feiyan fought to suppress her fear, trembling as she replied, "No, we aren't scared. For Ming, we fear nothing." Long Keyi echoed, "Yes, we must not be afraid." Li Ming presented them with weapons to choose from. Huo Feiyan opted for 2 machetes, while Long Keyi selected a long-handled axe. Both girls gripped their weapons tightly, seeking solace in their newfound armaments. Li Ming instructed them seriously, "Remember, to incapacitate a zombie completely, you must sever its head, and no matter how many times you slash at its body, it can still lunge at you. The most potent attack a zombie possesses is its bite, followed closely by its claws. You must avoid their attacks while hunting them to restrict its movement. Start by severing its legs. One last thing you must remember. A zombie's claws, teeth, and blood are laden with a virulent zombie virus. Once infected, I cannot save you. Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi were now thoroughly terrified. Yet they persisted, saying, "Understood, Ming, we will not let you down." Ming held great expectation for Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi, for he had an ultimate goal, to have them handle any trouble while he remained safely hidden. What a blissful life that would be. He pointed at the two zombies in the stairwell, saying, "There are two zombies before you. Each of you is responsible for taking one down. Whoever kills their zombie first will receive my special reward." Ming's special reward. The allure of such a reward sparkled in their eyes, and Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi felt emboldened. With a generous reward at stake, the zombies suddenly appeared less terrifying, even somewhat endearing. Huo Feiyan, wielding her dual blades, was the first to charge towards the zombie in the corridor. Although she ran swiftly, the sound of her footsteps and the scent of a living human instantly caught the attention of the two zombies. Roar! The zombies, upon spotting the vibrant human, instinctively lunged at Huo Feiyan. When the zombie was less than a meter away, Huo Feiyan, in a moment of primal fear, instinctively kicked out at the creature, with her tenfold enhanced physical attributes. Her kick sent the zombie flying several meters until it crashed against the wall. Ming furrowed his brow and shouted sternly, "Who told you to kick? That weapon in your hand is meant for cutting." Huo Feiyan, momentarily dazed, replied, "Why yes, I'm sorry. Ming lunged at me, and in my panic I kicked it. Next time, I will definitely chop it." Meanwhile, Long Keyi gripped her long-handled axe tightly and charged at her target. Having learned from Huo Feiyan's experience, she held her axe firmly as the zombie lunged at her and swung down decisively. So filthy. Long Keyi let out a startled scream as she closed her eyes. She had clearly missed the zombie's neck and instead cleaved into its chest, splattering her with its dark, viscous blood. Ming scolded her angrily. "Fool! Why did you close your eyes? You cannot afford to lose sight of your target during combat." Luckily, Ming had alerted Long Keyi before it was too late. When she opened her eyes again, the zombie was already lunging at her with its gaping maw. Long Keyi nervously kicked the zombie away. Ming could not help but cover his forehead and shake his head. Were it not for the tenfold enhancement of their physical attributes, granting them speed and strength far exceeding that of the zombies, they would have long since become food for the undead. As he glanced back at Huo Feiyan's battle, he felt a pang of sympathy. The situation was utterly grim, resembling a chaotic brawl among unruly women. Not far away, Huo Feiyan had discarded the machete in her hand and charged forward, seizing the zombie by its hair. Indeed, she was truly yanking at its hair. Huo Feiyan possessed immense strength, and at this moment, she was swinging the zombie back and forth by its hair. The scene was exceedingly gruesome and tragic. For a fleeting moment, Ming found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for the zombie. If that creature were capable of thought, it would surely be cursing. What have I done to deserve this? Strangely, Ming sensed a flicker of anger emanating from the zombie, turning his gaze back to Long Keyi. He sighed. If the opponent were not a zombie, Long Keyi might have been tempted to take a bite out of it herself. One could hardly tell who the real monster was. The distinctive style of combat between Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi was unmistakable, featuring hair-pulling, clothing-tugging, and kicks below the belt. In exasperation, Ming shouted at the two, "Come back here at once." Upon hearing his command, Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi promptly released the zombie and hurried back to Ming's side. Huo Feiyan offered an awkward smile. "Ming, just give me a bit more time, and I will have that zombie dispatched." Long Keyi chimed in earnestly. "Indeed, that zombie won't last much longer. We will definitely take it down." With a sharp clap on both their heads, Ming reprimanded, "Is my intention for you to kill it? I provided you with weapons to behead. You understand. Each of you is to engage with only one zombie at a time. What if there are 2 or 3? Will you continue to yank at their hair and kick them?" Seizing the machete from Huo Feiyan, Ming declared, "Allow me to demonstrate once. Pay close attention. If this sort of behavior persists, I shall become a man you will never have." Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi's faces paled at the thought of such a punishment, which would be more agonizing than death itself. In unison, they cried out, "Ming, please, we were wrong. We promise to be attentive and learn properly. The two zombies that had been struck down by Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi staggered back to their feet, contorting grotesquely, and charged towards Li Ming and the others. Li Ming's expression instantly hardened, his gaze icy as he focused intently on the approaching zombies. He reminded himself that in battle, one must strategize before acting. Once the engagement begins, it must be swift, ruthless, and precise. With a quickened pace, Li Ming sprinted towards the two zombies. As he neared, he executed a rapid somersault, positioning himself behind one of the zombies. With the machete poised at the creature's neck, he swiftly slashed. The sound of flesh parting from bone echoed as the zombie's head was severed from its body. In the next moment, Li Ming had already appeared before the second zombie. Delivering another swift strike in less than 5 seconds, he successfully dispatched both zombies, not a drop of the dark, viscous blood splattering onto him. With his physical attributes enhanced eightfold, coupled with the combat skills honed in his previous life, slaying these two zombies was a mere trifle. Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi, who had been watching in awe, gaped at Li Ming, their eyes sparkling with adoration, akin to fervent fans of celebrities from the pre-apocalyptic world. Huo Feiyan exclaimed, "Ah, Ming, you are so handsome, mua mua, kisses." Long Keyi added, "Ah, Ming, you will forever be my idol." YYDS. Li Ming returned the machete to Huo Feiyan, saying, "All right, enough with the exaggeration. It's your turn now. Each of you must hunt down 5 zombies tonight." Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi nodded eagerly, with Li Ming's personal demonstration and the threat of his disapproval looming over them. Their subsequent actions became markedly proactive, although their movements lacked the fluidity of Li Ming's. They were nonetheless capable of dispatching zombies with relative ease. Meanwhile, in a room on the 7th floor, a woman lay on the bed with vacant eyes, devoid of hope, her body marred with wounds. Chen Shanshan emerged from the room with satisfaction. Life had become more pleasurable than it was before the apocalypse. Haha. Since earlier, the zombies in the underground garage seemed to have gone into a frenzy, their eerie cries echoing. Did anyone know what was happening? A bald man approached Chen Shanshan obsequiously. It seems someone is risking a zombie bite to scavenge for supplies in the underground garage. After all, many people used to keep a stock of water in their car trunks before the apocalypse, and that is quite a quantity of resources. However, the zombies in the garage were numerous, and few dared to venture there. Chen Shanshan grinned wickedly. "Do you know who they are? Once they bring the supplies back from the garage, we can simply take them from them. It will be much easier." The bald man immediately began to flatter him. "Brother Shanshan, what a brilliant scheme. Your intellect is unmatched. The resources they risk bringing back will ultimately serve you in a frigid little room." Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng nibbled on a piece of biscuit and sipped a small amount of water. Their remaining supplies of biscuits and water were dwindling, allowing only 1 biscuit per meal and half a bottle of water each day, barely enough to sustain life. Guanfeng, weak and indignant, cursed that scoundrel Li Ming. "Why hasn't he delivered supplies to us yet? Does he want to die?" Mentioning Li Ming ignited a fire in Luo Zijuan's previously listless eyes. Since last night, she had sent him over 100 messages and made more than 100 calls. He had neither answered nor replied. This was something Luo Zijuan could not tolerate. In her mind, Li Ming was like a pet dog. Whenever she called, he must immediately come running to her side. Just like yesterday, when she demanded 2/3 of the supplies, Li Ming had not dared to complain and even vowed to deliver them in person. They had waited through the cold night without a glimpse of Li Ming, let alone any supplies. Luo Zijuan dialed Li Ming's number once more, only to be met with silence again. In frustration, she slammed her phone down. It must be that Huo Feiyan, that wretched woman, inciting Li Ming not to deliver supplies to us. Doesn't she realize these supplies belong to us? That vile creature. If I catch her, I will make her pay for consuming so much of our food. Li Ming is so spineless. With just a few words from that wretched woman, he becomes a coward. He's no man at all. Guanfeng's expression darkened with malice. "Li Ming, if you lack mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Luo Zijuan looked at Guanfeng in confusion. "What do you plan to do?" Guanfeng snorted coldly. "If others can rob us, why can't we rob them? They can kill, but we cannot. Besides, it was Li Ming who hoarded our supplies, so we have no choice but to resort to this strategy. He is no one to blame but himself." Luo Zijuan quickly grasped Guanfeng's intent. her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "That plan sounds excellent. Since we intended to sell him off to northern Myanmar anyway, we might as well do it ourselves." After pondering for a moment, she continued, "But what if they resist? Li Ming is quite strong. I've felt it myself, and I'm not certain you can overpower him." Guan Feng's expression darkened further. Did this wretched woman have to say it like that? He rummaged through the kitchen for 2 kitchen knives, his voice laced with malice as he said, "When the time comes, you will lure him to open the door. The instant he does, I will strike from behind. Given his trust in you, he will be completely unprepared." Imagining the prospect of indulging in a hot pot and seafood feast made Luo Zijuan's heart swell with delight. "Let us do it. We have already given Li Ming a chance. It's his fault for not cherishing it." Ding! Ding! Both Luo Zijuan and Guan Feng's phones chimed simultaneously. Luo Zijuan quickly grabbed her phone. Could it be that Li Ming has replied? Upon reading the message, her face darkened and a murderous aura radiated from her. The message contained 3 photos and a piece of text sent by Li Ming to their group. In the images, Li Ming was flanked by Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi, with Huo Feiyan personally peeling a lobster and feeding it to Li Ming, while Long Keyi held a beer ready to serve him. With a table laden with various barbecued delicacies. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." After wrapping up with Chen Shanshan, Lin Saixia eagerly sent over more than 10 cherished photos from her phone to Li Ming. Upon viewing these images, Li Ming couldn't help but frown, exclaiming, "Disgraceful." He then proceeded to scrutinize the photos from various angles, examining them over 10 times. Lin Saixia included a message, "Brother, with my sister in this state. Aren't you considering me at all? She's both sensible and fun. I guarantee you won't be disappointed." After responding to Chen Shanshan's message, Li Ming continued his exploration. Ding! A blue system interface appeared beside one of the photos. Name, Jian. Occupation, lawyer. Appearance, 90 points. Age, 30. Physique, 90 points. Combat power, 6. Overall score, 85 points. Well, it turns out she is a single woman over 30. For a woman with such looks and physique to maintain herself so well at this age is indeed impressive. Li Ming hurriedly checked Ji Yun's profile. "Hello, my name is Jian. If you can fulfill one of my requests, I would agree to be with you." Li Ming examined her pictures. Unlike Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi, Ji Yun's shoulder-length hair gave her a particularly capable appearance, exuding the essence of a mature woman, radiating an aura of sophistication. Li Ming thought to himself, "Goodness, she truly embodies the assertiveness of a lawyer." Leading with conditions right from the start. "Well, let's see what her request entails." He replied, "Please share your requirements." Ji Yun responded, "Currently, I live with my family, which includes my parents and a younger brother. I hope that once we are together, you can regularly provide them with sufficient supplies to ensure their survival in this apocalyptic world." Li Ming considered Ji Yun's message. Everyone has family members they cannot abandon, and he understood her sentiments. However, the definition of sufficient supplies was quite ambiguous. Li Ming replied, "How do you define sufficient supplies? A pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water could sustain them, while 3 gourmet seafood meals a day, with drinks included, would certainly not be deemed excessive." Ji Yun's younger brother, Ji Xiaoqiang, snatched Ji Yun's phone and angrily exclaimed, "Of course, it should be 3 gourmet meals a day. Who the hell eats instant noodles for every meal? Just a few packs of noodles and some bottles of water, and he thinks he can marry my sister. Dream on." Ji Yun's mother, Chun Xiao, chimed in with a smirk. "Xiaoqiang is right. If you go over there, it's bound to be a comfortable life. Do you want your brother to eat instant noodles every day? I won't agree to that." Ji Yun crossed her arms and coldly stated, "Even if he is willing to provide, he must have the means to do so. Are you not aware of the current situation? Having instant noodles to eat is already quite fortunate. Regardless, I have already sent him the information as per your demands, and he has responded. The conditions he proposes are for you to consider. I am indifferent. I suggest you ask for a substantial amount of supplies at once. Otherwise, I suspect he may turn out to be a perverse individual, and I might just end it all myself." After all these years, she had endured endless exploitation from her family, despite her exceptional qualities. She was burdened with a mother and brother who incessantly drained her. Her previous boyfriends had all left her due to her parasitic family. This had led her to remain a virgin at the age of 30. She never expected her body would still be of use today. Thank you to the #1 big brother for the airplane I received. The tearful dragon baby is here to serenade you. Hoping for your continued prosperity. Long Keyi organized a one-on-one live stream service for Ming at home. Despite having undergone a night of zombie hunting training, the two women were still brimming with energy. Showing no signs of fatigue, Huo Feiyan, dressed in a flight attendant uniform, approached Ming with a tray of water, displaying a sweet smile. Esteemed customer, technician number 88 is at your service. Remember to give me a 5-star review. After saying this, she knelt before Ming, gently placing his feet into warm water. Oh, how delightful. This truly has a certain appeal. If only I had 2 more girls to massage me from either side. That would be an unparalleled joy. While others struggled to eat and drink, his life was remarkably lavish. Wouldn't this provoke some jealousy in them? No, he must host a live stream before the power goes out. Not for any particular reason, just to ask them if they find him annoying, if he bothers them, or if he deserves a beating. Chen Shanshan and Jia needed to be brought over without delay. Once he secured them, his physical attributes could enhance to 32 times their original level. This strength would allow him to dominate the community. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking at the door. Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi immediately halted their actions, directing their gaze toward Ming. Who is it? Could it be Zheng Haonan and the others? Ming popped a grape in his mouth. Would Zheng Haonan knock so gently? Long Keyi shook her head. Definitely not. Oh, who could it be? Ming had already guessed most of the answer. Feiyan, go take a look, but be cautious of ambushes. Huo Feiyan stood up, nodded, and strapped 2 machetes to her waist. She was becoming increasingly adept at wielding these weapons. Approaching the door, Huo Feiyan cautiously peered through the peephole. Minggu, there's only one woman out there, looking rather disheveled, but a woman. It was indeed Luo Zijuan. With her arrival, Guanfeng was undoubtedly lurking nearby. Given the nature of these two, it was likely they intended to kill him and seize all his supplies. Ming grinned mischievously at Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi. After you killed so many zombies last night, today you can practice on some humans. Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi's interest peaked. Kill them. Ming waved his hand. No, don't let them die. They should suffer slowly in despair. This time, if they learned to control their strength, he knew they were immensely powerful. But often, brute strength alone does not resolve issues. Go on. And remember, don't kill them. Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi exchanged glances. They were intensely curious about what kind of person could provoke such hatred in their Minggu. With bright smiles, they assured him, rest assured, Minggu, we want tea, let them die. Bang, bang, bang. The previously gentle knocking had escalated to forceful banging, and the person outside was clearly growing impatient. Luo Zijuan's voice rang out. Ming, I know you're inside. Don't think you can hide like a coward. Open the door now. Upon hearing the woman outside insult Ming, Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi's fury erupted. Such provocation was undoubtedly more infuriating than digging up their ancestors' graves. Huo Feiyan swiftly opened the door. Slap. Slap. 2 resounding slaps landed on Luo Zijuan's face. You filthy wench. How dare you insult our Minggu? Say another word, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Huo Feiyan had clearly misjudged her strength, knocking out 2 of Luo Zijuan's false teeth in the process. Stunned and bloodied, Luo Zijuan had not anticipated receiving 2 resounding slaps as soon as the door opened. With a mouth full of blood, she indignantly pointed at Huo Feiyan. You vixen, slap. Another slap struck Luo Zijuan's face. Huo Feiyan coldly replied, watch your mouth. Everything was unfolding too quickly. Guanfeng, who was hiding nearby, had not reacted in time, and Luo Zijuan had already received 3 slaps from the stunning Huo Feiyan. Guanfeng was also taken aback by Huo Feiyan's fierce demeanor, who wasted no time in taking action. With a teary voice, Luo Zijuan glared at Huo Feiyan with venomous hatred. Guanfeng, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and chop this vixen down. Guanfeng found himself in a state of bewilderment. In his mind's eye, the individual who opened the door could only be Ming. He believed that once he eliminated Ming, Huo Feiyan would naturally submit to him. With Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi at his disposal, he could easily cast aside the tiresome Luo Zijuan. However, he was taken aback to discover that it was actually Huo Feiyan who stood before him. Prioritizing the urgency of resources, Guanfeng decided he must first subdue Huo Feiyan before proceeding to eliminate Ming. Without hesitation, he raised the kitchen knife and charged at Huo Feiyan. Just as he was about to strike, Long Keyi suddenly emerged from within, seizing Guan Feng's wrist. "What do you intend to do with that knife?" Long Keyi's voice was icy, and her grip was remarkably strong. Causing Guan Feng's wrist to crack audibly, a sharp pain surged through him, forcing him to relinquish the knife, which clattered to the ground. Guan Feng attempted to break free from Long Keyi's grasp. Struggling in vain, it felt as though his wrist were ensnared by iron. In a swift motion, Long Keyi pivoted, positioning herself behind Guan Feng and yanking his wrist. With a resounding thud, she executed a shoulder throw. Guan Feng's scream was filled with anguish as he feared his ribs might have been fractured. Witnessing this, Luo Zijun's expression darkened, her body trembling with trepidation at the sight of Guan Feng. A robust man, so easily subdued by Long Keyi. "We are here to find Li Ming. We are his friends," she stammered. A slap. Huo Feiyan delivered another resounding slap to Luo Zijun's face. Though Luo Zijun had steeled herself for this, Huo Feiyan's speed left her no time to react, and the sting of the slap registered painfully. Huo Feiyan scoffed. "Friends? Is it customary for you to wield knives when visiting friends?" Luo Zijun cupped her swollen cheeks, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, "You're taking this too far." At that moment, Li Ming slowly emerged from the room. Upon seeing him, Luo Zijun could no longer contain her tears, and they cascaded down her cheeks. Although Li Ming was aware of Luo Zijun's exceptional acting skills, this display of emotion was genuine. That a woman who prided herself on her beauty could hardly feel wronged when her face was bruised and battered. Sobbing, she whined, "Li Ming, you finally came out. Why aren't you controlling these two harpies? They just attacked me." Li Ming, taking in the sight of the disheveled and battered Luo Zijun, could not help but chuckle. "Who is this beggar? Do I know her?" Once her shock subsided, Luo Zijun finally noticed the attire of Li Ming, Huo Feiyan, and Long Keyi. They were dressed far too lightly for the occasion. Li Ming was clad only in a massage outfit hastily acquired from the Yaoqi Club, paired with slippers. Huo Feiyan donned a flight attendant's uniform, while Long Keyi's attire left little to the imagination. Her thighs exposed, given that it was a frigid -50 degrees outside. Even with the air conditioning on, the temperature inside hovered around freezing. Luo Zijun's gaze wandered past Li Ming and Huo Feiyan. Peering into the house, it suddenly dawned on her why Li Ming's home felt so comfortably warm. Not only was it not cold at all, but it was also slightly warm. Through the door, she glimpsed a coffee table laden with a variety of fresh fruits and snacks. Her eyes widened with astonishment and envy. Was this not the idyllic life she had yearned for? Stealing a glance at Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi, she realized that a physical confrontation was futile. She would have to reason with Li Ming, and in her heart, she believed that persuading Li Ming would be a matter of mere moments. Clearing her throat, Luo Zijun declared, "Li Ming, we had an agreement. You would share the supplies you hoarded, and Guan Feng and I would take 2/3. You plan to support these two vixens at that moment." She sensed Huo Feiyan's icy glare and feared that a misstep in her words would result in another slap. The word vixens died on her lips. "Supporting women is your affair. Guan Feng and I only seek what rightfully belongs to us." She lifted her chin defiantly before Huo Feiyan, confident that Li Ming would acquiesce to her demands. Indeed, she speculated that Li Ming might even punish Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi for their aggression towards her. Li Ming scoffed. "It seems her mind is still muddled, spouting nonsense. Feiyan, let us help her regain her senses." Upon receiving Li Ming's command, Huo Feiyan's face lit up with glee. Slap, slap. 3 rapid slaps landed on Luo Zijun's face. Though Huo Feiyan was cautious not to strike her too forcefully, fearing Li Ming's ire, the force was still enough to leave Luo Zijun dazed, seeing Luo Zijun being struck again. Guan Feng struggled to rise from the ground, but he seemed to have realized that the true power lay with Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi, if he could align himself with them. Dealing with Li Ming would be a trivial matter. Clutching his chest, he addressed the 2 women. "Ladies, do not be deceived by this impoverished fool. Li Ming is merely a delivery boy. No, he is even less than that. Just a laborer for my family, and he is a fraud. All the supplies he possesses rightfully belong to me. Please, Do not fall for his tricks. I swear, if you assist me in reclaiming what is mine, I will ensure you are well taken care of. If you wish, you may stay by my side. To be frank, my father is a high-ranking official in Tianhai City. The government's rescue will inevitably arrive. And as long as you follow me, I assure you a life of luxury, far superior to being with this charlatan. When he mentioned his father's position, Guanfeng's expression brimmed with pride. He was convinced that Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi would surely choose him over Li Ming, just as Luo Zijun had once done. Indeed, had this been before the apocalypse, Guanfeng's father's name would have commanded respect in Tianhai City. Guanfeng believed the current calamity was merely temporary. Once the official rescue arrived, he could leverage his father's connections to ascend once more. With a swift motion, Long Keyi seized his arm and executed another shoulder throw. Her voice was frigid as she warned, "Who are you calling a fraud? Dare to insult our Ming Gu again. And I cannot guarantee that even if Ming Gu orders us not to kill you, I will ensure your hands and feet will never function again." Huo Feiyan nodded in agreement. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Luo Zijun immediately escalated her wailing. Attempting to cling to Li Ming's RMS, she took a step forward. Huo Feiyan blocked her way. With a single glance, Luo Zijun instinctively recoiled 2 steps. Unable to approach Li Ming, she resorted to theatrics from a distance. Covering her mouth, she sobbed pitifully, resembling an abandoned young bride, tears streaming down her face. "Li Ming, you promised you would care for me for life, that you would be responsible for me forever. Have you forgotten? What about our cherished moments? Have you forgotten that I was your first woman? I know you harbor resentment for my association with Guanfeng. But setting facts aside, did you not also err? If not for your weakness, we would not have reached this point. That I am merely here to reclaim what belongs to me. How can that be wrong? I beg you, I do not wish for all your supplies. Just half, truly, just half. Moreover, you know I am sensitive to the cold. Could you ask them to let me have this house? You can allow them to stay at my place." I wouldn't mind that. Li Ming found himself taken aback, akin to a knife slicing through flesh. How had he ever been so compliant with such a brazen individual? Indeed, the one embroiled in the situation was blind to reason. Returning to reality, he noticed the fiery intensity in the eyes of Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi. Had Luo Zijun inadvertently struck a nerve? Huo Feiyan glared at Luo Zijun. "Your first woman? Is it you, this shameless creature, who took away our Ming Gu's first time?" Long Keyi regarded Luo Zijun with similar fury. "You wretched person, utterly unforgivable." Luo Zijun, terror-stricken, beheld the wrathful expressions of Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi. Utterly bewildered, what had she done to provoke these 2 harbingers of doom? A cacophony akin to the cries of slaughtered pigs erupted in the scene. Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Luo Zijun. Lying nearby, Guanfeng observed the unfolding chaos, paralyzed with fear, opting instead to feign death, terrified that Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi might recall his presence mid-assault, subjecting him to a similar brutal beating. It was not until Luo Zijun lay on the ground, gasping for breath, that Huo Feiyan seized a handful of her hair. "You ought to be grateful for Ming Ji's merciful heart. Otherwise, I would have cast you down to feed the zombies long ago." Injured and battered, Luo Zijun weakly pleaded, "Li Ming, you cannot treat me this way. I am so thirsty and hungry. Please, grant me a morsel of food and a sip of water that I beg you." Li Ming, with a wicked grin, replied, "Look at you. If you had this attitude from the beginning, I would not have hesitated to oblige." He gestured towards the footbath water that Huo Feiyan was preparing for him. "That is my footbath elixir. Consider yourselves fortunate today." "Footbath water?" Luo Zijun exclaimed in horror as she gazed at the basin in Huo Feiyan's hands. With a splash, Huo Feiyan doused them with the icy liquid. Under the onslaught of the footbath brew, Luo Zijun and Guanfeng fled in disarray. Meanwhile, Li Ming lounged at home, relishing music and the services of Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi. Huo Feiyan, squeezing Li Ming's thigh, remarked, "Ming Gu, would it be wise to release those 2? Though they are rather inept, I fear they may expose our location and invite trouble." Long Keyi, who was massaging Li Ming's shoulders, echoed similar concerns. "We should have dealt with them decisively." Li Ming closed his eyes in contemplation. "What? Are you afraid?" Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi answered in unison. Not afraid. Ming lazily opened his eyes and said, Since you are unafraid, why fret about it? However, remember that humans are not the same as zombies. In this apocalypse, humans can often be far more terrifying. Zombies, devoid of pain or fear, act solely on instinct. Yet human malice is boundless. Cunning, ruthless, brutal, and venomous are all too common attributes. Some individuals are skilled in deceit, making them more unpredictable. Thus, when confronting adversaries, you must exercise greater caution than with zombies. Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi stood at attention, responding with resolute clarity. Understood. Ming go. Should they encounter insurmountable odds? Ming could utilize teleportation to escape with them. However, such a retreat would be deeply humiliating. Having gained the system's favor, to be chased and forced to flee, Ming would not allow such disgrace to occur. He must grow stronger without delay. Lin Saixia paced angrily, her phone clutched tightly in hand, her eyes burning with fury. Emboldened, she sent a private photo, one that would make even her blush, to Ming. His response was curt. How disgraceful! A profound humiliation washed over her. After all, she was a prominent figure in the car model industry, surrounded by affluent heirs and celebrities vying for her attention. Today, she had lowered herself, only to be met with disdain. This was an affront too great to bear. At that moment, Lin Saixia harbored a potent desire for vengeance against Ming. Indeed, he possessed a wealth of resources. She need not grovel before him. From a different perspective, if she eliminated him, those resources would naturally come into her possession. With this thought, Lin Saixia felt a clarity wash over her. Considering her position as a lone woman, she realized she needed allies to avoid potential retaliation from Ming. She envisioned the two muscular gym instructors living in her building, Chen Hao and Zhou Daze. The pair had often cast lecherous glances at her, Chen Shanshan. Parading their impressive physiques, why not recruit them? They appeared quite capable, and having such allies in this apocalypse would significantly bolster her sense of security. Resolute, Lin Saixia donned a heavy down jacket and set off towards the muscular men's abode. At that moment, Chen Hao and Zhou Dae were at home, gnawing on protein powder to stave off hunger. Chen Hao, struggling to swallow the dry substance, lamented, I can hardly choke this down. It's too dry and makes me thirstier. If this continues, we will perish from hunger or dehydration. Zhou Dae, cradling a bucket of protein powder, shook his head in despair. No, we must find water. Chen Hao set down the powder, pouring the last remnants from a parched water bottle in a futile attempt to extract a drop. In a fit of rage, he crumpled the plastic bottle and hurled it against the wall. Not a single drop. Brother Zhou, while we still have strength, let us raid another household for water. Otherwise, we will truly die. Zhou Dae agreed. That's exactly what I was thinking. If we don't take action, others will have already gone mad with desperation. Chen Hao, invigorated by the prospect of plunder, declared, Since we're at it, let us seize the opportunity to deal with those two sisters upstairs. After all, in this chaotic time, killing is of little consequence. What is the harm in robbing them? Zhou Dae hesitated briefly, his expression hardening. Let us do it. We'll head to their place first. They might have some water left. Having made their decision, the two donned their heavy jackets and gathered a few makeshift tools for their incursion. As they stepped outside, they fortuitously encountered Lin Saixia, who had come seeking them. To the moment of their meeting, all three wore expressions of bewilderment. Lin Saixia, noticing the tools in Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue's hands, cautiously inquired, Gentlemen, where are you headed? The two exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, They've come to us? What delightful fortune! Chen Hao swiftly approached, pressing a knife against Lin Saixia's throat, swallowing hard. We're not going anywhere. We merely wish to borrow some supplies from you and your sister, perhaps engage in a game of cards. Unfazed, Lin Saixia had prepared herself for this encounter. She offered a seductive smile and, in a coy tone, replied, Gentlemen, if you have business, please speak freely. I have not refused you. Just don't frighten me with that knife. With that, she gently nudged the blade away from her neck. Her unexpected reaction caught Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue off guard. Typically, she would regard them with disdain. Now, she seemed to flirt with them. It appeared that the sisters were running low on supplies and had come seeking assistance. despite Lin Saixia having gone several days without a bath and her complexion appearing somewhat sallow from consuming instant noodles. Her tall stature and refined artificial features still wielded significant allure over Chen Hao and Zhou Dazue. They quickly advanced, seizing Lin Saixia and dragging her into their home. Why the rush? Do you think I can't escape? Lin Saixia surveyed her surroundings, noting the abundance of protein powder canisters and empty water bottles strewn about. It seems you two are also running low on supplies. If this continues, we shall all starve. However, I have a brilliant plan to acquire a substantial amount of resources, but it requires your assistance. Upon hearing of the potential for abundant resources, Chen Hao and Zhou Daze halted their movements. Zhou Dazue queried, "Abundant resources. What do we need to do?" Lin Saixia adjusted her attire and whispered, "Are you familiar with the Collecting Exceptional Beauties group?" Chen Hao's face twisted with indignation. "I know that scoundrel. I borrowed supplies from him in the group, and he completely ignored me. If I find him, I'll make him pay." Lin Saixia's expression turned cunning. "Collecting Exceptional Beauties has taken an interest in my sister. He is likely to come for her today, that we can use this opportunity to set a trap. The moment he steps in my home, you must subdue him. Once we have him under duress, he will surely hand over his supplies." After an intense game of cards, Lin Saixia led Chen Hao and Zhou Daze to her home. Chen Shanshan, observing Lin Saixia's disheveled hair, gasped in alarm. "Kaixia, have they been bullying you?" She quickly pulled Lin Saixia behind her protectively, murmuring, "Don't worry, I am here for you. You two better leave my house, or I won't be so lenient." Chen Hao leered. "Not so lenient, then shout louder. The more you scream, the more excited I become to—" In the next moment, Lin Saixia suddenly bound Chen Shanshan tightly from behind with both hands. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and tie her up." Upon hearing Lin Saixia's call, Zhou Daze and Chen Hao immediately rushed forward. It was only then that Chen Shanshan realized Lin Saixia was in cahoots with him, and in terror exclaimed, "Saixia, what are you doing? Let me go." As she shouted, she twisted her body and flailed her limbs in a desperate attempt to break free from Lin Saixia's grip. Chen Shanshan's strength was not inferior to Lin Saixia's, and at times she nearly managed to escape. Zhou Daze stepped forward, yanked Chen Shanshan's hair, and delivered a harsh slap to her face. Already weakened and famished, Chen Shanshan was sent reeling by Zhou Daze's fierce blow, her vision spinning as she collapsed to the ground. Zhou Daze snorted coldly. "Is it really that troublesome to deal with her? A single slap will suffice." Chen Hao hurriedly took out the rope he had prepared in advance and bound Chen Shanshan securely. "Zhou Gu, be gentle. We haven't even had our fun yet, and we don't want you to break her this moment." Chen Shanshan felt a chill wash over her as she looked at Lin Saixia in despair. "Saixia, what are you planning? Why are you doing this to me?" Lin Saixia replied with a venomous glare. "Shanshan, if you wish to assign blame, blame that collector of exquisite beauties. What have I done to be deemed unworthy of his standards? How dare he say I am inferior?" Chen Shanshan, perplexed, asked, "What did he say about you being inferior? Did you offend him?" Lin Saixia's face flushed. Such humiliating words were difficult to utter. Did he truly think he was the only man in this world? "Zhou Gu and Chen Gu are both quite admirable. I've tested them, and they can certainly protect me in this apocalyptic world. We have no need for that collector of exquisite beauties. Once we capture him, all the resources in his possession will eventually belong to us." After binding Chen Shanshan tightly, Lin Saixia instructed Chen Hao and Zhou Daze, "That person should be arriving shortly. You two hide behind the couch and in the kitchen, respectively. Yes, soon as he enters, I will use my charm to ensnare him. Although he dismisses my photos, I am far more beautiful in person that I refuse to believe he will remain unmoved. When the moment comes, you must spring out and give him no chance to resist." Chen Hao nodded. "Can you ascertain how many people will come? Are they armed?" Lin Saixia shook her head, her sole intention being to kill Li Ming, to vent her anger and seize his resources. She had not contemplated anything beyond that. Zhou Dewei leered at the bound Chen Shanshan and lewdly remarked, "I don't care how many of them come. For such small fry, I can take them all down. Don't forget, I am the national Muay Thai runner-up. Ordinary folks, I can take on 10 without breaking a sweat." Chen Hao flattered, "Zhou Gu is formidable. Let's make haste and prepare to strike them down in one fell swoop. Dado, a Muay Thai champion taking on 10. That puts you above even Yip Man. A strange voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Li Ming had long anticipated that someone would exploit the news of the exquisite beauty to draw him out, setting up numerous ambushes. Based on common reasoning, they mostly assumed Li Ming would traverse from Building 7 to Building 6, inevitably passing through the underground garage or the first-floor garden at that moment. The first-floor garden was completely blanketed in snow. Thus, the only route available to Li Ming was the underground garage, although they were unaware of how Li Ming could evade the zombies lurking in the garage. It was certain that once he arrived, the ambushers would subdue him and force him to surrender his resources. Knowing this, how could Li Ming possibly take the conventional route? With his teleportation skill, the mere 100 meters between buildings was but a small ditch for him to cross at will. Most of the balconies in Binjiang No. 1 community were enclosed, similar to Huo Feiyan's home, which had large floor-to-ceiling windows. However, each unit featured a living balcony outside the kitchen, which remained mostly open. Ming observed that Huo Feiyan's living balcony directly faced Chen Shanshan's. It was effortless. With a single teleport, he appeared on the living balcony of room 1303 in Building 6 that, due to the cold weather, the doors and windows of the living balcony were tightly shut. Fortunately, they were merely closed and not locked. Even if they were locked, it would pose no significant issue. Just a matter of a few knocks. Ming easily entered Chen Shanshan's kitchen from the living balcony and subsequently into the living room. At that moment, Lin Saixia, Chen Hao, and Zhou Daze were preoccupied with binding Chen Shanshan and were entirely oblivious to Li Ming's emergence from the kitchen. Upon hearing Lin Saixia's intention to capture him alive and seize his resources, Li Ming couldn't help but laugh. Did they truly believe that this unprincipled creature and two blustering weaklings could subdue him? How profoundly they underestimated him. Hearing this, Li Ming felt compelled to remind them. Oh, a Muay Thai champion taking on 10? That puts you above even Yip Man. The sudden voice made their hearts skip a beat as they turned in terror to face Li Ming. Lin Saixia exclaimed in shock. Who are you? How did you get into my home? Ha! Weren't you just discussing how to deal with me? Li Ming scoffed. Zhou Daze and Chen Hao's expressions darkened. Moments ago, they had been strategizing on how to tackle him. Little did they know he had been waiting here all along. Chen Hao raised the iron rod in his hand, pointing it at Li Ming. So you are the collector of exquisite beauties? Do I not look the part? Li Ming replied, shrugging. Zhou Daze and Chen Hao scrutinized Li Ming, instantly feeling at ease. Although Li Ming was of decent height and reasonably handsome, his bookish, frail appearance hardly suggested he could be a match for them. They speculated that perhaps Chen Shanshan had let him in earlier. Zhou Daze contemptuously pointed at Li Ming. Kid, have you lost your mind over women? Daring to come here alone? I have come. So what do you wish to do? Are you planning to capture me as per your scheme? Li Ming chuckled. Since you've overheard our conversation, if you are wise, surrender peacefully. Otherwise, before Jose could finish his sentence, thud, his hand, along with his entire arm, had already detached from his body, blood spraying forth. Thud! Before Jose could even scream in pain, the other arm followed suit, also severing from his body. The two arms that had separated from Zhou Daze fell to the ground almost simultaneously. Da-da. The excruciating pain compelled Zhou Daze to emit a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Li Ming remarked, now you can no longer practice Muay Thai. Can you? Chen Hao and Lin Saixia were utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago, Zhou Daze had been boastfully pointing at Li Ming, and the next, his arms had miraculously detached from his body. Blood gushed forth, splattering their faces. Yet in their eyes, it seemed as though Li Ming had not moved an inch. Was this something a human could do? Sorcery. Were they witnessing sorcery? Lin Saixia and Chen Hao stared at Li Ming in terror, as if gazing upon the Grim Reaper, too frightened to utter a word. Li Ming glanced at Chen Hao. He knows Muay Thai. What about you? What is your most formidable technique? Chen Hao stammered. I know Taekwondo, black belt, 10th Dan, thud. In an instant, Chen Hao's legs were severed. The room was immediately filled with the ghastly wails of Zhou Daze and Chen Hao. Li Ming coldly remarked, you choose to study flashy moves from foreigners instead of mastering our profound Chinese martial arts. Lin Saixia was rendered numb with fear. In less than a minute, How had everything changed so drastically? Just a minute ago, she had believed victory was assured and fantasized about a wonderful life after acquiring the resources that in under a minute. Her supposed formidable allies, Zhou Daze and Chen Hao, had already been taken down. She hastily knelt before Li Ming, rubbing her artificially crafted face against his thigh as she pleaded, "They forced me into this. You know, I've always wanted to be on good terms with you. You've seen the photos I sent, haven't you?" Li Ming forcefully kicked Lin Saixia aside, exclaiming, "Do not soil my clothing. Not only are you dark, but you are also repugnant." He then swiftly unsheathed the machete from his hand, severing the ropes that bound Chen Shanshan. "You must be Chen Shanshan. Are you well?" Chen Shanshan gazed intently at Li Ming, her eyes seemingly filled with infinite admiration. This look was one Li Ming was all too familiar with. However, he had yet to apply the loyal servant pill to Chen Shanshan. Indeed, she had already succumbed to the allure of his charisma. After a prolonged moment, Chen Shanshan regained her composure from the shock. I am fine. That is good to hear." Li Ming handed the machete to Chen Shanshan, gesturing towards the now armless Zhou Daze. "That man on the ground is far too noisy. Put an end to him." Chen Shanshan trembled as she accepted the machete. Recalling the humiliation she had just endured, she desperately wished to rush forward and eliminate Zhou Daze with a single strike. Yet, even with the machete firmly in her grasp, she found herself unable to take a single step. Here, everyone had grown up in an era of peace, beneficiaries of 9 years of compulsory education. Witnessing injury, death, or scenes of bloodshed would send shivers down their spines, instilling fear within them, let alone the act of taking a life. Even though Zhou Daze and Chen Hao boasted incessantly about their own prowess, when faced with such a moment, they were unlikely to find the courage to kill. At that moment, both Zhou Daze and Chen Hao were enveloped in the dread of death, forcing themselves to endure the pain, too frightened to utter a single cry. Chen Hao, trembling with fear, knelt and pleaded, "Brother, we were wrong. Grant us a chance to live. That it is all because of this vile woman. She seduced us into doing this." He crawled on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Li Ming paid no heed to their pleas for mercy. Addressing Chen Shanshan earnestly, "These are the ones who betrayed you, sold you out, and even attempted to insult you. You must deal with them. From now on, you shall be mine, and if you cannot bring yourself to do this, then you may as well perish. I have no need for someone who cannot even take action against those who betray and sell themselves." Chen Shanshan wobbled unsteadily to her feet. She had witnessed Li Ming's strength and believed that in this apocalyptic world, only he could ensure her survival. Moreover, she had grown weary of the relentless hunger and the uncertainty of her next meal. She resolved to leave this place with Li Ming, determined to escape. Gritting her teeth, she raised the machete and brought it down. Zhou Daze, lacking arms and unable to struggle, fell utterly silent, his breath extinguished. Lin Saixia and Chen Hao were taken aback, not expecting Chen Shanshan to be capable of such an act. They now trembled in fear. Chen Hao desperately crawled towards the door, hoping to escape this house and seek help outside. After eliminating Zhou Daze, the psychological burden on Chen Shanshan lightened considerably, her tension and guilt dissipating instantaneously. She hastened after the crawling Chen Hao, aiming the machete at his neck, and with another swift motion, ended his life. Lin Saixia, paralyzed with fear, retreated repeatedly, urine streaming down her legs. Did they not say there was a water shortage? How can there be so much urine, soaking my entire pants? Lin Saixia sobbed, pleading with Chen Shanshan. "Shanshan, please don't do this. Don't you remember? We were the best of friends." In a cold tone, Chen Shanshan replied, "The best of friends? This is how you treat me. You were the one who urged me to contact Li Ming, the one who envied my recognition by him. Do you not think for a moment that I am unaware of your true feelings? I foolishly hope to one day provide you with resources, considering you an important part of my life." Lin Saixia quickly crawled towards her, grasping at Chen Shanshan's pant leg. "Shanshan, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. Let me go, and I promise I will never appear before you again." Chen Shanshan hesitated, the knife slowly lowering in her hand. Faced with her longtime friend, she found herself wavering, unable to strike, seizing the opportunity. Lin Saixia sprang up from the ground, brandishing a fruit knife against Chen Shanshan's neck. Chen Shanshan was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with disappointment. This once familiar friend now seemed utterly alien to her. Is this truly the Lin Saixia I once knew? Lin Saixia frantically shouted at Li Ming. Li Ming, hand over the resources immediately, or I will kill her. Li Ming burst into laughter. Huh? You wish to kill her? Why should I fear? I'm not dependent on her. Lin Saixia scoffed. Do you truly think I am foolish? You scour the world for exquisite beauties. If these women were of no use to you, would you go to such lengths to seek them out? Though I do not know your intentions, they are undoubtedly significant to you. Li Ming sighed. What a pity. You are indeed a clever individual. Yet your jealousy has clouded your judgment. In the blink of an eye, Li Ming vanished from Lin Saixia's sight. When she regained her senses, a large gash appeared on her neck, blood gushing forth. Lin Saixia collapsed in a pool of blood, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Chen Shanshan and Li Ming. Li Ming lifted Chen Shanshan into his arms and instantly transported them back to Huo Feiyan's home. Chen Shanshan was astounded by Li Ming's ability to move in such a manner. Although she had witnessed his strength, she knew that anything that transpired with him was nothing to be surprised about. Upon seeing Li Ming return with Chen Shanshan, Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi immediately exclaimed, Brother Ming, you are back. Thank you for your hard work. Brother Ming, Technician number 88 is ready and can be deployed at any time. Li Ming gently set Chen Shanshan down and addressed Huo Feiyan. No need for Technician number 88 today. Take her to freshen up first. Huo Feiyan pouted in disappointment, turning to Chen Shanshan with enthusiasm. Sister Shanshan, let me take you for a bath. Brother Ming dislikes being around messy individuals. Chen Shanshan was taken aback. She was astonished by Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi's warm attitude. She had thought their arrival would incite jealousy and animosity. Yet they were so welcoming. Even more surprising was the presence of water for bathing in her and Lin Saixia's home. They could barely consume more than 500 milliliters of water a day, often refraining from even urinating to avoid waste. Indeed, as Li Ming had said, food was plentiful and water was abundant. Observing Chen Shanshan's astonished expression, Long Keyi recalled her own arrival, when she too had looked like a country bumpkin visiting the city. Under Huo Feiyan's guidance, Chen Shanshan luxuriated in a warm bath, feeling as though she had returned to the world before the apocalypse. After enduring the hardships of the past few days, she realized how precious this experience was. She silently vowed to serve Li Ming well. After bathing, Huo Feiyan dressed Chen Shanshan in Li Ming's favorite attire. Chen Shanshan was slightly taller than Huo Feiyan, though her features did not match Huo Feiyan's exquisite beauty. However, her figure was curvaceous, devoid of any excess flesh. Li Ming was captivated, recognizing yet another gem. Ding! System task complete, achieving a fourfold increase. After the increase, space, 16,000 cubic meters. All stored resources in space doubled. After the increase. Physical attributes, Constitution, 80, Strength, 128, Speed, 112, Agility, 96, Mental Strength, 96. Task completion grants Special System Reward. Awaken A-Class Ability, Thunderclap. Upgradable. Congratulations to the host for triggering a random reward. Ability Fruit. Mythical Beast Phoenix Form. Cannot be doubled. Wow. Awakening the Thunderclap ability? This capability is incredibly exciting, Li Ming exclaimed. And a random reward as well. Splendid. He immediately extended his right hand, concentrating his thoughts. Subsequently, strands of tiny lightning flickered into existence in the palm of his hand. Impressive. Previously, his spatial abilities and teleportation possessed no lethal offensive capability whatsoever. The power of Thunderclap precisely compensates for Li Ming's current shortfall in damage output. When combined with teleportation, the force of Thunderclap can undoubtedly eliminate the vast majority of enemies and zombies in an instant. Currently, this ability is classified as A-grade, and the system indicates that it can be upgraded, suggesting that there are levels even beyond A-grade. System. The levels of abilities can be categorized as D, C, B, A, S, and SS. Li Ming is exceedingly pleased. According to this classification, the Thunderclap ability is already considered above average. Moreover, it has the potential to be upgraded to S grade or even SS grade. However, how does one achieve such upgrades? System: the host skill level will increase in tandem with the host's ability level, which is currently a dash grade. I.S. the ability level truly only A grade at present. It seems he must quickly seek out several exceptional beauties to elevate his ability level to S grade. Ensuring his own safety. Having experienced his past life, Li Ming knows that a small fraction of individuals infected with the zombie virus do not transform into zombies, but instead conquer the virus, awakening to become powerful ability users. Among these formidable individuals, there are certainly A-grade and even S-grade ability users, though he understands that infection with the zombie virus may lead to the awakening of abilities. The odds are still exceedingly low. Who would willingly take that risk? Now, with the system's reward of the ability fruit, Li Ming can grant those around him abilities without any risk whatsoever. Unfortunately, the system specifies that the ability can only be used once, implying exclusivity. Otherwise, if stored in his space, it wouldn't be long before he could command a legion of phoenixes. However, that is of little consequence, as long as he continues to seek out more exceptional beauties. Establishing an army of ability users is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, these ability users would be 100% loyal to him. Li Ming then examined the subsequent reward. Ability fruit. Mythical beast phoenix form. Since it is a fruit, it can be given to anyone to consume. But what about himself? Can he absorb this phoenix form as well? System. Certainly, all rewards triggered by the system can be utilized by the host. Oh yes, this means he not only possesses the thunderclap ability, but has also acquired the phoenix form, making him utterly invincible. Yet as he pondered further, he realized that the phoenix form might not suit him at all. Although he yearned for the power of the phoenix, would it not seem somewhat effeminate, not aligning with his masculine image? How could a strikingly handsome man like himself transform into a phoenix? No, he resolutely decided against utilizing this ability himself. The phoenix form, with its flying capabilities, sparked a thought. This ability would be perfect for Huo Feiyan as a flight attendant. Surely she wouldn't fear heights while flying. Li Ming casually inspected other resources, all of which were also doubled, presenting nothing particularly noteworthy. After consuming one loyal slave pill, Long Keyi had 5 remaining, which had now doubled to 6. The quantity was steadily increasing. The water supply had transformed into 6,400 cubic meters. Instant noodles had increased from 4,000 boxes to 8,000 boxes. All other resources had doubled. He contemplated that in a few days, he would need to utilize these resources to recruit personnel and establish his own power. In the future, whenever trouble arose, they would be the first to charge forward, while he could remain safely at the rear. This truly suited his cautious nature. Li Ming retrieved a loyal slave pill from his space and handed it to Chen Shanshan, urging her to consume it. The moment she did, the intensity of her gaze towards Li Ming ignited with fervor, a level of heat that far exceeded that of Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi. Chen Shanshan already held a deep sense of admiration for Li Ming. After consuming the loyal slave pill, she felt as though Li Ming was her deity, one that no one could dare to offend. Every word he spoke, every command he issued, resonated in her mind as if they were divine decrees. Li Ming was left speechless by the overwhelming enthusiasm. Such service was incomparable to any ordinary establishment. It was akin to the legendary Tianshang Ren Jianavure. He quickly called Huo Feiyan inside. Huo Feiyan, still clad in her flight attendant uniform, entered and performed a gesture unique to her profession. "Good day, sir. May I assist you with technician number 88, Li Ming?" He produced the ability fruit of the phoenix form from his space. Both Huo Feiyan and Chen Shanshan gazed curiously at the orange-red fruit in his hand, resembling a dragon fruit. Li Ming extended the phoenix fruit to Huo Feiyan. "Feiyan, this is a reward for technician number 88. Please partake." Huo Feiyan cradled the orange-red dragon fruit in her hands as if it were a treasure, her eyes brimming with excitement. The reward for Ming was an affirmation of her service as technician No. 88. Even if it were merely a lump of something unappealing, she would cherish it immensely. Curiously, Huo Feiyan inquired, "Ming, what kind of fruit is this? I've traveled the world, yet I've never encountered such a fruit." Li Ming, uninterested in explaining, commanded, "No questions, just eat it quickly." Upon receiving Li Ming's command, Huo Feiyan dared not delay. disregarding her image as she eagerly bit into the phoenix fruit after she consumed the entire fruit. Li Ming impatiently asked, "So, how do you feel?" Huo Feiyan, sticking out her tongue in distress, exclaimed, "Yuck! It tastes terrible." Li Ming replied coldly, "I meant, what sensations are you experiencing in your body after eating it?" Huo Feiyan closed her eyes to feel her body. Suddenly, orange-red flames erupted from various places on her body. Startled by the flames, she exclaimed, "Ah, Mingo, what's happening to me?" Li Ming focused intently on the orange-red flames enveloping Huo Feiyan. Could these be the flames of the phoenix? The temperature of the phoenix form's orange flames was not high. In fact, it felt quite gentle, creating a comfortable atmosphere for those nearby. Li Ming stood up and slowly approached Huo Feiyan. "Feiyan, what I've given you is the ability fruit, mythical beast, phoenix form. Consuming it grants you phoenix abilities." Huh. Huo Feiyan was astonished. "So, does that mean I've now acquired the phoenix abilities?" Huo Feiyan, who enjoyed reading comics and watching animations, had some understanding of abilities. Furthermore, her lifelong dream was to possess phoenix powers, beautiful and elegant, capable of soaring through the skies. This ability fruit must be quite precious. Mingo was the first to think of gifting it to her. A blush crept onto Huo Feiyan's cheeks, and her gaze towards Li Ming grew even more fervent. "Thank you, Mingo mua mua." Li Ming sensed the intense, affectionate gaze in Huo Feiyan's eyes and felt a sense of foreboding. Was this silly girl contemplating something inappropriate again? He urgently asked, "Is the temperature of your phoenix flames limited to this?" Huo Feiyan extended her palm, and a surge of phoenix flames ignited within it. "Of course not. I was merely afraid it would harm you, so I kept its temperature within a comfortable range that I can freely control its temperature. If I elevate it to the maximum, I estimate it could turn even steel into molten metal in an instant." Long Keyi and Chen Shanshan gazed at Huo Feiyan, enveloped in orange-red flames. With envy, Long Keyi flirtatiously remarked, "Mingo, the power of the phoenix is simply too cool and magnificent. I want it as well. Rest assured, as long as you all perform well, if I come across suitable ability fruits for you in the future, I will reward you." Long Keyi and Chen Shanshan simultaneously linked their arms around Li Ming, exclaiming excitedly, "Mingo, we will definitely perform well from now on, ensuring your satisfaction." Li Ming took Huo Feiyan's hand. "Feiyan, let us go outside and see if you can soar through the skies." Upon reaching the open balcony, Li Ming eagerly encouraged, "Feiyan, try transforming into your complete phoenix form." Huo Feiyan nodded slightly, and with a flicker of thought or mind, the orange-red flames enveloping her body ignited into a fierce blaze. The flames gradually cocooned Huo Feiyan's entire form, transforming into the shape of feathers. Her hands began to morph, evolving into wings shrouded in fiery plumage. Her feet transitioned into formidable talons, and her eyes became large and bright, fierce and sharp like those of a majestic eagle. Her entire body swelled in size, the diminutive balcony barely able to accommodate her phoenix-like figure. Huo Feiyan radiated an overwhelming confidence, as if she were born with the instinct to soar. Flapping her wings and ascending into the heavens, in her phoenix form, Huo Feiyan glided through the sky, the air seeming to part with a dazzling brilliance at a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues intertwined with the radiant light, reminiscent of a rainbow entwined in the sky. With each beat of her wings, countless particles of light cascaded down, leaving behind a magnificent trail of luminescence. Clang! Huo Feiyan emitted 2 resounding calls of the phoenix, crystal clear and melodious, echoing through the night. The flying phoenix appeared extraordinarily radiant against the darkened sky, captivating the entire community, prompting residents to flock to their balconies to witness this miracle. Comments erupted among the neighborhood residents in their group chat. "Everyone look! What is soaring outside? It's so beautiful. It's a phoenix, a true phoenix. Hurry and gaze upon the sky." The phoenix heralded auspiciousness, peace, and tranquility. Was it coming to rescue them? Was it a celestial being descending to save them? "Oh, Divine One, please save us." Most of the survivors in the community knelt on their balconies, praying to the phoenix soaring above. As Huo Feiyan circled through the sky, her heart brimmed with joy. "Mingo, thank you. This is truly exhilarating." Suddenly, Li Ming had a brilliant idea and shouted to Huo Feiyan, "Feiyan, come closer to me." Responding to Li Ming's command, Huo Feiyan spiraled through the air, gradually approaching Building 7 of the community. Once she was within 100 meters, Li Ming instantly teleported to her side. Whoosh! He stood upon Huo Feiyan's back, enveloped by the blazing orange flames, with a wingspan of 20 meters in her phoenix form. Her back was broad enough to accommodate several individuals. Li Ming stood atop the phoenix's back, surrounded by the roaring flames. The temperature at high altitude was significantly lower than on the ground, plummeting to minus 60 degrees, accompanied by fierce winds. Yet Li Ming felt no chill. Instead, he experienced a soothing warmth, as if all his fatigue from the day had dissipated in the embrace of the phoenix's fire. Ming, my phoenix flames not only alleviate fatigue, but also possess healing properties. Let me stay by your side, and I can heal you whenever you need. Li Ming laughed heartily. This is truly my dream mount. I have a steed that serves me by day and night. With Huo Feiyan as my flying mount, venturing outside will be far more convenient. I can disregard the zombies on the ground and go wherever I please. He chuckled. Feiyan, fly further. Earlier, he had refrained from testing his thunder abilities indoors for fear of damaging his belongings. Huo Feiyan immediately accelerated to her maximum speed. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, they had already flown over a kilometer away from Binjiangno. One community, Li Ming swiftly clasped his hands together and gradually spread them apart. Crackle! Threads of lightning connected between his palms, erupting into a dazzling blue-white brilliance. Thunder rumbled, echoing like a stampede of horses. Thunderstrike! With a low roar from Li Ming, the brilliant blue-white electric light surged from the heavens down to the earth with unstoppable force. Crack! The ground erupted in billowing smoke, and wherever the thunder struck, the zombies were reduced to ashes. Huo Feiyan exclaimed, Ming, what is this? It's simply magnificent. Li Ming replied with a satisfied smile. This is my new ability, Thunder. After night of testing, Huo Feiyan's flight speed reached a staggering 500 kilometers per hour. However, maintaining such speed for extended periods would quickly exhaust her, significantly reducing her flight range. Thus, her typical speed hovered around 300 kilometers per hour, comparable to a high-speed train. Back at home, Luo Zijuan trembled. Cocooned in blankets, she had wrapped herself in 3 layers yet still felt unbearably cold. Perhaps moving around would help, but the more she moved, the hungrier she became. Their food supplies were dwindling, and their water source had long run dry. Stealing a glance at the lethargic Guan Feng lying on the bed, she confirmed that his gaze was not upon her. Stealthily, she retrieved a solid ice block from her pocket and placed it in her mouth. This was the foot-soaking water that Li Ming had poured in front of his door yesterday. In the frigid corridor, the water had instantly frozen upon contact with the ground. In a moment of secrecy, Luo Zijuan had concealed several blocks of the frozen, foot-soaking water in her clothing. Although the taste was somewhat off-putting, at least it was a water source devoid of the zombie virus. These ice blocks could fetch thousands if sold outside, a rarity indeed. Moreover, the salty flavor would help replenish her body's lost electrolytes, making it highly nutritious. With the ice block in her mouth and her phone in hand, she fervently prayed for Li Ming to respond to her messages. Since last night, she had sent him over 100 messages. Li Ming, I apologize for the hurt I caused you. Believe me, I am sincere. Can you grant me a chance to apologize to you in person? Ming, do you miss me? I miss you. Let us reconcile that I know you still have feelings for me. I abandoned you for Guan Feng. He forced my hand, and I didn't want you to worry, which is why I never explained. You know Guan Feng's parents are influential leaders in the city, that if I resisted him, he would threaten my family and my younger brother who is still in school. When you face setbacks in your career, I didn't want to burden you, so I left it. I hope you understand my plight. After enduring hardships, I realized that the best person for me is you, the one I love the most. You have changed. You were never like this before. You once said that no matter what I did wrong, you would forgive me, but can't you forgive me this time? I truly regret my actions. Please, grant me another chance. Let us start anew, and let me accompany you that I end this apocalypse. We should rely on each other, never to part. Immersed in the joy of acquiring his thunder ability and Huo Feiyan's phoenix form, Li Ming had little time to check his phone. Moreover, Huo Feiyan, Long Keyi, and the newly arrived Chen Shanshan gazed at him with increasingly fervent eyes, leaving him quite exhausted. It wasn't until morning that Li Ming finally had the opportunity to check his phone. Discovering over 100 messages from Luo Zijuan pleading for forgiveness, Ming shook his head in disbelief, realizing he had sacrificed everything for such a woman in his past life. Luo Zijuan was a woman who loved only herself, willing to go to any lengths for her own comfort. Previously, she flaunted her relationship with Guan Feng on social media, indirectly mocking him at every turn. Now, less than a week into the apocalypse, she was eager to abandon Guan Feng and return to him. She could relinquish her pride and arrogance only because she had resources that ensured her comfort. Ming replied with a photo showing 3 beautiful women eagerly attending to him. Do I need your company? You're nothing but shameless, pretending to be virtuous. I know all about your affair with Guan Feng. Luo Zijuan was taken aback. How did it turn into 3 beautiful women? Are these women of such high status now? After merely a single night, another enchanting beauty has appeared, and judging by Chen Shanshan's appearance and figure, her allure surpasses my own by a significant margin. Luo Zijuan immediately sent a voice message demanding to know. Enough about Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi. Who is this vixen? The more, the merrier, or rather, the more mouths to feed, Ming replied. Mind your own business. I prefer fertile land over barren fields. Upon reading Ming's text, Luo Zijuan, filled with rage, flung her phone away. You were the most eager to till the land back then. They say men are heartless creatures, quick to abandon their commitments. Wounded from 2 shoulder throws by Long Keyi, Guan Feng lay grievously in bed, observing Luo Zijuan's tempestuous demeanor, and expressed his discontent. What madness has overtaken you? Why not conserve your energy? Luo Zijuan seized a pillow and relentlessly pelted Guan Feng with it. It's all your fault, you useless fool. You can't even handle 2 women. What can I possibly expect from you? Already grievously injured, Guan Feng groaned in pain from the assault of the pillow. Be gentle, please. It hurts like hell that I think that madwoman broke my ribs. Could you find me a doctor? Luo Zijuan scoffed. A doctor? You're still thinking about that? Even if you were healed, you'd be a cripple, a waste. None of you men are worth a damn. Since I can't rely on you, don't blame me for what happens next. Especially you, Ming, daring to call me barren land. I will make you pay for that. The more she contemplated, the more resentment filled her gaze, sharp and venomous. If she couldn't overpower him or join forces, then she would sell his information to someone capable of defeating him. Zheng Haonan held a gun. After all, she doubted that Ming's 2 mad women could possibly rival a firearm. Thus, she retrieved her phone from the ground and quickly located Zheng Haonan's WeChat. Hello, Brother Haonan. I have information to sell you about the collection of exquisite beauties. Are you interested? Luo Zijuan swiftly received a message from Zheng Haonan. What do you have in mind for the sale? Luo Zijuan replied, I will divulge all his information to you, and after you acquire the resources from him, we will split them. I want 50%. Zheng Haonan responded, You really have the audacity to ask for so much. Will you be able to handle 50%? Upon reading the message, Luo Zijuan pondered calmly. Indeed, even if she secured 50% of Ming's resources, as a relatively weak woman, she wouldn't be able to protect it. In fact, those resources would likely make her a target for theft. At that point, they would become a hot potato rather than a boon. Guan Feng, in his frail condition, was certainly not reliable. She needed to find a stronger ally who could adequately protect her. Zheng Haonan asked, Is that you and your friend circle? Friend circle? Had Zheng Haonan seen his own photo in her friend circle? Indeed, this Zheng Haonan was a robust ally. He not only had numerous subordinates, but also wielded a firearm. If she could win him over, she could claim not just 50% of the resources, but all of them. Manipulating men was her forte. Luo Zijuan was confident that Zheng Haonan would soon find himself captivated by her charms. Of course, these photos depict my natural beauty. Am I not attractive? I particularly admire capable men like you. Could we meet to discuss matters? Utilizing all her remaining resources, Luo Zijuan adorned herself with her finest attire and made her way to Zheng Haonan's residence. Upon entering, she surveyed the surroundings. Zheng Haonan lounged on the living room sofa, flanked by several burly men in the corner of the dining room. A few scantily clad young women huddled beneath blankets. Luo Zijuan recognized one of them as her neighbor from downstairs. It seemed that had she not sought out Zheng Haonan today, he would have come knocking on her door. The room echoed with the shrill cries of women in distress. Zhang Haonan could not help but curse. Blonde, during daylight, can't you take it easy? Is this 40-year-old woman really that enjoyable? Brother Haonan, you don't understand the allure of mature women. I've craved this one for so long. Came a lewd voice from within. Noticing the pile of bottled water stacked in the corner, Luo Zijuan instinctively licked her dry lips. Upon seeing Luo Zijuan arrive alone, Zhang Haonan's bald subordinate chuckled. Wow. Brother Haonan, this woman wasn't lying. She truly is a beauty. We've been with women in their 30s and 40s lately. It's getting stale. Besides, this one has some guts. Other women avoid us like the plague. Yet she dares to approach. Just then, the bald man reached out to tug at Luo Zijuan's clothing. Smack. Luo Zijuan slapped the bald man's face, looking down on him with an air of superiority. Am I someone you can touch? She had studied the preferences of various men. For a man like Zhang Haonan, who operated outside the law, relying on coyness might only pique his temporary interest to truly dominate a man like him. One needed to be fiercer and cooler. This was why the brothers of the underworld feared the big sisters that, if she was to take action, she aimed to become that formidable matriarch, not just a woman to be toyed with and discarded. Infuriated by the slap, the bald man yanked at Luo Zijuan's hair, raising his hand threateningly. You filthy bitch, how dare you touch me? Stop. Zhang Haonan's voice cut through, calm but authoritative. Boss, she actually dared to hit me. The bald man protested. Get lost, Zhang Haonan barked. Deflated by Zhang Haonan's reprimand, the bald man retreated to rub his sore cheek. Zhang Haonan fixed a cold gaze on Luo Zijuan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. You arrive here and strike one of my men. If you don't provide me with an explanation, you won't be leaving here in one piece. Luo Zijuan swayed her hips as she approached Zhang Haonan, attempting to sit beside him. Zhang Haonan withdrew a firearm, pointing it at her. Don't move, step any closer, and I'll put a hole in your head. In this post-apocalyptic world, Zhang Haonan couldn't afford to let anyone approach him casually. Moreover, having robbed so many people and taken lives, he couldn't rule out the possibility of someone seeking revenge by employing such tactics to get close to him. Strip. Luo Zijuan seemed to anticipate Zhang Haonan's demand, effortlessly shedding her two bulky down jackets. Beneath them, there was nothing but bare skin. Although the system had rated her a composite score of 80, she had devoted the past few years to beauty and fitness. Her figure and appearance were impeccably maintained. Zhang Haonan's gaze shifted, clearly captivated by her fiery form. Sensing the shift in Zhang Haonan's demeanor, Luo Zijuan knew she had him hooked. Despite the near-freezing temperatures indoors and the stares of the bald man and his subordinates, she slowly settled beside Zhang Haonan, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering seductively in his ear. Brother Haonan, how about we retreat to a room for a more in-depth discussion? Zhang Haonan erupted with laughter. You've got some guts. I like that. He effortlessly lifted the bare Luo Zijuan and strode into the room, all eyes upon them. The bald man expressed envy. Brother Haonan, you really do have the best fortune. Among all the women in Building 7, aside from Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi, she's probably next in line. Beside the bald man, another remarked. Do you think the boss will let us have a turn after he's done? The bald man rubbed his stinging face, shaking his head. Don't bet on it. This woman is no ordinary catch. 5 minutes later, Zhang Haonan lit a postcoital cigarette. Is your information accurate? Do they truly number only 4? Are there any other weapons? Zhang Haonan was genuinely interested in Li Ming's resources. Though he had robbed many, the spoils were meager. He had to support so many subordinates, and resources were always on his mind. However, he remained cautious, uncertain of Li Ming's true abilities, which had prevented him from acting impulsively. Luo Zijuan brandished a bottle of water, replenishing her energy from Zhang Haonan's presence. Her disposition improved considerably. She confidently declared, I can assure you 100%. That scoundrel Li Ming is a known quantity. He used to be just a delivery man, without much combat prowess. Meanwhile, Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi are quite formidable. Zhang Haonan laughed heartily strong. How much strength can 2 women possibly have? Besides, we are armed. I had assumed that Li Ming, having stockpiled so many resources, would certainly have a substantial number of personnel and weapons to guard them. Hence, we dared not act against them in the short term. Since that is the case, we shall not hold back. Once we successfully acquire his supplies, I will share 20 with you. Luo Zijuan shyly nestled in Zheng Haonan's embrace. Haonan go. As long as you help me eliminate Li Ming, I can forego all the resources. Zheng Haonan looked at Luo Zijuan in surprise. Is your enmity with him that profound? Luo Zijuan recounted her grievances against Li Ming, painting a picture of how he had cunningly seized her in Guanfeng's supplies, disregarding past affections, and inciting Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi to assault them. In short, in Luo Zijuan's narrative, Li Ming was nothing short of a despicable scoundrel and a rogue. Upon hearing this, Zheng Haonan felt a surge of indignation for Luo Zijuan. Rest assured, Zijuan, I shall certainly assist you in tearing Li Ming apart. Listen to how quickly you have started calling me Zijuan. It was evident that men enjoy the trope of the hero rescuing the damsel in distress, standing up against the strong to support the weak. Whenever they hear of a woman burdened by a gambling father, a gravely ill mother, or an unambitious brother, men are unable to resist showering them with affection. Seeing Zheng Haonan take the bait, Luo Zijuan revealed a satisfied smile. Humph, you think offering me 20 will suffice? Not to mention the resources in Li Ming's possession. Every morsel you acquire from anywhere in the future belongs to me. Aside from Zheng Haonan, that bald fellow whom she had just slapped seemed to possess considerable strength as well. Perhaps she could seduce him when the opportunity arose, in a world ravaged by catastrophe. Having multiple men at one's disposal was a principle she understood all too well that moment. The entire community and several surrounding areas erupted in fervor. Bingjiang No. 1 was live streaming their all-inclusive feast. The broadcast showcased a whole roasted pig and a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Had this been before the apocalypse, most people would have deemed it overly greasy and lacking in entertainment value. But this was the end of the world. How many had gone days without tasting meat? Not to mention red wine. They were currently reduced to drinking water drop by drop, considering even a single drop a luxury. In the video, Li Ming sat at a grand dining table, with Long Keyi and Chen Shanshan flanking him, massaging his shoulders. Huo Feiyan held fresh ingredients in hand, personally feeding them to Li Ming. As he chewed on a premium dried abalone, he spat it out. Too tough. It's not cooked enough. Chen Shanshan quickly knelt. I'm sorry, Ming. I will pay more attention next time. After trying a bite of high-grade Japanese Wagyu beef, he spat out again. You dare serve me food tainted by nuclear radiation? Chen Shanshan hastily apologized again. Mingo, I was wrong. I deserve to be punished, I promise. No more Japanese products will appear before you. When presented with top-quality French foie gras, Li Ming, lacking even the heart to chew, tossed it out the window. What good could come from a country that can't even host an Olympic opening ceremony? Each morsel he discarded sent shockwaves through the live chat. Damn, how ruthless. Weren't there only Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi before? Why is Chen Shanshan from Building 6 there too? You waste food like this. Surely, you will face divine retribution. Unless you let me have a taste, tea must be fake. He must have swallowed the real food by now. This is probably wax. Stop spitting it out. If you want to eat it. Let me. I don't mind even if it's what you've rejected. Dad, you are my real dad. I'm your long-lost son. Please come claim me. Big brother, do you need a pet? An old dog of 30 years seeks a home. I'll eat what you spit out. Li Ming, unabashed, began to sing loudly in the live stream. A.S.'s voice echoed. Huo Feiyan and the others let out shrill screams like fervent fans of Mingo. You sing so beautifully. My ears are pregnant. Mingo, we shall be together forever. Who else? In this world, who can compare to our Mingo? Oh. Zheng Haonan watched the disgraceful figure of Li Ming in the live stream, his fury igniting. How infuriating. This Li Ming is indeed a despicable scoundrel. He suddenly felt transformed into a champion of justice, ready to exact retribution for Luo Zijuan. Having played the villain for decades, he was experiencing, for the first time, the thrill of robbing someone for the sake of righteousness. Brothers, grab your weapons. Join me in taking down this beast. After days of looting and pillaging, Zheng Haonan's team had grown to 12 formidable members, each one robust and ruthless. Zheng Haonan maintained strict standards for recruitment. Not just anyone could join. Those who contributed nothing to the team were simply not welcome. After all, in a world like this, resources were limited. Adding another mouth to feed only meant more expenses. Upon hearing they were going to eliminate the live-streaming Li Ming, everyone was instantly energized. Each member knew that the food Li Ming had hoarded could surpass all that the community had combined. Additionally, 3 stunning beauties were in his vicinity. The thought alone was exhilarating. The bald man leered, "Boss, once we take care of this kid, could we share one of those 3 beauties among the brothers? Otherwise, enthusiasm may wane." Zheng Haonan waved his hand grandly, declaring, "I already have her sister-in-law. Those 3 women belong to all the brothers. Would these men follow him without a promise of benefits?" Zheng Haonan understood better than anyone that merely painting a rosy picture wouldn't motivate them. They needed to see tangible rewards. Just a few women. After all, when necessary, even Luo Zijuan could be offered to them for their enjoyment. Hearing that the 3 women around Li Ming belonged to all the brothers, Zheng Haonan's subordinates' desires reached a peak. These were women they could only admire from afar, never daring to dream of. Now they had the opportunity to experience it all. They were already on the edge of impatience. Li Ming was exuberantly belting out songs when suddenly his phone rang. It was Guanfeng calling it. It was a rare occurrence indeed for Guanfeng to reach out to him. Li Ming stepped away from the live stream to answer. "Spit it out." At that moment, Guanfeng, disregarding his own dignity, spoke in a low, submissive tone. "Li Ming, I have vital intelligence to sell you. Are you interested?" "Not interested." Li Ming hung up. The phone rang again. It was still Guanfeng. What kind of intelligence could he possibly have that warranted haggling? Li Ming decided to hear him out. He answered the call, irritation evident in his voice. "I'll give you one more chance. Get to the point." Fearing Li Ming would hang up again, Guanfeng hurriedly cried, "That wretched Luo Zijuan had gone aside with Zheng Haonan. She even abandoned me." Li Ming scoffed. "Is that it? Isn't that just her usual behavior?" Guanfeng could no longer contain himself. "She left, but when I asked her for a bag of flour and a bottle of water, she refused. Do you know how much effort and money I spent to win her over from you? Now I can't even get a bottle of water from her." Li Ming had no desire to listen to his lamentations. It was all self-inflicted. Why should he care? "If you continue this sob story, I will hang up. No. Guanfeng quickly interjected. "I need to tell you that Luo Zijuan has convinced Zheng Haonan. They plan to storm your place today to steal your resources and women." Li Ming replied, "Oh, got it." Guanfeng was taken aback. What did he mean by, "Oh, got it"? This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Wasn't he supposed to be anxious? Shouldn't he be frantically asking what to do? Shouldn't one inquire about the number of individuals and weapons on Zheng Haonan's side, as well as the timing of their departure? Li Ming's calm demeanor completely took him by surprise. All the lines he had prepared were rendered useless. He initially intended to leverage this information to extort a good sum from Li Ming. Li Ming, is there anything else? If not, kindly refrain from bothering me. Please. Guanfeng hurriedly replied, his voice tinged with desperation. Li Ming, considering I've shared the intelligence regarding Luo Zijuan with you, could you possibly spare me some medication, food, and water? That woman may have truly fractured my ribs. I am in excruciating pain and feel as if I am on the brink of death. Li Ming, absolutely not. You are asking for far too much. Guanfeng's spirits lifted. If it was deemed excessive, it implied that Li Ming was still willing to offer something. He hesitated for a moment. Then could you at least provide me with a bit of water and some food? Li Ming, no, that is still too much. Guanfeng, surely a tiny amount of water would be acceptable. Li Ming, absolutely not. Even a drop of water would be considered excessive. Li Ming ended the call. Guanfeng, someone like you dares to expect supplies from me. It's utterly delusional. However, watching him and Luo Zijuan tear each other apart is something Li Ming would certainly relish. Isn't Zheng Haonan merely a minor figure? Is there truly a need to panic? At worst, they are merely mobile experience packages, easily manageable. Their arrival would provide an excellent opportunity for Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi to hone their practical combat skills against adversaries. One can only hope that Zheng Haonan's group proves to be somewhat formidable and not too easily defeated. As for Chen Shanshan, it's best to leave her out of this. She has yet to undergo the rigorous training required to combat zombies. Although she is particularly loyal and admiring of Li Ming, her past timid nature cannot be so easily altered. She will need time. Just as Li Ming set his phone down, Huo Feiyan excitedly approached him, holding her own device and presenting it to him. "Minga, you must see this." Curious, Li Ming took the phone from Huo Feiyan, and the screen displayed a newly created group. Zheng Haonan vs. Ming Group O. The news that Zheng Haonan is seeking trouble with him has spread remarkably fast. They even established a new group to discuss this matter. Could it be that there are professional paparazzi nearby? It was clear that Huo Feiyan had also been added to this group. And no wonder, despite being a resident here, she rarely speaks in the group. Very few know that the nickname sheep counting expert belongs to Huo Feiyan herself. Intrigued, Ming entered the group. He was taken aback to discover that the members had installed pinhole cameras throughout the corridors of the 22nd floor of Building 7, capable of providing a 360-degree high-definition live stream. Even Ming was unaware of when these individuals had managed to set this up. Indeed, there are remarkable talents among the populace, especially when it comes to enjoying a good spectacle, regardless of how perilous or challenging the situation may be. Nothing seems to deter them. This live stream is available for a fee. No need for an entire bottle or even a box of water. Each person only needs to pay the price of a single cup of water to witness the showdown between the strongest contenders of Building 7 from the comfort of their homes. Ming smirked. The group leader truly possesses a unique talent for devising such lucrative schemes. Indeed, in the apocalypse, everyone finds a way to survive. He was quite curious about how they would manage to collect a cup of water from each viewer. The group members began to comment that, "I wonder who will emerge victorious. Personally, I place my bets on Zheng Haonan. After all, he has a strong army and firearms at his disposal that I too believe Zheng Haonan holds the advantage." That Ming, despite starting with so many resources, seems utterly unambitious, only fixating on women, particularly the finest ones. He deserves to fail. Does he not realize that in the apocalypse, one must possess weapons to thrive? These naysayers were noted by Ming. I beg to differ. Can Ming truly hoard that much supplies on his own? He must have some hidden backing. Perhaps this time Zheng Haonan will encounter a formidable opponent. I sincerely hope Ming possesses the strength to eliminate Zheng Haonan. Although his people are selfish and particularly despicable, at least they have not harmed anyone, while Zheng Haonan has likely killed countless individuals in recent days. For this individual, Ming took out paper and pen to jot down his observations, lest he forget. When the opportunity arises, he intends to confront this person directly, questioning where he is selfish or despicable. In my opinion, neither of these two is virtuous. It would be best if they tore each other apart in a mutual demise. Indeed, if they both fall, the supplies Ming has hoarded will belong to all of us residents. Ming merely chuckled. The supplies belonging to all the residents? These individuals are far too naive. They not understand that taking down one Zheng Haonan merely paves the way for thousands more like him? As long as one lacks the ruthlessness and cruelty required, whether before or after the apocalypse, one remains merely a helpless lamb. Here they come. Zheng Haonan and his entourage have already appeared within the camera's view. It's over. This time, Ming is doomed. Zheng Haonan's forces have grown increasingly formidable, now numbering 13 individuals, each robust and powerful. There is no doubt about it. The disparity in strength is insurmountable, especially with Zheng Haonan wielding a firearm. How can one possibly combat that? Alas, what a pity for the beautiful Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi, who are about to become playthings for Zheng Haonan's group. Are they still recruiting? I too wish to join their ranks. Not for any other reason, but to experience these two women that if you were to become a plaything, perhaps they might consider you. Isn't that Luo Zijuan? How did this woman end up associating with Zheng Haonan? I suspected long ago that she was not of good character, flaunting herself and exhibiting a lack of virtue. Zheng Haonan led his brothers up the stairs to the 22nd floor. Luo Zijuan proudly pointed to the door of room 2202. Brother Haonan. This is the place. Can you feel it? The warmth seeping through the cracks of the door. Previously, they had opened the door, and the temperature inside was exceedingly pleasant, at least 25 degrees Celsius. Upon hearing that Ming's home maintained such a temperature, the group erupted in outrage. Everyone, did you hear that? Ming's place boasts a temperature of 25 degrees. This guy is truly extravagant, living so comfortably by himself, yet showing no regard for us neighbors. He deserves to be targeted by Zheng Haonan. He should perish. Exactly. What about us men? At least he should take care of us lovely ladies that, if he treats us well, becoming his girlfriend for a day or two might not be out of the question. Zheng Haonan's group, feeling the warm air leaking from room 2202, grew increasingly excited. They were determined to occupy room 2202. That son of a gun truly knows how to enjoy life. His corridor is more comfortable than our rooms. The bald man displayed a greedy expression, as if everything inside the house would soon belong to them. Damn it, starting today, we will also reside here. It is simply too comfortable, brothers, when we break down the door. Be gentle. We mustn't damage anything inside. The younger brothers raised their weapons and cheered. Brothers, let's smash it. There's an abundance of food, endless water, and 3 breathtaking beauties inside. I must have Huo Feiyan. Just being near her in the elevator before made me react. Long Keyi belongs to me. You have no idea how much money I spent on her live stream, yet I couldn't even get a word in. I heard that Chen Shanshan is a model. She sounds enticing, that Ming is likely trembling in fear inside, soon to be begging for mercy. It's over, it's over. Zheng Haonan's group is truly about to take action. How long do you think Li Ming can hold out? I estimate it will last no more than 10 minutes. Although the locks of their house appear quite impressive, they will undoubtedly succumb in the presence of the formidable Zheng Haonan within that time frame. I possess a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a newly acquired vehicle, and I wager on Zheng Haonan's victory. I ask there anyone bold enough to take me on? I also own a Patek Philippe watch valued at $1 million. I similarly bet on Zheng Haonan's win. Who dares to accept this wager? Furthermore, I possess a family heirloom antique appraised at over 100 million, wagering on Zheng Haonan's triumph. Who will take me on? Additionally, I have 20 Louis Vuitton handbags, all staked on Zheng Haonan's victory. The group is wholly in favor of Zheng Haonan. No one is placing their faith in Li Ming. Ming merely chuckles. Although these items hold little value in the apocalypse, who would refuse such gifts? The sheep counter declares. I bet on Li Ming's victory. What are your stakes? I will accept all. The sheep counter continues. Rolls-Royce Phantom. 3 cases of mineral water, Patek Philippe watch, 1 case of mineral water, the antique, 1 bottle of mineral water, 20 LV bags, and 20 bottles of mineral water. My Rolls-Royce Phantom alone is worth over 8 million. And you offer merely 3 cases of water? Why not just rob me? Damn it, my family heirloom is valued at over 100 million, and you proffer but a single bottle of water. This is utterly insulting. My LV bags are all limited editions, scarcely used, and you offer just 1 bottle of water per bag. Get lost. The sheep counter retorts. Your items are worth no more than this, if you don't want to bet. Then leave that it's ridiculous not to gamble on free gift, that I refuse to believe that Li Ming can stand against Zheng Haonan and his crew. Indeed, your loss is inevitable. My concern is that if you lose, we want to have enough water for everyone. If you falter, the entire group will need at least 20 cases of mineral water. Do you have that? The sheep counter exclaims. Photos, photos, photos. Cases of mineral water stacked together. Visibly at least 50 cases. So, it's you, kind sir, my apologies. Good heavens, another wealthy benefactor. Zheng Han's subordinates cheer as 2 of his men wielding heavy hammers raise their weapons, preparing to strike the lock. Crack! The lock clicks open. The atmosphere instantly turns silent. What is happening? Did the occupants emerge voluntarily? Such a phenomenon has never occurred in their recent spate of looting. Others, faced with their violent antics, typically cower in rooms. Trembling or begging for mercy, the doors swing wide. The figures of Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi appear before them. Huo Feiyan's serene and dignified visage, her cascading waves of hair reaching her waist, and her statuesque figure leave all in a state of awe. Even Zheng Haonan, who previously thought Luo Zijuan was the pinnacle of beauty, finds her pales in comparison to Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi. At this moment, he begins to regret his earlier promise to share Li Ming's 3 women among his brothers. Such exquisite beauty ought to be cherished exclusively. The group erupts. What is happening? I initially believed they could withstand at least 5 minutes. Yet they opened the door in an instant. Did the sight of Zheng Haonan and his imposing figures leave them utterly dumbfounded? Sigh, what a coward! Even the solitary widow downstairs could endure for half an hour. And he? What a disgrace! Alas, what a pity for Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi to follow a man like Li Ming, who, when danger strikes, is the first to push them forward as sacrifices. Had I known Li Ming was such a coward, I would have brought 2 companions to intimidate him. Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi would have been mine. The sheep counter laughs heartily. You, foolish benefactor, prepare to furnish us with mineral water as compensation. You think you can take my family heirloom for a single bottle of water? Dream on. The sheep counter thanks the boss for the 3 cases of mineral water. The bald man, gazing at Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi as they emerge, displays a lewd grin and remarks, the 2 beauties are indeed wise, recognizing that Li Ming is on the verge of failure. And they willingly come forth to surrender. Fear not, my brothers will take excellent care of you, far superior to Li Ming. Huo Feiyan's expression darkens with fury as she coldly retorts, do you intend to smash down my home? Do you think you can afford the damages? The bald man rubs his hands together, his grin growing more grotesque. Afford? Soon, your very lives will belong to us. I would gladly offer my body as compensation. Huo Feiyan smirks. Are you certain you wish to offer your body to me? The bald man lewdly gyrates his corpulent form, thrusting his oily visage closer to Huo Feiyan. Absolutely, without a doubt. As long as you desire, my body is yours to command. Long Keyi, with an innocent smile, poses a question to the throng outside. And what of you? Are you willing to offer your bodies to me? The crowd erupts in raucous agreement that I am willing. Whenever you desire, my body is at your service to, oh wow, I'd gladly perish for you. With so many of us, can you handle it? Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi's gazes turn icy. Then we shan't hold back. With a swift motion, Huo Feiyan draws a machete from her waist, executing a precise strike that, in an instant, the previously jubilant bald man finds his head severed from his body. His eyes seem to linger in disbelief. Why is my body not responding? Thud, thud, thud. The bald man's round head rolls to the ground, its eyes blinking in disbelief. The scene falls into a hushed silence as everyone stares in horror at the dismembered corpse. Unable to fathom the sight before them, that, in their days of looting, they had encountered stubborn individuals who fought back, but their resistance typically manifested as mere intimidation, even if armed with a kitchen knife. They wouldn't dare to truly harm anyone, let alone someone like Huo Feiyan, who strikes with lethal intent, offering no chance for reprieve. Witnessing the bald man's head severed in an instant, all present take a few steps back, intimidated by Huo Feiyan's ferocity. Even these hardened criminals feel fear when confronted by someone more ruthless than themselves, such is human nature. Recovering from a shock, Zheng Haonan raises his firearm at Huo Feiyan. You vile woman, how dare you lay a hand on my brother? Put down that knife at once, or I shall blow your head off. Huo Feiyan flicks the blood from her blade. What nonsense. He was the one who offered his body to me. Besides, if you wish to shoot, then do so. Your threats do not frighten me. The sudden brutality sends the group into a frenzy once more. What is happening? Is this truly reality and not a film? Huo Feiyan just decapitated the bald man. Is he so foolish as to extend his neck like that, inviting death? Huo Feiyan possesses a remarkable ruthlessness. This is no mere slaughter of livestock, but of a human being. Alas, perhaps being the first to be pushed out by Li Ming has left her disheartened, resolved to perish alongside Zheng Haonan. All blame lies with Li Ming, that scoundrel who has failed to protect such a remarkable woman and has broken her heart. Curse that wretched man. May he perish. Haonan, do your best to eliminate her. Zheng Haonan, seasoned in the face of peril, quickly regains his composure. He believes Huo Feiyan is merely feigning calmness, while her heart races with dread. In this world, he has yet to encounter anyone unafraid of a gun. The bald man's demise was solely due to his negligence, falling victim to her ambush. Zheng Haonan's fingers brush against the trigger. Move again, and I will blow your head off. Do you believe me? Why are you so verbose? She has already stated her willingness for you to shoot. Ming steps forth from the house, exuding calmness. Chen Shanshan closely follows behind, carrying an enormous office chair. Upon reaching the corridor, she hastily sets the chair down and gently wipes the dust from its surface. Ming, please take a seat. Li Ming, resembling a king, settles into the chair, crossing his legs. Chen Shanshan produces a fruit platter from seemingly nowhere. Kneeling beside him, offering a fresh lychee. Ming, please enjoy. Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi stood before Li Ming like vigilant guardians, preventing anyone from launching a surprise attack on him. The manner of Li Ming's entrance incited a wave of outrage among the crowd, reaching a peak of fury. Who does Li Ming think he is? Forcing Chen Shanshan to kneel and feed him fruit. Bah, a man of dubious character, a phoenix man. I have never encountered someone so pretentious. Even when faced with demise, he dares to act superior. Is it that pretending to be a gentleman will spare him? How can such shameless individuals exist in this world, hiding behind 3 women? So despicably cowardly. You truly bring shame upon men. Is the soft life that delectable? Is it particularly sweet? Ha! Fortunately, I am wise enough to recognize that scoundrels who seek women in such groups are not to be trusted. I will not fall for his tricks. For heaven's sake, could someone please tear that smug face of his apart? I simply cannot tolerate it. How can someone so deserving of a beating still be alive today? It is unacceptable. Mocked by Li Ming, Zheng Haonan's face flushed crimson with rage, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Brothers, let us dispose of him. I will make him regret ever being born into this world. The 4 burly men at the forefront immediately brandished their axes and cleavers, charging towards Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi. Without hesitation, Huo Feiyan drew her machete, executing a graceful spin. Slice, slice. With swift precision, she severed the arms of the 2 nearest men. Slice, slice. In another seamless motion, their remaining arms fell to the ground. The 2 hulks cried out in agony. Their cries faded into silence as their heads were completely severed from their bodies. Huo Feiyan's every movement flowed seamlessly. Akin to a dance that Li Ming realized that she had applied the techniques he had taught her for dispatching zombies against human foes. That it is crucial to understand that the psychological pressure of slaying zombies is entirely distinct from that of killing human adversaries. Slaying zombies resembles the act of defeating monsters, devoid of any guilt. However, killing a human is quite different. Many who have lived in peaceful times cannot shake off the heavy burden of guilt and thus hesitate to act. Li Ming had not anticipated Huo Feiyan's rapid adaptation. It seemed she would soon become his most formidable aide. Meanwhile, Long Keyi raised her long-handled axe and charged forward. Her movements were wild and unrestrained, lacking the fluid grace of Huo Feiyan, evoking the spirit of a berserker. Long Keyi, gripping her axe with both hands, leapt and struck down fiercely at her foe. The giant before her reacted swiftly. Realizing the gravity of her attack, and attempted to block it with his iron fire axe held aloft. Clang! The iron axe shattered under Long Keyi's immense strength. Although the fire axe absorbed much of her blow, the axe still descended with tremendous force upon the giant's head. Puffed. The giant was cleaved in 2 by the sharp axe, his innards spilling gruesomely onto the ground. A horrific sight. Another giant, witnessing this, stood in stunned disbelief. Fear etched across his face as he gazed at Long Keyi. How could someone so pure and beautiful appear as a terrifying demon in this moment? Monster, monster, monster. Mommy, I want to go home. I don't want to play anymore. Just as the giant finished speaking, Long Keyi delivered a horizontal swing with her axe. Puffed. The giant was bisected at the waist. Truly a horrific execution. He did not immediately lose consciousness, but let out a chilling scream. Help! Big brother, come save me. I don't want to die. I want to go home. Bang! The giant's head was smashed to pulp. Blood and flesh splattered against the wall. Long Keyi had struck not with the sharp edge, but with the blunt side of the axe. Within mere seconds, Zheng Haonan's 4 lackeys met their brutal demise at the hands of Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi. It was ruthless, bloody, and harrowing. Everything unfolded too swiftly for anyone to react. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Li Ming calmly consumed a grape fed to him by Chen Shanshan, stating, Feiyan Qi, you dispatched those 4 lackeys in a mere 10 seconds. There is room for improvement. Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi did not divert their gaze from Zheng Haonan's group. Responding to Li Ming, Minggu, we apologize. We will practice more diligently in the future and ensure you are not disappointed again. Their exchange jolted the onlookers from their shock. Leader, are you certain this isn't a pre-recorded sci-fi film? Exclaimed one, oh my god, are Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi even human? Those men they slaughtered could each take on 5 others without breaking a sweat. IT cannot be real. Absolutely not. How could those burly men be dispatched like chickens by Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi? Li Ming, that Phoenix man, is still complaining about their speed despite their efforts. If he is so capable, why doesn't he take matters in his own hands instead of hiding behind women and blathering? I detest such men. Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi are simply too magnificent. They are truly the Valkyries of my dreams. What a pity they follow someone as cowardly as Li Ming for mere supplies. Zheng Haonan and the remaining 7 lackeys stared at the dismembered bodies on the ground, their stomachs churning violently. Observing the carnage via video is entirely different from experiencing it firsthand. Despite having witnessed the horror of zombies and becoming accustomed to killing over the past 2 days, the gruesome scene before them was enough to induce nausea. The yellow-haired one was retching uncontrollably, trembling in fear. They are demons. They are monsters. Run. Run away. Bang! Zheng Haonan struck the yellow-haired one to the ground. Scolding useless. Weren't you all so boastful before? And now you cower in fear from this woman. The yellow-haired one clutched their swollen face. Haonan go. But they're truly terrifying. Zheng Haonan feigned calmness. Coward. That was merely their opponents underestimating them. Can they strike faster than my gun? Can they withstand a bullet? Li Ming's voice cut through the tension. Feiyan, I have my eyes on his GU and it seems Li Ming has set his sights on the weapon in Zheng Haonan's possession. I find myself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Zheng Haonan, pitifully targeted by this soft-handed king. Does he not realize his own lack of power? Without Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi, Zheng Haonan would have been reduced to mincemeat long ago. Yet he shamelessly desires their firearms. Does he think that just because Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi have taken down a few foes, the battle is won? Zheng Haonan still has 9 men left, although that wretched Luo Zijuan is of little use. Someone please send Li Ming to receive his just desserts. I can no longer endure his insufferable demeanor. Ming go, rest assured, I will personally ensure that the gun in his possession is delivered into your hands. Huo Feiyan spoke earnestly, her eyes sharp as a hawk fixated on its prey, intensely locked on Zheng Haonan's figure. Zheng Haonan's lips twitched involuntarily. What was this absurdity? He had come here with his entourage to seize their supplies. Yet somehow he felt like the one being hunted. The intelligence provided by Luo Zijuan echoed in his mind, stating that these 2 women possessed immense strength. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike Luo Zijuan for her misinformation. Was this truly what she meant by great strength? They were practically Valkyries. A sudden thought struck Zheng Haonan. If he could recruit both women under his banner, he would reign supreme in this neighborhood. Thus, he attempted to negotiate. Ladies, if we continue this confrontation, it will only lead to mutual destruction, ultimately benefiting others. That I propose a collaboration. I formally invite you to join our team for a mutually advantageous partnership. Should you choose to align with us, I assure you will hold the second highest authority after myself. From now on, we will have priority access to all resources, and no one will compel you to undertake tasks against your will. In this apocalyptic world, we must band together to survive. If you have an affinity for that pretty boy Li Ming, you are free to indulge. I shall not interfere. Please, take your time to consider my offer. In an instant, the countenance of Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi darkened, an aura of terror radiating from them. Huo Feiyan, wielding dual blades, coldly retorted, "Old scoundrel, who are you calling a pretty boy?" Zheng Haonan was taken aback by the sudden, fearsome shift in their demeanor. Come on, you don't need to be this angry if you disagree. It was merely a suggestion. Huo Feiyan's icy gaze bore into him as she commanded, "Keyi, cover me. I shall take this old dog-s life." Understood, go ahead, Long Keyi replied. Huo Feiyan's steely eyes remained fixated on Zheng Haonan. Despite wielding a gun, Zheng Haonan's heart raced with trepidation. These 2 women were anything but ordinary. The gruesome sight of dismembered limbs on the ground sent shivers down his spine. In a panic, Zheng Haonan bellowed, "Everyone, charge! Whoever can slay them will be my second in command. Feel free to take down Luo Zijuan as well." If Luo Zijuan were present, she would undoubtedly scream, "What does this have to do with me? Don't drag me into this." Suddenly, Huo Feiyan leapt forward, her body hurtling towards Zheng Haonan. Bang! In a moment of fear, Zheng Haonan fired a shot at her, but she had already vanished from his sight. He glanced upward, only to find Huo Feiyan dangling from the ceiling like a bat, 3 meters above the ground. Li Ming leaped up in excitement. "Nice! What a feint! Feiyan's combat experience is truly becoming formidable. The days of me lounging around are not far off." Hanging from the ceiling, Huo Feiyan propelled herself off with force, swiftly darting towards Zheng Haonan. With her dual blades, she aimed for his vital points, Swoosh! Zheng Haonan's right hand, which held the gun, was severed. Yet true to his experience with blades, he quickly evaded a fatal strike, ignoring the excruciating pain from his severed hand. With his left hand, he lunged a prepared dagger towards Huo Feiyan's abdomen. However, Huo Feiyan reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping his attack and delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Zheng Haonan was sent sprawling several meters away, rolling down the stairs. Witnessing Zheng Haonan's mangled hand, Luo Zijuan was horrified. However, she forced herself to regain composure and quietly slipped away to the stairwell, while Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi were engaged with their remaining subordinates. This scene did not escape Li Ming's notice, but he decided it was not yet time to eliminate her and allowed her to leave, just as Huo Feiyan was about to chase after her. Li Ming's voice rang out behind her. "Feiyan, don't pursue. He won't survive." Huo Feiyan turned back to see that Zheng Haonan's men had been nearly annihilated by Long Keyi, leaving only the yellow-haired one. No way did just Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi truly drive Zheng Haonan away. "Brothers, did you see that?" Huo Feiyan seemed to leap to the ceiling. "Right, I saw it too. Is this something human can accomplish?" And that leap from the ceiling to Zheng Haonan was at least 5 meters. Such agility. Even Olympic champions couldn't do that. And Long Keyi, she cleaved through those 7 men like butter. Right? Are they even human? Truly, Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi are the Valkyries in my heart. It's a pity they've been blinded by fate to follow a scoundrel like Li Ming. However, their defeat of Zheng Haonan is indeed a favor to us. At least for now, we need not worry about him raiding our supplies. It infuriates me that scoundrel Li Ming has reaped all the benefits. At this moment, the yellow-haired man trembled in fear, clutching a watermelon knife and cowering in a corner, a golden liquid trickling down his pants. "Help! Please don't come any closer. I beg you. I'm so scared. We have many women. Yes, many beautiful women in the community that if you spare me, they will all be yours." Ming pointed at Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi. "Are you foolish? With them by my side, why would I need those women?" The yellow-haired man, sobbing, desperately thought of anything that could save his life. "Wait, Li Ming, haven't you been searching for exquisite beauties in the group? We have one. My partner and I captured a stunning beauty and hid her away. We haven't even had the chance to enjoy her yet. If you let me go, I'll reveal her hiding place." At this moment, Huo Feiyan had already handed Zheng Haonan's gun to Li Ming. He examined the firearm carefully. It was his first encounter with a real gun. Hearing the yellow-haired man's mention of stunning beauty, he immediately aimed the gun at the man's head. "Where is she?" The yellow-haired man replied cautiously, "You must promise to spare me before I tell you her location." Bang! Li Ming recoiled, grimacing as he rubbed his ear. "Damn, that noise is deafening." "Ah!" The yellow-haired man cried out in agony as the bullet struck his thigh. Li Ming continued to aim his gun at the yellow-haired man's head. "What gives you the right to bargain with me?" "You will answer my questions, understood." The yellow-haired man clutched his wounded leg. Gritting his teeth, "You can kill me if you dare, but you won't get her location from me. I'd rather die than drag her down with me. Daha. You have guts. I'll grant your wish." Li Ming laughed. "Feiyan, do you know what slow slicing is? Cut his flesh off piece by piece. Don't let him die too easily." Huo Feiyan nodded with delight. Ming was puzzled by her enthusiasm. Was she inherently bloodthirsty? Long Keyi promptly produced rope to bind the yellow-haired man, preventing him from committing suicide. She stuffed a rag into his mouth to stop him from biting his tongue. "You think I can't handle you?" Huo Feiyan swiftly made 10 incisions on his thigh. Ming inquired, "So, will you talk now?" "Ugh. Li Ming gave a thumbs up. "Good man. You're quite the tough guy." With that, Huo Feiyan inflicted another 10 cuts on his other thigh. The yellow-haired man was drenched in sweat, tears streaming down his face. Ming asked again, "So, will you tell me now?" "Ugh. The yellow-haired man writhed in agony, making muffled sounds that Ming regarded him with admiration. "Hey, you really are a tough one. Quite interesting to at that moment." Chen Shanshan approached Li Ming and whispered, "Minggu, could it be possible that he can't speak because his mouth is stuffed?" Li Ming shot a guilty glance at Long Keyi. "Look at the mess you've made." Everyone exchanged glances filled with shadows. "You're the one who caused this mess." The yellow-haired man, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, 903. "It's in the wardrobe of the main bedroom in room 903 of Building 7. Please stop cutting me. I beg you." Li Ming chuckled foolishly. It would have been better to do this earlier. He then brandished a pistol, aiming it at the head of the yellow-haired man. Chen Shanshan immediately understood the gravity of the situation and covered Li Ming's ears with her hands. Bang! What is Li Ming trying to prove? The yellow-haired man, Huang, had already confessed, yet Li Ming still chose to execute him. Is he out of his mind? Some individuals seem to revel in such displays of bravado to assert their existence. Earlier, when Zheng Haonan approached, he had cowered behind a group of women like a quail. But now, faced with a defenseless yellow-haired man, he was eager to kill. But it appears these people have conveniently forgotten how many lives the yellow-haired man had taken, how many women he had violated, and how much provision he had stolen just days prior. Can one truly become a saint simply by laying down their weapons? Absurd! How blind must Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi be to believe in such a man? Li Ming is nothing short of the foremost sponge in our community, and he even insists on living off others while flaunting it. What a disgrace to our gender. Ming utilized Huo Feiyan's account to release a video within the group. In the footage, he wore a mischievous grin and said, "Thank you to all the generous patrons. Please have the items you've lost ready. I shall collect them at my convenience. You all know my address. It would be best if you could deliver them personally." Boom. The group erupted once more. What the hell, this sheep-counting expert is actually Li Ming. Group leader, how could you have allowed him in? Group leader, I'm innocent. I had no idea this WeChat account belonged to Li Ming. The profile clearly indicated it was female. Oh no, we just spoke ill of him in the group. Will he hold a grudge? I've heard he is particularly petty. He is merely a sponge. Without Huo Feiyan or Long Keyi, he is nothing. Don't be afraid. Can he really harm us? He is not Zheng Haonan. Why fear him? I protest. Foul play. Insider trading. Li Ming knew Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi's capabilities from the start, which is why he dared to wager against us all. I protest. Li Ming paid no heed to the insults and protests within the group. Having already arrived at room 903 with Huo Feiyan, the door had been shattered by Zheng Haonan's henchmen, allowing them easy access to the house. Upon entering, they were met with the lifeless body of a young boy. Around 10 years old, now frozen stiff. There were no signs of decay. His complexion was a ghastly shade of purple, eyes wide open in a haunting stare, evoking a chilling sensation. Huo Feiyan turned away, unable to bear the sight. After all, she was a woman, more susceptible to sentimentality, and witnessing the tragic demise of these innocent children weighed heavily on her heart. Following the yellow-haired man's last words, Li Ming and Huo Feiyan approached the wardrobe in the master bedroom. It seemed someone within had heard the commotion outside, assuming it was the bald man and the yellow-haired man come to capture her. She began to kick and pound on the wardrobe's panels, producing a series of loud thuds. Huo Feiyan pulled the wardrobe open to reveal a young woman, hands and feet bound, her mouth sealed with tape. Li Ming scrutinized the university student before him. She was disheveled and smeared with dirt, her face slightly swollen, likely from the beatings inflicted by the bald man and the yellow-haired man. Her long hair hung in disarray, and curled up as she was, her figure was indiscernible. Ding! A blue system interface appeared above the woman's head. Name: Yi Jiechi. Occupation: university student. Appearance: 90 points. Age: 19. Figure: 90 points. Combat power: 5. Overall score: 88 points. A frog in the well. An invincible youth? Li Ming was astonished. Had he encountered such a woman under normal circumstances, he might have mistaken her for a madwoman. Fortunately, the system unveiled her true beauty. At that moment, Yi Jiechi looked at Li Ming and Huo Feiyan with terror, despair, and helplessness, her eyes brimming with tears. Huo Feiyan stepped forward, cutting the ropes binding her hands and feet, and peeled the tape from her mouth. Freed, Yi Jiechi dared not move, trembling as she huddled in the corner of the wardrobe. Woo! Who are you? Can you please let me go? I'm so scared and so hungry. She sobbed. Ming coldly replied. Rest assured, the ones who brought you here have already been dealt with. Tia's words. Yi Jiechi relaxed slightly, her gaze cautiously meeting Li Ming's as she inquired. The bald man and the yellow-haired man are really dead? Are you the police? Are you here to rescue me? Do you have water or food? I'm so hungry and thirsty. Yi Jiechi eagerly awaited Li Ming's response, yearning for someone to extricate her from this hell. Li Ming scoffed. Look at the world outside. Don't harbor any illusions about the police coming to save you. Ye Jiechi's clear eyes dimmed at his words, and she trembled, her voice laced with caution. Then who are you? What do you intend to do? Li Ming, with a hint of pride, replied, Ever heard of all-inclusive meals and drinks? That's me. Yi Jiechi looked at him in confusion. Is all-inclusive meals and drinks your name? What a peculiar name. Li Ming was taken aback. It was astounding that someone in this community was unaware of him, especially since he had become the target of everyone's ire over the past few days. Huo Feiyan interjected, You're not from our community, are you? You don't belong to our WeChat group, do you? Yi Jiechi nodded slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't live in this community. I came here as a tutor. When the blood rain fell, I was helping my student with summer homework in this household at that time. The student's father was out, leaving just me, my student, and his mother in the house. Initially, we weren't too anxious for Zhang Dajia, the student's mother, whom I usually call Zhang Dajia, loved cooking and kept a stockpile of ingredients at home. Upon receiving the official announcement, Zhang Dajia promptly utilized all her resources to store large quantities of tap water. These supplies were initially sufficient for us to survive for a month while awaiting official rescue. However, the official notice disrupted everything, making murder legitimate to prevent further transformations into zombies. Truly laughable. Indeed, we waited safely for 2 days, only for a bald, portly man and a yellow-haired brute to break in bid to survive. Zhang Dajia willingly surrendered our stockpiled food and water to them. Yet, these two beasts were still not satisfied. They set their sights on me and Zhang Dajia that we fought back, but they ended up killing the little boy and declared their intent to offer Zhang Dajia to their leader to AS for me. They didn't want to share me with their boss, so they hid me away, claiming they would come for me when they had the time. No wonder we only found a child's corpse upon entering. It's likely that his mother met a similar fate. Li Ming thought to himself. Who would have guessed that the bald man and the yellow-haired man's greed and selfishness inadvertently created an opportunity for him to acquire a gem? However, the plan to seize this exceptional beauty must be expedited. As time goes on, the number of women like Yi Jiechi, who lose their dignity due to the collapse of order and morality, will only increase. This means that the likelihood of finding suitable exceptional beauties will diminish. Gazing out at the pink-tinged snow, which had already engulfed the second story of buildings, Li Ming reflected on how the once beautiful world had become riddled with scars. Overrun by zombies, he calmly stated, We are not good people. The only way we can rescue you from here is if you accept our terms. Ding, mission accomplished, achieving the 5th multiplication. Post-multiplication space. 32,000 cubic meters. All stored supplies in the space have doubled. Post-multiplication physical attributes. Constitution, 160, strength, 256, speed, 224, agility, 192, mentality, 192. That upon completing the task, a special system reward was granted, awakening of A-grade ability, calm and collected. Upgradable. How can one survive in this apocalyptic world? As a university student, she possesses a modicum of social awareness. If Li Ming and the others were to leave, individuals like the bald man and the yellow-haired thug would abound, eyeing her with predatory intent. Rather than succumbing to such individuals, it would be wiser to acquiesce to Li Ming's request now. Moreover, Li Ming appears to be far more reasonable than those thugs. At the very least, he would not force himself upon her. Additionally, he is quite handsome and possesses an impressive physique, though he lacks emotional depth. It has only been a week since the apocalypse began, and the willingness of girls to offer themselves has significantly increased. Reflecting on the effort he expended to dismantle Huo Feiyan's psychological defenses, one might wonder, is it worth holding on to something that is destined to be lost? If this could secure water and food, the majority would undoubtedly comply. After finishing a cigarette, Li Ming examined the system rewards this time. A-class ability, calm and collected, system. The ability calm and collected allows the host to maintain a state of composure over an extended period, minimizing daily energy expenditure. In this state, the host's energy signature is suppressed to that of a B-class ability user, making it undetectable by external instruments. The host can terminate the calm and collected state at will. Li Ming chuckled wryly. Such a seemingly trivial ability, to suppress his own energy signature to that of a B-class user. While it might occasionally allow him to play the fool, it offers no real advantage in combat. The tactic of feigning weakness can only be employed once against the same adversary. After that, they would be all too aware of his true strength, rendering further pretense unnecessary. System. The host may also utilize the calm and collected ability to enter an invisible state. In this state, the host's scent and aura are rendered null. Even if the opponent possesses detection abilities, they would remain oblivious. Stealth can last for up to 2 hours, with a cooldown period of 2 hours. However, no other abilities can be utilized while in the invisible state. Ming's mouth fell open. He could become invisible. With both his aura and scent reduced to 0, this equates to a state of nothingness. More importantly, even specialized detection abilities would be ineffective. This is utterly absurd. Absurd to the point of madness. It implies that Ming could enter this nothing state whenever he encounters an opponent. In the instant he reverts to visibility, he could strike the unprepared enemy with lethal force. Who could withstand such a silent and colorless ambush? Furthermore, when faced with formidable foes, he could simply slip into nothingness and escape with ease. This is undoubtedly an exceptional skill for stealthy assassination and fleeing. Had this skill existed before the apocalypse, it would have been even more useful. After grasping the nuances of the calm and collected ability, Ming continued to explore the stored supplies. The initial 800 cubic meters of water he had stockpiled had now multiplied to an astounding 12,800 cubic meters. With such an abundance of water resources, the amount used daily is hardly worth mentioning. To date, the water in Ming's space has decreased by less than 10 cubic meters. Instant noodles have also surged from 1,000 boxes to 16,000 boxes. With more and better food in his reserves, who would still choose to eat instant noodles? Thus far, the consumption of instant noodles has been 0. Ming has not consumed a single packet. Chen Shanshan's remaining loyalty pills have increased from 5 to 10 to 8 as per routine. Ming took one of the 10 loyalty pills and handed it to Yi Jiechi. Yi Jiechi accepted the loyalty pill from Ming. Unsure of its nature, yet unable to refuse his request, she obediently swallowed it. Under the increasingly heated gaze of Yi Jiechi, Ming focused his mind and instantly entered a stealth state. This will surely startle those girls. Huo Feiyan, Long Keyi, Chen Shanshan, and Yi Jiechi finally gathered around a mahjong table to play. Ming stood alone before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the thick blanket of snow outside. Feeling exhausted, both physically and mentally. After a relentless blizzard, the snowfall had finally ceased, accumulating to over 5 meters. The ground floors of buildings have been wholly buried, as had the zombies on the streets, all concealed beneath the deep snow. Yet this is precisely when danger lurks. Should one naively assume that the zombies outside have succumbed to the cold and venture out boldly, their life would be forfeit. The unseen threats are the true dangers. These zombies possess extreme cold resistance, lying in wait beneath the snow. The moment a target appears, they spring forth from the snow, tearing their prey apart. Suddenly, a crisp knocking sound echoed. Ming furrowed his brow. After yesterday's massacre, could anyone still dare to seek them out? The four at the mahjong table paused their game at the sound of knocking, yet their expressions remained calm. Even composed, they all turned to Ming by the window, eagerly awaiting his instructions. Feiyan, why don't you check who it is? Huo Feiyan approached the door and peered through the peephole. Ming go. It's a tall, thin man wearing glasses. He looks rather weak. Just one person? Yes, it appears to be only one. Open the door and inquire about his purpose. If he's here to cause trouble, don't spare him. Huo Feiyan nodded and opened the door. The man outside appeared gaunt, with black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor. Even clad in a thick down jacket, his lanky frame and feeble limbs were unmistakable. Upon seeing Huo Feiyan and the axe-wielding Long Keyi behind her, the man's eyes shone with admiration and reverence. Valiant Valkyrie Huo Feiyan, Berserker Long Keyi, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Xiaoyu. Huo Feiyan scrutinized the disheveled, frail man with a hint of confusion. What do you mean by Valkyrie and Berserker? What do you want with us? Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. Those are the titles I bestowed upon you. Your battle yesterday was so impressive, it was as if characters from an anime had stepped into reality. Long Keyi, growing impatient, interjected, "Get to the point." At Long Keyi's command, Xiaoyu immediately grew anxious, stammering, I wish to propose a collaboration. May I speak with him, or Li Ming? Li Ming stepped out from the house, his voice cold. What qualifications do you possess that would warrant a collaboration with us? Upon seeing Li Ming emerge, Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable surge of fear, trembling as he took a few steps back, nearly losing his balance. It's not exactly a collaboration. Rather, I can provide you with the information and services you need, in exchange for a small amount of supplies. Xiaoyu quickly added, I'm quite frail, so I don't require much, just a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water daily to survive. Mineral water and instant noodles, you say? Li Ming mused, considering that his own supplies of instant noodles and mineral water had yet to be opened. Tell me, what abilities do you possess that would compel us to provide you with a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water daily? Xiaoyu, anxious and embarrassed, replied, I'm the one who created the live streaming group from yesterday, and I installed the surveillance. Li Ming scrutinized the frail man with glasses, a sinister smile creeping across his face. So I didn't expect you to dare come here. When did you install the surveillance outside our door? Seeing Li Ming's cold grin, Xiaoyu grew even more nervous, his voice trembling. I set it up a few days ago, but I assure you, I did not install it to spy on you. Not just the 22nd floor, but the entire 7th building, even the whole community. I installed surveillance everywhere. Of course, the focus is on the 7th building. The surveillance in the other buildings is nowhere near as dense. Ming stared in astonishment at the frail man before him. He had installed surveillance throughout the entire community. Who exactly is this person? Li Ming curiously inquired. Did you install these cameras before the apocalypse began? Xiaoyu nervously glanced at Li Ming. No. It was only after the apocalypse started, when Zheng Haonan and his group began their pillaging, that I set them up and I installed these cameras mainly to guard against Zheng Haonan and his crew. After all, they are ruthless, armed with firearms that if no one can stop them, it's only a matter of time before they find me. Since I cannot fight back, can I not at least hide? I installed these surveillance cameras solely to remain constantly aware of their movements. Whenever they approach, I take my leave, fully cognizant of the safest spots within the entire building. Once they have departed, I return. There were several instances when they all mobilized to seize someone else's belongings, and I even discreetly pilfered some supplies from their home. However, fearing their discovery, I dared not take too much. Li Ming scoffed at the sight of Xiaoyu, thinking to himself that this fellow was indeed a remarkable talent. Think he had the audacity to infiltrate Zheng Haonan's residence, while Zheng and his companions were absent. Xiaoyu seemingly possessed an uncanny awareness of whether anyone was home at Zheng Haonan's place. Realization dawned upon Li Ming. Did you install surveillance in Zheng Haonan's house as well? When Luo Zijuan sought out Zheng Haonan, prompting him to raid my supplies, you were immediately informed. No wonder the entire building was aware of the situation before Zheng Haonan and his crew even set out. Even the live streaming room was promptly prepared. Xiaoyu awkwardly chuckled. I merely wished to seize the opportunity to acquire some supplies from my neighbors. A cup of water from each person adds up to quite a sum. Indeed, he was a talent, devising such schemes. Ming curiously inquired how he managed to collect a cup of water from each individual. Ming mused that such a genius would surely possess methods beyond his imagination for collecting entrance fees from others. Xiaoyu's expression instantly shifted to one of dejection as he stammered. What method could there be? I simply went door to door asking. Li Ming's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Was this truly the thought process of a genius? How many entrance fees did you manage to collect? Xiaoyu sheepishly shook the empty water bottle in his hand. Not a single drop was acquired. Li Ming pointed at Xiaoyu, laughing heartily. It is often said that the line between genius and folly is remarkably thin, and today he had witnessed it firsthand. This Xiaoyu might indeed be a rare talent in terms of technology, yet he appeared utterly clueless in the realm of human affairs. After a fit of laughter, Li Ming continued, So why have you come to seek me now? Wouldn't it be better to continue living in hiding? Xiaoyu cautiously glanced at Li Ming and replied, Yesterday, during your live stream, my identity was exposed. Even if I did not approach you today, you would undoubtedly come for me. That be why the time you come seeking me, I would have no chance left. Additionally, with Zheng Haonan and his crew eliminated by you, I have no means to steal supplies to survive. I doubt I can last even a week. Xiao Yu's clarity of thought was impressive. Indeed, he had been considering finding this person today. Allowing someone to silently monitor his home without his awareness was a perilous situation. Your surveillance truly has its merits. I could buy them all at once. Name your price, Li Ming remarked earnestly. With these cameras, he could keep watch over everyone's every move within the building. IT was not out of fear of potential threats. He simply desired to observe them. Xiao Yu hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face as he stuttered. Mr. Li Ming, I do not wish to engage in a one-time transaction. You could consider me as your employee, or even as one of your subordinates. A one-time sale will eventually run out of supplies, and even if I acquire them, I may not be able to protect them. If I relinquish control over these surveillance devices, I will lose track of everyone in the building. With his frail stature, he might not even be able to fend off a middle-aged woman. Providing him with supplies would not guarantee their safety. Li Ming stated earnestly, becoming my subordinate requires more than just these surveillance cameras. At that moment, Xiao Yu resembled an eager candidate desperately selling himself at Li Ming. My title as a network engineer is merely a FAAD. I'm also an exceptional hacker. Li Ming gasped in disbelief. A hacker? You? Xiao Yu nodded earnestly. Yes, my companions and I once managed to breach the servers of the White House and remained undetected for 5 minutes. Given sufficient time, I could accomplish such a feat independently. You are aware of the significance of an intelligence system, are you not? Accurate and timely information often determines the positive progression of events. Most of the intelligence within the cities and even the nation's security networks is as easy for me as reaching into my pocket. If you, Mr. Li Ming, would hire me, I shall devote all my abilities and knowledge to serve you. Naturally, Li Ming understood the importance of intelligence systems. After all, why would major powers spare no expense in deploying spies to gather intelligence on enemy nations? The significance was self-evident. Li Ming surveyed the frail, disheveled, bespectacled man before him once more in astonishment. Incredible! He had hacked into the servers of the White House. That was undoubtedly the mark of a master-level hacker, if Xiao Yu's claims were true. Li Ming had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Observing Li Ming's silence, Xiao Yu assumed Li Ming still doubted his capabilities, but he promptly retrieved a pre-prepared laptop from his backpack and sat on the floor to demonstrate. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and a series of green codes flashed rapidly on the screen. Li Ming and Huo Feiyan watched silently, intrigued by Xiao Yu's impressive display. Moments later, Xiao Yu stood up and moved the laptop screen in front of Li Ming. Li Ming. Look, this is the management system of the community. It contains detailed information about all residents. Who lives where is easily discernible. He then opened another interface. This is the management system of the city's Uncle Hat. It allows access to detailed information about any individual within the city. Xiao Yu opened one of the pages. This here is your personal information. Mr. Li Ming, please verify its accuracy. Li Ming scrutinized the screen, displaying his personal details, which clearly outlined all his information, including family members, household registration, educational background, and more. Excitedly, Li Ming exclaimed, "Is all this accessible to anyone?" Noticing Li Ming's acknowledgement of his abilities, Xiao Yu smiled, as long as one is Chinese and not classified as an absolute secret. Anyone can access it. While Li Ming was uncertain whether Xiao Yu was exaggerating, there was no denying his capabilities. Li Ming smiled and said, "Feiyan, search him for any dangerous items. If all is clear, let him come to my home for a discussion." Standing at the door for quite some time in just his loungewear, Li Ming was nearly frozen. Simultaneously, he realized it was time to hire 2 additional male guards. Such tasks should not fall to the women around him. After all, there was a difference between the sexes. Having been thoroughly searched by Huo Feiyan, Xiao Yu followed Li Ming into the warmth and comfort of the house. Since the apocalypse began, he had never experienced such a cozy temperature. The fresh fruits and snacks on the table made his mouth water, and his stomach rumbled audibly. Chen Shanshan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles topped with a slice of luncheon meat, and an EGG.IT was a sumptuous feast, a sheer extravagance. Xiao Yu initially thought it was Li Ming's lunch, but Chen Shanshan placed the noodles directly in front of him. Li Ming generously declared, "Eat up. My subordinates must never go hungry." As long as you can provide me with sufficient value, I assure you that you will enjoy the same privileges as them. Xiao Yu cautiously picked up the bowl of noodles. The aroma was irresistible. Seeing that Li Ming and the others did not stop him, he realized the steaming bowl was indeed meant for him. He dared not let it cool and began to devour it voraciously. Within 10 seconds, the entire bowl, including the broth, was consumed. After finishing the noodles, Xiao Yu wiped his mouth with his sleeve and promptly knelt before Li Ming. Tears of gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, boss. I thought I would never have the chance to eat a bowl of hot noodles again in my life. I will do my utmost to serve you from now on. Whatever you ask, I shall do." It is often said that man is like iron and food is like steel. One meal missed can lead to a desperate hunger, and one can maintain their pride after enduring a week of starvation. And even dignity can be cast aside. Ming exclaimed with irritation. "Eat well and hurry back to work." He instructed Xiao Yu to project the entire surveillance of the community onto his 100-inch television screen. Xiao Yu's 17-inch computer screen was cluttered with dozens of fragmented images, making it quite unpleasant to behold. After a swift series of operations, Li Ming was able to clearly see every corner of the floors on the massive screen. Even hearing the sound from the scene, he gazed at the divided images. He slowly inquired, "Have you been monitoring the surveillance? Do you know where Zheng Haonan and Luo Zijuan have gone?" Xiao Yu promptly switched the view to one of the monitors, revealing the location outside an elevator shaft on the 8th floor. After being injured, Zheng Haonan had taken refuge in this elevator room, and he had yet to emerge. It remained uncertain whether he had perished inside. Ming spoke in a grave tone. "Send his location to the group. He has killed so many. His enemies will surely seek him out." Xiao Yu nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, boss." He then switched the view to Zheng Haonan's residence. Luo Zijuan was inside, having rushed back there to seize the supplies after Zheng Haonan's defeat. However, she was not the only one who had thought of those resources. The moment Zheng Haonan's defeat became apparent, others had already connected the dots and hurried to his home. They encountered Luo Zijuan, promptly capturing her. Everyone knew from the live broadcast that Luo Zijuan was Zheng Haonan's girlfriend. And some of the families whose members had been slain by Zheng Haonan were furious, inflicting punishment upon her. Her current state was dire. Upon hearing of Luo Zijuan's condition, Li Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. The surveillance footage displayed over a dozen corpses sprawled across the floor of Zheng Haonan's home. These individuals had evidently engaged in a fierce struggle over the supplies left behind by Zheng Haonan. Although the conflict had subsided, the survivors bore the marks of battle that moment. Luo Zijuan was bound to a chair like a plucked chicken, her body bruised and battered. A pitiful sight. She muttered, "Big brother, please stop hitting me. I truly am Li Ming's girlfriend. Can you let me call him?" The leading man sneered, "If you are Li Ming's girlfriend, then I am the emperor of bathing," after Xiao Yu sent Zheng Haonan's hiding spot to the group. It wasn't long before 5 middle-aged women wielding kitchen knives appeared at the elevator shaft on the 8th floor. One woman clasped her hands in prayer, fervently addressing the heavens. "Husband, son, I shall slay this beast and avenge you. Once I have avenged you, I will reunite with you. Our family will be together forever." The other 4 women mirrored her actions before forcefully flinging open the elevator room door and rushing inside. Moments later, each of the 5 women emerged, each clutching a freshly severed piece of flesh. In Li Ming's mind, Zheng Haonan was like a mere mosquito buzzing against his skin. Swatting it away would elicit no sensation. He continued to switch between surveillance feeds, most of which displayed empty hallways devoid of even a fly in the biting cold, with scarce water and food. Who would venture outside to waste their energy? It was not until the view shifted to the underground parking garage on the 1st floor that Li Ming discovered over a dozen individuals battling zombies. These individuals were well-trained, forming small teams of 3. The coordination between team members was remarkably seamless, and the zombies lunging at them were easily dispatched through their cooperation. One middle-aged man clad in a military green overcoat executed his moves with remarkable speed. Ferocity, precision, fluidity, and power. This sight evoked memories of Li Ming's past struggles for survival against the undead. Intrigued, he turned to Xiao Yu and asked, "Who is this man?" "He is exceptionally fierce." Xiao Yu quickly checked the information on his computer. "This man is named Zhang Kai." a retired soldier and a former head of security at Huo Security Company before the apocalypse. He currently resides in Building 11, which is the most orderly building in the entire community. The day after the official announcement, Long Keyi decisively extinguished the criminal elements within Building 11. From that moment on, he became the leader of Building 11, which remained free of riots under his management. To secure supplies, he organized the able-bodied men of Building 11 to search the underground garage daily. Ming understood at once why the trunks of cars near Building 11 had all been pried open. While Xiaoyu was explaining, Long Keyi had already dispatched 2 zombies and pried open the trunk of a car. Upon seeing the supplies within, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his serious face. What luck! This trunk holds 3 boxes of mineral water. We have found 10 boxes today, which is sufficient for now. Brothers, let us quickly move this mineral water. Our noise will surely attract more zombies. We must retreat. 3 men immediately began to carry the mineral water from the trunk, preparing to leave. Just as everyone rejoiced over their bountiful haul, a zombie suddenly sprang from beneath the car, sinking its sharp teeth into one man's neck. Keyi! The group exclaimed in alarm, seizing their weapons and delivering a flurry of blows to the zombie's head. Only when the creature's skull was utterly pulverized did it relinquish its grip on the man. After slaying the zombie, everyone rushed to check on the injured Xiaoge. Everyone disperse. Have you forgotten our protocol? Long Keyi's cold, stern voice thundered. If a teammate is bitten or infected by a zombie, we must distance ourselves immediately. How can you forget this? Hearing Long Keyi's grave admonition, the group retreated, maintaining a distance of nearly 10 meters from Xiaoge. How could this happen? Is there truly no saving Xiaoge? Don't be foolish. How many brothers have we lost? Have you ever seen anyone saved? Xiaoge was beyond saving. In under 10 minutes, he would transform into a zombie. While he still had his senses, let's bid him farewell. With a heavy heart, Long Keyi approached Xiaoge, wielding his large knife. Xiao, do you have any final words? At that moment, Xiaoji's face was bloodshot, his pupils dilated, and his teeth were becoming sharp and jagged. He was in excruciating pain, but fought to maintain control. Kai, brother, please take care of my mother. Once I'm gone, she will be all alone. Long Keyi spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Xiao, rest assured, as long as I have food, she will never go hungry. Xiaoge managed a faint smile. Thank you. Do it now. I don't want to become that monster. I don't want to hurt anyone. Long Keyi raised his large knife. And with a swift motion, thud, Xiaoji's head fell, dark blood oozing forth. Watching the scene unfold on the monitor, Ming couldn't help but admire Long Keyi. He was indeed a formidable figure, decisive in his actions, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. Given Xiaoji's condition, even a moment's delay could have posed a grave danger to everyone in the apocalypse. The greatest weakness to forsake is sentiment. Ming continued to switch the surveillance feeds on the LCD television. Without turning back, he asked Xiaoyu, "What do you know about the situation in the other buildings?" Xiaoyu focused on the data he had recently compiled on his computer. Aside from Building 11, all other buildings are in a state of chaos and turmoil. Currently, only Buildings 1, 3, and 9 have formidable groups similar to Zhenghaonan's. Certainly, these groups are utterly insignificant when compared to the Valkyrie Huo Feiyan and the Berserker Long Keyi. However, the predicament faced by other buildings lacking such formidable factions is even more dire. These buildings are often inhabited by several mediocre small groups that vie against one another in their frantic quest to monopolize all resources within the building. These small factions mercilessly plunder the defenseless ordinary residents. That inter-group brawls frequently erupt, resulting in considerable casualties. The lives and deaths of these individuals are of no concern to Ming, as they pose no threat to his safety whatsoever. As for Building Number 3, Ming recalled that the system detected the presence of Ji-yun, who met the required criteria, still residing there. Since he last responded to her message, Ji-yun had fallen silent. Could she have been victimized by the bullies of Building Number 3? Presently, his space contained a staggering 32,000 cubic units of resources. This implies that Ji-yun's value equated to 32,000 cubic units of resources. In addition to the system's rewards, such prospects were undeniably enticing to Ming. Should the ruffians of Building Number 3 dare to lay a hand on Ji-yun, he would not hesitate to purge the entire building of its inhabitants. Li Ming switched the surveillance feed to the floor where Ji Yun resided in building number 3. The video displayed the corridor outside her apartment on the 28th floor. He observed several individuals sneaking into Ji Yun's home, causing his brow to furrow with concern. "Who are these people?" Li Ming asked Xiao Yu in a low voice. "Is there any way to ascertain the situation inside the house?" "Absolutely," Xiao Yu replied without hesitation. "Give me 2 minutes." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yu began to furiously type on his computer. Li Ming was unsure how Xiao Yu would manage to uncover the interior situation without any surveillance. But seeing his confident demeanor, he refrained from questioning further. Gradually, the enormous LCD screen displayed a series of blurry images accompanied by disjointed sounds. With Xiao Yu's relentless adjustments, these indistinct visuals coalesced into a coherent image. The conversations taking place inside the house became crystal clear. Li Ming exhibited a look of astonishment. His curiosity piqued. "How did you manage this? Have you already installed cameras in her home in such a short time?" Xiao Yu adjusted his glasses with pride. "How could that be possible? Installing cameras is no simple task. I hacked into the phones and computers of everyone in the house, taking control of their cameras. Each camera provides a unique angle, but by integrating the footage from all of them, I was able to create a complete picture. As for the sounds, that was much simpler. I merely selected the device that produced the clearest audio." Thanks to Xiao Yu's meticulous setup, Li Ming could now see a panoramic view of Ji Yun's home and hear every sound within in apartment 2803 of building number 3. 5 individuals sat around a round table with a diameter of 1.5 meters. By observing their outward characteristics, Xiao Yu quickly identified their true identities. Among them, a middle-aged couple clad in black down jackets, sitting closely together, were Ji Yun's parents, Ji Guohua and He Jinhua. Not far from them sat a young man in a flamboyant down jacket with multicolored hair, Ji Yun's younger brother, Ji Xiaoqiang. Facing these three was a middle-aged man in a mink coat, adorned with a thick gold chain, known as the leader of building number 3, Feng Su. Before the apocalypse, Feng Su operated the largest slaughterhouse in Tianhai City and was notorious for his ruthlessness. Having served several years in prison for violent offenses, the final individual, a sharp-featured man wearing black-rimmed glasses, was Lin Guijin, the leader of a small faction in building number 4. Prior to the apocalypse, Lin Guijin ran a pet clinic nearby and was reputed for his expertise in poisons, earning him the moniker Deadly Poison Master. Li Ming expressed his disbelief. Can the individuals from building number 4 actually venture into building number 3? Are they not afraid of the zombies in the basement? Xiao Yu swiftly brought up the layout of the entire complex on his computer, displaying it for Li Ming. The geographical positioning of buildings number 3 and number 4 is quite unique, with the distance between the 2 basement doors being exceedingly short. As long as one runs swiftly enough, it is entirely feasible to evade the zombies in the basement and traverse between the 2 buildings. Previously, when Li Ming delivered packages in Binjiang No. 1 community, he had never ventured into the underground garage and was wholly unfamiliar with its layout on the surveillance feed. He Jinhua's acerbic face gleamed with excitement as she greedily inquired, "Feng Laoda, Lin Laoda, it's not that I'm questioning your capabilities, but do you truly believe you can capture that Li Ming alive? You all watched yesterday's live stream, right? The 2 women by his side are anything but ordinary. They dispatched so many without batting an eye. Moreover, Zheng Haonan's handgun has also fallen into Li Ming's possession." Li Ming, who was intently monitoring the feed, felt a twitch in his eye. He had merely intended to observe these individuals engaging in some clandestine dealings, only to find himself at the center of their machinations. These people were conspiring to capture him alive. How intriguing. The women behind him emanated a chilling aura upon hearing the conversation in the surveillance. Huo Feiyan coldly remarked, "Ming, these people actually wish to capture you alive. Should I go and eliminate them all right now?" Li Ming remained unperturbed, as if the matter bore no relevance to him. They are merely ants. There's no need for such agitation. Wiping them out would be a trivial task. Rather than resorting to immediate violence, Li Ming was more curious about the methods they would employ to capture him alive. On the surveillance, Feng Su scoffed and then produced 2 handguns from his waist, disdainfully stating, "What is the big deal about handguns? Who doesn't have one?" Upon seeing the firearms in Feng Su's hands, expressions of shock and even fear washed over everyone. Yet it quickly morphed into excitement and elation. At least in terms of capturing Li Ming, Feng Su could be considered a reliable ally. The greater the strength of an ally, the higher the probability of success in this endeavor. Ji Xiaoqiang approached Feng Su, rubbing his hands together in a sycophantic manner, and said, Feng Gu truly lives up to being the most powerful person in our building. No. 3. Once Feng Gu takes action, capturing Li Ming will be a piece of cake. Only a man like you deserves to be my brother-in-law. Rest assured, once we secure Li Ming's resources, I will certainly persuade my sister to be with you. Feng Su, satisfied, patted Ji Xiaoqiang on the shoulder and continued. The skills of Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi at Li Ming's side should not be underestimated. Zheng Haonan suffered a grave setback and lost his life precisely because he failed to gauge the strength of these two individuals. However, it is fortunate that Zheng Haonan paid with his life, allowing us to discern the capabilities of these two women. Once we successfully subdue them, that soft-handed Li Ming behind them will pose no threat. Ji Xiaoqiang scoffed, his face filled with disdain. What if there are two formidable women? Feng Gu and Lin Gu, don't you have more than 50 people? 50 against 2? What is there to fear? Besides, Feng Gu has a gun in hand. In my opinion, once those two women witness the might of the two bosses, they will undoubtedly abandon that weakling Li Ming, crying and rushing to join your side. A chorus of cheerful laughter erupted in the room. Lin Guijin rose and spoke slowly. I wonder what that little Li Ming has done to them. They seem especially loyal to him and obedient to his every command. Therefore, we must tread carefully to avoid meeting the same unfortunate fate as Zheng Haonan. Feng Su gently wiped his handgun, speaking cautiously. Thus, we should seize the opportunity of Li Ming coming to greet Jiyan, laying ambush around the vicinity and setting traps to ensure absolute success. I have this. Lin Guijin produced a small vial from his pocket and handed it to He Jinhua. This vial contains a potent sedative. Even an elephant would lose consciousness with just a drop. When Li Ming and his companions enter, you are to warmly welcome them and ensure they all consume this sedative. If you manage to trick him into drinking it, we will save ourselves a considerable amount of effort. He Jinhua accepted the vial from Lin Guijin and inquired, what if they refuse to drink? Lin Guijin flashed a cunning smile and remarked, if they refuse to drink, we shall have no choice but to unleash the prearranged mists. Although the effects of these mists are not as potent as consuming the potion directly, merely inhaling a small amount will render the body weak and powerless. Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi will be utterly incapable of resistance. Ji Xiaoqiang's eyes immediately sparkled with intrigue. Brother Lin, are you suggesting that Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi will lose all ability to resist, yet retain their consciousness? Lin Guijin nodded slightly. Ji Xiaoqiang then exclaimed with fervor, that would be splendid. Without the ability to resist yet still possessing awareness, we can play with them as we wish. Ji Guohua instantly grasped his son's intent, his expression transforming into one of excitement. Son, they happen to be two individuals. We can perfectly engage in a mixed doubles match. Meanwhile, He Jinhua shot a disapproving glare at Ji Guohua. Seizing his ear, mixed doubles? Do you think I am dead? Or have you been secretly wishing for my demise? I was just joking. Let go of me, it hurts. Ji Guohua cried out in terror. Enough. Your entire family needs to quiet down and focus on the matter at hand. Feng Su barked at them before continuing. To ensure absolute success, we will also set various traps within your home. Once they enter, guide them to the trap-laden spots. Simultaneously, over 50 of our brothers will be ambushed around the house. At a single command, we will all rush in together. A single fist cannot withstand a multitude of hands. Even if Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi are formidable, I refuse to believe they can slay all 50 of us. We have established 4 defensive lines, and I trust that Li Ming and his entourage will find it exceedingly difficult to escape this time. Laughter filled the round table once more, in room 2202 of Building 7. After Feng Su laid bare their plan to capture Li Ming, Long Keyi remarked, sedatives, mists, traps, ambushes. These scoundrels are truly going to great lengths to capture our brother Ming. Huo Feiyan, Long Keyi, and Chen Shanshan all wore eager expressions, ready to charge into Ji Yun's home to dispatch those conspiring against them at Li Ming's command. Only the newly joined Yi Jiaqing wore a worried expression. although she had gained considerable strength after consuming the black pill resembling chocolate that Li Ming provided. As well as a significant boost in speed and reflexes, her lack of combat experience left her unaware of Li Ming's true prowess. Yi Jiaqing nervously voiced, "Brother Ming, these individuals are beasts in human form, and they outnumber us while being well prepared. Perhaps we should avoid provoking them?" Li Ming calmly patted Yi Jiaqing's head, saying, "In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are nothing more than paper tigers. What you are doing is tantamount to courting disaster. Do you not realize this? If Li Ming can so effortlessly keep the formidable Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi under control, do you truly believe he is an easy target? His true strength may even surpass that of Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi. If he were to discover that you conspired with Feng Su and Lin Guijin against him, do you think he would let you off easily? Even if you succeed in capturing Li Ming and seizing his resources, how can you be certain that Feng Su will willingly hand them over to you? If I were Feng Su, once I had the upper hand, I would certainly eliminate you all without hesitation. Of course, I would not fare any better, as I would merely become their plaything." Ji Yun's tone was exceedingly calm, almost as if the matters being discussed were entirely unrelated to her. Ji Xiaoqiang scoffed, unable to tolerate Ji Yun's condescending gaze, which made him feel like a fool. "I said only you, the esteemed lawyer Ji, who possesses intelligence. I assure you, we are destined to win this time." As he spoke, Ji Xiaoqiang approached the spot where Feng Su had just sat, grabbing the half-empty bottle of mineral water he had left behind. Disregarding hygiene as he poured it into his mouth, "As long as I know it won't turn me into a zombie, that's all that matters." This mineral water was brought by Feng Su. "Our family's water supply has long been under He Jinhua's control. Each person has a daily ration. Did you think my parents and I had not considered what you just said? We analyzed this situation long ago. I have already inquired about Li Ming. He never takes the initiative to kill unless threatened, like Zheng Haonan. Moreover, even if he were to triumph and slay Feng Su and Lin Guijin, he would certainly not dare to turn against me. Why? Because I am your good little brother. As long as you get along with him, I will be his brother Dash and Dash Law. You believe I could slap him without him daring to utter a word. However, I do not believe Li Ming truly possesses such strength. If he did, he would have gone on a rampage throughout the entire neighborhood. At that time, he could have any woman he desired. Likewise, if Feng Su were to win, as long as you get along with him, I would still be his brother Dash and Dash Law in this world, who would allow their brother-in-law to starve, let alone be treated like a dog. Once I have Feng Su as my brother-in-law, I would be able to strut around Building 3 and even the entire neighborhood. Just thinking about those poor women waiting for him to rescue them made his heart itch with excitement." He Jinhua looked at Ji Xiaoqiang with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with affection and pride. "Our darling is truly clever. What is Li Ming to us? What is Feng Su? They are merely pawns in our hands. Regardless of who ultimately triumphs between them, as long as we marry your sister off, we will become mother-in-law and brother Dash and Dash-law. To that point, women like Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi will be scrambling to become our darling's partners. But you mustn't overexert yourself. Too much of that can deplete one's essence." Ji Yun shook her head helplessly, giving a cold huff. "Ha! I thought you had a brilliant plan for certain victory, but it turns out you only want to sell me off to those men." This mother and brother of hers had, before the apocalypse, naturally drained her of her resources. With the onset of the apocalypse, they would only resort to selling her to acquire supplies. Having lived under He Jinhua's protection, Ji Xiaoqiang had never witnessed the brutality of society. Those villains hardly cared for such matters. In the face of absolute profit and power, even kin could be slain, let alone the multitude of brother-in-laws and mothers-in-law on the streets. He Jinhua glared at Ji Yun, her eyes devoid of the earlier warmth, venomously stating, "What do you have to say about your brother? Is he not acting for your own good? If I don't find you a powerful man, do you think you can survive in this apocalypse on your own? Truly, you're like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. Even raising a dog would be preferable to raising you." The ingrate, Ji Yun appeared to have grown accustomed to He Jinhua's baseless tirades, and she could no longer be bothered to argue. She had long seen through the character of her parents and brother, having lost all hope in these so-called family members. And no matter which man they ultimately sold her to, It mattered not to her, for she had resolved that should anyone attempt to force her into actions against her will, she would take her own life. Thus, she would return this life to her unfeeling parents. Ji Yun tightly clutched the fruit knife she had prepared in her pocket after leaving Ji Yun's home. Feng Su and Lin Guijin parted ways in the hallway, each beginning to prepare the tools necessary to capture Li Ming. As Lin Guijin departed, Feng Su's subordinate, Sun Jiao, approached him and said in a low voice, "Boss, are you truly planning to split those resources evenly with the two families? I'm afraid the brothers won't accept it." Feng Su smacked Sun Jiao on the head, revealing a wicked grin to Ha. "Split evenly? Do you think I would share the meat once it's in my mouth? They are merely my pawns and prey. After the deed is done, the Su family can immediately dispose of them by feeding them to the zombies. That Ji Yun is indeed a rare beauty. Tell the brothers that I will not keep her all to myself. Once I've had my fun, she will belong to all of us." Upon hearing that he could toy with the stunning Ji Yun, Sun Jiao instantly became exhilarated. Though they had captured numerous women during this time, none could compare to the beauty of Ji Yun, the sole remarkable woman in Building 3, if it were not for her remaining utility. Feng Su and his cohorts would have long since invaded the Ji family, violating her. "Thank you, boss. The brothers will surely exert their utmost effort. However, boss, why involve Lin Guijin and his group? They are far less manageable than the Ji family trio. If we cannot acquire supplies afterward, I fear they will not relent." Feng Su slapped Sun Jiao on the head in frustration and exclaimed, "After following me for so long, how can you still be so dim-witted? That Lin Guijin is indeed skilled with poison. If he can successfully incapacitate Li Ming and his associates, the entire process will proceed much more smoothly. You have witnessed the combat prowess of Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi. Once the situation is compromised, who will hold them back? Lin Guijin's crew serves as the perfect cannon fodder, minimizing our brothers' casualties. Once our objective is achieved, will those 10 or so dare to negotiate with us? I could easily eliminate him." Upon returning to building number 4, Lin Guijin reassured his 3 most capable brothers, 3 formidable and robust wolfhounds. His girlfriend, Ai Wei, bashfully clung to him, expressing her concerns. "Guijin, can we truly trust Feng Su? He doesn't strike me as a good person." Lin Guijin tossed a dying man into a dog cage, watching as the 3 wolfhounds viciously tore him apart until he breathed his last. "In this apocalyptic world, no one is more reliable than my 3 brothers. Not even you." Ai Wei playfully hit Lin Guijin's chest a few times. "If Feng Su is untrustworthy, why do you still collaborate with him? They are no saints." Lin Guijin's eyes gleamed with malice. The man I just tossed into the cage was a villain in his own right, wasn't he? Ultimately, he became dog food. Am I not aware of Feng Su's intentions? He merely seeks to use us as cannon fodder. Even if we secure the supplies in the end, they won't part with a single grain or a drop of water, as he views me as prey. I too regard him as such. If I seize this opportunity to topple him, combined with the resources in Li Ming's possession, I could become the ultimate power in buildings number 3 and no. For perhaps even the strongest ruler in the community, great risks often herald great rewards, and I can hardly contain my eagerness to claim everything Feng Su possesses. Lin Guijin's smile turned increasingly sinister as he beheld the gruesome sight of the wolfhounds devouring the man's organs. Xiao Yu, having skillfully hacked into their phones, ensured that Li Ming comprehended every word and action of theirs with utmost clarity. Li Ming felt no surprise regarding their thoughts and actions. In this world of chaos, such schemes, mutual exploitation, and betrayals are commonplace. The relationship between hunter and prey often coexists. Those with capabilities yearn to acquire more resources for survival through such means. However, they have chosen the wrong target this time. Li Ming paid no heed to Feng Su and Lin Guijin's machinations. He merely regarded it as entertainment. Their every move lay under Li Ming's vigilant watch. Even if ambushed unprepared, it would hardly provoke an ounce of panic within him. Before absolute power, all schemes are futile and meaningless. Ai Ming cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, who appeared disheveled yet seemingly harmless. Compared to the unremarkable Feng Su and Lin Guijin, this individual, who had once breached the servers of the White House, commanded his attention far more. Although uncertain if Xiao Yu's claims were inflated, the fact that he managed to hack all devices within the community in such a short time indicated an 80 credibility to his words. While the security level of Feng Su's Group S phones was incomparable to that of the White House, it nonetheless suggested that Xiao Yu possessed the capability to monitor everyone in the community. Including himself, he had no desire to exist under constant surveillance. Xiao Yu must either become wholly loyal to him or be entirely eliminated. Sensing the depth of Li Ming's gaze, Xiao Yu involuntarily shivered with trepidation. His greatest fear before arriving was that Li Ming might suspect he had previously monitored him using this very technology. Although he had never surveilled Li Ming's every move, he found himself unable to prove his innocence at that moment. Xiao Yu, blending respect with fear, spoke, "Boss, you must believe me. I have never monitored your phone or any devices around you. Never in the past, nor will I in the future." Li Ming believed not a single word of Xiao Yu's protestations. This meticulous individual had surveilled Zheng Haonan and even the entire community. Would he overlook his own self? However, this was not a concern for Li Ming. He was solely interested in whether Xiao Yu could be of use to him. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Li Ming's lips, revealing an enigmatic grin. "Do you prefer men or women, W?" Xiao Yu's eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping his jaw. What a bizarre question. He surely preferred women, as evidenced by the hidden videos on his computer. His right hand, which had accompanied him for over 20 years, could testify to that. Yet, upon seeing Li Ming's frivolous gaze, he instinctively took a step back and adjusted his clothing. "Boss, I only sell my skills. I would never sell my virtue." "Who cares about your virtue? I'm asking if you prefer men or women." Li Ming retorted impatiently. "I definitely prefer women, so I would never sell my virtue." Xiao Yu stammered, avoiding Li Ming's gaze. Li Ming shook his head, covering his eyes. It seemed Xiao Yu had misunderstood something. Since he liked women, there should be no issue. He then produced a loyalty pill from his space. This was the first time he would use a loyalty pill on a man, and he was uncertain how it would affect him, but he hoped it would not provoke the same fervent gaze that Huo Feiyan and her ilk directed at him. While beautiful women were tolerable, he could not abide a man staring at him with such intensity. He would rather eliminate Xiao Yu. Li Ming tossed the loyalty pill to Xiao Yu. "You have two choices. Consume this pill and become my subordinate, or perish." Xiao Yu caught the pill, resembling a chocolate candy, uncertain if it was poison, that he was embroiled in a fierce internal debate over whether to eat it or not when Huo Feiyan's sweet voice chimed in from behind. "Don't worry. This is a great supplement. Only those recognized by our Ming are qualified to consume. If Ming wanted to kill you, it would be a mere gesture. No need for such trouble." Xiao Yu sighed. Indeed, if Li Ming wished to kill him, he would not resort to such despicable means as poisoning. With Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi's capabilities, a simple cut to his throat would seal his fate. Although uncertain of the effects of the pill, Li Ming had asserted that consuming it would render him his subordinate. He had taken the risk of coming here to showcase his abilities. After all, with this very goal in mind. Even though he could monitor the dynamics of the community, his frail physique could not contend with even a moderately fierce woman. Acquiring resources alone would be an arduous endeavor. Moreover, the supplies within the community were finite and would eventually be depleted. Only by firmly clinging to the thigh of a strong ally could he hope to survive. Li Ming's team presented a rather appealing option. With this thought, Xiao Yu ceased his hesitation and swallowed the loyalty pill. In the next moment, Xiao Yu's eyes widened as he felt a surge of power coursing through him, a sensation he had never experienced before. At that moment, he felt as though he could rival tigers and lions. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Simultaneously, Li Ming's image in his mind transformed into that of a revered, majestic figure, radiating brilliance and exuding an authority that brooked no infringement. Xiao Yu was profoundly captivated by Li Ming's radiant presence and commanding aura. Humbly kneeling before him in submission, "I am willing to regard you as my master, to serve your commands, and pledge my loyalty unto death." Li Ming sighed in relief, realizing that the reaction of a man under the influence of the loyalty pill differed significantly from that of a woman. Had he behaved like Huo Feiyan and the others, Li Ming would have undoubtedly dispatched him without mercy. With the loyalty pill coursing through him, Xiao Yu could no longer utter a single falsehood in Li Ming's presence. In a deep voice, Li Ming inquired, "Is it true that you hacked into the servers of the White House?" Xiao Yu dared not lift his gaze, cautiously replying, in response to my master, "It is indeed the unvarnished truth. My skills rank among the top 3 on the world's foremost hacking platforms." Li Ming smiled with satisfaction, pleasantly surprised to discover such a formidable talent hidden within this community. This was truly a stroke of fortune. Should anyone wish to target him in the future, acquiring intelligence on them would become significantly easier. Yet, it was disheartening to realize that even a technical prodigy like Xiao Yu could not escape the grueling fate of the 996 work culture in China. Li Ming continued to question Xiao Yu. "Have you truly never tampered with our equipment?" Xiao Yu trembled slightly, transitioning from kneeling on one knee to both knees. "Master, I am deserving of death. I have deceived you. Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, every one of your actions has been under my surveillance. Moreover, I recorded videos of you and the ladies, storing them on my computer for future enjoyment." Huo Feiyan, Long Keyi, Chen Shanshan, and Yi Jiechi exchanged glances, their faces darkened with dismay. The room was instantly filled with the sound of furious shouts. Enhanced tenfold by the loyalty pill, Xiao Yu was impervious to the blows he received during nearly 10 minutes of being beaten by the group. Now battered and bruised, he knelt before the dining table, hands raised high above his head. Li Ming sat leisurely at the table with 4 beautiful women, enjoying a beef hot pot. Long Keyi deliberately took a steaming slice of fatty beef, dipped it in a meticulously crafted sesame sauce, and savored it right before Xiao Yu, the sauce dripping enticingly from the corner of her mouth. Xiao Yu, unable to suppress his hunger, swallowed hard. He had not tasted meat for nearly 10 days and had nearly forgotten what beef even tasted like. Starving to the core, he had gulped down the bowl of egg noodles that Chen Shanshan prepared before even discerning its flavor. Long Keyi wore a mischievous smile, asking, "Do you wish to eat?" Xiao Yu nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. "Dream on. Dare to record my videos? Watch how I starve you." Long Keyi raised her hand, feigning a gesture of striking. Xiao Yu cast a pleading look towards Li Ming. "Master, I assure you, I have submitted all those videos to you. I would never dare to withhold anything." His eyes wandered to the variety of ingredients in the pot, and he could not help but lick his lips. "Master, may I please have just a sip of the soup?" Just one sip. It seemed that even the extraordinary loyalty pill could not withstand the overwhelming force of hunger. Ultimately, Xiao Yu succumbed to his torment and asked for food. "Wish to drink?" Li Ming lifted the bowl of beef soup and poured it onto the ground. "Go ahead." Xiao Yu understood this as his master's punishment. Without hesitation, he crawled to the floor and extended his tongue to lap up the spilled soup. The others felt a sense of relief witnessing Xiao Yu licking the beef soup off the ground like a dog. Although they were all absolutely loyal to Li Ming, they simultaneously possessed 100% autonomous consciousness. None could accept being surveilled without consent, nor being recorded without their knowledge. Had it not been for their allegiance to Li Ming, they would never have so readily forgiven Xiao Yu. After the meal, Li Ming entrusted Xiao Yu with the surveillance of the entire community, for he was indeed a technical expert in this regard. Xiao Yu was required to report the movements of everyone in the neighborhood to him daily. In the event of any emergencies, he was to inform Li Ming immediately. He was not intimidated by forces comprised of ordinary individuals like Feng Su and Lin Guijin. Nearly 10 days had passed since the apocalypse began, and among the 20 million population of Tianhai City, at least 10 million had been infected by the zombie virus, descending into zombification. Even if the probability of an infected person awakening supernatural abilities was merely 1 in 10,000. It was estimated that around 1,000 ability users had emerged in Tianhai City, that it was even possible that someone akin to him, possessing a system, might appear. After all, in his previous life, Li Ming had awakened this system merely a month after the apocalypse began. This meant that at any moment, someone stronger than him could manifest, perhaps even within the very community he currently inhabited. This necessitated vigilance. Indeed, it was imperative to quickly bolster the ranks of his female warriors to enhance his strength. Ji Yin must be captured swiftly. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. From the sound alone, it was clear that the individuals outside were utterly lacking in decorum. Li Ming frowned, wondering who it could be. Did they not fear for their lives? Xiao Yu promptly understood the gravity of the situation, rising from the floor to check the surveillance for the situation outside. Through the monitor, he saw 7 or 8 middle-aged women standing outside, with the leader being the community representative, Aunt Chung. Behind them were three young men holding live-streaming equipment aloft. Xiao Yu quickly glanced at his phone. And sure enough, everything happening here was being broadcasted live to everyone's devices by those three young men. He turned cautiously to Li Ming. Master, should we block their live stream? Li Ming smirked slyly. No need. While I am unsure of their intentions, let us see what unfolds. At that moment, Aunt Chung continued to pound on the door impatiently, shouting, Li Ming, I know you're inside. Stop hiding and open the door. Li Ming snorted coldly. Hide? When had he ever hidden? Why should he hide from a few old women? Bang, bang, bang. Another series of urgent knocks echoed, and Li Ming grew increasingly impatient, gesturing for Huo Feiyan to open the door. As soon as the door creaked open, Aunt Cheng's voice erupted, sharp and aggressive. Are you deaf? You've been knocking for so long. Don't you intend to let us in and freeze to death out here? The elderly women behind her chimed in with curses. Exactly. How rude. With so many people inside, you should have opened the door at once upon hearing us knock. Is that too much to comprehend? It's said that delivery workers are the bottom of society. What kind of upbringing could they have? It's only to be expected. Humph, just a delivery worker, daring to act all high and mighty after stockpiling some supplies before the disaster. Every household in this community is worth over 10 million. This group of elderly women continued to rant, attempting to shove past Huo Feiyan to barge into Li Ming's home. However, Aunt Chung pushed against Huo Feiyan several times. But Huo Feiyan remained steadfast and immovable. Aunt Chung's expression darkened as she suddenly recalled that Huo Feiyan was capable of effortlessly dispatching men. How could she, an elderly woman of nearly 60, hope to budge her? Yet Aunt Chung was undeterred by Huo Feiyan, believing herself to be different from the scoundrels like Zheng Haonan. She represented the official side in this matter, seeking to reason with Li Ming. Moreover, the three young men behind her were live-streaming everything to the community group. Did Li Ming dare to act against her, the official representative, in front of so many witnesses? Aunt Chung cast a defiant glance at Huo Feiyan, arrogantly declaring, Step aside. I am here on official business to relay something of utmost importance to Li Ming. Crash! Long Keyi brought down an axe forcefully onto the ground. The cacophony of complaints from the elderly women ceased abruptly. Speak your piece outside. If anyone dares to set foot inside, I will not hesitate to chop them down. Aunt Chung immediately retorted angrily, hands on her hips. Who do you think you're intimidating? I am the official representative. If you dare to lay a hand on us, it is a blatant act of defiance against the organization. Your actions will eventually be met with severe punishment. And there will be no mercy. Do you understand? Though she spoke boldly, her body instinctively took 2 steps back. She was genuinely afraid that Long Keyi might strike. Yet, she also desperately longed to enter Li Ming's warm abode. For the temperature outside hovered around -10 degrees Celsius, while inside Li Ming's home, it was at least 20 degrees. Moreover, the inviting aroma of beef hot pot wafted enticingly from within. Upon catching a whiff of this delightful aroma, all the older ladies behind her could not help but swallow hard. Surely, this must be the scent of beef hot pot. Goodness, while everyone in our community is enduring the cold and hunger, how could they still afford to indulge in such a feast? It is simply irresistible. Once I acquire their supplies, I too shall relish a taste of this delectable hot pot. Moreover, their home is astonishingly warm. They are lounging about in mere short-sleeved loungewear. These individuals are utterly inconsiderate, indulging in their pleasures while completely disregarding the plight of their neighbors in the community. Upon hearing the older ladies' grievances in the group chat, the neighbors began to voice their indignation. How can one be so selfish? Hoarding such an abundance of supplies? Why not share a bit with us? Indeed, we would not expect it for free. Wouldn't we pay 100 times the price if necessary? He is merely a courier, likely earning far too little to appreciate this opportunity. Long Keyi could no longer tolerate the ugly demeanor of these older ladies and impatiently exclaimed, What on earth do you want? If there's nothing pressing, then be off. Do not disturb others at their doorstep. Seeing Long Keyi's blatant disrespect, the older ladies immediately felt affronted, pointing at her and rebuking. Hey, how dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? Do you not understand the concept of courtesy? Birds of a feather flock together. It is evident that the women around this courier lack basic decency. Indeed, she is nothing but a wretch who trades her body for food. How dare she address us in such a tone? Long Keyi, filled with righteous fury, brandished her axe, her gaze icy as she glared at the 7 older ladies outside. Like a tea that moment, Li Ming slowly emerged from the house. Arms crossed, standing in the entrance with a devilishly charming smile. "Pray tell, what brings you to me?" Madame Cheng, upon seeing Li Ming, wore a mocking expression, her tone laced with sarcasm as she said, "Ah, little Li, it is truly a challenge to catch a glimpse of you. One might mistake you for some high-ranking official. How brazen, to address Li Ming so familiarly right from the start. Such a designation is typically reserved for respected elders or superiors addressing their subordinates." With this utterance, Madame Cheng had effectively relegated Li Ming to the status of her junior or underling, adopting an air of superiority. Li Ming chose to ignore her, patiently awaiting her next words. Observing his silence, Madame Cheng continued with a smug demeanor. "It has been nearly 10 days since the disaster struck, and in accordance with the spirit of mutual aid and cooperation, the community has decided to establish a disaster relief committee, of which I shall be the president. My current position represents the authority in the organization. Should you refuse to comply, you would be opposing the organization, and I trust you understand consequences. I am hereby formally notifying you that you must surrender all the supplies you have hoarded, which will be distributed uniformly by our committee, of course. You will receive double the supplies compared to others. If you cooperate, I will personally write to the organization to ensure you receive your due recognition after the disaster. Furthermore, we shall requisition your home, as many elderly residents cannot endure this bitter cold. Your residents must be relinquished for their accommodation. You are all young and can withstand the chill. We will find you another residence with a relatively better environment. Little Li, this is a rare opportunity for you to serve the organization. You must seize it." Madame Cheng concluded her speech with an air of satisfaction, as if she were an esteemed leader addressing mere commoners. Internally, she was elated, envisioning herself in the warmth of this house, merrily enjoying hot pot while humming a tune. What a delightful thought! The idea of this disaster relief committee was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Nearly 10 days had passed since the disaster, and there had been no word from the authorities. She needed to devise a strategy for self-preservation. Having learned of Li Ming's true identity as a courier, she believed that with her pre-apocalyptic status, it would be effortless to control him and impose her will upon him. After all, individuals like Li Ming, who occupy the lowest rungs of society, typically bow and scrape before anyone with a semblance of authority. Before the apocalypse, even as merely the neighborhood committee chair, she had commanded respect, leaving others hesitant to speak out of turn. How outrageous of Madame Cheng to demand all of Li Ming's supplies, and even his home. Were I in his shoes, I would refuse outright. Would Madame Cheng truly distribute Li Ming's supplies to us? Do you truly believe the words of this old shrew? I guarantee that if she were to obtain Li Ming's supplies, half of it would line her own pockets. How laughable! This so-called president of the Disaster Relief Committee is merely self-appointed. This is the first time I have encountered someone so shamelessly elevating themselves. Li Ming scoffed. And what if I refuse? One of the older ladies behind Madame Cheng, resembling a fiery matron, jumped forward, shouting, "You dare defy us? What do you think gives you the right to act so arrogantly, a mere delivery man? Do you not fear my complaint?" Li Ming distinctly remembered this fiery matron. She was a bane to all delivery personnel in the area, having complained about nearly all of them, resulting in significant wage deductions. He had delivered to her a few times, each time being accused of damage and only receiving a refund. With a chuckle, Li Ming replied, "But I haven't delivered anything to you. What grounds do you have for complaint?" The fiery matron, her face flushed with rage, pointed at Li Ming, cursing, "I don't care. I will have you reported. Complain all you like. It is of no concern to me," Li Ming remarked, composed and unruffled. Observing Li Ming remain unperturbed by the fiery matron's outburst, Madame Cheng's satisfaction grew. Before arriving, she had genuinely feared that Li Ming might respond as he had with Zheng Haonan's group, eliminating them without a second thought. Hence, she had offered the 3 young men operating the live-streaming equipment some incentives, ensuring that the entire situation would be broadcasted throughout the community. She believed that Li Ming would not dare harm a government official in front of an audience. Madame Chung was well aware that convincing Li Ming to willingly surrender all his supplies and home was an impossibility. Her strategy was to make an exorbitant demand initially, then gradually ease the conditions, making it more palatable for Li Ming to ultimately relinquish some of his supplies. With a beaming smile, Madame Chung approached Li Ming, her tone earnest. "Little Li, I understand that asking you to surrender all your supplies at once may be overwhelming. However, this is the organization's directive that if you are willing to cooperate, I can request that you only part with 70 of your supplies at AS for your home, a 3-bedroom apartment. We will ensure that 1 room remains available for your use. So you need not relocate. You can all huddle together in 1 room. It will be cozier that way. After all, everyone else is doing the same. If you agree, let us settle this matter." Madame Chung and the older ladies behind her beamed with delight. Convinced they had granted Li Ming a tremendous favor, certain he would accept their terms, Li Ming sneered, incredulous. "Do you harbor some misconception about me? On what basis do you presume I am amenable to negotiation?" Expecting Li Ming to comply, Madame Chung, now exasperated, shouted, "Li Ming, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Do you truly wish to oppose the organization? Let me be clear. If you refuse to cooperate, we have the authority to expel you from this community." Huo Feiyan fixed her icy gaze upon Madame Chung, stating coldly, "How absurd! I purchased this house with my own funds. What right do you have to evict us? You should take your leave while you still have the chance." The fiery matron, hands on her hips, advanced with a threatening demeanor. "You are correct that the house belongs to you. However, this Li Ming has severely disrupted the harmony and safety of our community. Moreover, what right does a mere delivery man have to reside in the same neighborhood as us? Binjiang Yihao community is renowned as a high-end locale in Tianhai City. It is not a place for just anyone to dwell. Furthermore, we represent the authority and the organization. We possess the right to expel him. Are they out of their minds, believing they can evict Li Ming from the community? Do they not fear Huo Feiyan will put an end to them? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Upon witnessing this scene, Li Ming's conviction regarding his inner thoughts was further solidified. Such senseless acts of slaughter were more fitting for Chen Shanshan to execute. Although tasks assigned to Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi would also be completed with excellence, their consciences would torment them afterward, as the values instilled during years of peace forbade them from harming the defenseless. In stark contrast, Chen Shanshan felt no such anguish resulting from the violation of her principles. After being rescued by Li Ming from the clutches of Lin Caixia and Zhou Daze, her sense of identification with him reached its zenith. Coupled with the effects of a loyalty pill, Chen Shanshan resembled a devout disciple, thoroughly brainwashed, with Li Ming as her deity. Prior to the apocalypse, most wars on blue stars stemmed from disputes between religions, with fervent believers willing to sacrifice everything, including their lives, for the sake of their gods. Chen Shanshan was no different. Any command from Li Ming was perceived as divine will. To fulfill this divine will was for her the epitome of happiness and value. With such a disposition, Chen Shanshan became the prime candidate for the role of an assassin. Only upon seeing Li Ming did her cold, unfeeling visage transform into a radiant and sweet smile. "Minggu, I did not kill them immediately. I want them to suffer slowly. You won't blame me, will you?" The Ji family watched the entire live broadcast from home. He Jinhua's complexion turned ashen, her lips trembling as she exclaimed, "Did he really kill them all? Li Ming is far too ruthless. They were merely a few thoughtless old women. A reprimand would have sufficed to unleash such lethal force, sparing not a single one. Mrs. Huang from Building 7 was my good friend. She was just a tad greedy, not an evil person. Yet Li Ming indiscriminately took her life as well. What a scoundrel. A demon. She had never imagined Li Ming could be so brutal. Like her friend Cheng Dama, she believed he had only acted out of self-preservation when he eliminated Zheng Haonan and his ilk. Little did she know he could act with equal ferocity against the defenseless. Even more so, a sense of unease began to stir within her, questioning whether uniting with Feng Shulin and Lin Guijin to ensnare Li Ming was indeed a wise decision. Ji Xiaoqiang seemed to sense his mother-esque discomfort and hurriedly comforted her. "Humph, he only killed a few defenseless old women. What is there to be surprised about, compared to our brother Feng and brother Lin? The number he took is but a mere fraction. In their presence, he amounts to nothing. Hearing Xiaoqiang's analysis, Jinhua's grim expression softened slightly. Upon reflection, she realized this was indeed the case. The combined forces of Feng Su and Lin Guijin numbered over 60. All robust young men. Could they truly be intimidated by Li Ming? In terms of ruthlessness, Li Ming hardly matched even a tenth of the ferocity displayed by Feng Su and Lin Guijin. With this thought, Jinhua felt more reassured that Ji Yun could not help but scoff, retorting, "Is this merely a matter of how many he has killed? It proves that Li Ming is not as easily manipulated as you presume." Ji Xiaoqiang shot Ji Yun a disdainful glance. "Now you see what kind of person Li Ming is. My mother and I are looking out for you, that if you were to fall into the hands of that demon. Do you grasp what fate awaits you?" Yet, he mused, this fellow could not last long. Once Brother Feng and Brother Lin were prepared, they would jointly eliminate him and see if he remained so arrogant. However, it must be noted that Li Ming was quite fortunate in terms of romantic prospects. Huo Feiyan, Long Keyi, and Chen Shanshan were all renowned beauties within the community. If he were to be dealt with, securing one of them for himself would be delightful. Ji Xiaoqiang began to plot how he might keep one of these three beauties for himself. Naturally, securing all three would be the ultimate triumph. As he considered this, a greedy and lecherous grin crept upon his face. Ji Yun rolled her eyes at him. She had no desire to engage in conversation with Ji Xiaoqiang. It would be akin to playing a lute to a cow. In this apocalypse, those with a modicum of power were all ruthless. Feng Su and Lin Guijin had a far worse reputation in the community than Li Ming. Each day, countless women fell victim to their abuse. Aligning oneself with Feng Su and Lin Guijin would lead only to a dead end. Conversely, after watching this live broadcast, Ji Yun began to harbor a different perspective on Li Ming. He was decisive in his actions, showing no mercy even to those who slandered him, regardless of their vulnerability. His efficiency in executing tasks resonated with her ideals of a partner. Ji Yun was an exceedingly astute woman, yet even such a sagacious individual yearned for a powerful man to safeguard her, especially in these dire times. Moreover, from the two broadcasts, it was evident that Huo Feiyan, Long Keyi, and Chen Shanshan not only received the respect they deserved by following Li Ming, but likely gained formidable strength as well. Ji Yun retrieved the footage from both live broadcasts on her phone. Watching Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi's commanding presence, she found herself envious of the two. She daringly imagined that if she were to follow Li Ming, she too might transform into someone like them. She could attain freedom, respect, and dignity. With this thought, Ji Yun's long-dead heart began to grasp at the faint glimmer of hope. She no longer wished to be manipulated. She did not want to endlessly satisfy the insatiable greed of the Ji family. Even in the apocalypse, she desired to live for herself just once. She resolved to gamble once more on her life, betting that Li Ming was the one she could rely on in this world of chaos. Ding! Li Ming received a message from Ji Yun.M or Li Ming. Do not come my home. Over 60 people have laid an ambush nearby, complete with poison gas and traps. They intend for you to come and never return. Ji Yun sent Li Ming all the details of Feng Su and Lin Guijin's plans against him. Upon reading Ji Yun's message, Li Ming found himself momentarily perplexed. What was Ji Yun truly up to? The Ji family had allied with Feng Su and Lin Guijin to set a trap for him, something he was already aware of through Xiao Yu's network. Yet, why would Ji Yun choose this moment to send him a warning? What was her true intention? Could it be that she was attracted to him due to his good looks and wished to avoid colluding with her family? Li Ming instructed Xiao Yu to investigate Ji Yun's background, eager to uncover her true motives. Just 1 minute later, Xiao Yu procured all of Ji Yun's information. This efficiency left Li Ming thoroughly impressed. Ji Yun, age 30, a graduate of the law department at Capital University. After graduation, she joined an elite law firm in Tianhai City, specializing in economic disputes for the affluent of Tianhai. Prior to the apocalypse, she boasted an astonishing 100% success rate in her cases, making her the firm's most promising Gold Star attorney. At merely 30 years of age, she had already become a junior partner with an annual salary exceeding 1 million, excluding bonuses. Unfortunately, this brilliant individual was burdened with a gambling father, a mother who favored sons, and a brother prone to causing trouble. Despite earning a considerable income, Ji found it insufficient to fill the financial void created by her family. They clung to her like leeches, draining her of every last drop of blood. Despite her annual salary and bonuses amounting to millions, Ji had no savings at all before the apocalypse and was in debt to the tune of several million. A true anomaly. Her previous boyfriend could not tolerate her family situation, leading to their breakup. The revelation of Ji Yun's circumstances astonished everyone present. Who would have thought that amidst the apocalypse, such a melodramatic tale would emerge? Huo Feiyan inquired curiously, what could her intent be in sending a message to Ming at this time? Is she seeking revenge against her family, wishing for them to perish together? Ming shook his head gravely, replying, I don't think so. Given her intellect and beauty, if she wanted to retaliate against her family, she could easily align herself with a powerful man and strike back at them. That would be far more effective than mutual destruction. Just as Ming sought vengeance against Luo Zijuan and Guanfeng, to truly harbor hatred for someone is to witness their suffering to the point of wishing them dead, in a world teetering on the brink of oblivion. Death is merely a release. Mutual destruction is the most foolish course of action, but a woman as astute as Ji Yun would undoubtedly refrain from taking such a path. I believe it is not without possibility. Xiao Yu remarked gravely, Ji Yun has become utterly disillusioned with her family and her own life. She is already prepared for a desperate act of self-immolation. Are you suggesting she has long been ready to end her own life? Ming asked in a low voice. Xiao Yu scratched her head awkwardly and confessed, I had actually kept an eye on this woman while monitoring everyone in the community, whenever she was alone. She would take out a fruit knife she had hidden and trace it across her body, seemingly searching for the most efficient method of suicide. Upon hearing this, Long Keyi displayed a sympathetic expression. This sister is truly pitiful. Drained of her vitality by her own parents and siblings before the apocalypse. And now, even in these dire times, her family intends to sell her for supplies. Perhaps she genuinely plans to perish alongside her family to spare us from the burden. Which is why she sent a message to alert Ming. Huo Feiyan speculated that moment. Yi Jieqi, who had been rather inconspicuous, slowly raised her hand, her expression tense as she said, May I also say a few words? Everyone turned to gaze at Yi Jieqi, waiting quietly for her to continue. Gaining the group's consent, Yi Jieqi mustered her courage and spoke. I believe such an intelligent person would never resort to the foolish act of mutual destruction. She must be testing Ming. This is her last hope, her final opportunity. Yi Jieqi's insight was rather unique. To send herself a message to gauge her own worth? Ming looked at Yi Jieqi in confusion. Testing me? What could she possibly wish to test? Yi Jieqi glanced at Ming, hesitating to continue. Unsure if her analysis was correct, she feared that if she misspoke, Ming might blame her. Yet, having begun, she pressed on. When I was trapped in that dark wardrobe by the bald man and the yellow-haired one, I knew the chances of being rescued were nearly non-existent. Yet, deep down, I still hoped someone would come to save me from that darkness. Ji Yun is no different. Although she currently finds herself mired in a dark abyss, exhausted in body and spirit, with a heart turned to ash, she surely yearns to make one last struggle for her life, hoping someone will rescue her from the quagmire of despair. And Ming, you are her final hope and her last chance. Long Keyi laughed heartily, unabashedly declaring, Haha, this woman is truly melodramatic. If she wishes for us to save her, she should simply say so instead of coyly sending a message for us to guess. Moreover, she must test our Ming. Yi Jieqi continued her analysis. Everyone is different. Ji Yun's upbringing makes it exceedingly difficult for her to trust anyone unconditionally. Furthermore, she is incredibly intelligent, cautious, and rational, unable to believe in love that is offered without reason. Thus, she sent a message urging Ming not to come to her home, and then relayed the plans of Feng Su and the others to Ming, intending to test whether he is someone worth relying on in this apocalypse. Her aim is to confirm two pieces of information. First, she wants to know if Ming would still strive to rescue her, even knowing the dangers involved. In other words, she seeks to gauge her significance in his eyes. Second, she needs to ascertain whether Ming possesses the capability to rescue her from the clutches of Feng Su and Ling Wujin when they join forces. This is to validate his strength. As everyone knows, in this world of chaos, all other sentiments are futile. Only strength reigns supreme. Lacking this strength, one is bound to be devoured and destroyed in due time. This is Ji Yun's last chance, her final hope. Long Keyi pressed her forehead, displeased, and remarked, "Such meticulousness among these social elites is rather excessive. The convoluted reasoning is giving me a headache. Isn't it better to be straightforward like me?" Li Ming could not help but smile, admiringly regarding Yi Jieqi. "I never expected this reserved college student, Yi Jieqi, to possess such sharp insight." Feeling the intensity of Li Ming's gaze, Yi Jieqi shyly lowered her head, her fingertips nervously twirling as she attempted to mask her fluster and embarrassment. Li Ming stood up from the sofa, stretched his neck, and cracked his knuckles as he declared, "Since she wishes to test me, I shall provide her with a satisfactory answer. Feiyan, prepare yourself. You will accompany me." Long Keyi, Chen Shanshan, and Yi Jieqi all stood up simultaneously, anxiously exclaiming, "Ming, take us with you. We promise not to slow you down. It is not like we are entering a lioness den. Feiyan and I are sufficient." At Ji Yun's home, Feng Su discarded the lit cigarette but onto the ground and crushed it beneath his foot, then placed a hand on Ji Xiaoqiang's shoulder. Cigarettes are an exceedingly precious resource in this era. Each one consumed is one less available. Only someone of Feng Su's caliber can afford to indulge. Thus he cherishes them dearly. "Xiaoqiang, you can use your sister's phone to notify Li Ming that he is coming down. Wei Min and Lin Laodas are already surrounding this place tightly. Not even a fly can escape. Once he arrives, he will surely find himself trapped." He Jinhua glanced at the cigarette but on the ground, her eyes filled with disdain and discontent. This apartment was purchased for 10 million from Ji Yun, intended as Ji Xiaoqiang's future marital home. This dwelling is her pride. Even in the apocalypse, she insists on polishing every tile to a gleaming shine, caring for it dearly. She bent to pick up the cigarette, but she scolded irritably. "How can you be so uncouth, discarding cigarette but carelessly? How can I trust you with my daughter? Moreover, what if Li Ming arrives and sees the cigarette but on the ground?" Becoming suspicious, Ji Xiaoqiang frowned at Yi Jinhua's reproach towards Feng Su, visibly irritated. "Mom, it's just a cigarette, but is that how you speak of my brother-in-law?" Ji Xiaoqiang holds Feng Su in high esteem, already considering him as his brother-in-law in speech. He believes that as long as he leans on Feng Su, he can dominate the entire community in the future. He Jinhua seems to regard Feng Su as her son-in-law as well, unrelentingly chastising him. "Do you have any idea how expensive all the furnishings and decor in this house are? Each item was meticulously chosen by me. Just look at this Italian imported sofa and the custom marble dining table. They cost me quite a fortune. And this solid Wanwali door, handcrafted by artisans from the island, is simply bang, crash." He Jinhua, beaming as she admired the Wanwali door, suddenly witnessed 3 icy blades slicing through the thick wooden door, cleaving it into 9 sections. Then, under He Jinhua's watchful eyes, Huo Feiyan delivered a kick that shattered the solid door into splinters. "Ah, my Wanwali door! Which cursed soul did this?" He Jinhua screamed, her voice strained. Li Ming, accompanied by Huo Feiyan, trampled over the shattered door, barging into Ji Yun's home with an audacious gait, loudly proclaiming, "Ji Yun, I received your message. I am the man you have been waiting for." Wah! Witnessing Li Ming's brazen entrance, everyone was left in stunned silence. Ji Yun, in particular, stood frozen, her mind racing with incredulous thoughts. This guy an idiot? I took the risk to divulge all of Feng Su and Lin Guijin's ambush and plans to Li Ming. According to my expectations, he would surely use the information I provided to strategize and catch Feng Su and Lin Guijin off guard. What is happening now? Li Ming not only failed to utilize the intelligence I provided, but instead stormed in through the front door with brute force. If he barges in, why must he announce that he received my message? Is he afraid others want to know that I was the one who sent him the intel? This tantamount to exposing me at the first opportunity? Faced with such a clumsy ally in Li Ming, Ji Yun could only shake her head and smile bitterly. She had resigned herself to the fact that she had misjudged her trust. It was laughable that she had squandered her hopes on such a person. Upon the sudden intrusion of Li Ming, Feng Su was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently reveal an evil grin. Li Ming, I was worried you might not dare to show up. I never anticipated that apart from being despicable, you are also a fool. What a waste of effort we expended to capture you. Feng Su declared without a hint of hesitation, raising his arm high and shouting, Brothers, attack! Whoosh! Several sturdy steel ropes shot forth with lightning speed from their concealed positions, binding Li Ming and Huo Feiyan tightly. Do not struggle. These ropes can withstand a weight of 10 tons. Even an elephant cannot break free. Feng Su exclaimed with exhilaration, his voice filled with arrogance. Release the gas! Hiss! Dense white smoke spewed from various points in the ceiling, enveloping Li Ming and Huo Feiyan entirely. Members of Feng Su and Lin Guijin's team, as well as the entire Ji family, hastily donned damp masks to shield themselves from the poisonous gas. With this quantity of gas, they should be utterly incapacitated, Lin Guijin remarked slowly. Bang! 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 Feng Su raised his 2 handguns and fired continuously in the direction of Huo Feiyan. He was determined not to meet the same fate as Zheng Haonan, who had been foolish enough to perish at the hands of this woman. Brother Feng, it would be a shame to kill this woman so easily. Ji Xiaoqiang lamented, She's just a woman. Once our plan succeeds, I can find you 10 more. Huo Feiyan must die today. We have plotted for so long, and I can't believe it is turning out to be this easy. Ha! Still, a bit of caution never hurts. Feng Su and Lin Guijin exchanged cunning glances, reveling in their perceived victory. Yes, soon as they confirmed the success of their scheme, they would promptly eliminate each other. The thick poison began to dissipate, and the eyes of all present brimmed with anticipation. Envisioning a bright future, Ji Yun's gaze dulled, as the final glimmer of hope she harbored faded away, leaving her feeling foolish for placing her trust in the inept Li Ming. Is this it? Wasn't it said that we were well prepared? This is utterly disappointing. Li Ming's defiant voice emerged from the toxic mist. Whoosh! Waves of orange flames surged forth from the poison like ferocious beasts. The dense white smoke was entirely dissipated by the searing heat of the orange flames. I could see that moment. Everyone could finally see Li Ming and Huo Feiyan, unscathed. The orange flames coalesced around Li Ming and Huo Feiyan, forming a protective shield that encased them, isolating them from the external world. The more than 10 bullets that Feng Su had fired were now reduced to droplets of molten steel, falling to the ground. The once chilly room rapidly heated up under the intensity of the flames, causing everyone clad in down jackets to break into a sweat. Despite the temperature soaring above 40 degrees, the hearts of Feng Su and his companions felt cold with shock. Feng Su trembled with fear, his body icy as he stared in horror at the figures of Li Ming and Huo Feiyan. Yet, unwilling to surrender, he raised his handgun once more and fired several shots at Li Ming. However, as soon as the bullets touched the orange flames, they melted into steel droplets. Feng Su's hidden accomplices cried out in terror. What is this thing? It's a monster. We must flee. I told you, with just the 2 of them. They managed to slaughter over 10 of Zheng Haonan's men. This is definitely abnormal. It turns out there really are monsters. Li Ming spread his arms wide, defiantly exclaiming, Don't be cowards. Come on, at least let me experience some joy. Feng Su gradually regained his composure, shouting calmly, Do not fear. They are just 2 people. We have so many. Let's all attack together and slay them. Li Ming smirked, That's the spirit. Come on, Feiyan, don't let a single one escape. Huo Feiyan nodded, her hands gradually transforming into phoenix feathers, her form shifting into that of a phoenix. Over 60 hidden figures surged forth, brandishing machetes toward Huo Feiyan and Li Ming with a sweep of her hands. The flames wrapping around her arms shot forth like fiery projectiles, striking all those who approached. The attackers were instantly engulfed in flames, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. My groin is on fire. Someone help me put it out. Feng Su cried in terror, gazing at the flames consuming him. In an instant, his remaining subordinates rushed to his side. Boss, where's the water? Lie down. We'll help extinguish the flames. Feng Su reluctantly lay on the ground, realizing that if he did not extinguish the fire, he would be severely burnt. Ugh. Oh. Feng Su let out heart-wrenching cries, tears streaming down his face, utterly despondent that a phoenix. She is actually a phoenix? Lin Guijin gazed at Huo Feiyan with astonishment and excitement, as if he had discovered a priceless treasured, white genuine leather sofa, my marble dining table, my Wang Wali wood door. He Jinhua lamented over the shattered furniture, her heart bleeding. After considerable effort, Feng Su's subordinates finally managed to extinguish the flames on him, but the stench of charred flesh now wafted from him, rendering that part of his body forever unusable. Witnessing this scene, Ji Yun's dim eyes appeared to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Incredible. So this is their trump card? No wonder they are so audacious. Ji Yun marveled. With just a casual strike from Huo Feiyan, Feng Su and Lin Guijin's forces had already suffered heavy losses, with more than half of their number incapacitated and the remaining few sustaining injuries. The remaining fighters looked to Huo Feiyan, their desire to fight evaporated, replaced by overwhelming fear. Am I dreaming? How can such a monster exist in this world? She is not human. How could we possibly defeat such a creature? No, she is not a monster. She is a phoenix, a deity. It is our folly for not recognizing her greatness. Please have mercy and spare me. Feng Su, enduring the searing pain, crawled on his knees towards Huo Feiyan, repeatedly bowing his head. The disparity in strength was too vast. Under such overwhelming power, he realized any struggle would be futile. All he wished for was to save his own life. Li Ming, I should not have overestimated my abilities by challenging your authority. Please spare my insignificant life. From now on, I shall be your dog, your minion. Whatever tasks you wish to avoid, I can handle. With our assistance, you will soon conquer the entire neighborhood. No, you will quickly dominate the entire Tianhai City. You shall be the king of Tianhai City. As Feng Su prostrated himself before Li Ming like a dog, Ji Xiaoqiang immediately began to strut with pride. Ha! Feng Su, you have definitely picked the wrong person to provoke this time. Li Ming is my brother-in-law, and from now on, I am your master. You must obey me. Immediately hand over all the resources and women you have amassed. I will persuade my brother-in-law to consider sparing you. Upon hearing Ji Xiaoqiang's words, He Jinhua cast him an appreciative glance. Her clever son had swiftly turned the tide of their predicament, and soon, Li Ming would be her son-in-law. She quickly pulled Ji Yun forward, saying, You useless girl, why are you still dawdling? Go and serve my brother-in-law properly. If he is even slightly displeased, I will deal with you. Li Ming and Feng Su exchanged disdainful glances at Ji Xiaoqiang and He Jinhua. They had seen shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. For Ji Yun to endure such a family for 30 years was truly remarkable. Li Ming lowered his voice to Huo Feiyan. Let them all perish. Not a single one shall remain. Upon hearing this, Huo Feiyan's flames blazed even brighter, emanating a powerful aura. As everyone sensed Huo Feiyan's murderous intent, their breaths quickened, and overwhelming terror rendered their minds blank, leaving them frozen in place, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, a whistling sound echoed in the air. Just as Huo Feiyan was poised to deliver the final blow, she abruptly halted, standing in place with a pained expression. Li Ming, sensing Huo Feiyan's sudden change, cast a glance away. Minggu, my body is no longer under my control. It feels as if something is manipulating me. What is happening? How could Huo Feiyan be subdued? Her extraordinary abilities are formidable. Ming cast a glance at Lin Guijin, who had emitted a shrill whistle. What on earth has this fellow done to Huo Feiyan? At this moment, Lin Guijin looked on with delight and excitement, teetering on the brink of madness. Marvelous, simply marvelous. My powers truly work on you. Ha ha ha. Fortune favors me. To encounter you here is nothing short of destiny. Indeed, I'm the chosen one. Ha ha ha. Woo woo woo. Lin Guijin blew the whistle again. 3 large wolfhounds, each the size of an adult, rushed through the door that Huo Feiyan had demolished, standing before Lin Guijin and baring their sharp fangs in a low growl towards Li Ming. Lin Guijin gazed at Huo Feiyan with exhilaration, laughing maniacally. Ha ha! My little darling, cease your struggles. Before my power, you have no means of resistance. That I am indeed a beast tamer, whether soaring in the skies or traversing the earth. No creature can escape my mastery. Though you are strong, I am your natural nemesis. Ha ha ha. Come now, willingly submit before me. Under Ling Guijin's control, Huo Feiyan could no longer maintain her phoenix form and reverted to her human shape. Kneeling in agony. You must be dreaming. I shall only submit to Brother Ming. What are you? Ling Guijin's laughter grew even more deranged. Ha ha ha. I relish taming fierce creatures like you. It brings me immense satisfaction. Ha ha. Feng Su and the others were bewildered by Ling Guijin's sudden display of power over Huo Feiyan. Yet he appeared overwhelmingly impressive, instilling a sense of renewed confidence in them. Feng Su could not help but complain to Ling Guijin. Damn you. Ling Guijin, if you had this strength, why didn't you show it sooner? How many brothers have perished at her hands? Hurry, unleash your dogs to kill them all. Damn it, daring to set fire to my territory. Ji Xiaoqiang, brimming with excitement, turned to Ling Guijin. Brother Lin, it turns out you are my brother-in-law. That bratly Ming is utterly ungrateful. Teach him a lesson, so he knows who the true master is here. Everyone simultaneously cast scornful glances at Ji Xiaoqiang. Was this fool a simpleton or a congenital embodiment of shamelessness? A cold smile crept across Ling Guijin's face as he cupped his hands to his mouth and blew the whistle again. War shadow, thunder, proud wind, eliminate everyone. Upon receiving Ling Guijin's command, the three wolfhounds, as if driven mad, sprang forth with claws bared, charging at Feng Su and the others. These wolfhounds were evidently enhanced, their speed and strength surpassing that of ordinary canines by several folds. Before them, mere mortals had no chance of resistance. Boss Lin, your dogs are attacking the wrong people. Li Ming is over there. We are teammates, Lin Guijin grinned maliciously. They are targeting you, this pathetic lot. Do you dare to command me? Furthermore, anyone aware of my powers must die. A few of Ling Guijin's subordinates cried out in alarm. Boss, we are your subordinates. Are you truly going to kill us as well? Subordinates, you wretches do not deserve to be called my subordinates. You are merely the fodder I feed my dogs. The three wolfhounds unleashed a frenzy of slaughter. Feng Su, unable to flee due to injuries, was easily dispatched by one of the hounds, its jaws severing his neck. The Ji family watched in horror as the wolfhounds rampaged indiscriminately, fear rapidly engulfing them. One hound lunged at the four of them, prompting He Jinhua to shove her husband, Ji Guohua, forward as a shield. Before the eyes of He Jinhua and Ji Xiaoqiang, the hound tore Ji Guohua apart, reducing him to a bloodied mess. Terrified, Ji Xiaoqiang and He Jinhua pushed Ji Yunyun forward, attempting to shield themselves with her body. Beast, devour her. She's tender and delectable. Ji Yunyun, horrified, could not believe that this mother and son had sunk so low as to throw her to her death at such a moment. What was her worth in their eyes? After years of devotion, was she merely fodder for their survival? Ji Yunyun's hope shattered. She drew a fruit knife she had prepared in advance from her pocket. With a swift motion, Ji Yunyun plunged the knife into Ji Xiaoqiang's abdomen. The intense pain caused him to release his grip on her, and she swiftly turned and shoved the injured Ji Xiaoqiang toward the bloodthirsty hound. Crack! One of Ji Xiaoqiang's arms was bitten off by the hound, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream that, my darling, my darling. He Jinhua wailed in terror, yet dared not step forward to rescue Ji Xiaoqiang, paralyzed by fear of the hound's ferocity. Mother, save me. Please, save me, mother. He Jinhua glared at Ji Yunyun with venomous hatred. You wretched harlot, how dare you harm my darling? I will make you pay with your life. Faced with the ferocious hound, He Jinhua resolutely refused to take a step closer. The hound, having gnawed Ji Xiaoqiang's arm, began to tear into his thigh and the muscles of his inner thigh. Mother, come save me. Why are you just standing there? My darling, mother is afraid too. I cannot fight this hound. Quickly, use your body to divert the hound. You are nearing 60. You have lived long enough to— I am only 20. I must carry on the Ji family line. Desperate, He Jinhua jumped in place, glaring at Ji Yunyun in fury. It is all your fault, you bitch. You dare to turn against your own brother? Are you even human? A true ingrate, after 30 years of raising you. As she spoke, He Jinhua reached for Junyun, attempting to cast her to the hound in exchange for her beloved. In that moment of realization, she severed all ties with that family. Ji Yunyun kicked He Jinhua's leg with determination, asserting, Ingrate, how much blood have you sucked from me all these years? We are both flesh and blood, yet have you ever regarded me as kin? What have you done for me beyond giving birth? I was raised by my grandmother, and since high school, I have earned every penny for my living expenses and tuition through hard work. After graduating from university, every cent I earned was taken from me without hesitation that I repaid the family's gambling debts. And every time Ji Xiaoqiang got into trouble, I was the one to face the legal battles and pay the fines. Even the house you live in was bought with my money. Yet I have no claim to I in this apocalypse. You would sell me for supplies, pushing me to my death. You dare call yourselves my family? I owe you nothing, but you owe me everything. Ji Yunyan unleashed the grievances she had borne for 30 years all at once. With a fierce grip, she threw He Jinhua toward Ji Xiaoqiang, shouting in fury, "If you love your precious son so much, go die with him." He Jinhua, despite her age, was no match for Ji Yunyan and was easily hurled toward Ji Xiaoqiang. I could see that moment. Ji Xiaoqiang's lower limbs had been shredded by the hound, leaving him a bloody mess. Summoning his last strength, he crawled toward He Jinhua, pleading weakly, "Mother, mother, please save me." He Jinhua's gaze fixed on a mangled Ji Xiaoqiang, and her terror peaked as she shouted, "Ah, don't come over! Don't lead that beast towards me!" As she spoke, she kicked Ji Xiaoqiang's face, attempting to push him away. "Mother, I am your darling. Please save me. I don't want to die. My darling, be obedient. Don't come over." Mother is also afraid of dying. Ji Yunyan looked at the selfish mother and son with disgust. In less than a minute, Feng Su's gang and Lin Guijin's subordinates met a gruesome end at the claws of the three wolfhounds. Swoosh! Lin Guijin blew a different tune on his whistle, summoning the three brutal wolfhounds to his side. Laughing arrogantly, "Huo Feiyan, do you see? This is my power. Stop struggling. I'm truly your best master. Ha ha ha. Your strength is astonishing, utterly perfect. No matter what, I shall tame you, and no matter how you struggle. It is all in vain. You cannot escape my control. As long as you become my pet, I shall lead you to conquer the entirety of Tianhai City. Henceforth, the whole city shall belong to us." Ever since Lin Guijin discovered his awakened powers, he has been patiently awaiting the opportunity to encounter a ferocious beast capable of significantly enhancing his strength. Little did he expect to come across Huo Feiyan in her phoenix form today. A sight that far exceeded his expectations. His heart raced uncontrollably, as if grasped by an invisible hand. He was resolute in his determination to completely tame the exquisite Huo Feiyan today. Huo Feiyan knelt on the ground, gritting her teeth as she glared at Lin Guijin. "Let me become your pet? I would rather die." "Ming, I'm sorry. What a trivial matter. You still have me." Li Ming stepped forward, gently patting Huo Feiyan on the shoulder before casually turning his gaze towards Lin Guijin. "You truly are a master of concealment, silently lurking, yet you are an ability user." Lin Guijin flashed a cunning smile. When a beast hunts, does it not strive to hide its tracks and scent, delivering a fatal blow to its prey when least expected? "I am, after all, the perfect hunter. Ha ha. So, in order to safeguard your secrets and strength, you even went as far as to eliminate all your subordinates." Li Ming cast a glance at the fragmented corpses strewn across the ground. They were merely fodder. As long as one possesses power, such individuals are abundant. There is nothing to lament. Li Ming wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Guijin's sentiment. In the apocalypse, human life was the most trivial commodity, scarcely worth even a bottle of mineral water. Lin Guijin's gaze turned icy and sharp as he fixed his stare on Li Ming. "Especially you. You are the greatest impediment to the soul connection between Huo Feiyan and myself. Thus you must die. Only by completely eradicating you will Huo Feiyan lower her defenses and become my pet. You shall perish, Zhaning, Lei Ting, Ao Feng. Tear this man to shreds." The three wolfhounds bared their sharp fangs, their bodies taut with muscle, emitting low growls, and in the next moment, they lunged at Li Ming with the force of cannonballs. Bang, bang, boom! Li Ming unleashed 3 punches at the charging wolfhounds, sending their massive bodies hurtling as if struck by a speeding automobile, crashing against the wall. The impact left a gigantic spiderweb-like crack in the wall, shaking the entire building number 4. Li Ming smiled nonchalantly. "You think these 3 beasts can deal with me? Surely you underestimate me." Lin Guijin stared in disbelief at the three wolfhounds that had been sent flying. His expression one of incredulity. These wolfhounds were nurtured using his abilities, possessing terrifying strength and speed. Their weight was comparable to that of an adult male, nearly 150 pounds, yet they had been effortlessly dispatched by Li Ming with a single punch. Soon, Lin Guijin regained his composure, a confident smile returning to his face, as if everything was still within his grasp. "Oh, you are indeed an ability user, but a mere enhancer dares to flaunt before me." "Enhancer," Li Ming retorted. "That was just an ordinary punch." With his physical attributes enhanced 32-fold, Li Ming had not even exerted half of his strength in that strike. Ji Yun, witnessing the scene, was equally astonished. She had first-hand experience of the wolfhound's prowess. Over 30 burly men had been helpless before them, all torn to shreds in less than a minute. Yet Li Ming had sent these fierce wolfhounds flying with a single close-range punch. Even shattering the thick wall, one could only imagine the magnitude of his strength. Ji Yun's gaze toward Li Ming sparkled anew, her long-dormant heart stirring once more. Were it not for her fear of Lin Guijin's attention and the pride of being a 30-year-old woman, she would have erupted with cheers for Li Ming. Swish, swish! Lin Guijin summoned the wolfhounds back. They appeared sturdier than ordinary wolfhounds. Despite having crashed into the wall, they stood up unscathed. The wolfhounds gathered around Lin Guijin, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Lin Guijin retrieved a dagger from his pocket, swiftly slicing open his palm. Dark red blood immediately oozed from the wound, dripping to the ground. "Feast, my beasts!" Lin Guijin's blood seemed irresistibly alluring to the beasts, who eagerly lapped up the droplets in an instant. The wolfhounds that tasted Lin Guijin's blood exhibited a surge of power, their muscles visibly swelling. Their fur stood on end like steel needles, sharp teeth bared, saliva dripping from their jagged fangs. Their eyes turned bloodshot, emanating a deep, furious growl. They crouched low, claws digging into the ground, poised to launch an assault on Li Ming. Huo Feiyan, writhing in pain, felt the ferocious power of the wolfhounds and trembled in fear. "Minggu, be careful. These wolfhounds are formidable." Li Ming's gaze remained fixed on Lin Guijin as he calmly stated, "Beasts are ultimately just beasts. They cannot turn the tide." Slap, slap. The three wolfhounds lunged at Li Ming, fangs bared and claws slashing. Bang, bang, boom. The enraged wolfhound were sent flying once more by Li Ming's punch. This time their bodies crashed violently against the wall, shattering it to pieces. Li Ming rotated his wrist, taunting, furious. "Is this not the same? What has changed?" Lin Guijin's eyes widened, his pupils nearly popping out, his facial muscles rigid in an unnatural twist, realizing that the three enraged wolfhounds had indeed been dispatched by Li Ming. He hastily shut his eyes and shook his head, hoping this was merely an illusion. After tasting his blood, Lin Guijin was all too aware of the wolfhound's ferocity. They could effortlessly lift a 2-ton car, move with lightning speed, and possess claws as lethal as the scythe of death. Even a heavily armored mechanized unit would fall before them. Yet, such ferocious creatures have been annihilated by Li Ming in a single blow. Lin Guijin stood frozen, his gaze vacant as he stared at the fallen wolfhounds, his lips quivering as he muttered, "How is this possible? This cannot be real." Yet upon witnessing the three wolfhounds, now subdued and gasping for breath on the ground, he was compelled to accept this harsh reality. Lin Guijin's demeanor shifted from calm to menacing, his gaze twisted and raged. "Li Ming, I admit I underestimated you, but this is far from over. My power extends beyond this." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Guijin raised the dagger once more, viciously slicing into his wrist. Dark red blood gushed forth from the severed vein. Seeing the sanguine flow, Li Ming winced in pain. "Mocking, huh? Is your ability self-mutilation? That must hurt. Do not get too cocky, Li Ming. Once I unleash this technique, you shall undoubtedly perish." Lin Guijin roared in fury, provoked by Li Ming's taunt. With that, he pressed his wounded wrist to his mouth, continuously sucking on his own blood. Li Ming furrowed his brow, finding this ability disturbingly grotesque, something he would refuse even as a gift. Crack, crack. Lin Guijin's bones emitted audible pops, his features contorting in agony as a pained expression emerged. His body began to grow and transform, muscles swelling and turning a reddish hue. His fingers elongated, nails morphing into sharp claws gleaming ominously. His face underwent a grotesque metamorphosis, with a pronounced bridge of a nose, an extended jaw, and fangs protruding from his gums, sharp and menacing. With a furious roar, Lin Guojin transformed into a massive, fearsome beastman. Ha ha! Li Ming, this is my ultimate form, where I become a spirit beast and unleash my powers to the fullest. In this form, my strength is tenfold that of those three beasts. Wow! Ha ha! Li Ming remarked with interest as he regarded Lin Guojin's ultimate form, a sly grin spreading across his face. So, you are now a genuine beast? I shall not hold back. ZZ. Instantly, countless strands of lightning emerged from the palm of Li Ming's right hand, intertwining like a spider's web, radiating a chilling blue-white glow. Under Li Ming's command, these threads of electricity gradually coalesced, forming a whip that extended a remarkable 10 meters. Gleaming like a venomous serpent, the whip crackled ominously, sending shivers down the spine, and a wicked smile curled upon Li Ming's lips. Thunder God Whip. When dealing with beasts, the most effective method is to strike them mercilessly. Concurrently, Li Ming dispelled his previously calm demeanor, emanating an overwhelming pressure akin to the weight of Mount Tai. Lin Guojin's pupils constricted suddenly, his expression freezing in place. The sharp, cutting pressure of Li Ming's extraordinary abilities caused Lin Guojin's massive frame to tremble uncontrollably in terror. In his beastman form, Lin Guojin could distinctly sense the aura of death emanating from this extraordinary pressure. You are not a strength-type ability user, are you? How? How is this possible? How could you possess such formidable power? Lin Guojin roared in fury, his greenish beastman face contorting into a more ferocious grimace. Did I ever claim to be a strength-type ability user? Li Ming quipped. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You effortlessly sent my three-headed rampaging wolf dogs flying with a single punch. Now you tell me you're not a strength type? Lin Guojin howled hysterically, raising his fist the size of a cooking pot. Yet before he could strike, his arm was ensnared by the blue-white thunder god whip. Li Ming intently declared, 10,000 volts. Lin Guojin's fur bristled as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. In the next moment, the thunder god whip released his arm. Swish, swish. Li Ming lashed the thunder god whip repeatedly against Lin Guojin's body. Each strike left a charred scar upon Lin Guojin's flesh. Only when Lin Guojin's form was rendered a bloody pulp did Li Ming cease his assault. Lin Guojin swayed unsteadily, his pallor ashen, his legs trembling uncontrollably. If you possess such immense power, why hide it? Had I known how powerful you truly were, I would never have dared to confront you. Li Ming chuckled in exasperation, raising his palms in a gesture of indifference. Can you truly blame me? A hunter must conceal their strength and aura. Is that not what you said? Moreover, I never intended to hide my abilities. It is merely that my teammates are exceedingly formidable. Leaving me without the opportunity to showcase my OWNAS, Lin Guojin beheld the crackling thunder god whip in Li Ming's hand. Fear and despair burgeoned within him like rampant weeds. He keenly realized that his strength was not even in the same league as Li Ming's. Whenever Li Ming wished, he could crush him like an insignificant insect. Faced with such an overwhelming disparity in power, he stood no chance whatsoever. Regret was futile. Witnessing Li Ming's treatment of the likes of Chengdama and her kin, it was evident that even defenseless women and children were not spared. The notion that he could plead for mercy and be granted reprieve was nothing short of a delusion. Whoa! Lin Guojin blew his whistle once more. The three-headed wolf dogs, under Lin Guojin's control, stirred awake, stumbling to his side. Beasts, delay him for me. Lin Guojin commanded the trio, attempting to use them as a shield against Li Ming. His remaining powers barely sustained his beastman form. If he could buy himself just 1 second, he could leap from the window and escape. Though they were on the 28th floor, the ground below was blanketed in over 5 meters of snow. And with his considerable bulk, a jump from this height would likely result in minimal injury. However, when the three wolf dogs caught sight of Li Ming again, they were instantly paralyzed with fear, trembling like lost souls. Despite their terror and reluctance, driven by Lin Guojin's command, They bared their teeth and lunged at Li Ming. Seizing the moment, Lin Guijin propelled himself forward with all his might, launching towards the window. ZZ, crack. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the Thunder God whip struck him squarely in the face. Ah! The moment the whip made contact, a charred scar appeared on his visage. Bang! The force of the Thunder God whip sent Lin Guijin crashing back into the room. Slamming into the wall, struggling to lift his head, he saw the three wolf dogs, their fur standing on end, enveloped in smoke, lying feebly at Li Ming's feet. Lin Guijin gazed up at Li Ming in shock. He was too powerful. He was utterly no match. He was even incapable of fleeing. The fear of death gradually enveloped Lin Guijin's entire being. Don't run. I'm not finished with you yet. Li Ming's voice was calm, yet filled with an authoritative menace. He swung the Thunder God whip again, wrapping it tightly around Lin Guijin. 100,000 volts! Ah! Lin Guijin's body erupted in black smoke. His eyes glazed over as he lost all capacity for resistance. Collapsing to the ground, severely injured, Lin Guijin could no longer maintain his beastman form, reverting to his ordinary human shape. Lying helplessly on the ground, he struggled to keep his consciousness intact, uttering faint words. Li Ming, I know I'm no match for you, but you have witnessed my power. I end this apocalyptic world. No matter how strong you are, it is futile. There will always be someone more powerful than you. You need allies with abilities like mine. No, subordinates with formidable strength. Give me a chance to become your loyal dog, and I swear my allegiance to you, that I could even learn to bark, woof, woof, woof. Though he understood that Li Ming would show no mercy even to the defenseless, he was convinced he was different, that a strong subordinate could significantly enhance a team, and surely Li Ming was aware of this. As long as Li Ming was not a fool, he would undoubtedly accept his terms. He cast a glance at Huo Feiyan, if he could find the opportunity to completely tame Huo Feiyan. Her power would certainly rival Li Ming's at that point. He would no longer fear Li Ming. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Moreover, he was no gentleman. With his abilities depleted, Lin Guijin could no longer exert control over Huo Feiyan. Freed from his grasp, Huo Feiyan rose, glaring furiously at Lin Guijin. Minggu, how dare this cur lay a hand on you? I shall turn him to dust. Flames erupted in Huo Feiyan's hands as she fixed her cold, piercing gaze upon Lin Guijin. Not act rashly. Li Ming raised his hand to block Huo Feiyan, preventing her from attacking Lin Guijin. A smile flickered across Lin Guijin's face. He believed Li Ming had fallen for his ruse. In this apocalypse, who would not wish to recruit powerful subordinates to bolster their own strength? Li Ming chuckled at Lin Guijin. You have reminded me that in this world, having a few pets could be quite beneficial. However, as pets go, you are far too chilling. Those three on the ground are much more suitable. Lin Guijin felt a chill run down his spine, a terrible premonition creeping in. Li Ming produced 3 loyalty pills from his space and tossed them before the 3 wolf dogs. His gaze was somber, filled with a lethal aura as he fixated on them. Doggos, if you wish to live, consume this pill. The 3 wolf dogs, lying feebly on the ground, shifted their gazes to Li Ming. Being inherently intelligent animals, and having been recently nurtured by Lin Guijin's abilities, their intellect surpassed that of ordinary wolf dogs, allowing them to understand human speech. With Lin Guijin's powers exhausted, he could no longer control them. They possessed full autonomy. The 3 wolf dogs exchanged glances, fully aware of their predicament, that if they did not consume the pills, death awaited them. All animals possess an instinct for survival. After a moment's hesitation, they resolved to ingest the loyalty pills. Seeing this, Lin Guijin let out a mocking laugh. Wolf dogs are the most loyal creatures. I have raised them for so many years. They will forever remain loyal to me alone. Your attempts to subdue them are nothing but a delusion. Unless you capture me as well, I will ensure they serve you. The slap of reality arrived with astonishing swiftness. As Lin Guijin's words faded, the 3 wolfhounds raised their front legs, standing before Li Ming, tongues lolling and tails wagging, embodying the very essence of obedient pets. Lin Guijin was utterly shocked. These 3 wolfhounds, which he had nurtured for so many years, had never displayed such a demeanor in his presence. Even after he acquired the beast-taming ability, they had never sought to please him in such a manner. To lose to Li Ming in a contest of abilities was one thing, But to be outdone in the realm he prided himself on, the training of beasts, was a bitter pill to swallow. With gritted teeth, he demanded, "Li Ming, what exactly have you done to them?" Li Ming replied with a smile, "A wise bird chooses its perch, so too do dogs. You wish to join my team, did you not?" Alas, that opportunity has slipped away. The wolfhounds, having consumed the loyalty pill, experienced a tenfold enhancement in their physical attributes. They brimmed with boundless energy, baring their teeth and issuing deep, resonant growls towards Lin Guijin. As if warning him not to provoke their master, Lin Guijin was instantly filled with dread, rendered speechless by the ferocity of the three wolfhounds he had raised, his body turning cold. "Jining, Leiting, Alfing, it's me. I am your master. Open your eyes and see. I'm the one who raised you," he pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. "You are all my children." The wolfhounds gazed coldly at Lin Guijin, their throats rumbling with low growls that seemed to recount his transgressions. Paying no heed to his futile struggles, they lunged at him with overwhelming force, their sharp fangs tearing into his flesh. Lin Guijin's desperate wail echoed as he fought against them, but his resistance proved futile against their immense strength. As they savaged and consumed him, Lin Guijin gradually lost consciousness, life slipping away rapidly. The scene of the wolfhounds devouring Lin Guijin was gruesomely vivid. Unable to contain himself, Li Ming teased Huo Feiyan. "Would you care for a taste?" Huo Feiyan cast a glance at the dismembered remains strewn about, her stomach churning with nausea, her brows knitted tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance, yet fearing Li Ming's displeasure. She said, "Minggu, there are many ways to enhance one's abilities that I shall practice diligently to improve swiftly. But as for this gruesome spectacle, I must decline. I cannot bear it." "Haha." Li Ming did not respond but burst into hearty laughter. As the wolfhounds feasted on Lin Guijin's flesh, their bodies began to mutate. They swelled like balloons, growing long, flowing fur, and robust. Majestic horns sprouted from their heads by the time they finished devouring Lin Guijin's corpse. They had transformed into creatures as colossal as a highland yak, their weight exceeding a ton. Their long fur made them resemble oversized Tibetan mastiffs, and with their horns, they appeared as mythical beasts of legend. With a triumphant howl, the satiated wolfhounds shattered the glass of the house, their power astounding even Li Ming. He had not anticipated such an exaggerated enhancement in their strength from Lin Guijin's flesh. The tenfold boost from the loyalty pill, combined with the enhancement from Lin Guijin's blood, propelled them to unprecedented heights of power. Even with all his abilities unleashed, Li Ming doubted he could easily defeat them. After their roar subsided, they settled obediently before Li Ming, licking the remnants of blood from their mouths, akin to three pets vying for affection. Their sheer size prompted Li Ming to ponder how much food they would require daily. As he approached, the three wolfhounds lowered their heads to the ground, inviting his caresses. "From this day forth, I am your master," he declared. "I shall bestow upon you new names: Red Fur, Yellow Fur, and Golden Fur." With howls of approval, the wolfhounds seemed thoroughly pleased with their new names. Li Ming stored all the remains into his spatial realm, recognizing them as prime quality dog food that should not go to waste. He wondered whether a single corpse would suffice to feed the three massive beasts. Sensing Li Ming's disdainful gaze and his actions of collecting the remains, the wolfhounds appeared to understand his thoughts. They promptly reverted from their mythical forms back to their original sizes, wagging their tails and playfully bounding around Li Ming. Moments later, their bodies visibly expanded, transforming back into their formidable forms. After a while, they shifted again to their original sizes. Woof, woof, woof. They seemed to communicate that they could freely control their forms, switching between their original and mythical states. Li Ming was overjoyed. The original form not only saved space, but also conserved food. While they could freely transform into their formidable forms during battle, Li Ming and Huo Feiyan brought Ji Yun and the three wolfhounds back to their home in Building 7. Long Keyi. Chen Shanshan and Yi Jiaqin awaited them, clad in custom-made battle suits, eager for Li Ming's triumphant return. Although they knew he would be training the newly arrived Ji Yun that night, they still yearned for Li Ming's personal guidance. Upon hearing noises outside, Long Keyi eagerly opened the door, her heart soaring as she exclaimed, Ming, it's me. However, she was startled by the imposing presence of the three wolfhounds, whose original sizes were akin to that of adult men, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Ming, where did you find these terrifying wolfhounds? Long Keyi gasped, clutching her chest. Terrifying? They are quite adorable. Li Ming chuckled, gesturing towards one of the wolfhounds. Red fur is a gift for you. Henceforth, it shall be your steed. Long Keyi looked curiously at the three similar-looking wolfhounds. Red fur. Which one is red fur? Why is it called that? With their size, they seem an odd choice for a mount. At that moment, Red Fur seemed to comprehend the conversation, approaching Long Keyi and wagging its tail in a friendly manner. Suddenly, Red Fur transformed into its mythical form. The sight of the massive creature, its red fur gleaming and exuding an air of fierce majesty, startled Long Keyi once more. It looked so formidable. Now I understand why it's called Red Fur. Behind Red Fur stood the other two wolfhounds, prompting Chen Shanshan and Yi Jiaqin to excitedly grasp Li Ming's arms. Ming, could you possibly give me a mount as well? Chen Shanshan whispered enticingly into Li Ming's ear. I will repay you handsomely. Li Ming laughed heartily. The other two are named Golden Fur and Yellow Fur. You may use them whenever you wish. Upon his return, Li Ming promptly sent Xiao Yu back to his own quarters. It was rather inappropriate for a man to linger here, and even Li Ming felt a sense of restraint, unable to truly relax. The trio of red hair, yellow hair, and golden hair were stationed outside the hallway, ensuring that no one approached their dwelling. Although Huo Feiyan had joined only a few days earlier, she had already emerged as the matriarch of the group. She guided the newcomer, Ji Yun, to the restroom, where she meticulously cleansed her from top to bottom, inside and out, before dressing her in Li Ming's specially tailored loungewear. Once Ji Yun donned the attire, Huo Feiyan couldn't help but marvel at Ji Yun's remarkable figure, which exuded a graceful yet commanding aura of a career woman. Her fair skin glistened under the lights, radiating an air of untouchable elegance. In the presence of Ji Yun's physique, Huo Feiyan felt a twinge of inferiority. Unable to contain her curiosity, she whispered, Sister Ji, did you grow up drinking milk? How could you possibly have developed like this? It's truly enviable. Ji Yun lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing as she replied, You all know my family circumstances, don't you? How could I have the means to drink milk every day? However, I do have a penchant for lard, especially when mixed with rice. I could devour 3 bowls. But fearing weight gain, I could only indulge once a week during university. Huo Feiyan had heard of the folk remedy that claimed lard could promote growth, but she never expected it to be true, let alone to such an exaggerated extent. The two quickly became acquainted, with Huo Feiyan thoughtfully sharing Li Ming's interests and how to swiftly engage him in peak performance. Long Keyi, overhearing their discussion from outside the bathroom, eagerly summoned Chen Shanshan and Yi Jiaqin to join in. Before Ji Yun could fully express her astonishment at the living conditions reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic world, she found herself swept into a whirlwind of combat knowledge shared by the 4 women. For someone with no practical experience like Ji Yun, their fervor was both exhilarating and overwhelming, causing her to shyly lower her head in the confined restroom. The sounds of playful scuffles and laughter echoed as the 5 women interacted. Ji Yun felt an unusual comfort in their company. These women seemed devoid of ulterior motives, engaging with one another in complete honesty. She had previously assumed that upon arriving here, there would inevitably be rivalry among the women, as she had long grown accustomed to such dynamics in the workplace. Yet with the uninhibited nature of their conversations, Ji Yun soon shed her reservations and joined the camaraderie. Li Ming particularly relished this atmosphere. Thus he resolved to keep things equitable this evening. With a resounding crash, he burst through the door. Ding! The system announced the completion of a task, resulting in a 6th doubling. The new space, 64,000 cubic meters. All stored resources within the space had doubled. Post-doubling, his physical attributes stood at Constitution, 320, Strength, 512, Speed, 448, Agility, 384, Spirit, 384. Upon completing the task, he received a special system reward, B-grade ability fruit. Nature type, Frost Power. Unique. Congratulations to the host for triggering a random system reward. Zombie virus antigen X30. Wow. exclaimed Li Ming, his eyes widening in astonishment. The system was exceedingly generous, bestowing him with a nature-type ability fruit. Given the current global freeze, this frost ability was undeniably advantageous. Possessing an environmental bonus, the frost power would be more formidable than other abilities of the same grade. Regrettably, it was merely a B-grade fruit. Had it been A-grade or higher, Li Ming would have consumed it without hesitation. Thus, he decided to bestow this frost power upon Long Keyi. Li Ming retrieved the frost fruit from his space and called out gently. Long Keyi. Upon hearing her name, Long Keyi sprang from her bed, brimming with vitality. Ming, are you planning to duel with me? The other 4 women cast envious glances at Long Keyi, although Ji Yun had yet to consume the loyalty pill. She found the impending duel intriguing, a delightful mix of exhaustion and excitement. Li Ming flashed a confident smile. Isn't it just a duel? I can battle you until dawn. Huo Feiyan immediately raised her hand. Ming, I want to join too. Chen Shanshan, Yi Jieqi, and even Ji Yun eagerly followed suit, expressing their desire to partake in the showdown. Li Ming tossed the ice blue, orange-shaped frost fruit towards Long Keyi. Before we engage in battle, eat this. Long Keyi recalled Huo Feiyan consuming the phoenix fruit and quickly realized that this too was an ability fruit. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Ming, you are too good to me. Enough chatter. Eat it quickly, or I will take it back. No way, this is mine. With that, Long Keyi swallowed the orange-sized frost fruit in one gulp. Li Ming smirked playfully. Usually when I offer you a banana, you say your mouth isn't big enough, yet you can swallow an orange whole. Long Keyi blushed, playfully sticking out her tongue. Huo Feiyan was equally eager. Come on, sister, show us your abilities. Long Keyi nodded rapidly, then extended her hands. The surrounding moisture was swiftly drawn toward her powers, coalescing in her palms. The room's temperature plummeted dramatically, transforming the once warm space into a frigid chamber. The moisture crystallized in Long Keyi's hands, forming a long ice arrow. The thin fabric of their clothing made everyone acutely aware of the piercing cold. Chen Shanshan could no longer endure it. Keyi, quickly retract your powers. It's too cold. We are just ordinary people. Huo Feiyan had to summon her phoenix flame to elevate the temperature once more. Li Ming grinned mischievously. I wonder what the combination of Huo Feiyan's phoenix flame and Long Keyi's frost powers would feel like. System successfully injected the zombie virus antigen into a living organism, granting permanent immunity to the zombie virus. Those already infected with the virus can eliminate all traces of it before losing their human consciousness and significantly increase the chances of awakening abilities. This is a remarkable item. No matter how strong one may be, there are always risks of unforeseen circumstances. During battle, even the slightest injury from a zombie or accidental ingestion of contaminated water could spell disaster, rendering any abilities or physical strength useless. This zombie virus antigen perfectly addresses that flaw. Moreover, it offers a chance to rescue those already infected, potentially yielding subordinates with awakened natural abilities. Henceforth, his team would undoubtedly grow stronger. Subsequently, Li Ming retrieved a zombie virus antigen from his space and injected it into his arm. Long Keyi, still reveling in the joy of receiving the frost fruit, suddenly grew tense. Ming, what is that liquid? Are you unwell? The other women shared her concern, their expressions anxious as they watched Li Ming, fearing any hint of trouble for their team as cornerstone. Li Ming assessed his body, feeling no change and uncertain if he had truly gained immunity to the zombie virus. Gradually, he spoke, "There's no need for alarm. This is the zombie virus antigen. Anyone who receives the injection will never again be susceptible to the virus." All eyes widened in disbelief, glimmering with incredulity. With the zombie virus antigen, we can hunt zombies without fear of getting a drop of their blood on us. Long Keyi's facial muscles trembled involuntarily, a manifestation of her overwhelming excitement. She could transform into the red-haired Xiongqi, wield the powers of the frozen fruit, and possess the zombie virus antigens. Today, Li Ming had bestowed upon Long Keyi an abundance of surprises. With the augmentation from these 3 treasures, the prospect of venturing outside the community no longer seemed like a mere fantasy. Having been confined within this neighborhood for so long, anyone would yearn to breathe the fresh air outside. Only Yi Jieqi wore a grave expression, timidly inquiring, "Why must we slay zombies? Isn't it better to remain here and await rescue?" It was no wonder she felt this way. As a university student, her naive hopes for this world were entirely understandable. Ming then realized that only Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi had undergone zombie-slaying training. The rest were mere novices, and he needed to expedite their growth. With the progression of civilization in this post-apocalyptic world, chaos and danger would only intensify. The onslaught of zombies and territorial conflicts among factions would escalate. Staying in the Binjiang No. 1 community long-term was untenable. It was high time to establish their own base of powered Ming retrieved 5 vials of zombie virus antigens from his storage and instructed them all to inject the serum into their bodies. Along with the red-haired, blonde, and golden-haired companions, 10 vials were consumed in an instant. It seemed they must continue their search for exquisite beauties to bolster their strength while replenishing their resources. Ming proceeded to examine other supplies. After giving 1 Zond pill to Xiao Yu and the 3 wolfhounds, 6 remained. Having doubled to 12, the water supply had also increased from 12,800 cubic meters to 25,600 cubic meters, even with a monthly usage of 100 cubic meters. This water would last over 20 years. Instant noodles had surged from 16,000 boxes to 32,000 boxes. Though they were not immediately needed, they could serve as valuable trade commodities in the future as resources dwindled. Ming thoroughly inspected the remaining supplies, filling his 64,000 cubic meter space to the brim with provisions. These resources provided him with an immense sense of security and satisfaction in this apocalyptic era. Especially since he had truly known the pangs of hunger in his past life, that he retrieved another Zond pill from his storage and handed it to Ji Yun, that he needed to ensure that everyone around him remained 100 loyal. After a night of revelry, everyone slept until the following afternoon. The newly awakened women took an unusually long time in the bathroom. With only 2 bathrooms for 5 women, they found themselves waiting in line. As more beautiful women joined the group, Huo Feiyan increasingly felt that her 140 square meter house was becoming cramped, unable to meet their basic needs. In response to Huo Feiyan's concern, Long Keyi eagerly raised her hand. Standing tall with pride, "Brother Ming, why not come stay at my place? My home is 200 square meters. It's definitely more spacious than here." Ji Yun curiously asked, "Keyi, do you have a fireplace in your home?" With external temperatures hovering around -50 degrees without a fireplace, even cranking the air conditioning to maximum would only yield a temperature of around 0. Without a fireplace, how could one possibly feel comfortable during intimate moments? It would be too cold, leaving one numb and devoid of pleasure. Long Keyi instantly wilted like a withered flower, her head bowed in silence. Jiuqi interjected, "I think it's quite nice for everyone to be cozy together in this house. It feels warm and inviting, and I quite like it here." Chen Shanshan added, "I like it too. The only issue is the bathroom situation. Everything else is just fine. Plus, sleeping together is really warm." Ming stood up from the sofa. Having contemplated this issue when he moved into Huo Feiyan's house, he had already gained a 64-fold increase in strength. The 100-inch LCD TV on the wall felt as light as paper as he effortlessly removed it. He then rolled up his sleeves, swung his fist, and struck the wall. With a resounding crash, the sturdy wall crumbled beneath his blow, and a biting chill rushed in through the gaping hole he had long assessed as property. Apartment 2202 was connected to the adjacent 2201. The latter was the largest suite in the Binjiang community, boasting an internal area of 400 square meters with 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. By merging these 2 apartments, they would have ample space to accommodate their numbers. As for heating, installing a similar fireplace in 2201 would suffice. If one fireplace wasn't enough, they could install 2, after all. Materials were plentiful. Though Ming had already set his sights on 2201, it was only today, after breaking through the wall, that he truly grasped its full scale. Upon witnessing the lavish decor and layout of the 400 square meter flat, Ming was taken aback. This opulent residence exemplified luxury and status, equipped with every conceivable amenity. It was likely that the owner had invested millions to achieve such a splendid result. Moreover, the house featured central air conditioning, which, compared to standard units, provided superior heating. Of course, without the added warmth of a fireplace, Even cranking the central air to maximum would only yield temperatures around 10 degrees. The house was deserted. The disaster had struck so suddenly that perhaps the owner hadn't returned in time and had already become a zombie. The kitchen fridge still held a considerable stock of food. Given that this apartment was adjacent to Li Ming's home, no one had dared to lay claim to it. Naturally, the task of renovating apartment 2201 fell to Xiao Yu. As the others had already been assigned their respective duties, today, Li Ming resolved to take a stroll outside the community. First, it was time to diversify the types of supplies in his storage, especially weapons and medicine. Zheng Haonan's revolver had multiplied to 4, while Feng Su's 2 Glock 18 pistols had also doubled to 4, thanks to Ji Yun's addition. This meant Li Ming now possessed 8 handguns. Though ammunition remained scarce, after 2 rounds of doubling, he had only 40 rounds. As for medicine, the Walmart warehouse lacked any medical supplies, let alone equipment that, in this post-apocalyptic world, even a simple cold or fever could prove fatal without timely treatment. However, these items could easily be gathered from an abandoned hospital. Secondly, he had nearly amassed all the exquisite beauties within the community. To recruit more fitting candidates, he would have to venture outside. With only 64,000 cubic meters of space, he was not yet truly affluent to establish his own base of power. This amount of space and resources was far from sufficient. Only when his storage exceeded 100 million cubic meters could Li Ming enjoy a truly carefree existence. This brought to mind the female officer Nangong Ling, who had sought trouble with him. Even before the apocalypse, she had already possessed a combat prowess of 10, making her an exceptional beauty. He hoped she could survive in this harsh new world. Li Ming decided to split the group into 2 teams. Long Keyi would lead Chen Shanshan, Yi Jieqi, Ji Yun, as well as the red-haired and blonde companions to the underground parking lot to practice slaying zombies. Long Keyi's experience in hunting zombies was extensive, and she was fully capable of teaching them. After transforming into Qiongqi, the red-haired and blonde companion surpassed even Long Keyi, who wielded the frozen fruit ability, ensuring their safety. Meanwhile, Li Ming, Huo Feiyan, and the golden-haired companion would roam around Tianhai City, seeking opportunities. Huo Feiyan's flying ability and the golden-haired companion's agility made them well-suited for outings. Long Keyi led Chen Shanshan, Yi Jieqi, Ji Yun, and the red-haired and blonde companions to the underground parking garage. Before setting off, Long Keyi had already taught them the methods Li Ming had imparted for slaying zombies, thoroughly explaining all the precautions. Compared to Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi, they were indeed fortunate. After all, they have all been injected with the zombie virus antigen, so there is no need to worry about infection, whether it is a mere illusion of Long Keyi or simply the brightness of day. She feels that the number of zombies in the underground parking lot has significantly diminished compared to before. When Li Ming had brought her and Huo Feiyan here, they encountered zombies charging towards them near the 3rd-floor corridor. Now, having arrived at the B1 level of the underground parking lot, they still have yet to spot a single zombie. This moment. Yi Jiaqin's face turned ashen as she clutched the long-handled sickle that Li Ming had gifted her tightly against her chest. Her breaths becoming rapid and erratic. Sister Keyi, the zombies are terrifying. You must keep a close eye on me and not let me be devoured by them. Long Keyi cast a glance at the visibly distressed Yi Jiaqin, shaking her head in exasperation. This girl was far too timid. Rest assured, these zombies are quite easy to kill that you've been enhanced by Minggu's miraculous medicine, and hunting them down is as simple as slaughtering chickens. What perplexes me is why, despite being in the underground parking lot, we have yet to encounter a single zombie. Isn't it a good thing that there are no zombies? This way, we can return early. Jiaqin replied, a hint of cheer in her voice. Each of us is tasked with hunting down 20 zombies, as assigned by Minggu. If there are no zombies here, we can head outside. I estimate there are at least thousands in the adjacent shopping center of Binjiang No. 1 community, so we needn't worry about a lack of zombies to slay, Chen Shanshan remarked gravely. She had been hoping to showcase her skills here to earn Li Ming's commendation. Suddenly, the narrow confines of the parking lot echoed with the chilling roars of the zombies. Fantastic, Kaigo, we succeeded. We truly succeeded. There must be at least 100 zombies here. If we come back 2 more times, we can clear out all the zombies in this underground parking lot. Laughter erupted as they realized the zombies were mindless creatures, rushing into a trap despite their instincts. After all the zombies we've slain these past few days. Do you still not understand? They operate purely on instinct without the capacity for thought. However, do not let your guard down. Even a slight scratch from them can cost you your life. The 4 women and 2 dogs, led by Long Keyi, cautiously approached the sounds emanating from the other side of the parking lot. As they rounded the corner, they were met with the sight of hundreds of zombies engulfed in flames, crackling as they burned. Yet, the zombies seemed oblivious to the searing pain, continuing to lunge toward the few individuals before them. Only when their bodies were reduced to charred remains did they finally lose their ability to move. Collapsing to the ground, the air was thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh as they navigated past the charred zombies. Long Keyi recognized the group responsible for the fiery trap. At the forefront stood Zhang Kai, the leader of Building Number 9. He too had noticed the approaching 4 women and 2 dogs, fixing his intense gaze on Long Keyi, having recognized her identity. After all, the live broadcast of the confrontation with Zheng Haonan had spread throughout the entire community. "Boss, look! That beauty must be Long Keyi. She is even more stunning in person than on screen, and she looks so vibrant, not at all like someone who is starved," exclaimed one of Zhang Kai's underlings, awestruck by the presence of Long Keyi and her 3 equally beautiful companions. "Isn't it obvious? Who in the community doesn't know that Ming has the most supplies? How could anyone following him possibly go hungry?" Another chimed in dismissively. Zhang Kai shot a stern glare at his subordinate. "You all need to temper your words. Don't let a moment of thoughtlessness offend them. Come on, they're just a few women and 2 dogs. Maybe they're here seeking refuge," chimed in Chen Shanshan, the second in command of Building Number 9. His gaze was fixated on Long Keyi, unabashedly scanning her up and down with a gaze full of lustful intent. His companions started to cheer. "Kaigo, if they're seeking refuge, should we just ignore them? Although you forbid us from using force against women, if they willingly offer themselves, can we really be blamed?" Another added with a smirk, "What if all 4 of them simultaneously requested me? What a dilemma! Only a fool would make a choice. I want them all. Once our plan succeeds, acquiring a few more women will be a piece of cake. If our plan goes through, each of us will have enough supplies to last a year. With these resources, we can have our pick of any woman in the community." Zhang Kai's expression darkened. Usually, he would allow his men to vent their frustrations as long as they didn't cross his boundaries. He understood the immense psychological pressure his brothers faced daily while battling zombies. If they couldn't release their pent-up desires, trouble was inevitable. However, his instincts told him that these 4 women were far from ordinary. No regular woman would dare venture into a zombie-infested underground parking lot. He locked his piercing gaze on Jiyun, who stood behind Long Keyi, and spoke in a low, powerful voice. "The short-haired woman behind Long Keyi is Jiyun. Just yesterday, over 50 members of Feng Su's group from Building No. 3 went missing, and their bodies were never found. Now, Jiyun appears in Li Ming's entourage. This raises significant concerns." "Ha!" Chen Shanshan scoffed, dripping with disdain. "Boss, don't think too highly of them. Just because something happens in the community, it doesn't mean they're responsible. I've already investigated the missing Feng Su group. The culprits were from Building Number 4, Lin Guijin, who disposed of their bodies by feeding them to the zombies. As for Ji Yun being part of Li Ming's group, many women are drawn to his supplies." Before Zhang Kai could respond, Chen Shanshan strode confidently toward Long Keyi. He surveyed the charred remains of the zombies on the ground, as if they were his personal trophies. A smug smile spread across his face as he boasted to Long Keyi. "Long Keyi, how could that useless Li Ming allow you to come to such a perilous place alone? Why not join us? We are not like that soft-handed king who hides behind women. You see the zombies' corpses on the ground. That demonstrates our strength. We're the only ones in the entire community brave enough to confront these monsters head-on. All resources in this underground parking lot now belong to us. If you're willing to submit to us, we will certainly share our provisions with you." Chen Shanshan swiftly drew 2 bone knives from her sleeves, her gaze icy as she coldly warned, "You vile creature, dare to insult our Ming Gu again, and I will ensure to carve your flesh inch by inch." Chen Shanshan, unfazed by Chen Shanshan's fierce demeanor, remained dismissive. Both he and Zhang Kai had previously served in the Huo Feiyan security company before the apocalypse and were veterans of the Chinese Special Forces. They had encountered all manner of formidable opponents. Had it been Chen Zhen and Long Keyi facing Zheng Haonan, Chen Zhen was confident he could have dispatched Zheng's group as effortlessly as Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi. Thus, in his eyes, Huo Feiyan and Long Keyi were merely showy fighters. Chen Zhen continued to mock them. Ha! They say Li Ming has exceptional skills in charming women. Today, I've seen it for myself. Chen Shanshan unleashed a fierce aura, lunging forward with both knives aimed at Chen Zhen's vital points without hesitation. Chen Zhen's expression turned cold. He had not anticipated such decisiveness from her. Clang! Chen Shanshan's strike was swiftly parried by Chen Zhen's large knife. Yet, despite facing her tenfold enhanced strength, Chen Zhen was still knocked back 3 meters and fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Long Keyi and his underlings were utterly stunned. That woman just took down Zhen Ge. Zhen Ge is reputed to be able to slay a tiger. I can't say if he could kill a tiger, but I've witnessed Zhen Ge single-handedly take down 3 zombies. They murmured in disbelief. What on earth is this woman's background? This wretched woman, devoid of any sense of honor, launched a sudden ambush, catching Brother Zhen off guard, which led him to lose his balance and fall. Did she truly believe herself to be his equal? I had assumed that this woman possessed such strength that she could easily bring him down. Chen Zhen's face was a mask of terror. Only he understood the sheer force behind Chen Shanshan's strike, which felt akin to being struck by a ferocious beast. Even now, his hand tingled with residual numbness, a constant reminder of the power she wielded. Fortunately, Chen Shanshan had almost no practical combat experience. Her attack was riddled with flaws, allowing him to successfully deflect her fierce assault. Otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. Yet, failing to retaliate would bring him disgrace. Leaving him unable to hold his head high in front of his brothers, feigning rage, he stood and pointed at Chen Shanshan, vociferously berating her. "You foul woman, how dare you ambush me?" However, upon encountering the icy glare of Chen Shanshan, Chen Zhen's heart trembled, and he immediately cowered. This madwoman was serious, showing no mercy whatsoever. "Considering you are a woman, I shall let this slide if you simply apologize." Those who had anticipated Chen Zhen to retaliate fiercely against Chen Shanshan were left speechless. "No, Brother Zhen, isn't this the moment to teach that vile woman a lesson, to make her regret ever laying a hand on you? When did you become so soft-hearted? I remember you were never like this. Miss Liu from the 18th floor merely took a sip of your drink, and you nearly beat her to death. Should this woman not meet a similar fate?" At that moment, Chen Zhen wished he could silence these bystanders, who had never experienced such a situation themselves. "Why don't you give it a try? This woman possesses strength like that of an ox, even surpassing it." Clearing his throat, he said, "Cough. Brother Keyi advised us to avoid offending them. I am merely sparing her for his sake." "Humph. You think you deserve an apology from me?" Chen Shanshan scoffed, brandishing her bone knife and lunging at Chen Zhen once more. Suddenly, a formidable figure appeared before Chen Shanshan, swiftly grasping her wrist. In an instant, her wrist felt as if it were trapped in iron, rendering her immobile. Alarmed, Chen Shanshan swung her other hand, aiming the knife at the figure. But before she could strike, her other hand was seized with equal force. Faced with this overwhelming presence, Chen Shanshan broke out in a cold sweat. Onlookers like Long Keyi immediately drew their axes, preparing for battle. "Hold your ground. Ladies, we mean no harm," Long Keyi announced, loosening his grip on Chen Shanshan's wrists and speaking in a deep, commanding voice. "I apologize, ladies, for the offensive words of my companions. I speak on their behalf." Long Keyi, towering at nearly 190 centimeters and clad in a military coat, exuded an aura that commanded respect. Just his presence alone instilled a profound sense of pressure in Long Keyi and her companions. He could easily withstand Chen Shanshan's enhanced strength, proving his formidable capabilities. In a pre-apocalyptic world, Long Keyi would have dared not utter a word in the presence of such a man. Now, however, bolstered by a tenfold increase in attributes and her unique abilities, along with the support of her allies, she felt confident. Yet, with Li Ming absent, she was reluctant to escalate the situation further. Long Keyi shot a disdainful glance at Long Keyi before turning to Chen Shanshan. "Shanshan, enough of this. We have a mission." Chen Shanshan reciprocated with a similar eye roll. "Understood, Sister Keyi. As the 4 women and 2 dogs prepare to leave, Zhang Kai's voice resonated once more. Ladies, please wait. Upon hearing Zhang Kai's request for them to stay, Long Keyi's expression hardened, her eyes icy. You merely halted Shanshan. Do you truly believe you are invincible? Do you dare prevent our departure? Zhang Kai was taken aback, realizing the misunderstanding. That is not my intention. Ladies, I have a plan and wish to propose a collaboration. Having intercepted Chen Shanshan's attack, he had gained a clear understanding of her strength. Although he appeared unruffled, it was merely due to his stoic demeanor. He had exerted all his strength to barely restrain her. Astonished by the incredible power this woman possessed, he recognized that if all 4 women harbored such might, they could be a formidable team. Collaboration? Long Keyi inquired, a hint of skepticism in her gaze. Zhang Kai paused thoughtfully and continued, I am aware that Ming has amassed a substantial stockpile of supplies, hence you are not currently in want. However, you must realize that this calamity will not resolve itself swiftly. Even when it does, the world will never return to its former state. The supplies you possess will eventually dwindle, as of now. There is no widespread chaos. We should seize this opportunity to gather as many resources as possible in preparation for the impending changes. Therefore, we have resolved to clear out all the zombies from the underground parking lot. Long Keyi surveyed her surroundings, finally understanding why they encountered no zombies in the garage. These men have been busy clearing them out. You jest. The parking lot holds scarce resources. You cannot even satisfy your own needs. Yet you wish to include us? Zhang Kai hesitated before continuing. The supplies left in the vehicles will barely sustain us for a week or so. After that, we will be left with nothing. Our focus is on the fresh produce stores, grain shops, and convenience stores on the outskirts of the community. I am aware that those shops contain enough supplies to sustain us survivors for an entire year. While we still have sufficient manpower and before others set their sights on these stores, we must act swiftly. If you are willing to cooperate, we will gladly offer you 40% of all resources. At this declaration, an uproar erupted among his followers. Brother Kai, have you lost your mind? Why should we give them 40% when we cleared the zombies in the underground parking lot? We risked our lives for this. How can we simply hand over such a share? We can handle this ourselves. Why involve them at all? They are nothing but playthings for men. If you want a woman, I can send mine to entertain you. Silence! Zhang Kai thundered, his fury palpable. His subordinates were completely unaware of the strength wielded by these women, which surpassed their own. Should they choose to ally with them, it would significantly reduce their team's casualty rate. Even offering them 40% was a generous deal. Based on their capabilities, they could demand 60% without any qualms. With the combat prowess of these 4 women, they could even aim for the community's auxiliary shopping mall. The large supermarket within the mall alone housed a vast amount of supplies, not to mention the myriad eateries on the upper floors. Securing these resources would ensure their team would not have to worry about supplies for the next decade. However, the mall was likely infested with thousands of zombies, making the retrieval of its resources an exceedingly daunting task. That we have no interest in your plan, Long Keyi replied coolly. She knew that Ming possessed a wealth of supplies stored away. While she was not privy to the exact quantity, it was sufficient for them to survive for a century or more. There was no need for them to risk their lives for such a meager amount of resources or to entangle themselves with Zhang Kai and his group. Zhang Kai seemed to anticipate Long Keyi's response, continuing, if you are dissatisfied with the proposed share, we can increase it to 50%. Once more, his subordinates erupted in protest. Boss, even 50% is insufficient. Besides our brothers, we have a large number of orphans left behind by our fallen comrades. If we only have half the supplies, they will surely starve. Kai, if you truly desire the company of women, I shall promptly assist you in capturing a few for your satisfaction. Dear Kai, we recognize that you are often quite reserved and lack the finesse to pursue ladies. However, know that such selfless giving will not win their hearts. Wealth is a display for women, not merely for them to spend, nor should it be carelessly thrust into their hands, as if you have no need for it. Those few unscrupulous individuals are clearly after your resources. Once we possess sufficient supplies, why should we fear that they would not eagerly court our favor? Long Keyi's expression darkened suddenly, her eyes flashing with a deadly glare. Under the influence of her freezing abilities, the air around them plummeted by 10 degrees. The sudden surge of hostility, even for the battle-hardened Zhang Kai, sent a tremor through his core. Bang! Zhang Kai's fist struck the face of the subordinate who had just spoken of exploiting women, knocking out 2 of his front teeth and leaving him bleeding profusely. I should have warned you to mind your words and actions, should anyone dare to speak ill of them again. Do not expect my leniency. Long Keyi understood that Zhang Kai's intent was to assert his stance as well as to save his ailing subordinate. Zhang Kai, for your show of attitude, I shall not hold this against you. Do not speak of sharing half of the supplies. Even if you offer me 9/10, I would remain uninterested. Henceforth, let us coexist peacefully. Do not provoke us unnecessarily, for the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. With that, the 4 women and 2 dogs made their way towards the parking lot exit. Within the parking area, the zombies had been mostly dealt with by Zhang Kai and his companions. Additionally, with their presence, the women could not reveal their full strength. Thus, Long Keyi resolved to lead them outside the parking lot to hunt the undead. Zhang Kai's subordinates gazed in astonishment at the direction Long Keyi and her companions had taken. Kai, are they truly intending to exit the parking lot? Do they not realize that the outside is infested with zombies? This is dire. Could they have uncovered our plans and intend to act independently? How absurd. Just those 4 women and 2 dogs. Can they truly contend with hundreds or thousands of zombies? Perhaps it is for the best. Should they be devoured by the undead, Kai would no longer entertain wild thoughts. Above Tianhai City, an orange phoenix soared gracefully through the air, carrying a person and a dog upon its back. Feiyan, directly below lies the Nanshan District Police Station. Let us investigate for any unexpected gains. The police building in Nanshan District of Tianhai City, half buried under a blanket of pink snow, presented a scene of desolation. Without careful observation, it would be nearly impossible to discern that this was once a police station. As blood rain fell and the zombie outbreak erupted, some citizens who happened to be nearby sought refuge within this edifice. However, mingled among the civilians were carriers of the zombie virus. Unsurprisingly, the virus spread within the confines of the police building, transforming the majority of its occupants into zombies, who now roamed every corner of the structure at this moment. The police building exuded an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. It is hard to believe that anyone could survive within such a foreboding place. After all, this was a facility responsible for maintaining public order in the entire Nanshan district, apprehending and interrogating criminals. The safety standards here surpassed those of other buildings by more than tenfold. And the heating systems within public institutions were of top-notch quality. Over 30 individuals, during the outbreak, sought refuge in the first floor holding cells originally designed for apprehended suspects, managing to evade the assault of the undead and thus surviving. Beneath the layers of snow, the air grew thin, and the survivors huddled together in clusters, striving to conserve body heat. Their faces were marked by exhaustion, and the atmosphere was thick with anxiety, pressing down upon them with unbearable weight. The 4 tightly seated young women exchanged vacant glances, their lips cracked, and their hands unconsciously rubbed their abdomens, attempting to alleviate their gnawing hunger. How could Nangong Ling take so long to gather supplies? I am starving. Do you think Nangong Ling has abandoned us to seek refuge for herself? What is so surprising about that? No one is above self-preservation. Nangong Ling is merely a name seeker. Do you truly believe she cares for us? Her eagerness to rescue us was merely a tactic to bolster her reputation after the calamity, turning it into political capital. Unfortunately, she did not anticipate the disaster lasting this long. Zhang Ming, Li Jiamin, Zhao Cixi, and Tong Lia revealed their ugly sides, discussing with reckless abandon. They had found themselves in the police station when the disaster struck because they had reported an incident involving an old man squatting on the ground, seemingly taking pictures of them. Thus, they had called the authorities, leading to their detention for questioning that a young couple huddled closely together, with the girl, Yishi, clutching her knees, her voice trembling. Long, do you think Officer Nangong will truly abandon us? Can we survive this? Her boyfriend, Zhang Xiaolong, wrapped his arms around her, reassuring her, she is not your mother. It is only natural for her to flee to do not worry. I am here, and I shall ensure you do not go hungry. But I feel as though I'm starving to death. Yishi burst into tears. The other women couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Xiaolong's words. Indeed, a man's words can be deceiving. He merely uses sweet talk to charm young girls. If he is capable, he should go outside and find something to eat for his girlfriend. Right? You consume 2/3 of the supplies allocated for the two of you, leaving only a meager portion for your girlfriend. How shameless! Zhang Xiaolong's shamelessness was exposed, and he became furious, shouting at the women, "We are content. What business is it of yours? A bunch of nosy harpies. Who are you calling nosy? You lot, with your greedy faces, are utterly disgusting." The phrase greedy faces struck a nerve, and the women erupted into a chorus of shrieks. Ah, who is a greedy face? Who? In an instant, the 6 individuals engaged in a tussle, seemingly finding a release for their pent-up frustrations in this oppressive environment, even momentarily forgetting their hunger. Everyone, quiet down. Enough already. If you dare make another sound, I will toss you to the zombies. The criminal suspect, Sang Biao, who had already been confined in the holding cell, bellowed, were it not for Officer Nangong. I would have long since dealt with all of you food-wasting scoundrels. As Sang Biao's roar echoed, the women and the couple immediately separated, glaring defiantly at one another. Within this holding cell, aside from Nangong Ling, the one they feared the most was Sang Biao. Should anyone provoke his ire, he would not hesitate to act, leaving that individual to question their very existence. Sang Biao sat closely with several other suspects who had been incarcerated. Once the cell fell silent again, Sang Biao lowered his voice, inquiring about the situation with Feilong. "How is it progressing so slowly?" Someone replied, "We just received word from Wei Ge that the armory door will definitely be open today." Sang Biao was overjoyed. As long as they could access the firearms within the police station's armory, they would no longer be confined to this place. His friends outside had already conquered the entire neighborhood. Living like local tyrants, which filled him with envy, he believed this was not a disaster, but rather the dawn of their era. If one were ruthless enough, they could live even better in the apocalypse than before, without the constant fear of imprisonment. "Quickly, open the door." "Hurry," a melodious and crisp voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing Nangong Ling's voice, every face within the holding cell brightened with excitement. Their joy was not out of affection for Nangong Ling, but rather the implication that their food for the day was secured. The women hurriedly opened the door, eager to please Nangong Ling, hoping to be prioritized for today's supplies, although Nangong Ling would distribute the provisions evenly among everyone. Each loaf of bread and each biscuit would vary slightly in size. Though not overtly apparent, every little bit counts. Especially when it comes to the allocation of resources, they often indulge themselves with a little extra, while others remain oblivious. However, the scene that unfolded before the gathered crowd left them utterly astonished. Nangong Ling bore no supplies in her hands, only a tang-hung knife smeared with dark, brownish blood. And she was supporting Officer Zhang Vida, who had lost an arm and was barely conscious. Dressed in a black down jacket with the scabbard of the tang-hung knife slung across her back and her hair tied in a high ponytail, she appeared strikingly gallant. Yet, at that moment, her face was etched with exhaustion, her eyes filled with tension and anxiety. We encountered a zombie ambush on our way back, and Officer Zhang even lost his arm as a result. Quickly, we must get him inside to bandage his wounds. Yet instead of rushing to assist, the crowd of onlookers hesitated, stepping back with an air of trepidation. He was injured by a zombie. Could he possibly turn into one himself? "Ah, I refuse. Officer Nangong, you must throw him out. I cannot bear to be near a zombie." Upon learning of Zhang Vida's injury, the expressions of those within the cell shifted to one of evident disdain and avoidance, as if they were desperate to distance themselves from this ominous figure. Nangong Ling's fury ignited. "What are you doing? He is my comrade. Step aside immediately. Officer Zhang was injured in his pursuit of resources for all of you. Do you possess no gratitude whatsoever?" Zhang Ming shot a look of disgust, her hand pressed tightly against her nose, as if merely inhaling the same air as Zhang Vida would lead to her transformation into a zombie. "Officer Nangong, do not speak of your actions as noble. Protecting us feeble citizens is your inherent duty. Moreover, weren't you the ones who forced us to come here to take notes? Is it any wonder we are trapped in this predicament? You bear an undeniable responsibility." Simultaneously, Li Jiaming, another member of the crowd, also cast a disdainful glance at the ailing Zhang Vida. "I absolutely refuse to share the same space as a zombie. If you dare to act against my wishes." I will expose your actions online. Zhao Cixi added. If you let him in, I will certainly file a complaint against you. Tong Lia chimed in. Do you know who my father is? Once this disaster passes, I will ensure you regret crossing me. Nangong Ling trembled with rage, gripping the Tang Hung knife tightly. Had they risked their lives daily to gather supplies for such ungrateful ingrates? Once, their police team had survived with 7 members. But now, faced with relentless hordes of zombies, only she and Zhang Vida remained. Zhang Vida was her most respected senior. No matter what, she was determined to protect him like a tea that moment. A bespectacled man with a center-parted hairstyle and an unassuming demeanor stepped forward. Officer Nangong, may I inquire how Officer Zhang was injured and how much time has elapsed since? This individual was He Ziqing, an employee from a nearby bank. Nangong Ling suppressed her anger and, with reluctance, recounted, on our way back, Officer Zhang and I were ambushed by several zombies. As we fought valiantly, one suddenly lunged at us from the snow, seizing Officer Zhang's right hand in that split second. I decisively severed his right arm and dispatched the zombie. Officer Zhang has been injured for nearly half an hour now. That He Ziqing cradled his chin, his gaze fixated on Zhang Vida. Officer Nangong, do you recall whether you severed Officer Zhang's arm before or after the zombie bit him? Zhang Ming, visibly impatient, interjected, why are you asking so many questions? Are you trying to play detective here? He Ziqing shot a fierce glare at Zhang Ming. This was a matter of great significance. If Nangong Ling had acted first, it would indicate that Zhang Vida's arm was severed before the bite, and thus he could not be infected. Conversely, if the zombie bit him first and Nangong Ling subsequently severed his arm, there remained a possibility of infection. Nangong Ling strained to recall the events, but ultimately could only shake her head in resignation. Everything happened so suddenly. The situation was too urgent for me to clearly remember. I Jiaming immediately chimed in. Since you can't remember, let us treat this as if he is already infected. Even a 1 in 1,000 chance is too great. I refuse to be near a zombie. He Ziqing cast another stern look at Li Jiaming before swiftly adopting a gentler tone that I disagree. Generally, individuals infected with the zombie virus exhibit symptoms within 10 minutes. Officer Zhang's condition has persisted for over half an hour. Here's what we can do. There are a few separate cells inside. We can place Officer Zhang in one for observation. Even if he turns, he cannot harm us. Nangong Ling contemplated the suggestion for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. The 4 members of the crowd concurred with He Ziqing's plan, as long as it did not threaten their interests. Supporting the nearly unconscious Zhang Vida, Nangong Ling entered the cell. With a young couple, Yi Shi and her partner quickly approached. Officer Nangong, what about today's supplies? I am absolutely starving. Suppressing her indignation, Nangong Ling rummaged through her black down jacket and produced a packet of biscuits and a bottle of mineral water. This is all we have for today. I lost the rest during the fight with the zombies. Please make do for now. Sang Biao swiftly seized the biscuits and water from her hands. Yi Shi, enraged, stamped her foot. This meager amount of biscuits isn't even enough to feed a chicken. We are human beings. How can we possibly be satisfied? Some people are so foolish. When danger strikes, they should prioritize safeguarding the supplies instead of rescuing a dying burden, she exclaimed. Sang Biao hurriedly tore open the biscuit package, stuffing a few pieces into his mouth before sharing the rest with his companions. If you don't want any, that's fine. I appreciate it. Officer Nangong. His companions quickly devoured the scant amount of biscuits. The 4 members of the crowd and Yi Shi erupted in fury, pulling at Sang Biao and his friend's clothing. Who gave you the right to eat first? Those are our biscuits. Don't you understand the concept of ladies first? Sang Biao slapped Yi Shi to the ground. Ladies first? If Officer Nangong weren't here, I'd have already dealt with all of you. If you want biscuits, I got a little left stuck between my teeth. Come on over and lick it. Sang Biao leered at Yi Shi, exposing his yellowed, foul-smelling teeth. Yi Shi felt an overwhelming wave of nausea, but her stomach was already empty. Nangong Ling ignored the commotion and helped the unconscious Zhang Vida into a separate cell. Smack! He Ziqing delivered a forceful blow, knocking Zhang Ming to the ground, and viciously pressed his foot against her face. You foolish woman, do you have any brain cells? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Can't you see the current situation? Offending Officer Nangong means we're all dead. If she abandons us, who do you think will help you find food outside? A group of dim-witted fools should be doing everything possible to appease Officer Nangong, ensuring she willingly serves us to the bitter end. As Zhang Ming and the other members of the crowd attempted to retort, they were met with the scornful glares of everyone around them. Although they were foolish, they understood the gravity of inciting collective wrath. If they were truly cast out to feed the zombies, it would be disastrous. Inside the separate cell, after Nangong Ling managed to get half a bottle of water down Zhang Vaida's throat, he finally regained consciousness, revealing an expression of profound fatigue and a resigned smile. Sister Nangong, I can't go on. You're the only one left in the police force. Those ungrateful wolves outside are not worth our lives to protect. You should leave and head to the Nanshan refuge base. With your abilities and the influence of the Nangong family, you can thrive even in this apocalypse. Nangong Ling's lips curled downward in resignation as she shook her head and pulled out her phone. Presenting it to Zhang Vaida, the Nanshan refuge base Zhong Tao has betrayed us. How could this be? The Nanshan refuge base is not only the largest disaster refuge in Tianhai City, but it also serves as a critical tactical military base. How dare he? Chung Tao. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Vaida's voice was frail and hoarse, shaken by the thunderous news, causing him to cough incessantly. Nangong Ling hurriedly stepped forward to pat Zhang Vaida's back. Alleviating his cough, the Nanshan refuge base represented their last bastion of hope. The reason they had managed to hold on until now was their unwavering belief that the inhabitants of the Nanshan refuge base would inevitably find them and rescue them from this hellish place. When did you receive this news? Zhang Yida inquired weakly, having regained some composure. It was a message from my brother-in-law sent 2 days ago. Nangong Ling responded with a slow, heavy tone. You are aware of my brother-in-law's position in Tianhai City. For him to utter such words, it has essentially been confirmed as the truth. After sending that message, he has completely lost contact with me, that I suspect that my brother-in-law has likely fallen victim to Chung Tao. Sitting on the ground, Nangong Ling tightly embraced her knees, burying her head in her thighs as her body trembled uncontrollably with sobs. Zhang Vaida struggled to muster a smile, attempting to uplift her spirits. Without seeing your brother-in-law's body, one cannot definitively conclude that he is deceased. Moreover, Tianhai City is not solely dependent on his official refuge base. Even if Chung Tao had betrayed them, there are several other refuge bases, as the esteemed young lady of the Nangong family. They would not dare turn you away. Nangong Ling shook her head, speaking with a sense of resignation. It's futile. This disaster struck too suddenly and ferociously. The higher-ups in China are undoubtedly overwhelmed. Unable to manage these refuge bases, these bases have completely spiraled out of control. No one knows what they have transformed into. Perhaps those refuge bases have already become hell on earth that recklessly venture forth without a clear understanding of the situation would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. Zhang Vaida fell silent, initially intending to dissuade Nangong Ling from her pessimism. However, upon observing the treacherous individuals they had risked their lives to protect, he could not help but concede to her words. In the apocalypse, perhaps kindness itself was a folly. With a painful grimace, Zhang Vaida forced a smile. As long as we can survive, there will come a day when you encounter someone worthy of your trust in this desolate world. You need not concern yourself with those ungrateful wretches outside. Do not bear the psychological burden, for they are not worth even the slightest sacrifice on your part. Your skills with a blade are remarkable. In this apocalypse, becoming a lone wanderer, traversing the world, is also an admirable choice. Haha. You're the true lone wanderer. Nangong Ling scoffed with a smile, glancing at Zhang Vaida's lost arm, a one-armed hero. Ha ha, ha! The two exchanged a smile, finding solace in their shared misery. While others were starving, they laughed heartily at why she slumped on the ground, indignantly stating, it goes without saying that whenever they venture out, they surely return well-fed, bringing back only the leftover scraps for us. They expect us to be grateful for this meager offering. It's utterly disgusting. They deserve to be bitten by zombies. Her boyfriend, Zhang Xiaolong, cautiously glanced towards He Ziqing and Sang Biao, nudging Yi Shi with his arm. Stop babbling, or they'll hear you and you'll end up getting beaten again that I won't help you. The group of girls collectively rolled their eyes at Zhang Xiaolong, as if to say that he had never come to her aid during her previous beatings. This scoundrel, every time Yishi was struck, would merely cower in the corner, fearful of being noticed. Yishi, too, was foolish. She would confront the heavens, the earth, and even the air, yet before this scoundrel, she wouldn't dare utter a word. Truly a case of being love-struck that a diminutive man, resembling a gopher, returned to the cell with a lecherous gait. Leaning close to Sang Biao's ear, he excitedly whispered, "Boss, it worked. The door to the armory is open." Upon hearing this, Sang Biao, who had been resting on the ground with his eyes closed, sprang up in exhilaration. "Really? Ha! Our good days are about to begin. Brothers, follow me." Zhang Ming's eyes gleamed with sharpness. Sang Biao's elation indicated he had found something valuable. She promptly approached, grasping Sang Biao's arm with a fawning expression. "Biao Ge, have you found supplies? Can you take me along? Just a little bit to eat, really, just a tiny morsel." Slap. Sang Biao delivered a resounding slap, sending Zhang Ming sprawling to the ground. "Get lost. What are you on about?" "Right now, my mind is solely on Officer Nangong." With that, Sang Biao strode confidently towards the door. Zhang Ming shouted after his retreating figure, You should take a good look at yourself before plotting against Nangong Ling. Just go wash up and sleep." The gopher-like man, grinning broadly, squatted down to caress Zhang Ming's face "Oh, so smooth. If Biao doesn't want you, you can come to me. I'll make sure you're well fed." Zhang Ming forcefully swatted the gopher's hand away, grimacing in disgust. "What are you? A toad thinking it can feast on swan meat. Get away from me." The gopher seemed unfazed, his lecherous grin only growing wider. "Hee, I enjoy this kind of resistance. Soon you'll know my prowess, and I guarantee you'll be screaming." After saying this, the gopher hastily followed Sang Biao towards the armory. The path from the cell to the armory had been thoroughly cleared of zombies by the police team. Including Nangong Ling, they had initially intended to retrieve weapons from the armory to combat the relentless waves of zombies. Unfortunately, after eliminating all the zombies, they discovered they did not possess the authority to open the armory door. The armory's entrance was constructed from 20-centimeter thick steel plates, impervious to damage. Moreover, the entire structure of the armory was reinforced with steel plates. Breaching the walls to access the weapons was similarly an impossible task. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to abandon their original plan, resorting to the most rudimentary weapons, knives, to hunt zombies. However, unbeknownst to them, amongst the survivors was a master locksmith known as Feiyan, renowned for his unparalleled lock-picking skills, claiming that there was no lock he could not open. Yet he had no interest in wealth. He was solely fascinated by women's undergarments. This time, he had inadvertently left his DNA on a target's lingerie. Leading to his capture by the police, Sang Biao walked with uncontainable excitement, each step radiating fervor. Upon seeing the armory door ajar, he cupped Fei Long's large head in his hands and planted a fervent kiss on his forehead. "Ha! Fei Long, you truly are a genius. Even the police station's armory has been opened. You deserve great credit for this." Just as Sang Biao was about to enter the armory, Fei Long grasped his hand with trepidation. Stammering Biao Ge, "I only agreed to help you to assist Officer Nangong in slaying zombies. If anything goes wrong, please don't expose me." Despite his incredible lock-picking abilities, Fei Long was timid by nature, only daring to engage in petty theft of lingerie. Had it not been for Sang Biao's various threats and temptations, he would never have dared to open the police station's armory door on his own. What are you afraid of? Everyone outside is dead. Who would have the capability to capture you now? Brothers, our era has arrived. Inside the armory, 10 gun safes were neatly arranged along the wall. The control over firearms in China is exceedingly stringent. Each of these safes is linked to the police station's internal network. Every officer has a corresponding firearm number, and each time a weapon is stored or retrieved, the data is recorded in the municipal bureau's backend. Now, however, all the safes had been opened by Fei Long even as the alarms blared throughout the precinct. No one would come to intervene. Each safe contained spaces for 20 firearms. However, when disaster struck, the majority of officers had already retrieved their weapons to respond to calls. Thus, from the 10 safes, only over 40-60 4-type handguns and more than 3,000 rounds of ammunition were discovered. Additionally, within one of the safes, 2 assault rifles and over 2,000 rounds for rifles were found. On the shelves outside the armory, various pieces of police equipment were neatly displayed: bomb-proof helmets, bulletproof vests, police batons, handcuffs, tear gas, and riot shields were all present. In addition to the weaponry, the armory also housed a stock of winter police uniforms and military overcoats. Sang Biao and his companions gazed at the equipment and clothing in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. It felt as though a mouse had stumbled upon a trove of tools. They eagerly donned the thick winter police uniforms. Masquerading as officers, the biting cold had been unbearable for them in recent days. The diminutive figure of the groundhog, clad in oversized police garb, appeared quite ludicrous and incongruous. He saluted Sang Biao with a cheeky grin, saying, "Biao Ge, do I look like a real cop? A groundhog is still a groundhog, even in royal robes. With a cop like you, the integrity of the police force is certainly at stake," Sang Biao retorted with a laugh. Sang Biao secured 2 fully loaded 64 Type handguns to his waist and picked up an assault rifle, embodying the image of a special forces soldier. "Brothers, let us pack up all this equipment and take it with us. Leaving not a single item behind, I will lead you to forge an era of our own." His 6 companions raised their arms in unison, cheering, "Biao Ge, you're incredibly formidable, far more so than a real officer. Biao Ge, can we deal with those foul hens in the cells? We've had enough of their disdainful glares these days. Indeed, those wretched hens look at us as if we were murderers. Full of contempt, they need to experience what it feels like to be with the very people they disdain, especially that Zhang Ming. If it weren't for Officer Nangong keeping a watchful eye, I would have dealt with her long ago. And that she's a real snob. I need her to understand that I'm far superior to her boyfriend." The groundhog leered lewdly. "I don't care who you all want to deal with. I intend to have my way with every single one of these women." How to dawn on everyone that the groundhog was a true pervert, one capable of targeting even a 70-year-old woman. Sang Biao readied his assault rifle, scanning the crowd with a serious demeanor. "Those foul hens outside, do as you please with them. If they end up dead, it's of no concern, as we cannot take them with us. But if you dare lay a hand on Nangong Ling, don't blame me for my ruthlessness." The crowd erupted in laughter. "Haha, I knew you had your sights set on Officer Nangong. Who would have thought that even at your age, Biao Ge still has the hots? True feelings in the apocalypse are indeed rare. Officer Nangong will surely accept your affections from now on. Officer Nangong will be our sister-in-law, and we wouldn't dare harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her. Haha." Sang Biao and his 6 brothers donned the thick military overcoats, concealing their police uniforms and weapons beneath, and slowly returned to the cell. Over 30 inmates saw Sang Biao and his companions wrapped in warm military coats. Their eyes sparkled with hope. They rushed forward, surrounding Sang Biao and his group, hoping to snag some fabric for themselves. These days, their only means of warmth came from a few tattered blankets on the ground, which were utterly ineffective. Those with experience would often stuff food wrappers and waste paper into their clothing for a modicum of insulation. An elderly man with graying hair stepped forward, exclaiming in joy, "Sang Biao, this is wonderful. You've done a great service by finding so many winter police uniforms. Quickly notify Officer Nangong to ensure these supplies are distributed fairly. Clothing is different from food. It should be prioritized for the elderly, women, and children. You young and strong ones can withstand a bit of cold." For the female inmates, upon hearing the priority given to the vulnerable, eagerly categorized themselves as women and nodded in agreement. "Hey, hurry and take off her coats. Don't stink them up with your filthy clothes, right? You all smell horrendous. We can't even tell if you've resorted to drinking your own urine out of desperation." Did a group of inmates really think they could wear such fine clothing? They had no sense of propriety that you've already consumed all the food, so these clothes surely aren't tea for you. Hurry and strip them off that we outnumber you, and we're not worried about dealing with a few of you. Officer Nangong will definitely not help these inmates. One man set his sights on the diminutive groundhog, striding forward to tug at the groundhog's military coat, trying to rip it off. Bang! The man's head was instantly punctured, blood splattering across the faces of those nearby. "Outnumber us? So what? Who else wants the coats off our backs?" Sang Biao said with a fierce glare. Everyone stared in terror at the gun in Sang Biao's hand, their faces paling in an instant. A gun. How could they possibly have firearms? Had they opened the armory door? This was impossible. Oh no, there has been a murder. These inmates are killing people. Who will go report this? Bang! Another was shot in the head. Who are you calling inmates? Who dares to say another word? The groundhog pulled a handgun from his coat, grinning lewdly as he approached Zhang Ming. His height barely reached 1.50 m, having to rise on his toes just to reach her chin. Hee, Zhang Ming, didn't I tell you I would make you scream? Mouse brother. What are you going to do? Zhang Ming stammered in fear, her lips trembling. The groundhog delivered a fierce punch to Zhang Ming's abdomen. The intense pain caused her to crumple to the ground like a shrimp, but he yanked her hair and dragged her to the corner. What do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to have my way with you right here, in front of everyone? Ha ha! No. Please, someone help me. I beg you, save me. Ah. In response to Zhang Ming's desperate cries, everyone remained unmoved, including her female companions. Terrified that if they spoke up, the groundhog would turn his attention to them. Stop it, sang Biao. Groundhog, what are you doing? Shouted Nangong Ling, who had rushed over upon hearing the gunfire. The groundhog glanced at Nangong Ling, but his actions did not cease. In fact, he provocatively brandished his weapon, aiming it at Zhang Ming. You vile scoundrel, I told you to stop. Did you not hear me? Nangong Ling said, placing her hand on the hilt of her Tanghung knife, ready to draw it, gritting her teeth. Bang! Sang Biao fired a shot into the ceiling, his gaze icy as he addressed the groundhog. Groundhog, didn't Officer Nangong tell you to stop? Did you not hear her? The groundhog innocently raised his hands. Biao, guh, my hands can stop, but my actions cannot. Nangong Ling recognized the 64 type handgun in Sang Biao's hand as the standard issue for their police force. Her fury intensified, her eyes glaring at Sang Biao as she gritted her teeth. Sang Biao, unauthorized use of police equipment is a capital offense. Furious, Nangong Ling swiftly drew her Tanghung knife, striking at Sang Biao with blinding speed. Bang, bang, Sang Biao's companions, intimidated by Nangong Ling's ferocity, reflexively raised their 64 type handguns and fired at her. Clang, clang. Nangong Ling's eyes glimmered with a blue hue as she swiftly wielded her Tanghung knife, deflecting the barrage of bullets and quickly retreating. Bending low, she slid back nearly a meter before stabilizing herself. Gritting her teeth in pain, her left arm hung limply, blood streaming from her shoulder down her arm. The distance had been too close. Despite having blocked the majority of the bullets, her shoulder had still been grazed. Damn you all, who told you to open fire? Upon witnessing Nangong Ling's injury, Sang Biao's veins bulged with fury as he delivered a fierce kick to the nearest subordinate, his voice resonating with rage. His few companions stood in shock, their faces etched with bewilderment and indignation. Brother Biao, does your sister-in-law appear to be an ordinary woman? Can an ordinary woman withstand bullets at such close range? She may have blocked one bullet by mere luck, but we fired 5, and she managed to deflect 4 of them instantaneously. Brother Biao, we are looking out for your best interests. A woman like her is beyond your control. Far too perilous. They continued, indeed, this Nangong Ling is far too dangerous. We shall seek out a beautiful woman for you in the future, sang Biao, brandishing an assault rifle concealed within his military coat. Roared in anger, the women I desire cannot be mere mortals. If anyone dares to speak ill of my sister-in-law again, I will end them. His gaze, filled with pain and urgency, turned towards Nangong Ling as he spoke gently. Ling, we mean no harm. Please lower your weapon and allow your brother Biao to examine your injuries. Yet despite his words, he was gripped by an overwhelming fear of Nangong Ling's knife skills, which transcended the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Had his brothers not intervened in time, he would likely be lying on the ground now, if not dead, at least maimed. Nangong Ling, revolted by Sang Biao's sudden declarations, felt a chill run down her spine. Who are you calling Ling? Dare to utter that name again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. It is you who should lower your weapons. I grant you one last chance. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Sang Biao, horrified, aimed his assault rifle at her, genuinely fearing she might strike him again. Her movements and presence were terrifying, akin to a predator on the hunt, compelling him to remain on guard. Shall we lay down our arms and starve here for 3 days? Do you have the confidence to venture out alone daily to procure supplies? Are you willing to continue leading this ungrateful pack of wolves? He continued, only I understand you. Only I feel your pain, and only I can protect you. Ling Ling, be my woman. I, Sang Biao, vow that as long as you are with me, I shall never touch another woman, and I will obey your every command. Nangong Ling tore a piece of cloth from her attire, hastily bandaging her shoulder wound, fixing her steely gaze upon Sang Biao. She emitted a chilling aura as she declared, Humph, who do you think you are? Just because you possess a few weapons, you think you are invincible. You dare to covet my life? Such delusions are laughable. Though my abilities may be limited, I possess the strength to take you down with me. Sang Biao instinctively retreated 2 steps, feeling the need to distance himself from her. He was well aware of her extraordinary prowess, and her mere gaze was enough to terrify him. Sang Biao turned his rifle towards the 20 or so surviving individuals, a sinister grin spreading across his face. But disapproval means nothing to me. Once I have you, I will conquer you in due time. I command you to drop your knife immediately, or I will kill 1 person every minute. If he could wrest the Tang Hung knife from Nangongling, she would be like a tiger stripped of its claws, no longer a threat. The survivors, upon hearing Sang Biao's threats, turned pale with fear. Officer Nangong, please put down your weapon. Sang Biao loves you. He won't harm you. Nangongling, I order you to lower your knife. How dare you toy with our lives? I knew this woman wished to abandon us. She would be delighted to see us all dead. Nangongling, you wicked woman, do you wish to watch us perish? Vile witch, your cruelty will one day be met with divine retribution. Nangongling gazed upon those she had risked her life to protect. Her heart ached. It was Sang Biao who sought to harm them. Why did they hurl such venomous accusations at her? The police had already sacrificed 5 lives for their sake, and even her closest ally, Zhang Vida, had lost his right arm and now lay in a hospital bed. Bang! An elderly man was shot in the head. The scene fell into a haunting silence, the terror palpable as everyone was rendered speechless. They had truly witnessed murder. All eyes turned towards Nangongling, filled with resentment and hatred, as if she were the true perpetrator of their demise. Wretched harlot, drop your weapon at once. You murderer, is it so difficult to relinquish your knife? If you had even a sliver of compassion, you wouldn't stand idly by as we are slaughtered. Let us seize her knife. She is a police officer. I refuse to believe she would dare harm us. Yes, let's take her knife. Does she truly think she can kill us? The 20 or so survivors gradually encircled Nangongling, cautiously inching closer. Do not come any closer. Take another step, and I shall not hesitate to act. Nangongling gripped the Tang Hung knife tightly, assuming a defensive stance. Not hesitate. Show me how unyielding you can be. Fear not, everyone. She wouldn't dare harm us. With gritted teeth, Nangongling glared at the ungrateful individuals before her. Bang, bang! Gunshots rang out behind the survivors. Get away from her. Anyone who dares approach Officer Nangong will be shot. Zhang Vida, pale and weak, raised a 64-style handgun with trembling hands, stumbling towards Nangongling's side. The 20 survivors hesitated, unwilling to advance further upon seeing Zhang Vida's weapon. Unlike Nangongling, they believed that pushed to the brink, Zhang Vida would also fire upon them, and one wished to be the scapegoat. Zhang Vida, aware of his impending demise, forced a faint smile. Sister Nangong, pay no mind to these ungrateful wolves. You must flee while I hold them off. Run! Do you wish to fall into their hands and suffer a fate worse than death? Zhang Vida shouted with all his remaining strength. Nangongling's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her lips pressed tightly together in defiance. Bang! Run! Do you truly think you can escape? Sang Biao shot Zhang Vida in the thigh. Losing his balance, Zhang Vida collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from the wound. Sang Biao aimed his gun at Zhang Vida's head, smirking wickedly at Nangongling. If you dare to flee, I will slice his flesh piece by piece and force these starving wretches to devour him. The 20 survivors felt no disgust. Instead, they harbored a perverse eagerness. They were so starved that they had forgotten how many days had passed since they last tasted meat. Even the blood pooling on the ground seemed to quench their thirst. You dare! Nangongling's grip on the Tang Hung knife tightened, her body trembling involuntarily. Bang! Sang Biao fired again, striking Zhang Vida in the other thigh. Zhang Vida let out a heart-wrenching scream, summoning the last of his strength to push Nan Gongling away. Go! Leave me! Just go! Nan Gongling lowered her head in despair, wishing she could run, but she could not abandon her comrades to save herself. Moreover, she had nowhere to flee, unable to suppress her anguish any longer. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Clang! The Tang Hung knife fell from her grasp, her face a mask of stubbornness and helplessness. As you wish, I have laid down my knife. I beg you, spare him. He risked his life to help you find supplies. Sang Biao's face lit up with triumph as he swiftly approached. Kicking the Tang Hung knife away, "It would have been better had you done this sooner. I shall treat you well from now on." However, Sang Biao revealed a malicious grin, stepping onto Zhang Vida's wound dada. The excruciating pain elicited another agonizing scream from Zhang Vida. "You bastard! What do you intend to do?" Nan Gongling glared at Sang Biao with seething rage and shouted, "How could you possibly tolerate your woman being entangled with another man?" With a twisted and menacing visage, Sang Biao retorted, "I cannot abide any speck of sand in my eyes. Thus he must perish today. Rest assured, in light of his past contributions to us, I shall grant him a swift end. Ha ha." He raised the assault rifle in his hand, aiming it at Zhang Vida's head. "Stop." Nan Gongling leaped with all her might, attempting to thwart Sang Biao. Boom! The steel door of the cell appeared to be struck by a cannonball, a significant dent suddenly forming at its center. The iron door, dislodged from its frame, collided with the wall of the cell, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. "Brother Ming, it seems there are many survivors here." "Survivors? I wonder if there are any exquisite beauties among them." "Brother Ming, your strength is too great. Inside."